The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. By H. P. Blavatsky. Dedication. This work I dedicate to all true Theosophists. In every country. And of every race. For they called it forth, and for them it was recorded. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Preface to the first edition. The author, the writer, rather, feels it necessary to apologize for the long delay which has occurred in the appearance of this work. It has been occasioned by ill health and the magnitude of the undertaking. Even the 2 volumes now issued do not complete the scheme, nor do these treat exhaustively of the subjects dealt with in them. A large quantity of material has already been prepared, dealing with the history of occultism as contained in the lives of the great adepts of the Aryan race, and showing the bearing of occult philosophy upon the conduct of life. As it is and as it ought to be. Should the present volumes meet with a favorable reception, no effort will be spared to carry out the scheme of the work in its entirety. This scheme, it must be added, was not in contemplation when the preparation of the work was first announced. As originally announced, it was intended that the Secret Doctrine should be an amended and enlarged version of Isis Unveiled. It was, however, soon found that the explanations which could be added to those already put before the world, in the last named and other works dealing with esoteric science, were such as to require a different method of treatment. And consequently the present volumes do not contain, in all, 20 pages extracted from Isis Unveiled. The author does not feel it necessary to ask the indulgence of her readers and critics for the many defects of literary style, and the imperfect English which may be found in these pages. She is a foreigner, and her knowledge of the language was acquired late in life. The English tongue is employed because it offers the most widely diffused medium for conveying the truths which it had become her duty to place before the world. These truths are in no sense put forward as a revelation, nor does the author claim the position of a revealer of mystic lore, now made public for the first time in the world's history. For what is contained in this work is to be found scattered throughout thousands of volumes embodying the scriptures of the great Asiatic and early European religions, hidden under glyph and symbol, and hitherto left unnoticed because of this veil. What is now attempted is to gather the oldest tenets together and to make of them one harmonious and unbroken whole. The sole advantage which the writer has over her predecessors, is that she need not resort to personal speculations and theories. For this work is a partial statement of what she herself has been taught by more advanced students, supplemented, in a few details only, by the results of her own study and observation. The publication of many of the facts herein stated has been rendered necessary by the wild and fanciful speculations in which many Theosophists and students of mysticism have indulged, during the last few years, in their endeavor, as they imagined, to work out a complete system of thought from the few facts previously communicated to them. It is needless to explain that this book is not the Secret Doctrine in its entirety, but a select number of fragments of its fundamental tenets, special attention being paid to some facts which have been seized upon by various writers, and distorted out of all resemblance to the truth. But it is perhaps desirable to state unequivocally that the teachings, however fragmentary and incomplete, contained in these volumes, do not belong to the Hindu, the Zoroastrian, the Chaldean, or the Egyptian religion, nor to Buddhism, Islam, Judaism or Christianity exclusively. The Secret Doctrine is the essence of all these. Sprung from it in their origins, the various religious schemes are now made to merge back into their original element, out of which every mystery and dogma has grown, developed, and become materialized. It is more than probable that the book will be regarded by a large section of the public as a romance of the wildest kind, for who has ever even heard of the Book of Zion? The writer, therefore, is fully prepared to take all the responsibility for what is contained in this work, and even to face the charge of having invented the whole of it. That it has many shortcomings she is fully aware. All that she claims for it is that, romantic as it may seem to many, its logical coherence and consistency entitle this new Genesis to rank, at any rate, on a level with the working hypotheses so freely accepted by modern science. Further, it claims consideration, not by reason of any appeal to dogmatic authority, but because it closely adheres to nature, and follows the laws of uniformity and analogy. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe. To rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, to uncover, to some extent, the fundamental unity from which they all spring. Finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. If this is in any degree accomplished, the writer is content. It is written in the service of humanity, and by humanity and the future generations it must be judged. Its author recognizes no inferior court of appeal. Abuse she is accustomed to, calumny she is daily acquainted with. At slander she smiles in silent contempt. De minimis non curat lex. H. P. B. London, October, 1888. Preface to the third and revised edition. In preparing this edition for the press, we have striven to correct minor points of detail in literary form, without touching at all more important matters. Had H. P. Blavatsky lived to issue the new edition, she would doubtless have corrected and enlarged it to a very considerable extent. That this is not done is one of the many minor losses caused by the one great loss. Awkward phrases, due to imperfect knowledge of English, have been corrected, most of the quotations have been verified, and exact references given, a work involving great labor, as the references in the previous editions were often very loose. A uniform system of transliteration for Sanskrit words has been adopted. Rejecting the form most favored by Western Orientalists as being misleading to the general reader, we have given to the consonants not present in our English alphabet combinations that approximately express their sound values. And we have carefully inserted quantities, wherever they occur, on the vowels. In a few instances we have incorporated notes in the text, but this has been very sparingly done, and only when they obviously formed part of it. We have added a copious index for the assistance of students, and have bound it separately, so that reference to it may be facilitated. For the great labor in this we, and all students, are the debtors of Mr. A. J. Faulding. Annie Besant. G. R. S. Mead. London, 1893. Introductory. Gently to hear, kindly to judge. Shakespeare. Since the appearance of theosophical literature in England, it has become customary to call its teachings esoteric Buddhism. And, having become a habit, as an old proverb based on daily experience has it, error runs down an inclined plane, while truth has to laboriously climb its way uphill. Old truisms are often the wisest. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias, and decisive opinions are often formed before a thorough examination of a subject from all its aspects has been made. This is said with reference to the prevailing double mistake, A, of limiting Theosophy to Buddhism, and B, of confounding the tenets of the religious philosophy preached by Gautama, the Buddha, with the doctrines broadly outlined in esoteric Buddhism. Anything more erroneous than this could hardly be imagined. It has enabled our enemies to find an effective weapon against Theosophy, because, as an eminent Pali scholar very pointedly expressed it, there was in the volume named neither esotericism nor Buddhism. The esoteric truths, presented in Mr. Sinnott's work, ceased to be esoteric from the moment they were made public. Nor did the book contain the religion of Buddha, but simply a few tenets from a hitherto hidden teaching, which are now explained and supplemented by many more in the present volumes. And even the latter, though giving out many fundamental tenets from the secret doctrine of the East, raise but a small corner of the dark veil. For no one, not even the greatest living adept, would be permitted to, or could, even if he would, give out promiscuously to a mocking, unbelieving world that which has been so effectually concealed from it for long eons and ages. Esoteric Buddhism was an excellent work with a very unfortunate title, though it meant no more than does the title of this work, The Secret Doctrine. It proved unfortunate, because people are always in the habit of judging things by their appearance rather than by their meaning, and because the error has now become so universal that even most of the fellows of the Theosophical Society have fallen victims to the same misconception. From the first, however, protests were raised by Brahmins and others against the title. And, in justice to myself, I must add that esoteric Buddhism was presented to me as a completed volume, and that I was entirely unaware of the manner in which the author intended to spell the word Buddhism. This has to be laid directly at the door of those who, having been the first to bring the subject under public notice, neglected to point out the difference between Buddhism, the religious system of ethics preached by the Lord Gautama, and so named from his title of Buddha, the enlightened, and Buddhism, from Buddha, wisdom, or knowledge, vidya, the faculty of cognizing, from the Sanskrit root bud, to know. We Theosophists of India are ourselves the real culprits, although, at the time, we did our best to correct the mistake. Point 1 To avoid this deplorable misnomer was easy. The spelling of the word had only to be altered, and by common consent both pronounced and written Buddhism, instead of Buddhism. Nor is the latter term correctly spelt and pronounced, as it ought to be called, in English, Buddhism, and its votaries, Buddhists. This explanation is absolutely necessary at the beginning of a work like the present. The wisdom religion is the inheritance of all the nations, the world over, in spite of the statement made in Esoteric Buddhism too that, 2 years ago, i.e. in 1883, neither I, nor any other European living, knew the alphabet of the science, here for the first time put into a scientific shape, etc. This error must have crept in through inadvertence. The present writer knew all that is divulged in Esoteric Buddhism, and much more, many years before it became her duty, in 1880, to impart a small portion of the Secret Doctrine to 2 European gentlemen, one of whom was the author of Esoteric Buddhism. And surely the present writer has the undoubted, though to her, rather equivocal, privilege of being a European by birth and education. Moreover, a considerable part of the philosophy expounded by Mr. Sinnett was taught in America, even before Isis Unveiled was published, to 2 Europeans and to my colleague, Colonel H.S. Alcott. Of the 3 teachers the latter gentleman has had, the first was a Hungarian initiate, the second an Egyptian, the third a Hindu. As permitted, Colonel Alcott has given out some of this teaching in various ways. If the other 2 have not, it has been simply because they were not allowed, their time for public work having not yet come. But for others it has, and the appearance of Mr. Sinnett's several interesting books is a visible proof of the fact. Moreover, it is above everything important to keep in mind that no theosophical book acquires the least additional value from pretended authority. Adi, or Adi Buddha, the one, or the first, and supreme wisdom, is a term used by Aryasanga in his secret treatises, and now by all the mystic northern Buddhists. It is a Sanskrit term, and an appellation given by the earliest Aryans to the unknown deity, the word Brahmâ not being found in the Vedas and the early works. It means the absolute wisdom, and Adibhuta is translated by Fitz-Edward Hall, the primeval uncreated cause of all. Eons of untold duration must have elapsed, before the epithet of Buddha was so humanized, so to speak, as to allow of the term being applied to mortals, and finally appropriated to one whose unparalleled virtues and knowledge caused him to receive the title of the Buddha of wisdom unmoved. Bodha means the innate possession of divine intellect or understanding, Buddha, the acquirement of it by personal efforts and merit. While Buddhi is the faculty of cognizing, the channel through which divine knowledge reaches the ego, the discernment of good and evil, also divine conscience, and the spiritual soul, which is the vehicle of Atma. When Buddhi absorbs our egotism, destroys it, with all its vikaras, Avalokiteshvara becomes manifested to us, and nirvana, or mukti, is reached, mukti being the same as nirvana, i.e., freedom from the trammels of maya or illusion. Bodhi is likewise the name of a particular state of trance condition, called samadhi, during which the subject reaches the culmination of spiritual knowledge. Unwise are those who, in their blind and, in our age, untimely hatred of Buddhism, and, by reaction, of Buddhism, deny its esoteric teachings, which are those also of the Brahmins, simply because the name suggests what to them, as monotheists, are noxious doctrines. Unwise is the correct term to use in their case. For in this age of crass and illogical materialism, the esoteric philosophy alone is calculated to withstand the repeated attacks on all and everything man holds most dear and sacred in his inner spiritual life. The true philosopher, the student of esoteric wisdom, entirely loses sight of personalities, dogmatic beliefs and special religions. Moreover, esoteric philosophy reconciles all religions, strips every one of its outward human garments, and shows the root of each to be identical with that of every other great religion. It proves the necessity of a divine absolute principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the sun. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity as the absolute and abstract ends. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions, gods created by man in his own image and likeness, a blasphemous and sorry caricature of the ever-unknowable. Furthermore, the records we mean to place before the reader embrace the esoteric tenets of the whole world since the beginning of our humanity, and Buddhistic occultism occupies therein only its legitimate place, and no more. Indeed, the secret portions of the Dan or Dhyana, 3 of Gautama's metaphysics, grand as they appear to one unacquainted with the tenets of the wisdom religion of antiquity, are but a very small portion of the whole. The Hindu reformer limited his public teachings to the purely moral and physiological aspect of the wisdom religion, to ethics and man alone. Things, unseen and incorporeal, the mysteries of being outside our terrestrial sphere, the great teacher left entirely untouched in his public lectures, reserving the hidden truths for a select circle of his arhats. The latter received their initiation at the famous Saptaparna cave, the Satapani of Mahavansa, near Mount Babhar, the Webra of the Pali Mizas. This cave was in Rajagriha, the ancient capital of Magadha, and was the Cheda cave of Phayan, as is rightly suspected by some archaeologists. 4. Time and human imagination made short work of the purity and philosophy of these teachings, once that they were transplanted from the secret and sacred circle of the Arhats, during the course of their work of proselytism, into a soil less prepared for metaphysical conceptions than India. I.e., once they were transferred into China, Japan, Siam, and Burma. How the pristine purity of these grand revelations was dealt with may be seen in studying some of the so-called esoteric Buddhist schools of antiquity in their modern garb, not only in China and other Buddhist countries in general, but even in not a few schools of Tibet, which have been left to the care of uninitiated lamas and Mongolian innovators. Thus the reader is asked to bear in mind the very important difference between Orthodox Buddhism, i.e., the public teachings of Gautama, the Buddha, and his esoteric Buddhism. His secret doctrine, however, differed in no wise from that of the initiated Brahmins of his day. The Buddha was a child of Aryan soil, a born Hindu, a Kshatriya and a disciple of the twice-born, the initiated Brahmins, or Dvijas. His teachings, therefore, could not be different from their doctrines. For the whole Buddhist reform consisted merely in giving out a portion of that which had been kept secret from every man outside of the enchanted circle of ascetics and temple initiates. Unable, owing to his pledges, to teach all that had been imparted to him, though the Buddha taught a philosophy built upon the groundwork of the true esoteric knowledge, he gave to the world only its outward material body and kept its soul for his elect. Many Chinese scholars among Orientalists have heard of the soul doctrine. None seem to have understood its real meaning and importance. That doctrine was preserved secretly, too secretly, perhaps, within the sanctuary. The mystery that shrouded its chief dogma and aspiration, nirvana, has so tried and irritated the curiosity of those scholars who have studied it, that, unable to solve it logically and satisfactorily by untying its Gordian knot, they have cut it through by declaring that nirvana means absolute annihilation. Toward the end of the first quarter of this century a distinct class of literature appeared in the world, which with every year became more defined in its tendency. Being based, soi-disant, on the scholarly researches of Sanskritists and Orientalists in general, it was considered scientific. Hindu, Egyptian, and other ancient religions, myths, and emblems were made to yield anything the symbologist wanted them to yield, and thus often the rude outward form was given out in place of the inner meaning. Works, most remarkable for their ingenious deductions and speculations, circulo vicioso, foregone conclusions generally taking the place of premises in the syllogisms of more than one Sanskrit and Pali scholar, appeared rapidly in succession, overflooding the libraries with dissertations on phallic and sexual worship rather than on real symbology, and each contradicting the other. This is the true reason, perhaps, why the outline of a few fundamental truths from the secret doctrine of the archaic ages is now permitted to see the light, after long millenniums of the most profound silence and secrecy. I say advisedly, a few truths, because that which must remain unsaid could not be contained in 100 such volumes, nor could it be imparted to the present generation of Sadducees. But even the little that is now given is better than complete silence upon these vital truths. The world of today, in its mad career towards the unknown, which the physicist is too ready to confound with the unknowable, whenever the problem eludes his grasp, is rapidly progressing on the reverse plane to that of spirituality. It has now become a vast arena, a true valley of discord and of eternal strife, a necropolis, wherein lie buried the highest and the most holy aspirations of our spirit soul. That soul becomes with every new generation more paralyzed and atrophied. The amiable infidels and accomplished profligates of society, spoken of by Greeley, care little for the revival of the dead sciences of the past. But there is a fair minority of earnest students who are entitled to learn the few truths that may be given to them now. And now much more than 10 years ago, when Isis Unveiled appeared, or even when the later attempts to explain the mysteries of esoteric science were published. One of the greatest and perhaps the most serious objection to the correctness and reliability of the whole work will be the preliminary stanzas. How can the statements contained in them be verified? True, though a great portion of the Sanskrit, Chinese, and Mongolian works quoted in the present volumes is known to some Orientalists, yet the chief work, that one from which the stanzas are given, is not in the possession of European libraries. The Book of Dzyan, or Dzan, is utterly unknown to our philologists, or at any rate was never heard of by them under its present name. This is, of course, a great drawback to those who follow the methods of research prescribed by official science. But to students of occultism, and to every genuine occultist, this will be of little moment. The main body of the doctrines given, however, is found scattered throughout hundreds and thousands of Sanskrit MSS. Some already translated, disfigured in their interpretations, as usual, others still waiting their turn. Every scholar, therefore, has an opportunity of verifying the statements herein made, and of checking most of the quotations. A few new facts, new to the profane Orientalist only, and passages quoted from the commentaries will be found difficult to trace. Several of the teachings also have hitherto been transmitted orally, yet even these in every instance are hinted at in the almost countless volumes of Brahmanical, Chinese and Tibetan temple literature. However it may be, and whatsoever is in store for the writer through malevolent criticism, one fact is quite certain. The members of several esoteric schools, the seat of which is beyond the Himalayas, and whose ramifications may be found in China, Japan, India, Tibet, and even in Syria, and also South America, claim to have in their possession the sum total of sacred and philosophical works in MSS. And print, all the works, in fact, that have ever been written, in whatever language or character, since the art of writing began, from the ideographic hieroglyphs down to the alphabet of Cadmus and the Devanagari. It has been constantly claimed that, ever since the destruction of the Alexandrian library, every work of a character that might lead the profane to the ultimate discovery and comprehension of some of the mysteries of the secret science, owing to the combined efforts of the members of these brotherhoods, has been diligently searched for. It is added, moreover, by those who know, that once found all such works were destroyed, save 3 copies of each which were preserved and safely stored away. In India, the last of these precious manuscripts were secured and hidden during the reign of the Emperor Akbar. Prof. Max Muller shows that no bribes or threats of Akbar could extort the original text of the Vedas from the Brahmins, and yet boasts that European Orientalists have it. 6. That Europe has the complete text is exceedingly doubtful, and the future may have very disagreeable surprises in store for the Orientalists. It is maintained, furthermore, that every sacred book of this kind, the text of which was not sufficiently veiled in symbolism, or which had any direct references to the ancient mysteries, was first carefully copied in cryptographic characters, such as to defy the art of the best and cleverest paleographer, and then destroyed to the last copy. During Akbar's reign, some fanatical courtiers, displeased at the emperor's sinful prying into the religions of the infidels, themselves helped the Brahmins to conceal their MSS. Such was Badaoni, who had an undisguised horror of Akbar's mania for idolatrous religions. Badaoni, in his Muntakab at Tawarik, writes, "As they, the Shramana and Brahmins, surpass other learned men in their treatises on morals and on physical and religious sciences, and reach a high degree in their knowledge of the future. In spiritual power and human perfection, they brought proofs based on reason and testimony, and inculcated their doctrine so firmly, that no man could now raise a doubt in his majesty even if mountains were to crumble to dust, or the heavens were to tear asunder. His Majesty relished inquiries into the sects of these infidels, who cannot be counted, so numerous they are, and who have no end of revealed books. 7. This work was kept secret and was not published till the reign of Jahangir. Moreover, in all the large and wealthy lamaseries, there are subterranean crypts and cave libraries, cut in the rock, whenever the Gonpa and Lokhang are situated in the mountains. Beyond the western Sadam, in the solitary passes of Kunluan there are several such hiding places. Along the ridge of Altan Tag, whose soil no European foot has ever trodden so far, there exists a certain hamlet, lost in a deep gorge. It is a small cluster of houses, a hamlet rather than a monastery, with a poor-looking temple in it, and one old lama, a hermit, living nearby to watch it. Pilgrims say that the subterranean galleries and halls under it contain a collection of books, the number of which, according to the accounts given, is too large to find room even in the British Museum. According to the same tradition, the now desolate regions of the waterless land of Darim, a veritable wilderness in the heart of Turkestan, were in days of old covered with flourishing and wealthy cities. At present, a few verdant oases only relieve its dread solitude. One such, carpeting the sepulchre of a vast city buried under the sandy soil of the desert, belongs to no one, but is often visited by Mongolians and Buddhists. The tradition also speaks of immense subterranean abodes, of large corridors filled with tiles and cylinders. It may be an idle rumor, and it may be an actual fact. All this will very likely provoke a smile of doubt. But before the reader rejects the truthfulness of the reports, let him pause and reflect over the following well-known facts. The collective researches of Orientalists, and especially of late years the labors of students of comparative philology and the science of religion, have enabled them to ascertain that an incalculable number of MSS, and even of printed works known to have existed, are now to be no more found. They have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind them. Were they works of no importance they might, in the natural course of time, have been left to perish, and their very names would have been obliterated from human memory. But this is not so, for, as now ascertained, most of them contain the true keys to works still extant, and now entirely incomprehensible, for the greater portion of their readers, without these additional volumes of commentaries and explanations. Such, for instance, are the works of Lao Tse, the predecessor of Confucius. He is said to have written 930 books on ethics and religions, and 70 on magic, 1,000 in all. His great work, however, the Tao Te King, the heart of his doctrine and the sacred scripture of the Tao Sse, has in it, as Stanislas Julian shows, only about 5,000 words, 8 hardly a dozen of pages. Yet Professor Max Muller finds that the text is unintelligible without commentaries, so that M. Julian had to consult more than 60 commentators for the purpose of his translation, the earliest going back as far as the year 163 BC. And not earlier, as we see. During the 4 centuries and a half that preceded this earliest of the commentators there was ample time to veil the true Lao Tse doctrine from all but his initiated priests. The Japanese, among whom are now to be found the most learned of the priests and followers of Lao Tse, simply laugh at the blunders and hypotheses of European Chinese scholars. And tradition affirms that the commentaries to which our Western sinologues have access are not the real occult records, but intentional veils, and that the true commentaries, as well as almost all the texts, have long disappeared from the eyes of the profane. Of the works of Confucius we read. If we turn to China, we find that the religion of Confucius is founded on the 5 King and the 4 Shu books, in themselves of considerable extent and surrounded by voluminous commentaries, without which even the most learned scholars would not venture to fathom the depth of their sacred canon. 9. But they have not fathomed it, and this is the complaint of the Confucianists, as a very learned member of that body, in Paris, complained in 1881. If our scholars turn to the ancient literature of the Semitic religions, to the scriptures of Chaldea, the elder sister and instructress, if not the fountainhead of the Mosaic Bible, the basis and starting point of Christianity, what do they find? To perpetuate the memory of the ancient religions of Babylon, to record the vast cycle of astronomical observations of the Chaldean Magi, to justify the tradition of their splendid and preeminently occult literature, what now remains? Only a few fragments, which are said to be by Berosus. These, however, are almost valueless, even as a clue to the character of what has disappeared, for they passed through the hands of his reverence the Bishop of Caesarea, that self-constituted censor and editor of the sacred records of other men's religions, and they doubtless to this day bear the mark of his eminently veracious and trustworthy hand. For what is the history of this treatise on the once grand religion of Babylon? It was written in Greek for Alexander the Great, by Berosus, a priest of the temple of Belus, from the astronomical and chronological records preserved by the priests of that temple, records covering a period of 200,000 years, and is now lost. In the 1st century BC Alexander Polyhistor made a series of extracts from it, which are also lost. Eusebius, 270 to 340 AD, used these extracts in writing his Chronicon. The points of resemblance, almost of identity, between the Jewish and the Chaldean scriptures, 10 made the latter most dangerous to Eusebius. In his role of defender and champion of the new faith which had adopted the former scriptures and together with them an absurd chronology. Now it is pretty certain that Eusebius did not spare the Egyptian synchronistic tables of Manetho, so much so that Bunsen 11 charges him with mutilating history most unscrupulously, and Socrates, historian of the 5th century, and Syncellus, vice-patriarch of Constantinople in the beginning of the 8th, denounce him as the most daring and desperate forger. Is it likely, then, that he dealt more tenderly with the Chaldean records, which were already menacing the new religion, so rashly accepted? So that, with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis. A few facts that were contained in the Barosian history are given later on, and may throw great light on the true origin of the fallen angels, personified by Bel and the dragon. Turning now to the oldest specimen of Aryan literature, the Rig Veda, the student if he strictly follows in this the data furnished by the Orientalists themselves, will find that although the Rig Veda contains only about 10,580 verses, or 1,028 hymns, yet in spite of the Brahmanas and the mass of glosses and commentaries, it is not understood correctly to this day. Why is this so? Evidently because the Brahmanas, the scholastic and oldest treatises on the primitive hymns, themselves require a key, which the Orientalists have failed to secure. What, again, do the scholars say of Buddhist literature? Do they possess it in its completeness? Assuredly not. Notwithstanding the 325 volumes of the Kanjur and Tanjur of the northern Buddhists, each volume, we are told, weighing from 4 to 5 pounds, nothing, in truth, is known of real Lamaism. Yet the sacred canon is said in the Sadharmalankara 1-2 to contain 29,368,000 letters, or, exclusive of treatises and commentaries, 5 or 6 times the amount of the matter contained in the Bible, which, as Professor Max Muller states, rejoices in only 3,567,180 letters. Notwithstanding, then, these 325 volumes, in reality there are 333, the Kanjur comprising 108, and Tanjur 225 volumes, the translators, instead of supplying us with correct versions, have interwoven them with their own commentaries, for the purpose of justifying the dogmas of their several schools. 13. Moreover, according to a tradition preserved by the Buddhist schools, both of the South and of the North, the sacred Buddhist canon comprised originally 80,000 or 84,000 tracts, but most of them were lost, so that there remained but 6,000 inch, as the professor tells his audience. Lost, as usual, for Europeans. But who can be quite sure that they are likewise lost for Buddhists and Brahmins? Considering the reverence of the Buddhists for every line written upon Buddha and the good law, the loss of nearly 76,000 tracts does seem miraculous. Had it been vice versa, every one acquainted with the natural course of events would subscribe to the statement that, of these 76,000, 5,000 or 6,000 treatises might have been destroyed during the persecutions in, and emigrations from, India. But as it is well ascertained that the Buddhist arhats began their religious exodus, for the purpose of propagating the new faith beyond Kashmir and the Himalayas, as early as the year 300 before our era, 14 and reached China in the year 61 AD. 15 when Kashyapa, at the invitation of the Emperor Ming Ti, went there to acquaint the Son of Heaven with the tenets of Buddhism, it does seem strange to hear the Orientalists speaking of such a loss as though it were really possible. They do not seem to allow for one moment the possibility that the texts may be lost only for the West and for themselves. Or that the Asiatic people should have the unparalleled boldness to keep their most sacred records out of the reach of foreigners, thus refusing to deliver them to the profanation and misuse even of races so vastly superior to themselves. Judging by the expressed regrets and numerous confessions of almost every one of the Orientalists, 16 the public may feel sufficiently sure. A. That the students of ancient religions have indeed very few data upon which to build such final conclusions as they generally do about the old faiths, and, b. That such lack of data does not in the least prevent them from dogmatizing. One would imagine that, thanks to the numerous records of the Egyptian theogony and mysteries, preserved in the classics and in a number of ancient writers, the rites and dogmas of pharaonic Egypt, at least, ought to be well understood. Better, at any rate, than the two abstruse philosophies and pantheism of India, of whose religion and language Europe had hardly any idea before the beginning of the present century. Along the Nile and on the face of the whole country, there stand to this hour, yearly and daily exhumed, ever fresh relics which eloquently tell their own history. Still it is not so. The learned Oxford philologist himself confesses the truth by saying, "We see still standing the pyramids, and the ruins of temples and labyrinths, their walls covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions. And with the strange pictures of gods and goddesses. On rolls of papyrus, which seem to defy the ravages of time, we have even fragments of what may be called the sacred books of the Egyptians. Yet, though much has been deciphered in the ancient records of the mysterious race, the mainspring of the religion of Egypt and the original intention of its ceremonial worship are far from being fully disclosed to us." 17. Here again the mysterious hieroglyphic documents remain, but the keys by which alone they become intelligible have disappeared. In fact, so little acquainted are our greatest Egyptologists with the funerary rites of the Egyptians and the outward marks of the difference of sex on the mummies, that it has led to the most ludicrous mistakes. Only a year or two ago, one of this kind was discovered at Balak, Cairo. The mummy of what was considered the wife of an unimportant pharaoh, has, thanks to an inscription found on an amulet hung round its neck, turned out to be that of Sesostris, the greatest king of Egypt. Nevertheless, having found that there is a natural connection between language and religion, and that there was a common Aryan religion before the separation of the Aryan race, a common Semitic religion before the separation of the Semitic race, and a common Turanic religion before the separation of the Chinese and the other tribes belonging to the Turanian class, having, in fact, discovered only 3 ancient centers of religion and 3 centers of language. And though as entirely ignorant of those primitive religions and languages as of their origin, the professor does not hesitate to declare that a truly historical basis for a scientific treatment of the principal religions of the world has been gained. A scientific treatment of a subject is no guarantee for its historical basis, and with such scarcity of data on hand, no philologist, even among the most eminent, is justified in giving out his own conclusions for historical facts. No doubt, the eminent Orientalist has thoroughly proved to the world's satisfaction that, according to the phonetic rules of Grimm's Law, Odin and Buddha are two different personages, quite distinct from each other, and has proved it scientifically. When, however, he takes the opportunity of saying in the same breath that Odin was worshipped as the supreme deity during a period long anterior to the age of the Veda and of Homer, 18, he has not the slightest historical basis for it, but makes history and fact subservient to his own conclusions, which may be very scientific in the sight of Oriental scholars, but yet very wide of the mark of actual truth. The conflicting views of the various eminent philologists and Orientalists, from Martin Haug down to Prof. Max Muller himself, on the subject of chronology, in the case of the Vedas, are an evident proof that the statement has no historical basis to stand upon, internal evidence being very often a jack-o'-lantern, instead of a safe beacon to follow. Nor has the science of modern comparative mythology any better argument to bring forward to crush the contention of those learned writers who have insisted for the last century or so that there must have been fragments of a primeval revelation granted to the ancestors of the whole race of mankind, preserved in the temples of Greece and Italy. For this is what all the Eastern initiates and pundits have been proclaiming to the world from time to time. And while a prominent Sinhalese priest assured the writer that it was well known that the most important tracts, belonging to the Buddhist sacred canon, were stored away in countries and places inaccessible to the European pundits. The late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the greatest Sanskritist of his day in India, assured some members of the Theosophical Society of the same fact with regard to ancient Brahmanical works. When told that Professor Max Muller had declared to the audiences of his lectures that the theory, that there was a primeval preternatural revelation granted to the fathers of the human race, finds but few supporters at present, the holy and learned man laughed. His answer was suggestive. If Mr. Moksha Muller, as he pronounced the name, were a Brahmin, and came with me, I might take him to a Gupa cave, a secret crypt, near Oki Math, in the Himalayas, where he would soon find out that what crossed the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, from India to Europe were only the bits of rejected copies of some passages from our sacred books. There was a primeval revelation, and it still exists, nor will it ever be lost to the world, but will reappear, though the Mlechchas will of course have to wait. Questioned further on the point, he would say no more. This was at Meerut, in 1880. No doubt the mystification played by the Brahmins upon Colonel Wilford and Sir William Jones, in the last century, at Calcutta, was cruel, but it had been well deserved. And no one was more to blame in that affair than the missionaries and Colonel Wilford himself. The former, on the testimony of Sir William Jones himself, 19, were silly enough to maintain that the Hindus were even now almost Christians, because their Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesha were no other than the Christian Trinity. 20. It was a good lesson. It made the Oriental scholars doubly cautious, but perchance it has also made some of them too shy and, in its reaction, has caused the pendulum of foregone conclusions to swing too much the other way. For, that first supply from the Brahmanical market, in answer to the demand of Colonel Wilford, has now created an evident necessity and desire in the Orientalists to declare nearly every archaic Sanskrit manuscript so modern as to give the missionaries full justification for availing themselves of their opportunity. That they do so and to the full extent of their mental powers, is shown by the absurd attempts of late to prove that the whole Puranic story about Krishna was plagiarized by the Brahmins from the Bible. But the facts cited by the Oxford professor in his lectures concerning the now famous interpolations, for the benefit, and later on to the sorrow, of Colonel Wilford, do not at all interfere with the conclusions to which one who studies the secret doctrine must unavoidably come. For, if the results show that neither the New nor even the Old Testament borrowed anything from the more ancient religion of the Brahmins and Buddhists, it does not follow that the Jews have not borrowed all they knew from the Chaldean records, the latter being mutilated later on by Eusebius. As to the Chaldeans, they assuredly got their primitive learning from the Brahmins, for Rawlinson shows an undeniably Vedic influence in the early mythology of Babylon. And Colonel Vance Kennedy has long ago justly declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit and Brahmin learning. But all such proofs must lose their value, in the presence of the latest theory worked out by Professor Max Muller. What it is everyone knows. The Code of Phonetic Laws has now become a universal solvent for every identification and connection between the gods of many nations. Thus, though the mother of Mercury, Buddha, thought Hermes, etc., was Maya, the mother of Gautama Buddha, also Maya, and the mother of Jesus, likewise Maya, illusion, for Mary is Mare, the sea, the great illusion symbolically, yet these three characters have no connection, nor can they have any. Since Bob has laid down his code of phonetic laws. In their efforts to collect together the many skeins of unwritten history, it is a bold step for our Orientalists to take, to deny a priori everything that does not dovetail with their special conclusions. Thus, while new discoveries are daily made of great arts and sciences having existed far back in the night of time, yet even the knowledge of writing is refused to some of the most ancient nations. And they are credited with barbarism instead of culture. Nevertheless, traces of an immense civilization, even in Central Asia, are still to be found. This civilization is undeniably prehistoric. And how can there be civilization without a literature in some form, without annals or chronicles? Common sense alone ought to supplement the broken links in the history of departed nations. The gigantic and unbroken wall of the mountains that hem in the whole tableland of Tibet, from the upper course of the river Kwanki down to the Karakoram hills, witnessed a civilization during millenniums of years. And should have strange secrets to tell mankind. The eastern and central portions of these regions, the Nanshan and the Altantag, were once upon a time covered with cities that could well vie with Babylon. A whole geological period has swept over the land, since those cities breathed their last, as the mounds of shifting sand and the sterile and now dead soil of the immense central plains of the basin of Darim testify. The borderlands alone are superficially known to the traveler. Within those tablelands of sand there is water, and fresh oases are found blooming there, wherein no European foot has ever yet ventured, or trodden the now treacherous soil. Among these verdant oases there are some which are entirely inaccessible even to the profane native traveler. Hurricanes may tear up the sands and sweep whole plains away, they are powerless to destroy that which is beyond their reach. Built deep in the bowels of the earth, the subterranean stores are secure. And as their entrances are concealed, there is little fear that anyone would discover them, even should several armies invade the sandy wastes where not a pool, not a bush, not a house is seen. And the mountain range forms a rugged screen round the parched flats of the dry desert. But there is no need to send the reader across the desert, when the same proofs of ancient civilization are found even in comparatively populated regions of the same country. The oasis of Churchan, for instance, situated about 4,000 feet above the level of the river Churchandaria, is now surrounded in every direction by the ruins of archaic towns and cities. There, some 3,000 human beings represent the relics of about 100 extinct nations and races, the very names of which are now unknown to our ethnologists. An anthropologist would feel more than embarrassed to class, divide and subdivide them. The more so, as the respective descendants of all these antediluvian races and tribes themselves know as little of their own forefathers as if they had fallen from the moon. When questioned about their origin, they reply that they know not whence their fathers had come, but had heard that their first, or earliest, men were ruled by the great genii of these deserts. This may be put down to ignorance and superstition, yet in view of the teachings of the Secret Doctrine, the answer may be based upon primeval tradition. Alone the tribe of Khorasan claims to have come from what is now known as Afghanistan, long before the days of Alexander, and brings legendary lore to that effect in corroboration. The Russian traveler Colonel, now General, Przewalski found quite close to the oasis of Churchin the ruins of two enormous cities, the oldest of which, according to local tradition, was destroyed 3,000 years ago by a hero and giant, and the other by Mongolians in the 10th century of our era. The emplacement of the two cities is now covered, owing to shifting sands and the desert wind, with strange and heterogeneous relics, with broken china and kitchen utensils and human bones. The natives often find copper and gold coins, melted silver ingots, diamonds, and turquoises, and what is the most remarkable, broken glass. Coffins of some undecaying wood, or material, also, within which beautifully preserved embalmed bodies are found. The male mummies are all extremely tall, powerfully built men with long wavy hair. A vault was found with 12 dead men sitting in it. Another time, in a separate coffin, a young girl was discovered by us. Her eyes were closed with golden discs, and the jaws held firm by a golden circlet running from under the chin across the top of the head. Clad in a narrow woolen garment, her bosom was covered with golden stars, the feet being left naked. 21. To this, the famous traveler adds that all along their way on the river Churchin they heard legends about 23 towns buried ages ago by the shifting sands of the deserts. The same tradition exists on the Lob Nor and in the oasis of Caria. The traces of such civilization, and these and like traditions, give us the right to credit other legendary lore, warranted by well-educated and learned natives of India and Mongolia who speak of immense libraries reclaimed from the sand, together with various relics of ancient magic lore, which have all been safely stowed away. To recapitulate. The Secret Doctrine was the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Proofs of its diffusion, authentic records of its history, a complete chain of documents, showing its character and presence in every land, together with the teaching of all its great adepts, exist to this day in the secret crypts of libraries belonging to the occult fraternity. This statement is rendered more credible by a consideration of the following facts: the tradition of the thousands of ancient parchments saved when the Alexandrian library was destroyed, the thousands of Sanskrit works which disappeared in India in the reign of Akbar, the universal tradition in China and Japan that the true ancient texts with the commentaries, which alone make them comprehensible, amounting to many thousands of volumes, have long passed out of the reach of profane hands, the disappearance of the vast sacred and occult literature of Babylon, the loss of those keys which alone could solve the 1,000 riddles of the Egyptian hieroglyphic records, the tradition in India that the real secret commentaries which alone make the Vedas intelligible, though no longer visible to profane eyes, still remain for the initiate, hidden in secret caves and crypts, and an identical belief among the Buddhists with regard to their secret books. The occultists assert that all these exist, safe from Western spoliating hands, to reappear in some more enlightened age, for which, in the words of the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the Mlechchas, outcasts, savages, those beyond the pale of Aryan civilization, will have to wait. For it is not the fault of the initiates that these documents are now lost to the profane, nor was their policy dictated by selfishness, or any desire to monopolize the life-giving sacred lore. There were portions of the secret science that for incalculable ages had to remain concealed from the profane gaze. But this was because the imparting to the unprepared multitude secrets of such tremendous importance was equivalent to giving a child a lighted candle in a powder magazine. The answer to a question which has frequently arisen in the minds of students, when meeting with statements such as this, may well be outlined here. We can understand, they say, the necessity for concealing from the herd such secrets as the vril, or the rock-destroying force, discovered by J. W. Keeley, of Philadelphia, but we cannot understand how any danger could arise from the revelation of such a purely philosophical doctrine, for instance, as the evolution of the planetary chains. The danger was that such doctrines as the planetary chain, or the 7 races, at once give a clue to the sevenfold nature of man, for each principle is correlated to a plane, a planet, and a race, and the human principles are, on every plane, correlated to sevenfold occult forces, those of the higher planes being of tremendous power. So that any septenary division at once gives a clue to tremendous occult powers, the abuse of which would cause incalculable evil to humanity. A clue which is, perhaps, no clue to the present generation, especially to Westerns, protected as they are by their very blindness and ignorant materialistic disbelief in the occult, but a clue which would, nevertheless, have been very real in the early centuries of the Christian era to people fully convinced of the reality of occultism, and entering a cycle of degradation which made them rife for abuse of occult powers and sorcery of the worst description. The documents were concealed, it is true, but the knowledge itself and its actual existence was never made a secret of by the hierophants of the temples, wherein the mysteries have ever been made a discipline and stimulus to virtue. This is very old news, and was repeatedly made known by the great adepts, from Pythagoras and Plato down to the Neoplatonists. It was the new religion of the Nazarenes that wrought a change for the worse in the policy of centuries. Moreover, there is a well-known fact, a very curious one, corroborated to the writer by a reverend gentleman attached for years to a Russian embassy, that there are several documents in the St. Petersburg imperial libraries to show that, even so late as the days when Freemasonry and secret societies of mystics flourished without hindrance in Russia, namely at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, more than one Russian mystic traveled to Tibet via the Ural Mountains in search of knowledge and initiation in the unknown crypts of Central Asia. And more than one returned years later, with a rich store of information such as could never have been given him anywhere in Europe. Several cases could be cited and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the late initiates referred to. Let anyone look over the annals and history of Freemasonry in the archives of the Russian metropolis, and he will assure himself of the fact above stated. This is a corroboration of what has been stated many times before, unfortunately, too indiscreetly. Instead of benefiting humanity, the virulent charges of deliberate invention and imposture with a purpose, hurled at those who asserted a veritable, even if a little known fact, have only generated bad karma for the slanderers. But now the mischief is done, and truth should no longer be denied, whatever the consequences. Is Theosophy a new religion, we are asked? By no means, it is not a religion, nor is its philosophy new. For, as already stated, it is as old as thinking man. Its tenets are not now published for the first time, but have been cautiously given out to, and taught by, more than one European initiate, especially by the late Ragan. More than one great scholar has stated that there never was a religious founder, whether Arian, Semitic or Turanian, who had invented a new religion, or revealed a new truth. These founders were all transmitters, not original teachers. They were the authors of new forms and interpretations, while the truths upon which their teachings were based were as old as mankind. Thus out of the many truths revealed orally to man in the beginning, preserved and perpetuated in the addita of the temples through initiation, during the mysteries and by personal transmission, they selected one or more of such grand verities, actualities visible only to the eye of the real sage and seer, and revealed them to the masses. Thus every nation received in its turn some of the said truths, under the veil of its own local and special symbolism, which, as time went on, developed into a more or less philosophical cultus, a pantheon in mythical disguise. Therefore is Confucius, a very ancient legislator in historical chronology, though a very modern sage in the world's history, shown by Dr. Leg 22 to be emphatically a transmitter, not a maker. As he himself says, I only hand on, I cannot create new things. I believe in the ancients and therefore I love them. 23. The writer loves them too, and therefore believes in these ancients, and the modern heirs to their wisdom. And believing in both, she now transmits that which she has received and learnt herself, to all those who will accept it. As to those who may reject her testimony, the great majority, she will bear them no malice, for they will be as right in their way in denying, as she is right in hers in affirming, since they look at truth from two entirely different standpoints. Agreeably with the rules of critical scholarship, the Orientalist has to reject a priori whatever evidence he cannot fully verify for himself. And how can a Western scholar accept on hearsay that which he knows nothing about? Indeed, that which is given in these volumes is selected from oral, as much as from written teachings. This first installment of the esoteric doctrines is based upon stanzas, which are the records of a people unknown to ethnology. They are written, it is claimed, in a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects with which philology is acquainted, are said to emanate from a source repudiated by science, to wit, occultism. And finally they are offered through an agency, incessantly discredited before the world by all those who hate unwelcome truths, or have some special hobby of their own to defend. Therefore, the rejection of these teachings may be expected, and must be expected beforehand. No one styling himself a scholar, in whatever department of exact science, will permit himself to regard these teachings seriously. They will be derided and rejected a priori in this century, but only in this one. For in the 20th century of our era scholars will begin to recognize that the secret doctrine has neither been invented nor exaggerated, but, on the contrary, simply outlined, and finally that its teachings antedate the Vedas. This is no pretension to prophecy, but simply a statement based on the knowledge of facts. Every century an attempt is being made to show the world that occultism is no vain superstition. Once the door is permitted to remain a little ajar, it will be opened wider with every new century. The times are ripe for a more serious knowledge than hitherto permitted, though still, even now, very limited. For have not even the Vedas been derided, rejected, and called a modern forgery, even so recently as 50 years ago? Was not Sanskrit proclaimed at one time the progeny of, and a dialect derived from, the Greek, according to Lempriere and other scholars? About 1820, as Prof. Max Muller tells us, the sacred books of the Brahmins, of the Magians, and of the Buddhists, were all but unknown, their very existence was doubted, and there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda. Of the Zend-Avesta, or, of the Buddhist Tripitaka, and now the Vedas are proved to be the work of the highest antiquity, whose preservation amounts almost to a marvel. The same will be said of the secret archaic doctrine, when undeniable proofs are given of its existence and records. But it will be centuries before much more is given from it. Speaking of the keys to the zodiacal mysteries as being almost lost to the world, it was remarked by the writer some 10 years ago in Isis Unveiled that, the said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will give it but one turn, and thereby allow the profane one glimpse into the mystery. Happy he who understands the whole. The same may be said of the whole esoteric system. One turn of the key, and no more, was given in Isis Unveiled. Much more is explained in these volumes. In those days the writer hardly knew the language in which the work was written, and the disclosure of many things, freely spoken about now, was forbidden. In century the 20th, some disciple more informed, and far better fitted, may be sent by the masters of wisdom to give final and irrefutable proofs that there exists a science called Gupta Vidya. And that, like the once mysterious sources of the Nile, the source of all religions and philosophies now made known to the world has been for many ages forgotten and lost to men, but it is at last found. Such a work as this has to be introduced with no simple preface, but with a volume rather, one that would give facts, not mere disquisitions, since the secret doctrine is not a treatise, or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. It would be worse than useless to publish in these pages even those portions of the esoteric teachings that have now escaped from confinement, unless the genuineness and authenticity, or at any rate the probability, of the existence of such teachings were first established. Such statements as will now be made, have to be shown as warranted by various authorities, such as ancient philosophers, classical writers, and even certain learned church fathers, some of whom knew these doctrines because they had studied them, had seen and read works written upon them, and some of whom had even been personally initiated into the ancient mysteries, during the performance of which the arcane doctrines were allegorically enacted. The writer will have to give historical and trustworthy names, and to cite well-known authors, ancient and modern, of recognized ability, good judgment, and truthfulness, as also to name some of the famous proficients in the secret arts and science. Together with the mysteries of the latter, as they are divulged, or rather partially presented before the public in their strange archaic form. How is this to be done? What is the best way for achieving such an object, has been the ever-recurring question. To make our plan clearer, an illustration may be attempted. When a tourist, coming from a well-explored country, suddenly reaches the borderland of a terra incognita, hedged in, and shut out from view by a formidable barrier of impassable rocks. He may still refuse to acknowledge himself baffled in his exploratory plans. Ingress beyond is forbidden. But if he cannot visit the mysterious region personally, he may still find a means of examining it from as short a distance as can be arrived at. Helped by his knowledge of the landscapes left behind, he can get a general and pretty correct idea of the transmural view, if he will only climb to the loftiest summit of the altitudes in front of him. Once there, he can gaze at it at his leisure, comparing that which he dimly perceives with that which he has just left below, now that he is, thanks to his own efforts, beyond the line of the mists and the cloud-capped cliffs. Such a point of preliminary observation cannot in these 2 volumes be offered to those who would like to get a more correct understanding of the mysteries of the pre-archaic periods given in the texts. But if the reader has patience, and will glance at the present state of beliefs and creeds in Europe, compare and check it with what is known to history of the ages directly preceding and following the Christian era, then he will find all this in a future volume of the present work. In the latter volume a brief recapitulation will be made of all the principal adepts known to history, and the downfall of the mysteries will be described. After which began the disappearance and the systematic and final elimination from the memory of men of the real nature of initiation and the sacred science. From that time its teachings became occult, and magic sailed but too often under the venerable but frequently misleading name of Hermetic philosophy. As real occultism had been prevalent among the mystics during the centuries that preceded our era, so magic, or rather sorcery, with its occult arts, followed the beginning of Christianity. However great and zealous the fanatical efforts, during these early centuries, to obliterate every trace of the mental and intellectual labor of the pagans, they were a failure. But the same spirit of the dark demon of bigotry and intolerance has ever since systematically perverted every bright page written in the pre-Christian periods. Even history, in her uncertain records, has preserved enough of that which has survived to throw an impartial light upon the whole. Let, then, the reader tarry a little while with the writer on the spot of observation selected. He is asked to give all his attention to that millennium of the pre-Christian and the post-Christian periods, divided by the year 1 of the Nativity. This event, whether historically correct or not, has nevertheless been made to serve as a first signal for the erection of manifold bulwarks against any possible return of, or even a glimpse into, the hated religions of the past. Hated and dreaded, because throwing such a vivid light on the novel and intentionally veiled interpretation of what is now known as the New Dispensation. However superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed. Hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige of that ancient wisdom, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands, perhaps millions, of missas burnt. Of monuments, with their too indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols, pulverized to dust. Of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming about among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and mountain, valley and highland, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar. Scroll or parchment they could lay their hands on, if only it bore the symbol of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith, and he will then see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirit of fanaticism of early and medieval Christianity and of Islam has loved from the first to dwell in darkness and ignorance, and both have made the sun like blood, the earth a tomb, the tomb a hell, and hell itself a murkier gloom. Both creeds have won their proselytes at the point of the sword, both have built their churches on heaven-kissing hecatombs of human victims. Over the gateway of century I of our era, the ominous words, the karma of Israel, fatally glowed. Over the portals of our own, the future seer may discern other words, that will point to the karma for cunningly made-up history, for events purposely perverted, and for great characters slandered by posterity, mangled out of recognition. between the two cars of Jugnanatha, bigotry and materialism. One accepting too much, the other denying all. Wise is he who holds to the golden midpoint, who believes in the eternal justice of things. Says Faizi Diwan, the witness to the wonderful speeches of a free thinker who belongs to 1,000 sects. In the assembly of the day of resurrection, when past things shall be forgiven, the sins of the Kaaba will be forgiven for the sake of the dust of Christian churches. To this, Professor Max Muller replies, the sins of Islam are as worthless as the dust of Christianity. On the day of resurrection both Mohammedans and Christians will see the vanity of their religious doctrines. Men fight about religion on earth. In heaven they shall find out that there is only one true religion, the worship of God's Spirit. 24. In other words, there is no religion, or law, higher than truth, Satyat Nasti Paro Dharma, the motto of the Maharaja of Benares, adopted by the Theosophical Society. As already said in the preface, the Secret Doctrine is not a version of Isis unveiled, as originally intended. It is rather a volume explanatory of the latter, and, though entirely independent of the earlier work, an indispensable corollary to it. Much of what was in the former work could hardly be understood by Theosophists in those days. The Secret Doctrine will now throw light on many a problem left unsolved in the first work, especially on the opening pages, which have never been understood. As it was concerned simply with the philosophies within historical times and the respective symbolism of the fallen nations, only a hurried glance could be thrown at the panorama of occultism in the 2 volumes of Isis. In the present work, detailed cosmogony and the evolution of the 4 races that preceded our 5th race humanity are given, and now 2 large volumes explain that which was stated only on the first page of Isis unveiled alone. And in a few allusions scattered hither and thither throughout that work. Nor can the vast catalogue of the archaic sciences be attempted in the present volumes, before we have disposed of such tremendous problems as cosmic and planetary evolution, and the gradual development of the mysterious humanities and races that preceded our Adamic humanity. Therefore, the present attempt to elucidate some mysteries of the esoteric philosophy has, in truth, nothing to do with the earlier work. The writer must be allowed to illustrate what is said by an instance. Volume I of Isis begins with a reference to an old book. So very old that our modern antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning, the Secret Doctrine, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam 25 like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle. And then, having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again, and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy, until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. This very old book is the original work from which the many volumes of QTI were compiled. Not only the latter and the Secret Doctrine, but even the Separate Yetzirah 26, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to their patriarch Abraham. The Shuking, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth Hermes, the Puranas in India, the Chaldean Book of Numbers and the Pentateuch itself, are all derived from that one small parent volume. Tradition says, that it was taken down in Censor, the secret sacerdotal tongue, from the words of divine beings, who dictated it to the sons of light, in Central Asia, at the very beginning of our 5th race. For there was a time when its language, the Censor, was known to the initiates of every nation, when the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis, who inherited it, in their turn. From the sages of the 3rd race, the Manushis, who learnt it direct from the Devas of the 2nd and 1st races. The illustration spoken of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races and of our 4th and 5th race humanity in the Vivasvata Manvantara, or round, each round being composed of the Yugas of the 7 periods of humanity. 4 of which are now past in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. This illustration is symbolical, as every one can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races, from the first down to our own fifth race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, just 4,989 years ago, at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. But there exists another book. None of its possessors regard it as very ancient, as it was born with, and is only as old as the Black Age, namely, about 5,000 years. In about 9 years hence, the first cycle of the first 5 millenniums, that began with the great cycle of the Kali Yuga, will end. And then the last prophecy contained in that book, the first volume of the prophetic record for the Black Age, will be accomplished. We have not long to wait, and many of us will witness the dawn of the new cycle, at the end of which not a few accounts will be settled and squared between the races. Volume 2 of the prophecies is nearly ready, having been in preparation since the time of Buddha's grand successor, Shankaracharya. One more important point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval, universal wisdom, at any rate for Christian Kabbalists and students. The teachings were, at least, partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained, on purely historical grounds, that Origen, Synesius, and even Clemens Alexandrinus, had themselves been initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school that of the Gnostics. Under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the secret schools, though by no means all, were preserved in the Vatican, and have since become part and parcel of the mysteries. In the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church. Such is the now materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for the great persecution set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, Masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of the supreme struggle, that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence the vista into the far distant past, beyond the deluge and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly shut out by every fair and unfair means from the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record upon which hands could be laid, destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every requisite evidence of the actual existence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological and political cataclysms, to tell the story. And every survival shows evidence that the now secret wisdom was once the one fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source, from which were fed all the streamlets, the later religions of all nations, from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and finishing with the Neoplatonists and Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein converge for the last time the bright rays of light streaming from the eons of times gone by, unobscured by the hand of bigotry and fanaticism. This accounts for the necessity under which the writer has labored of ever explaining the facts given from the hoariest past by evidence gathered from the historical period, even at the risk of being once more charged with a lack of method and system. No other means was at hand. The public must be made acquainted with the efforts of many world adepts, of initiated poets and writers in the classics of every age, to preserve in the records of humanity the knowledge at least of the existence of such a philosophy, if not actually of its tenets. The initiates of 1888 would indeed remain incomprehensible and even a seemingly impossible myth, were not like initiates shown to have lived in every other age of history. This could be done only by naming chapter and verse where mention may be found of these great characters, who were preceded and followed by a long and interminable line of other famous antediluvian and post-diluvian masters in the arts. Thus only could it be shown, on semi-traditional and semi-historical authority, that occult knowledge and the powers it confers on man, are not altogether fictions, but that they are as old as the world itself. To my judges, past and future, therefore, whether they are serious literary critics, or those howling dervishes in literature who judge a book according to the popularity or unpopularity of the author's name, who, hardly glancing at its contents, fasten like lethal bacilli on the weakest points of the body, I have nothing to say. Nor shall I condescend to notice those crack-brained slanderers, fortunately very few in number, who, hoping to attract public attention by throwing discredit on every writer whose name is better known than their own, foam and bark at their very shadows. These, having first maintained for years that the doctrines taught in the Theosophist, and which culminated in esoteric Buddhism, had been all invented by the present writer, have finally turned round and denounced Isis unveiled and the rest as a plagiarism from Eliphas Levi, Paracelsus, and, mirabile dictu, Buddhism and Brahmanism. As well charge Renan with having stolen his Vie de Jesus from the Gospels, and Max Muller his sacred books of the East or his chips from the philosophies of the Brahmins and of Gautama, the Buddha. But to the public in general and the readers of the Secret Doctrine I may repeat what I have stated all along, and which I now clothe in the words of Montaigne. Gentlemen, I have here made only a nosegay of culled flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them. Pull the string to pieces and cut it up in shreds, if you will. As for the nosegay of facts, you will never be able to make away with these. You can only ignore them, and no more. We may close with a parting word concerning this first volume. In an introduction prefacing chapters dealing chiefly with cosmogony, certain subjects brought forward may be deemed out of place, but one more consideration added to those already given has led me to touch upon them. Every reader will inevitably judge the statements made from the standpoint of his own knowledge, experience, and consciousness, basing his judgment on what he has already learnt. This fact the writer is constantly obliged to bear in mind. Hence, also the frequent references in this first volume to matters which, properly speaking, belong to a later part of the work, but which could not be passed by in silence. Lest the reader should look upon it as a fairy tale indeed, a fiction of some modern brain. Thus, the past shall help to realize the present, and the latter to better appreciate the past. The errors of the day must be explained and swept away. Yet it is more than probable, nay in the present case it amounts to certitude, that once more the testimony of long ages and of history will fail to impress any but the very intuitional, which is equal to saying the very few. But in this as in all like cases, the true and the faithful may console themselves by presenting the skeptical modern Sadducee with the mathematical proof and memorial of his obdurate obstinacy and bigotry. There still exists somewhere in the archives of the French Academy, the famous law of probabilities worked out by certain mathematicians for the benefit of skeptics by an algebraical process. It runs thus: if two persons give their evidence to a fact, and thus impart to it each of them 5/6 of certitude, that fact will have then 35/36 of certitude, i.e., its probability will bear to its improbability the ratio of 35 to 1. If three such evidences are joined together the certitude will become 215 of 216. The agreement of 10 persons giving each 1/2 of certitude will produce 1023/1024, etc., etc. The occultist may remain satisfied with such certitude, and care for no more. Proem, pages from a prehistoric record. An archaic manuscript, a collection of palm leaves made impermeable to water, fire, and air, by some specific and unknown process, is before the writer's eye. On the first page is an immaculate white disk within a dull black ground. On the following page, the same disk, but with a central point. The first, the student knows, represents Cosmos in eternity, before the reawakening of still slumbering energy, the emanation of the world in later systems. The point in the hitherto immaculate disk, space and eternity in pralaya, denotes the dawn of differentiation. It is the point in the mundane egg, the germ within it which will become the universe, the all, the boundless, periodical cosmos, a germ which is latent and active, periodically and by turns. The one circle is divine unity, from which all proceeds, whither all returns, its circumference, a forcibly limited symbol, in view of the limitation of the human mind, indicates the abstract, ever incognizable presence, and its plane. the universal soul, although the two are one. Only, the face of the disk being white, and the surrounding ground black, clearly shows that its plane is the soul knowledge, dim and hazy though it still is, that is attainable by man. It is on this plane that the manvantaric manifestations begin. For it is in this soul, that slumbers, during the pralaya, the divine thought, 27 wherein lies concealed the plan of every future cosmogony and theogony. It is the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being. Unconscious, yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable, yet the one self-existing reality, truly, a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Its one absolute attribute, which is itself, eternal, ceaseless motion, is called in esoteric parlance the great breath 28, which is the perpetual motion of the universe, in the sense of limitless, ever-present space. That which is motionless cannot be divine. But then there is nothing in fact and reality absolutely motionless within the universal soul. Almost 5 centuries BC. Leucippus, the instructor of Democritus, maintained that space was eternally filled with atoms actuated by a ceaseless motion, which, in due course of time, as they aggregated, generated rotatory motion. Through mutual collisions producing lateral movements. Epicurus and Lucretius taught the same doctrine, adding however to the lateral motion of the atoms the idea of affinity, an occult teaching. From the beginning of man's inheritance, from the first appearance of the architects of the globe he lives on, the unrevealed deity was recognized and considered under its only philosophical aspect, universal motion. The thrill of the creative breath in nature. Occultism sums up the one existence thus: deity is an arcane, living, or moving, fire, and the eternal witnesses to this unseen presence, are light, heat, moisture, this trinity including, and being the cause of, every phenomenon in nature. 29 Intracosmic motion is eternal and ceaseless. Cosmic motion, the visible, or that which is subject to perception, is finite and periodical. As an eternal abstraction it is the ever-present. As a manifestation, it is finite both in the coming direction and the opposite, the two being the alpha and omega of successive reconstructions. Cosmos, the noumenon, has not to do with the causal relations of the phenomenal world. It is only with reference to the intracosmic soul, the ideal cosmos in the immutable divine thought, that we may say, it never had a beginning nor will it have an end. With regard to its body or cosmic organization, though it cannot be said that it had a first, or will ever have a last construction, yet at each new manvantara, its organization may be regarded as the first and the last of its kind. As it evolves every time on a higher plane. A few years ago only, it was stated that the esoteric doctrine, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even Kabbalism, teaches that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity. And in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu these conditions are called the days and the nights of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate only upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat. And deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theologians and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers which have worked out the visible universe, and which becomes with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the male Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator, but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the Secret Doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from without inwardly and from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law. And the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed. And darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor from the secret books, which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world. And an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series, which had no beginning and will have no end. 30. This passage will be explained, as far as it is possible, in the present work. Though it contains nothing new to the Orientalist, as it now stands, its esoteric interpretation may contain a good deal which has hitherto remained entirely unknown to the Western student. The first illustration is a plain disk, circle. The second in the archaic symbol shows a disk with a point in it, circle with dot, the first differentiation in the periodical manifestations of the ever-eternal nature, sexless and infinite, a deity in that. 31 or potential space within abstract space. In its third stage the point is transformed into a diameter, circle with line. It now symbolizes a divine immaculate mother nature within the all-embracing absolute infinitude. When the horizontal diameter is crossed by a vertical one, circle with cross, it becomes the mundane cross. Humanity has reached its third root race, it is the sign for the origin of human life. When the circumference disappears and leaves only the cross, it is a sign that the fall of man into matter is accomplished, and the fourth race begins. The cross within a circle symbolizes pure pantheism. When the cross is left uninscribed, it becomes phallic. It had the same and yet other meanings as a tau inscribed within a circle, circle with lines, tau. Or as a Thor's hammer, the so-called Jaina cross, or svastika, within a circle, circle with swastika. By the third symbol, the circle divided in two by a horizontal diameter, was meant the first manifestation of creative nature, still passive, because feminine. The first shadowy perception of man connected with procreation is feminine, because man knows his mother more than his father. Hence female deities were more sacred than male. Nature is therefore feminine, and, to a degree, objective and tangible, and the spirit principle which fructifies it, is concealed. 32 By adding to the horizontal line in the circle, a perpendicular, the tau was formed, T, the oldest form of the letter. It was the glyph of the third root race to the day of its symbolical fall, i.e. when the separation of sexes by natural evolution took place, when the figure became, circle with vertical line, or sexless life modified or separated, a double glyph or symbol. With the subraces of our fifth race it became in symbology the sacre, and in Hebrew Kavva, of the first formed races, 33 then it changed into the Egyptian emblem of life, Ankh, and still later into the sign of Venus, female symbol. Then comes the svastika, Thor's hammer, now the Hermetic cross, entirely separated from its circle, thus becoming purely phallic. The esoteric symbol of Kali Yuga is the five-pointed star reversed, with its 2 points, horns, turned heavenward, thus, five-pointed star, the sign of human sorcery, a position every occultist will recognize as one of the left hand. And used in ceremonial magic. It is hoped that during the perusal of this work the erroneous ideas of the public in general with regard to pantheism will be modified. It is wrong and unjust to regard the Buddhists and Advaitin occultists as atheists. If not all of them philosophers, they are, at any rate, all logicians, their objections and arguments being based on strict reasoning. Indeed, if the Parabrahman of the Hindus may be taken as a representative of the hidden and nameless deities of other nations, this absolute principle will be found to be the prototype from which all the others were copied. Parabrahman is not God, because it is not a god. It is that which is supreme, and not supreme, paravera. 34 It is supreme as cause, not supreme as effect. Parabrahman is simply, as a secondless reality, the all-inclusive cosmos, or rather the infinite cosmic space, in the highest spiritual sense, of course. Brahman, neuter, being the unchanging, pure, free, undecaying supreme root, the one true existence, paramarthika, and the absolute chit and chaitanya, intelligence, consciousness, cannot be a cognizer, for that can have no subject of cognition. Can the flame be called the essence of fire? This essence is the life and light of the universe. The visible fire and flame are destruction, death, and evil. Fire and flame destroy the body of an arhat, their essence makes him immortal. 35 The knowledge of the Absolute Spirit, like the effulgence of the sun, or like heat and fire, is not else than the absolute essence itself, says Shankaracharya. It is the spirit of the fire, not fire itself. Therefore, the attributes of the latter, heat or flame, are not the attributes of the spirit, but of that of which that spirit is the unconscious cause. Is not the above sentence the true keynote of later Rosicrucian philosophy? Parabrahman is, in short, the collective aggregate of cosmos in its infinity and eternity, the that and this to which distributive aggregates cannot be applied. 36 In the beginning this was the self, one only. 37 And the great Shankaracharya explains that this refers to the universe, Jagat, the words, in the beginning, meaning before the reproduction of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, when the pantheists echo the Upanishads, which state, as in the Secret Doctrine, that this cannot create, they do not deny a creator, or rather a collective aggregate of creators. They simply refuse, very logically, to attribute creation, and especially formation, something finite, to an infinite principle. With them, Parabrahman is a passive because an absolute cause, the unconditioned mukta. It is only limited omniscience and omnipotence that are refused to the latter, because these are still attributes, reflected in man's perceptions. And because Parabrahman, being the supreme all, the ever-invisible spirit and soul of nature, changeless and eternal, can have no attributes. The term absoluteness very naturally precluding any idea of the finite or condition from being connected with it. And if the Vedantins postulate attributes as belonging simply to its emanation, calling it Ishvara plus Maya, and avidya, agnosticism and nescience rather than ignorance, it is difficult to find any atheism in this conception. 38 Since there can be neither two infinites nor two absolutes in a universe supposed to be boundless, this self-existence can hardly be conceived of as creating personally. To the senses and in the perceptions of finite beings, that is non-being, in the sense that it is the one beingness. For, in this all lies concealed its co-eternal and coeval emanation or inherent radiation, which, becoming periodically Brahmâ, the male-female potency, expands itself into the manifested universe. Narayana moving on the abstract waters of space, is transformed into the waters of concrete substance moved by him, who now becomes the manifested word or logos. The orthodox Brahmins, those who rise the most against the pantheists and Advaitins, calling them atheists, are forced, if Manu is any authority in this matter, to accept the death of Brahma, the creator. At the expiration of every age of this deity, 100 divine years, a period which in our years requires 15 figures to express. Yet no philosopher among them will view this death in any other sense than as a temporary disappearance from the manifested plane of existence, or as a periodical rest. The occultists are, therefore, at one with the Advaita Vedantin philosophers as to the above tenet. They show, on philosophical grounds, the impossibility of accepting the idea of the absolute all-creating or even evolving the golden egg, into which it is said to enter in order to transform itself into Brahma, the creator, who later expands himself into the gods and all the visible universe. They say that absolute unity cannot pass to infinity, for infinity presupposes the limitless extension of something, and the duration of that something. And the one all, like space, which is its only mental and physical representation on this earth, or our plane of existence, is neither an object of, nor a subject to, perception. If one could suppose the eternal infinite all, the omnipresent unity, instead of being in eternity, becoming through periodical manifestation a manifold universe or a multiple personality, that unity would cease to be one. Locke's idea, that pure space is capable of neither resistance nor motion, is incorrect. Space is neither a limitless void, nor a conditioned fullness, but both. Being, on the plane of absolute abstraction, the ever-incognizable deity, which is void only to finite minds 39, and on that of maiavic perception, the plenum, the absolute container of all that is, whether manifested or unmanifested, it is, therefore, that absolute all. There is no difference between the Christian apostles, in him we live and move and have our being, and the Hindu rishis, the universe lives in, proceeds from, and will return to, Brahmâ, for Brahman, neuter, the unmanifested. Is that universe in abscondito, and Brahmâ, the manifested, is the Logos, made male, female 40 in the symbolical orthodox dogmas, the God of the apostle initiate and of the rishi being both the unseen and the visible space. Space is called, in esoteric symbolism, the seven-skinned eternal Mother-Father. From its undifferentiated to its differentiated surface it is composed of 7 layers. What is that which was, is, and will be, whether there is a universe or not? Whether there be gods or none, asks the esoteric censor catechism. And the answer made is, space. It is not the one unknown ever-present God in nature, or nature in abscondito, that is rejected, but the God of human dogma, and his humanized word. Man, in his infinite conceit and inherent pride and vanity, shaped it himself with his sacrilegious hand out of the material he found in his own small brain fabric, and forced it upon his fellows as a direct revelation from the one unrevealed space. 41 The occultist accepts revelation as coming from divine yet still finite beings, the manifested lives, never from the unmanifestable one life. From those entities, called primordial man, Jnani Buddhas, or Dhyan Chohans, the Rishi Prajapati of the Hindus, the Elohim or sons of God of the Jews, the planetary spirits of all nations, who have become gods for men. The occultist also regards the Adi Shakti, the direct emanation of Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of that, and the female aspect of the creative cause, Brahma, in her akashic form of the universal soul, as philosophically a Maya, and cause of human Maya. But this view does not prevent him from believing in its existence so long as it lasts, to wit, for one Mahamanvantara. Nor from applying Akasha, the radiation of Mula Prakriti 42 to practical purposes, connected as this world soul is with all natural phenomena known or unknown to science. The oldest religions of the world, exoterically, for the esoteric root or foundation is one, are the Indian, the Mazdean, and the Egyptian. Next comes the Chaldean, the outcome of these, now entirely lost to the world, except in its disfigured Sabaeanism as at present rendered by the archaeologists. Then, passing over a number of religions that will be mentioned later, comes the Jewish, esoterically following in the line of Babylonian magism, as in the Kabbalah, exoterically, a collection of allegorical legends, as in Genesis and the Pentateuch. Read by the light of the Zohar, the 4 initial chapters of Genesis are the fragment of a highly philosophical page in the world's cosmogony. Left in their symbolical disguise, they are a nursery tale, an ugly thorn in the side of science and logic, an evident effect of karma. To let them serve as a prologue to Christianity was a cruel revenge on the part of the rabbis, who knew better what their Pentateuch meant. It was a silent protest against their spoliation, and the Jews have now certainly the better of their traditional persecutors. The above-named exoteric creeds will be explained in the light of the universal doctrine as we proceed. The occult catechism contains the following questions and answers. What is it that ever is? Space, the eternal Anapatika, parentless. What is it that ever was? The germ in the root. What is it that is ever coming and going? The great breath. Then, there are 3 eternals? No, the 3 are one. That which ever is one, that which ever was is one, that which is ever being and becoming is also one, and this is space. Explain, O Lanu, disciple. The one is an unbroken circle, ring, with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere, the one is the boundless plane of the circle, manifesting a diameter only during the manvantaric periods. The one is the indivisible point found nowhere, perceived everywhere during those periods. It is the vertical and the horizontal, the father and the mother, the summit and base of the father, the two extremities of the mother, reaching in reality nowhere, for the one is the ring as also the rings that are within that ring. Light in darkness and darkness in light, the breath which is eternal. It proceeds from without inwardly, when it is everywhere, and from within outwardly, when it is nowhere, i.e., Maya, 43 one of the centers. 44 It expands and contracts, exhalation and inhalation. When it expands, the mother diffuses and scatters, when it contracts, the mother draws back and ingathers. This produces the periods of evolution and dissolution, manvantara and pralaya. The germ is invisible and fiery, the root, the plane of the circle, is cool, but during evolution and manvantara her garment is cold and radiant. Hot breath is the father who devours the progeny of the many-faced element, heterogeneous, and leaves the single-faced ones, homogeneous. Cool breath is the mother, who conceives, forms, brings forth, and receives them back into her bosom, to reform them at the dawn of the day of Brahmâ, or manvantara. For clearer understanding on the part of the general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmic elements, for entirely physical, and the 5th, ether, semi-material, which will become visible in the air towards the end of our 4th round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the 5th. The remaining 2 are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. They will, however, appear as presentments during the 6th and 7th races of this round, and will be fully known in the 6th and 7th rounds respectively. 45 These 7 elements with their numberless sub-elements, which are far more numerous than those known to science, are simply conditional modifications and aspects of the one and only element. This latter is not ether, 46 Not even akasha, but the source of these. The 5th element, now quite freely advocated by science, is not the ether hypothesized by Sir Isaac Newton, although he calls it by that name, having probably associated it in his mind with ether, the father-mother of antiquity. As Newton Intuition Ally says, nature is a perpetual circulatory worker, generating fluids out of solids, fixed things out of volatile, and volatile out of fixed, subtle out of gross, and gross out of subtle. Thus, perhaps, may all things be originated from ether. 47. The reader has to bear in mind that the stanzas treat only of the cosmogony of our own planetary system and of what is visible around it, after a solar pralaya. The secret teachings with regard to the evolution of the universal cosmos cannot be given, since they could not be understood by even the highest minds in this age, and there seem to be very few initiates, even among the greatest, who are allowed to speculate upon this subject. Moreover, the teachers say openly that not even the highest Yenichohans have ever penetrated the mysteries beyond those boundaries that separate the milliards of solar systems from the central sun, as it is called. Therefore, that which is given relates only to our visible cosmos, after a night of Brahmâ. Before the reader proceeds to the consideration of the stanzas from the Book of Zion which form the basis of the present work, it is absolutely necessary that he should be made acquainted with the few fundamental conceptions which underlie and pervade the entire system of thought to which his attention is invited. These basic ideas are few in number, but on their clear apprehension depends the understanding of all that follows. Therefore no apology is required for asking the reader to make himself familiar with these first, before entering on the perusal of the work itself. The Secret Doctrine then, establishes 3 fundamental propositions. I. An omnipresent, eternal, boundless and immutable principle, on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception and can only be dwarfed by any human expression or similitude. It is beyond the range and reach of thought, in the words of the Mandukya, unthinkable and unspeakable. To render these ideas clearer to the general reader, let him set out with the postulate that there is one absolute reality which antecedes all manifested, conditioned being. This infinite and eternal cause, dimly formulated in the unconscious and unknowable of current European philosophy, is the rootless root of all that was, is, or ever shall be. It is of course devoid of all attributes and is essentially without any relation to manifested, finite being. It is beingness rather than being, sat in Sanskrit, and is beyond all thought or speculation. This beingness is symbolized in the Secret Doctrine under two aspects. On the one hand, absolute abstract space, representing bare subjectivity, the one thing which no human mind can either exclude from any conception, or conceive of by itself. On the other, absolute abstract motion representing unconditioned consciousness. Even our Western thinkers have shown that consciousness is inconceivable to us apart from change, and motion best symbolizes change, its essential characteristic. This latter aspect of the one reality is also symbolized by the term the Great Breath, a symbol sufficiently graphic to need no further elucidation. Thus, then, the first fundamental axiom of the Secret Doctrine is this metaphysical one absolute beingness, symbolized by finite intelligence as the theological Trinity. It may, however, assist the student if a few further explanations are here given. Herbert Spencer has of late so far modified his agnosticism, as to assert that the nature of the first cause, 48 which the occultist more logically derives from the causeless cause, the eternal, and the unknowable, may be essentially the same as that of the consciousness which wells up within us, in short, that the impersonal reality pervading the cosmos is the pure noumenon of thought. This advance on his part brings him very near to the esoteric and Vedantin tenet. 49. Parabrahman, the one reality, the absolute, is the field of absolute consciousness, i.e. that essence which is out of all relation to conditioned existence, and of which conscious existence is a conditioned symbol. But once that we pass in thought from this, to us, absolute negation, duality supervenes in the contrast of spirit, or consciousness, and matter, subject and object. Spirit, or consciousness, and matter are, however, to be regarded, not as independent realities, but as the two symbols or aspects of the absolute, Parabrahman, which constitute the basis of conditioned being whether subjective or objective. Considering this metaphysical triad as the root from which proceeds all manifestation, the Great Breath assumes the character of precosmic ideation. It is the fons ideorago of force and of all individual consciousness, and supplies the guiding intelligence in the vast scheme of cosmic evolution. On the other hand, precosmic root substance, mula prakriti, is that aspect of the absolute which underlies all the objective planes of nature. Just as precosmic ideation is the root of all individual consciousness, so precosmic substance is the substratum of matter in the various grades of its differentiation. Hence it will be apparent that the contrast of these two aspects of the absolute is essential to the existence of the manifested universe. Apart from cosmic substance, cosmic ideation could not manifest as individual consciousness, since it is only through a vehicle, eupati, of matter that consciousness wells up as, I am I. A physical basis being necessary to focus a ray of the universal mind at a certain stage of complexity. Again, apart from cosmic ideation, cosmic substance would remain an empty abstraction, and no emergence of consciousness could ensue. The manifested universe, therefore, is pervaded by duality, which is, as it were, the very essence of its existence as manifestation. But just as the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are but aspects of the one unity in which they are synthesized, so, in the manifested universe, there is that which links spirit to matter, subject to object. This something, at present unknown to Western speculation, is called by occultists Phœbe. It is the bridge by which the ideas existing in the divine thought are impressed on cosmic substance as the laws of nature. Phœbe is thus the dynamic energy of cosmic ideation. Or, regarded from the other side, it is the intelligent medium, the guiding power of all manifestation, the thought divine transmitted and made manifest through the Dayan Chohans, 50 the architects of the visible world. Thus from spirit or cosmic ideation, comes our consciousness, from cosmic substance the several vehicles in which that consciousness is individualized and attains to self, or reflective, consciousness. While Phœbe, in its various manifestations, is the mysterious link between mind and matter, the animating principle electrifying every atom into life. The following summary will afford a clearer idea to the reader. 1. Absoluteness, the Parabrahman of the Vedantins or the one reality, Sat, which is, as Hegel says, both absolute being and non-being. 2. The first Logos, the impersonal, and, in philosophy, unmanifested Logos, the precursor of the manifested. This is the first cause, the unconscious, of European pantheists. 3. The second Logos, spirit matter, life, the spirit of the universe, Purusha and Prakriti. 4. The third Logos, cosmic ideation, Mahat or intelligence, the universal world soul, the cosmic noumenon of matter, the basis of the intelligent operations in and of nature, also called Mahabuddhi. The one reality, its dual aspects in the conditioned universe. Further, the Secret Doctrine affirms. 2. The eternity of the universe in toto as a boundless plane. Periodically, the playground of numberless universes incessantly manifesting and disappearing, called the manifesting stars, and the sparks of eternity. The eternity of the Pilgrim 51 is like a wink of the eye of self-existence, as the Book of Daisen puts it. The appearance and disappearance of worlds is like a regular tidal ebb of flux and reflux. This second assertion of the Secret Doctrine is the absolute universality of that law of periodicity, of flux and reflux, ebb and flow, which physical science has observed and recorded in all departments of nature. An alternation such as that of day and night, life and death, sleeping and waking, is a fact so common, so perfectly universal and without exception, that it is easy to comprehend that in it we see one of the absolutely fundamental laws of the universe. Moreover, the Secret Doctrine teaches 3. The fundamental identity of all souls with the universal Oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root. And the obligatory pilgrimage for every soul, a spark of the former, through the cycle of incarnation, or necessity, in accordance with cyclic and karmic law, during the whole term. In other words, no purely spiritual buddhi, divine soul, can have an independent conscious existence before the spark which issued from the pure essence of the universal sixth principle, or the Oversoul, has, a. passed through every elemental form of the phenomenal world of that manvantara, and, b. acquired individuality, first by natural impulse, and then by self-induced and self-devised efforts, checked by its karma, thus ascending through all the degrees of intelligence, from the lowest to the highest manas, from mineral and plant, up to the holiest archangel, Dhyani Buddha. The pivotal doctrine of the esoteric philosophy admits no privileges or special gifts in man, save those won by his own ego through personal effort and merit throughout a long series of metempsychoses and reincarnations. This is why the Hindus say that the universe is Brahman and Brahma, for Brahman is in every atom of the universe, the six principles in nature being all the outcome, the variously differentiated aspects, of the seventh and one. The only reality in the universe whether cosmic or microcosmic. And also why the permutations, psychic, spiritual and physical, on the plane of manifestation and form, of the sixth, Brahma the vehicle of Brahman, are viewed by metaphysical antiphrasis as elusive and myavic. For although the root of every atom individually and of every form collectively, is that seventh principle or the one reality, still, in its manifested phenomenal and temporary appearance, it is no better than an evanescent illusion of our senses. In its absoluteness, the one principle under its two aspects, Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti, is sexless, unconditioned and eternal. Its periodical manvantaric emanation, or primal radiation, is also one, androgynous and phenomenally finite. When the radiation radiates in its turn, all its radiations are also androgynous, to become male and female principles in their lower aspects. After pralaya, whether the great or minor pralaya, the latter leaving the worlds in statu quo 52, the first that reawakes to active life is the plastic akasha, father-mother, the spirit and soul of ether, or the plane of the circle. Space is called the mother before its cosmic activity, and father-mother at the first stage of reawakening. In the Kabbalah it is also father-mother-son. But whereas in the Eastern doctrine, these are the seventh principle of the manifested universe, or its Atmabuddhi Manas, spirit-soul intelligence, the triad branching off and dividing into 7 cosmical and 7 human principles. In the Western Kabbalah of the Christian mystics it is the triad or trinity, and with their occultists, the male-female Jehovah, Jehovah. In this lies the whole difference between the esoteric and the Christian trinities. The mystics and the philosophers, the Eastern and Western pantheists, synthesize their pregenetic triad in the pure divine abstraction. The Orthodox anthropomorphize it. Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Shankara, the 3 hypostases of the manifesting spirit of the Supreme Spirit, by which title Prithvi, the earth, greets Vishnu in his first avatara, are the purely metaphysical abstract qualities of formation, preservation, and destruction, and are the 3 divine avasthas, hypostases, of that which does not perish with created things, Achyuta, a name of Vishnu. Whereas the Orthodox Christian separates his personal creative deity into the 3 personages of the Trinity, and admits of no higher deity. The latter, in occultism, is the abstract triangle, with the Orthodox, the perfect cube. The creative God or the aggregate gods are regarded by the Eastern philosopher as Brantadarshana, false appearances, something conceived of, by reason of erroneous appearances, as a material form, and explained as arising from the elusive conception of the egotistic personal and human soul, lower 5th principle. It is beautifully expressed in a revised translation in Fitzedward Hall's notes to Wilson's translation of the Vishnu Purana. That Brahma in its totality, has essentially the aspect of Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, Mula Prakriti, and also the aspect of spirit and the aspect of time. Spirit, O twice born, is the leading aspect of the Supreme Brahma. 53. The next is a twofold aspect, Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, and time is the last. Cronus is shown in the Orphic Theogony also as being a generated god or agent. At this stage of the reawakening of the universe, the sacred symbolism represents it as a perfect circle with the point, root, in the center. This sign was universal, therefore we find it in the Kabbalah also. The Western Kabbalah, however, now in the hands of Christian mystics, ignores it altogether, though it is plainly shown in the Zohar. These sectarians begin at the end, and give, as the symbol of pregenetic cosmos, cross, calling it the union of the rose and cross, the great mystery of occult generation, from whence the name, Rosicrucian, rose cross. This may be seen from one of the most important and best known of their symbols, one which has never been hitherto understood even by modern mystics. It is that of the pelican tearing open its breast to feed its 7 little ones, the real creed of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross and a direct outcome from the Eastern Secret Doctrine. Brahman, neuter, is called Kalahamsa, meaning, as explained by Western Orientalists, the eternal swan, or goose, and so is Brahma, the creator. A great mistake is thus brought under notice. It is Brahman, neuter, which ought to be referred to as Hamsavahana, that which uses the swan as its vehicle, and not Brahma, the creator, who is the real Kalahamsa. While Brahman, neuter, is Hamsa, and Ahamsa, as will be explained in the commentaries. Let it be understood that the terms Brahma and Parabrahman are not used here because they belong to our esoteric nomenclature, but simply because they are more familiar to the students in the West. Both are the perfect equivalents of our 1, 3, and 7 voweled terms, which stand for the one all, and the one all in all. Such are the basic conceptions on which the Secret Doctrine rests. It would not be in place here to enter upon any defense or proof of their inherent reasonableness. Nor can I pause to show how they are, in fact, contained, though too often under a misleading guise, in every system of thought or philosophy worthy of the name. Once that the reader has gained a clear comprehension of them and realized the light which they throw on every problem of life, they will need no further justification in his eyes, because their truth will be to him as evident as the sun in heaven. I pass on, therefore, to the subject matter of the stanzas as given in this volume, adding a skeleton outline of them, in the hope of thereby rendering the task of the student more easy. By placing before him in a few words the general conception therein explained. The history of cosmic evolution, as traced in the stanzas, is, so to say, the abstract algebraical formula of that evolution. Hence the student must not expect to find there an account of all the stages and transformations which intervene between the first beginnings of universal evolution and our present state. To give such an account would be as impossible as it would be incomprehensible to men who cannot grasp the nature of even the plane of existence next to that to which, for the moment, their consciousness is limited. The stanzas, therefore, give an abstract formula which can be applied, mutatis mutandis, to all evolution, to that of our tiny Earth, to that of the chain of planets of which that Earth forms one, to the solar universe to which that chain belongs, and so on, in an ascending scale, till the mind reels and is exhausted in the effort. The 7 stanzas given in this volume represent the 7 terms of this abstract formula. They refer to, and describe, the 7 great stages of the evolutionary process, which are spoken of in the Puranas as the 7 creations, and in the Bible as the days of creation. Stanza I describes the state of the One All during pralaya, before the first flutter of reawakening manifestation. A moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized, to describe it is impossible. Nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for, since it is the state of absoluteness per se, it can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Hence that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all those most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive, as the remotest limits attainable by their power of conception. Stanza 2 describes a stage which, to a Western mind, is so nearly identical with that mentioned in stanza I, that to express the idea of its difference would require a treatise in itself. Hence it must be left to the intuition and the higher faculties of the reader to grasp, as far as he can, the meaning of the allegorical phrases used. Indeed, it must be remembered that all these stanzas appeal to the inner faculties rather than to the ordinary comprehension of the physical brain. Stanza 3 describes the reawakening of the universe to life after pralaya. It depicts the emergence of the monads from their state of absorption within the One, the earliest and highest stage in the formation of worlds, the term monad being one which may apply equally to the vastest solar system or the tiniest atom. Stanza 4 shows the differentiation of the germ of the universe into the septenary hierarchy of conscious divine powers, which are the active manifestations of the one supreme energy. They are the framers, shapers, and ultimately the creators of all the manifested universe, in the only sense in which the name, creator, is intelligible, they inform and guide it. They are the intelligent beings who adjust and control evolution, embodying in themselves those manifestations of the one law, which we know as the laws of nature. Generically, they are known as the Dayan Chohans, though each of the various groups has its own designation in the Secret Doctrine. This stage of evolution is spoken of in Hindu mythology as the creation of the gods. Stanza V describes the process of world formation. First, diffused cosmic matter, then the fiery whirlwind, the first stage in the formation of a nebula. This nebula condenses, and after passing through various transformations, forms a solar universe, a planetary chain, or a single planet, as the case may be. Stanza 6 indicates the subsequent stages in the formation of a world, and brings the evolution of such a world down to its fourth great period, corresponding to the period in which we are now living. Stanza 7 continues the history, tracing the descent of life down to the appearance of man, and thus closes the first book of the Secret Doctrine. The development of man, from his first appearance on this earth in this round to the state in which we now find him, will form the subject of Book 2. The stanzas which form the thesis of every section are given throughout in their modern translated version, as it would be worse than useless to make the subject still more difficult by introducing the archaic phraseology of the original, with its puzzling style and words. Extracts are given from the Chinese, Tibetan and Sanskrit translations of the original censor commentaries and glosses on the Book of Dzyan, now rendered for the first time into a European language. It is almost unnecessary to state that only portions of the 7 stanzas are here given. Were they published complete, they would remain incomprehensible to all save a few high occultists. Nor is there any need to assure the reader that no more than most of the profane, does the writer, or rather the humble recorder, understand those forbidden passages. To facilitate the reading, and to avoid the too frequent reference to footnotes, it was thought best to blend together texts and glosses, using the Sanskrit and Tibetan proper names whenever these could not be avoided. In preference to giving the originals, the more so as the said terms are all accepted synonyms, the latter only being used between a master and his chellists, or disciples. Thus, were one to translate into English, using only the substantives and technical terms as employed in one of the Tibetan and Sensor versions, Shloka 1 would read as follows. Tho ag in Jigyo slept 7 korlo. Zodmanas jiba. All nyug bosom. Konchhog not, Thyankam not, Lachohan not, Tendril Chugni not, Dharmakaya ceased, Tgenchang not become, Barnong and Ssa in Governage, alone tho og in sin in night of Sunchan and Yongrub, Paranishpana, etc., etc. This would sound like pure abracadabra. As this work is written for the instruction of students of occultism, and not for the benefit of philologists, we may well avoid such foreign terms wherever it is possible to do so. The untranslatable terms alone, incomprehensible unless their meanings are explained, are left, but all such terms are rendered in their Sanskrit form. Needless to remind the reader that these are, in almost every case, the late developments of the latter language, and pertain to the fifth root race. Sanskrit, as now known, was not spoken by the Atlanteans, and most of the philosophical terms used in the systems of the India of the post-Mahabharatan period are not found in the Vedas, nor are they to be met with in the original stanzas. But only their equivalents. The reader who is not a theosophist, is once more invited to regard all that follows as a fairy tale, if he likes, at best as one of the yet unproven speculations of dreamers. And, at the worst, as an additional hypothesis to the many scientific hypotheses past, present and future, some exploded, others still lingering. It is not in any sense less scientific than are many of the so-called scientific theories. And it is in every case more philosophical and probable. In view of the abundant comments and explanations required, the references to the footnotes are marked in the usual way, while the sentences to be commented upon are marked with letters. Additional matter will be found in the chapters on symbolism, which are often more full of information than the commentaries. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas from the Book of Zion, with commentaries. Nor ought nor not existed, yon bright sky. Was not, nor heaven's broad roof outstretched above. What covered all? What sheltered? What concealed? Was it the water's fathomless abyss? There was no death, yet there was not immortal. There was no confine betwixt day and night. The only one breathed breathless by itself. Other than it there nothing since has been. Darkness there was, and all at first was veiled. In gloom profound, an ocean without light. The germ that still lay covered in the husk. Burst forth, one nature, from the fervent heat. Who knows the secret? Who proclaimed it here? Whence this manifold creation sprang? The gods themselves came later into being. Who knows from whence this great creation sprang? That, whence all this great creation came. Whether its will created or was mute. The Most High Seer that is in highest heaven. He knows it, or perchance even he knows not. Gazing into eternity. Ere the foundations of the earth were laid. Thou wert. And when the subterranean flame shall burst its prison and devour the frame, thou shalt be still as thou wert before. And know no change, when time shall be no more. O, endless thought, divine eternity. Rig Veda, Colebrook. Stanza I. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahai to contain it. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother and Son were once more one, and the sun had not yet awakened for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpana, to be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not. Not was. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with, the visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. 8. Alone, the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep. And life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence, which is sensed by the opened eye of Dhamma. 9. But where was Dhamma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha, and the great wheel was Anapadika? Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of manvantaric dawn? In the unknown darkness in their ahai paranishpana. The producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Devamatri and Svabhavat, rested in the bliss of non-being. 2. Where was silence? Were the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ. The Matrapadma had not yet swollen. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. 5. The 7 were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was Father-Mother, Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. 6. These 2 are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg, the ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. 4. The 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Eohu is one. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire, and heat, and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more, it disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. 7. Behold, O Lunus, the radiant child of the 2, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Eohu, the younger, He shines forth as the sun, he is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom, the Eka is chatter, and chatter takes to itself tri, and the union produces the sapta, in whom are the 7, which become the tridasha, the hosts and the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lunus? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant son of the dark hidden father. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the great mother. 10. Father-mother spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter, and this web is the universe, spun out of the 2 substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it, it contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom, at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts, they embrace infinitude. 12. Then Svabhavat sends Phœbe to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web. Reflecting the self-existent Lord, like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. Learn, there is neither first nor last. For all is one number, issued from no number. 2. Learn what we, who descend from the primordial seven, we, who are born from the primordial flame, have learnt from our fathers. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6, and the 5. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, the rupa, and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy four. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the seven. The sparks of the seven are subject to, and the servants of, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh of the seven. These are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines and modelers. For thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oihaho. 5. The Oihaho, which is darkness, the boundless, or the no-number, Adi Nidana Svabhavat, the circle. I, the Adi Sanat, the number, for he is one. 2. The voice of the word, Svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these 3, enclosed within the circle, are the sacred 4, and the 10 are the arupa universe. Then come the sons, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath which is the light maker. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected son is 1. The sons are countless. Stanza v. 1. The primordial 7, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Dzayu becomes Phœbe, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Phœbe is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds. Takes 3, and 5, and 7 strides through the 7 regions above, and the 7 below. He lifts his voice, and calls the innumerable sparks, and joins them together. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom, that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. 4. Phœbe traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle, the Lipika, in the middle wheel. They say, his is good. The first divine world is ready, the first, the second. Then the divine arupa reflects itself in Chayaloka, the first garment of Anyapadika. 5. Phœbe takes 5 strides, and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones, and their armies. 6. The Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called pass not for those who descend and ascend, who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day, be with us. Thus were formed the arupa and the rupa, from one light, 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Shayin, residing in Kuan Yin Tien, Phohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the sons, having called forth, from the lower abyss, the elusive form of Sin Chan and the 7 elements. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the 7 Leia centers, against which none will prevail to the great day, be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Sin Chan with the elementary germs. 3. Of the 7, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 san revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, one giving birth to the other. 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. How does Phohat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them, and round them, infusing life thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one way, some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Phohat from one twilight to the other, during 7 eternities. 5. At the 4th, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses. 2 obey. The curse is pronounced. They will be born in the 4th, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. 7. Make thy calculations, O Lunus, if thou wouldst learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. Stanza 7. 1. Behold the beginning of sentient formless life. First, the divine, the one from the mother spirit, then, the spiritual, the 3 from the 1, the 4 from the 1, and the 5, from which the 3, the 5 and the 7. These are the threefold and the fourfold downward. The mind-born sons of the first Lord, the shining 7. It is they who are thou, I, he, O Lunus, they who watch over thee and thy mother, Bhumi. 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom. Through the countless rays the life ray, the one, like a thread through many beads. 3. When the one becomes 2, the threefold appears, and the 3 are 1, and it is our thread, O Lunus, the heart of the man-plant called Saptaparna. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. The wicks are the sparks, that draw from the 3-tongued flame shot out by the 7, their flame, the beams and sparks of one moon reflected in the running waves of all the rivers of earth. 5. The spark hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Phohat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. It stops in the first, and is a metal and a stone, it passes into the 2nd, and behold, a plant. The plant whirls through 7 changes and becomes a sacred animal. From the combined attributes of these, Manu, the thinker, is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives and the 1 life. Who completes him? The 5-fold law. And who perfects the last body? Fish, Sin, and Soma. 6. From the firstborn the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. 7. This is thy present wheel, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan to the day, be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and me. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men, who are themselves. Thus ends this portion of the archaic narrative, dark, confused, almost incomprehensible. An attempt will now be made to throw light into this darkness, to make sense out of this apparent nonsense. Commentaries on the 7 stanzas. Commentaries on the 7 stanzas and their terms, according to their numeration, in stanzas and shlokas. Stanza I. 1. The eternal parent, 54 wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. The parent, space, is the eternal, ever-present cause of all, the incomprehensible deity, whose invisible robes are the mystic root of all matter, and of the universe. Space is the one eternal thing that we can most easily imagine, immovable in its abstraction and uninfluenced by either the presence or absence in it of an objective universe. It is without dimension, in every sense, and self-existent. Spirit is the first differentiation from that, the causeless cause of both spirit and matter. As taught in the Esoteric Catechism, it is neither limitless void, nor conditioned fullness, but both. It was and ever will be. Thus, the robes stand for the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic matter. It is not matter as we know it, but the spiritual essence of matter, and is co-eternal and even one with space in its abstract sense. Root nature is also the source of the subtle invisible properties in visible matter. It is the soul, so to say, of the one infinite spirit. The Hindus call it Mula Prakriti, and say that it is the primordial substance, which is the basis of the yupati or vehicle of every phenomenon, whether physical, psychic or mental. It is the source from which Akasha radiates. By the 7 eternities, eons or periods are meant. The word eternity, as understood in Christian theology, has no meaning to the Asiatic ear, except in its application to the one existence. Nor is the term sempiternity, the eternal only in futurity, anything better than a misnomer. 55 Such words do not and cannot exist in philosophical metaphysics, and were unknown till the advent of ecclesiastical Christianity. The 7 eternities mean the 7 periods, or a period answering in its duration to the 7 periods, of a manvantara, extending throughout a mahakalpa or great age, 100 years of Brahmâ, making a total of 311,040,000,000,000 of years. Each year of Brahmâ being composed of 360 days, and of the same number of nights of Brahmâ, reckoning by the Chandrayana or lunar year, and a day of Brahmâ consisting of 4,320,000,000 of mortal years. These eternities belong to the most secret calculations, in which, in order to arrive at the true total, every figure must be 7x, x varying according to the nature of the cycle in the subjective or real world. And every figure relating to, or representing, the different cycles, from the greatest to the smallest, in the objective or unreal world, must necessarily be multiples of 7. The key to this cannot be given, for herein lies the mystery of esoteric calculations, and for the purposes of ordinary calculation it has no sense. The number 7, says the Kabbalah, is the great number of the divine mysteries. Number 10 is that of all human knowledge, the Pythagorean decad. 1000 is the number 10 to the 3rd power, and therefore the number 7000 is also symbolical. In the Secret Doctrine the figure 4 is the male symbol only on the highest plane of abstraction. On the plane of matter the 3 is the masculine and the 4 the feminine, the upright and the horizontal in the 4th stage of symbolism, when the symbols become the glyphs of the generative powers on the physical plane. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Time is only an illusion produced by the succession of our states of consciousness as we travel through eternal duration, and it does not exist where no consciousness exists in which the illusion can be produced, but lies asleep. The present is only a mathematical line which divides that part of eternal duration which we call the future, from that part which we call the past. Nothing on earth has real duration, for nothing remains without change, or the same, for the billionth part of a second. And the sensation we have of the actuality of the division of time known as the present, comes from the blurring of the momentary glimpse, or succession of glimpses, of things that our senses give us, as those things pass from the region of ideals, which we call the future, to the region of memories that we name the past. In the same way we experience a sensation of duration in the case of the instantaneous electric spark, by reason of the blurred and continuing impression on the retina. The real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions from its appearance in material form to its disappearance from earth. It is these sum totals that exist from eternity in the future, and pass by degrees through matter, to exist for eternity in the past. No one would say that a bar of metal dropped into the sea came into existence as it left the air, and ceased to exist as it entered the water. And that the bar itself consisted only of that cross-section thereof which at any given moment coincided with the mathematical plane that separates, and, at the same time, joins, the atmosphere and the ocean. Even so of persons and things, which, dropping out of the to be, into the has been, out of the future into the past, present momentarily to our senses a cross-section, as it were, of their total selves. As they pass through time and space, as matter, on their way from one eternity to another, and these two eternities constitute that duration in which alone anything has true existence, were our senses but able to cognize it. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no high 56 to contain it. 57. Mind is a name given to the sum of the states of consciousness, grouped under thought, will and feeling. During deep sleep ideation ceases on the physical plane, and memory is in abeyance. Thus for the time being, mind is not, because the organ, through which the ego manifests ideation and memory on the material plane, has temporarily ceased to function. A noumenon can become a phenomenon on any plane of existence only by manifesting on that plane through an appropriate basis or vehicle. And during the long night of rest called pralaya, when all the existences are dissolved, the universal mind remains as a permanent possibility of mental action, or as that abstract absolute thought, of which mind is the concrete relative manifestation. The Ahai, Dayan Chohans, are the collective hosts of spiritual beings, the angelic hosts of Christianity, the Elohim and messengers of the Jews, who are the vehicle for the manifestation of the divine or universal thought and will. They are the intelligent forces that give to, and enact in, nature her laws, while they themselves act according to laws imposed upon them in a similar manner by still higher powers. But they are not the personifications of the powers of nature, as erroneously thought. This hierarchy of spiritual beings, through which the universal mind comes into action, is like an army, a host, truly, by means of which the fighting power of a nation manifests itself, and which is composed of army corps, divisions, brigades, regiments, and so forth, each with its separate individuality or life, and its limited freedom of action and limited responsibilities. Each contained in a larger individuality, to which its own interests are subservient, and each containing lesser individualities in itself. 4. The 7 ways to bliss 58 were not, a. The great causes of misery 59 were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them, b. a. There are 7 paths, or ways, to the bliss of non-existence, which is absolute being, existence and consciousness. They were not, because the universe, so far, was empty, and existed only in the divine thought. b. For it is, the 12 nidanas, or causes of being. Each is the effect of its antecedent cause, and a cause, in its turn, to its successor. The sum total of the nidanas being based on the 4 truths, a doctrine especially characteristic of the Hinayana system. 60. They belong to the theory of the stream of catenated law which produces merit and demerit, and finally brings karma into full sway. It is a system based upon the great truth that reincarnation is to be dreaded, as existence in this world entails upon man only suffering, misery and pain. Death itself being unable to deliver man from it, since death is merely the door through which he passes to another life on earth after a little rest on its threshold, devotion. The Hinayana system, or school of the little vehicle, is of very ancient growth, while the Mahayana, or school of the great vehicle, is of a later period, having originated after the death of Buddha. Yet the tenets of the latter are as old as the hills that have contained such schools from time immemorial, and the Hinayana and Mahayana schools both teach the same doctrine in reality. Yana, or vehicle, is a mystic expression, both vehicles, inculcating that man may escape the sufferings of rebirth and even the false bliss of devotion, by obtaining wisdom and knowledge, which alone can dispel the fruits of illusion and ignorance. Maya, or illusion, is an element which enters into all finite things, for everything that exists has only a relative, not an absolute, reality. Since the appearance which the hidden noumenon assumes for any observer depends upon his power of cognition. To the untrained eye of the savage, a painting is at first an unmeaning confusion of streaks and daubs of color, while an educated eye sees instantly a face or a landscape. Nothing is permanent except the one hidden absolute existence which contains in itself the noumena of all realities. The existences belonging to every plane of being, up to the highest Dayan Chohans, are, comparatively, like the shadows cast by a magic lantern on a colorless screen. Nevertheless, all things are relatively real, for the cognizer is also a reflection, and the things cognized are therefore as real to him as himself. Whatever reality things possess, must be looked for in them before or after they have passed like a flash through the material world. For we cannot cognize any such existence directly, so long as we have sense instruments which bring only material existence into the field of our consciousness. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to that plane are, for the time being, our only realities. But as we rise in the scale of development, we perceive that in the stages through which we have passed, we mistook shadows for realities, and that the upward progress of the ego is a series of progressive awakenings. Each advance bringing with it the idea that now, at last, we have reached reality. But only when we shall have reached absolute consciousness, and blended our own with it, shall we be free from the delusions produced by Maya. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for father, mother and son were once more one, and the son had not yet awakened for the new will 61 and his pilgrimage thereon, b. Darkness is father-mother, light their son, says an old Eastern proverb. Light is inconceivable except as coming from some source which is the cause of it, and as, in the case of primordial light, that source is unknown, though so strongly demanded by reason and logic, therefore it is called darkness by us. From an intellectual point of view. As to borrowed or secondary light, whatever its source, it can be only of a temporary myavic character. Darkness, then, is the eternal matrix in which the sources of light appear and disappear. Nothing is added to darkness to make of it light, or to light to make it darkness, on this our plane. They are interchangeable, and, scientifically, light is but a mode of darkness and vice versa. Yet both are phenomena of the same noumenon, which is absolute darkness to the scientific mind, and but a grey twilight to the perception of the average mystic, though to that of the spiritual eye of the initiate it is absolute light. How far we discern the light that shines in darkness depends upon our powers of vision. What is light to us is darkness to certain insects, and the eye of the clairvoyant sees illumination where the normal eye perceives only blackness. When the whole universe was plunged in sleep, had returned to its one primordial element, there was neither center of luminosity, nor eye to perceive light, and darkness necessarily filled the boundless all. b. The father and mother are the male and female principles in root nature, the opposite poles that manifest in all things on every plane of cosmos, or spirit and substance, in a less allegorical aspect, the resultant of which is the universe. Or the sun. They are once more one, when in the night of Brahmâ, during pralaya, all in the objective universe has returned to its one primal and eternal cause, to reappear at the following dawn, as it does periodically. Karana, eternal cause, was alone. To put it more plainly, Karana is alone during the nights of Brahmâ. The previous objective universe has dissolved into its one primal and eternal cause, and is, so to say, held in solution in space, to differentiate again and crystallize out anew at the following manvantaric dawn. Which is the commencement of a new day or new activity of Brahmâ, the symbol of a universe. In esoteric parlance, Brahmâ is father-mother-son, or spirit, soul and body at once. Each personage being symbolical of an attribute, and each attribute or quality being a graduated efflux of divine breath in its cyclic differentiation, involutionary and evolutionary. In the cosmico-physical sense, it is the universe, the planetary chain and the earth. In the purely spiritual, the unknown deity, planetary spirit, and man, the son of the two, the creature of spirit and matter, and a manifestation of them in his periodical appearances on earth during the wheels, or the manvantaras. 6. The seven sublime lords and the seven truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in Paranishpanna 62, to be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not. Not was, the seven sublime lords, are the seven creative spirits, the Dayan Chohans, who correspond to the Hebrew Elohim. It is the same hierarchy of archangels to which Saint Michael, Saint Gabriel, and others belong, in Christian theogony. Only whilst Michael, for instance, is allowed in dogmatic Latin theology to watch over all the promontories and gulfs, in the esoteric system the Dhyanis watched successively over one of the rounds and the great root races of our planetary chain. They are, moreover, said to send their bodhisattvas, the human correspondents of the Dhyani Buddhas during every round and race. Out of the seven truths and revelations, or rather revealed secrets, for only have been handed to us, as we are still in the fourth round, and the world also has had only 4 Buddhas, so far. This is a very complicated question, and will receive more ample treatment later on. So far, there are only 4 truths, and 4 Vedas, say the Buddhists and Hindus. For a similar reason Irenaeus insisted on the necessity of 4 Gospels. But as every new root race at the head of a round must have its revelation and revealers, the next round will bring the 5th, the following the 6th, and so on. Paranishpanna is the absolute perfection to which all existences attain at the close of a great period of activity, or Mahamanvantara, and in which they rest during the succeeding period of repose. In Tibetan it is called Yonggrub. Up to the day of the Yogacarya school the true nature of parinirvana was taught publicly, but since then it has become entirely esoteric, hence so many contradictory interpretations of it. It is only a true idealist who can understand it. Everything has to be viewed as ideal, with the exception of parinirvana, by him who would comprehend that state, and acquire a knowledge of how non-ego, voidness, and darkness are 3 in 1, and alone self-existent and perfect. It is absolute, however, only in a relative sense, for it must give room to still further absolute perfection. According to a higher standard of excellence in the following period of activity, just as a perfect flower must cease to be a perfect flower and die, in order to grow into a perfect fruit, if such a mode of expression may be permitted. The Secret Doctrine teaches the progressive development of everything, worlds as well as atoms, and this stupendous development has neither conceivable beginning nor imaginable end. Our universe is only one of an infinite number of universes, all of them sons of necessity, because links in the great cosmic chain of universes, each one standing in the relation of an effect as regards its predecessor, and of a cause as regards its successor. The appearance and disappearance of the universe are pictured as an outbreathing and inbreathing of the great breath, which is eternal, and which, being motion, is one of the 3 symbols of the absolute, abstract space and duration being the other 2. When the great breath is projected, it is called the divine breath, and is regarded as the breathing of the unknowable deity, the one existence, which breathes out a thought, as it were, which becomes the cosmos. So also is it that when the divine breath is inspired, the universe disappears into the bosom of the Great Mother, who then sleeps wrapped in her ever-invisible robes. By that which is, and yet is not, is meant the great breath itself, which we can only speak of as absolute existence, but cannot picture to our imagination as any form of existence that we can distinguish from non-existence. The 3 periods, the present, the past and the future, are in esoteric philosophy a compound time, for the 3 are a composite number only in relation to the phenomenal plane, but in the realm of noumena have no abstract validity. As said in the scriptures, the past time is the present time, as also the future, which, though it has not come into existence, still is, according to a precept in the Prasanga Madhyamaka teaching, whose dogmas have been known ever since it broke away from the purely esoteric schools. 63 Our ideas, in short, on duration and time are all derived from our sensations according to the laws of association. Inextricably bound up with the relativity of human knowledge, they nevertheless can have no existence except in the experience of the individual ego, and perish when its evolutionary march dispels the maya of phenomenal existence. What is time, for instance, but the panoramic succession of our states of consciousness? In the words of a master, I feel irritated at having to use these three clumsy words, past, present, and future, miserable concepts of the objective phases of the subjective whole. They are about as ill-adapted for the purpose as an axe for fine carving. One has to acquire paramartha lest one should become too easy a prey to samvriti, is a philosophical axiom. 64. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. A. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. B. A. The causes of existence mean not only the physical causes known to science, but the metaphysical causes, the chief of which is the desire to exist, an outcome of nidana and maya. This desire for a sentient life shows itself in everything, from an atom to a sun, and is a reflection of the divine thought propelled into objective existence, into a law that the universe should exist. According to esoteric teaching, the real cause of that supposed desire, and of all existence, remains forever hidden, and its first emanations are the most complete abstractions mind can conceive. These abstractions must of necessity be postulated as the cause of the material universe which presents itself to the senses and intellect, and must underlie the secondary and subordinate powers of nature, which have been anthropomorphized and worshipped as God and gods by the common herd of every age. It is impossible to conceive anything without a cause, the attempt to do so makes the mind a blank. This is virtually the condition to which the mind must come at last when we try to trace back the chain of causes and effects, but both science and religion jump to this condition of blankness much more quickly than is necessary. For they ignore the metaphysical abstractions which are the only conceivable causes of physical concretions. These abstractions become more and more concrete as they approach our plane of existence, until finally they phenomenalize in the form of the material universe, by a process of conversion of metaphysics into physics. Analogous to that by which steam can be condensed into water, and water frozen into ice. B. The idea of eternal non-being, which is the one being, will appear a paradox to anyone who does not remember that we limit our ideas of being to our present consciousness of existence, making it a specific, instead of a generic term. An unborn infant, could it think in our acceptation of that term, would necessarily in a similar manner limit its conception of being to the intrauterine life which alone it knows. And were it to endeavor to express to its consciousness the idea of life after birth, death to it, it would, in the absence of data to go upon, and of faculties to comprehend such data, probably express that life as non-being which is real being. In our case the one being is the noumenon of all the noumena which we know must underlie phenomena, and give them whatever shadow of reality they possess, but which we have not the senses or the intellect to cognize at present. The impalpable atoms of gold scattered through the substance of a ton of auriferous quartz may be imperceptible to the naked eye of the miner, yet he knows that they are not only present there, but that they alone give his quartz any appreciable value. And this relation of the gold to the quartz may faintly shadow forth that of the noumenon to the phenomenon. Only the miner knows what the gold will look like when extracted from the quartz, whereas the common mortal can form no conception of the reality of things separated from the maya which veils them, and in which they are hidden. Alone the initiate, rich with the lore acquired by numberless generations of his predecessors, directs the eye of Dhamma toward the essence of things on which no maya can have any influence. It is here that the teachings of esoteric philosophy in relation to the Nidanas and the Four Truths become of the greatest importance, but they are secret. 8. Alone, the one form of existence, A, stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, B, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence, which is sensed by the opened eye of Dhamma. 65. A. The tendency of modern thought is to recur to the archaic idea of a homogeneous basis for apparently widely different things, heterogeneity developed from homogeneity. Biologists are now searching for their homogeneous protoplasm and chemists for their protyle, while science is looking for the force of which electricity, magnetism, heat, and so forth, are the differentiations. The Secret Doctrine carries this idea into the region of metaphysics, and postulates a one form of existence as the basis and source of all things. But perhaps the phrase, the one form of existence, is not altogether correct. The Sanskrit word is prabhavapyeya, the place, or rather plane, whence is the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things, as a commentator says. It is not the mother of the world, as translated by Wilson. 66 For jagged yoni, as shown by Fitz-Edward Hall, is scarcely so much the mother of the world, or the womb of the world, as the material cause of the world. The Puranic commentators explain it by Karana, cause, but esoteric philosophy, by the ideal spirit of that cause. In its secondary stage, it is the svabhavat of the Buddhist philosopher, the eternal cause and effect, omnipresent yet abstract, the self-existent plastic essence and the root of all things. Viewed in the same dual light as the Vedantin views his Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti, the one under two aspects. It seems indeed extraordinary to find great scholars speculating on the possibility of the Vedanta, and the Uttara Mimamsa especially, having been evoked by the teachings of the Buddhists. Whereas, on the contrary, it is Buddhism, the teaching of Gautama Buddha, that was evoked and entirely upreared on the tenets of the Secret Doctrine, of which a partial sketch is here attempted, and on which, also, the Upanishads are made to rest. 67 According to the teachings of Sri Shankaracharya our contention is undeniable. 68. B. Dreamless sleep is one of the 7 states of consciousness known in Oriental esotericism. In each of these states a different portion of the mind comes into action, or as a Vedantin would express it, the individual is conscious in a different plane of his being. The term dreamless sleep, in this case, is applied allegorically to the universe to express a condition somewhat analogous to that state of consciousness in man, which, not being remembered in a waking state, seems a blank. Just as the sleep of the mesmerized subject seems to him an unconscious blank when he returns to his normal condition, although he has been talking and acting as a conscious individual would. 9. But where was Dhamma when the Alaya of the universe? 69 was in Paramartha, A. 70 and the great wheel was Anyapadika, B. A. Here we have before us the subject of centuries of scholastic disputations. The two terms, Alaya, and Paramartha, have been the causes of dividing schools and splitting the truth into more different aspects than any other mystic words. Alaya is the soul of the world or anima mundi, the oversoul of Emerson, which according to esoteric teaching changes its nature periodically. Alaya, though eternal and changeless in its inner essence on the planes which are unreachable by either men or cosmic gods, Dhyani Buddhas, changes during the active life period with respect to the lower planes, ours included. During that time not only the Dhyani Buddhas are one with Alaya in soul and essence, but even the man strong in yoga, mystic meditation, is able to merge his soul with it, as Aryasanga, of the Yogacarya school, says. This is not nirvana, but a condition next to it. Hence the disagreement. Thus, while the Yogacaryas of the Mahayana school say that Alaya, Nyingpo and Sang in Tibetan, is the personification of the voidness, and yet Alaya is the basis of every visible and invisible thing, and that, though it is eternal and immutable in its essence, it reflects itself in every object of the universe, like the moon in clear tranquil water. Other schools dispute the statement. The same for Paramartha. The Yogacaryas interpret the term as that which is also dependent upon other things, Paratantra. And the Madhyamikas say that Paramartha is limited to Paranishpanna or absolute perfection, i.e. In the exposition of these, two truths, of the four, the former believe and maintain that, on this plane, at any rate, there exists only Samvrdisesha or relative truth, and the latter teach the existence of Paramarthasadhya, absolute truth. 71. No Arhat, O mendicants, can reach absolute knowledge before he becomes one with parinirvana. Parikalpita and Paratantra are his two great enemies. 72. Parikalpita, in Tibetan Kuntag, is error, made by those unable to realize the emptiness and illusionary nature of all, who believe something to exist which does not, e.g., the non-ego. And Paratantra is that, whatever it is, which exists only through a dependent or causal connection, and which has to disappear as soon as the cause from which it proceeds is removed, e.g., the flame of a wick. Destroy or extinguish it, and light disappears. Esoteric philosophy teaches that everything lives and is conscious, but not that all life and consciousness are similar to those of human or even animal beings. Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul and matter in man. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit, and these three are a trinity synthesized by life, which pervades them all. The idea of universal life is one of those ancient conceptions which are returning to the human mind in this century, as a consequence of its liberation from anthropomorphic theology. Science, it is true, contents itself with tracing or postulating the signs of universal life, but has not yet been bold enough to even whisper anima mundi. The idea of crystalline life, now familiar to science, would have been scouted half a century ago. Botanists are now searching for the nerves of plants. Not that they suppose that plants can feel or think as animals do, but because they believe that some structure, bearing the same relation functionally to plant life that nerves bear to animal life, is necessary to explain vegetable growth and nutrition. It seems hardly possible that science, by the mere use of terms such as force and energy, can disguise from itself much longer the fact that things that have life are living things, whether they be atoms or planets. But what is the belief of the inner esoteric schools, the reader may ask. What are the doctrines taught on this subject by the esoteric Buddhists? With them, we answer, Aleya has a double and even a threefold meaning. In the Yogacarya system of the contemplative Mahayana school, Aleya is both the universal soul, anima mundi, and the self of a progressed adept. He who is strong in the yoga can introduce at will his Aleya by means of meditation into the true nature of existence. The Aleya has an absolute eternal existence, says Aryasanga, the rival of Nagarjuna. 73. In one sense it is pradana, which is explained in Vishnu Purana as, that which is the unevolved cause, is emphatically called, by the most eminent sages, pradana, original base, which is subtle prakriti, viz. That which is eternal, and which at once is, or comprehends what is, and, what, is not, or is mere process. 74. The indiscrete cause which is uniform, and both cause and effect, and which those who are acquainted with first principles, call pradana and prakriti, is the incognizable Brahmâ who was before all. 75. I.e. Brahmâ does not put forth evolution itself or create, but only exhibits various aspects of itself, one of which is prakriti, an aspect of pradana. Prakriti, however, is an incorrect word, and Aleya would explain it better. For prakriti is not the uncognizable Brahmâ. It is a mistake of those who know nothing of the universality of the occult doctrines from the very cradle of the human races, and especially so of those scholars who reject the very idea of a primordial revelation, to teach that the anima mundi, the one life or universal soul, was made known only by Anaxagoras, or during his age. This philosopher brought the teaching forward simply to oppose the two materialistic conceptions of Democritus on cosmogony, based on the exoteric theory of blindly driven atoms. Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, however, was not its inventor, but only its propagator, as was also Plato. That which he called mundane intelligence, nous, omicron, the principle that according to his views is absolutely separated and free from matter and acts with design, was called motion, the one life, or Jivatma, in India, ages before the year 500 BC. Only the Aryan philosophers never endowed this principle, which with them is infinite, with the finite attribute of thinking. 76. This leads naturally to the Supreme Spirit of Hegel and the German Transcendentalists, a contrast that it may be useful to point out. The schools of Schelling and Fichte have diverged widely from the primitive archaic conception of an absolute principle, and have mirrored an aspect only of the basic idea of the Vedanta. Even the Absoluter Geist, shadowed forth by von Hartmann in his pessimistic philosophy of the unconscious, while it is, perhaps, the closest approximation made by European speculation to the Hindu Advaitin doctrines, yet similarly falls far short of the reality. According to Hegel, the unconscious would never have undertaken the vast and laborious task of evolving the universe, except in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In this connection it is to be borne in mind that in designating spirit, a term which the European pantheists use as equivalent to Parabrahman, as unconscious, they do not attach to the expression the connotation it usually bears. It is employed in the absence of a better term to symbolize a profound mystery. The absolute consciousness behind phenomena, they tell us, which is only termed unconsciousness in the absence of any element of personality, transcends human conception. Man, unable to form a single concept except in terms of empirical phenomena, is powerless from the very constitution of his being to raise the veil that shrouds the majesty of the Absolute. Only the liberated spirit is able to faintly realize the nature of the source whence it sprung and whither it must eventually return. As the highest Dayan Chohan, however, can but bow in ignorance before the awful mystery of absolute being. And since, even in that culmination of conscious existence, the merging of the individual in the universal consciousness, to use a phrase of Fichte's, the finite cannot conceive the infinite. Nor can it apply to it its own standard of mental experiences, how can it be said that the unconscious and the absolute can have even an instinctive impulse or hope of attaining clear self-consciousness? 77a Vedantin, moreover, would never admit this Hegelian idea. And the occultist would say that it applies perfectly to the awakened Mahat, the universal mind already projected into the phenomenal world as the first aspect of the changeless absolute, but never to the latter. Spirit and matter, or Purusha and Prakriti, are but the two primeval aspects of the one and secondless, we are taught. The matter-moving nous, the animating soul, immanent in every atom, manifested in man, latent in the stone, has different degrees of power. And this pantheistic idea of a general spirit soul pervading all nature is the oldest of all the philosophical notions. Nor was the Archeus a discovery either of Paracelsus or of his pupil van Helmont. For this same Archeus is Father Ether, the manifested basis and source of the innumerable phenomena of life, localized. The whole series of the numberless speculations of this kind are but variations on the same theme, the keynote of which was struck in this primeval revelation. B. The term Anyupatika, parentless, or without progenitors, is a mystical designation having several meanings in our philosophy. By this name celestial beings, the Dayan Chohans or Dhyani Buddhas, are generally meant. These correspond mystically to the human Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, known as the Manushi, human, Buddhas, which latter are also designated Anyupatika, once that their whole personality is merged in their compound sixth and seventh principles. Or Atmabuddhi, and they have become the diamond-souled Vajrasattvas 78, or full Mahatmas. The concealed Lord, sang by Dagpa, the one merged with the Absolute, can have no parents since he is self-existent, and one with the universal spirit, Svayambhu, 79 the Svabhavat in its highest aspect. The mystery of the hierarchy of the Anyupatika is great, its apex being the universal spirit soul, and the lower rung the Manushi Buddha, and even every soul-endowed man also is an Anyupatika in a latent state. Hence, when speaking of the universe in its formless, eternal, or absolute condition, before it was fashioned by the builders, the expression, the great wheel, universe, was Anyupatika. Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of manvantaric dawn? A. In the unknown darkness in their high 80 Paranishpana. The producers of Form 81 from No, Form 82, the root of the world, the Devamatriate 3 in Svabhavat, rested in the bliss of non-being, B. A. The builders, the sons of manvantaric dawn, are the real creators of the universe. And in this doctrine, which deals only with our planetary system, they, as the architects of the latter, are also called the watchers of the seven spheres, which exoterically are the seven planets, and esoterically the seven earths or spheres, globes, of our chain also. The opening sentence of stanza I, when mentioning 7 eternities, applies both to the Mahakalpa or the great age of Brahma, as well as to the solar pralaya and subsequent resurrection of our planetary system on a higher plane. There are many kinds of pralaya, dissolution of a thing visible, as will be shown elsewhere. B. Parinishpanna, remember, is the summum bonum, the absolute, hence the same as parinirvana. Besides being the final state, it is that condition of subjectivity which has no relation to anything but the one absolute truth, paramarthasadhya, on its own plane. It is that state which leads one to appreciate correctly the full meaning of non-being, which, as explained, is absolute being. Sooner or later, all that now seemingly exists, will be in reality and actually in the state of parinishpanna. But there is a great difference between conscious and unconscious being. The condition of parinishpanna, without paramartha, the self-analyzing consciousness, svasambhadana, is no bliss, but simply extinction for 7 eternities. Thus, an iron ball placed under the scorching rays of the sun will get heated through, but will not feel or appreciate the warmth, while a man will. It is only with a mind clear and undarkened by personality, and an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence. Merging into, becoming one with, the Absolute, 84 and continuing in full possession of Paramartha. 2. Where was silence? Were the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, a, not save ceaseless eternal breath 85 which knows itself not, b. A, the idea that things can cease to exist and still be, is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature, to realize which in the mind, rather than to argue about words, is the important thing. A familiar instance of a similar paradox is afforded by chemical combination. The question whether hydrogen and oxygen cease to exist, when they combine to form water, is still a moot one, some arguing that since they are found again when the water is decomposed, they must be there all the while. Others contending that as they actually turn into something totally different, they must cease to exist as themselves for the time being. But neither side is able to form the faintest conception of the real condition of a thing, which has become something else and yet has not ceased to be itself. Existence as water for oxygen and hydrogen may be said to be a state of non-being, which is more real being than their existence as gases. And it may faintly symbolize the condition of the universe when it goes to sleep, or ceases to be, during the nights of Brahma, to awaken or reappear again, when the dawn of the new manvantara recalls it to what we call existence. b. The breath of the one existence is only used in application to the spiritual aspect of cosmogony by archaic esotericism. In other cases, it is replaced by its equivalent on the material plane, motion. The one eternal element, or element-containing vehicle, is space, dimensionless in every sense. Coexistent with which are endless duration, primordial, hence indestructible, matter, and motion, absolute, perpetual motion, which is the breath of the one element. This breath, as seen, can never cease, not even during the pralaic eternities. But the breath of the one existence does not, all the same, apply to the one causeless cause or the all-beingness, in contradistinction to all being, which is Brahma, or the universe. Brahma, the four-faced god, who, after lifting the earth out of the waters, accomplished the creation, is held to be only the instrumental, and not, as clearly implied, the ideal cause. No Orientalist, so far, seems to have thoroughly comprehended the real sense of the verses in the Puranas, that treat of creation. Therein Brahma is the cause of the potencies that are to be generated subsequently for the work of creation. For instance, in the Vishnu Purana 86 the translation, and from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they have become the real cause, would perhaps be more correctly rendered. And from it proceed the potencies that will create as they become the real cause, on the material plane. Save that one causeless ideal cause there is no other to which the universe can be referred. Worthiest of ascetics, through its potency, i.e., through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its inherent or proper nature. If, in the Vedanta and Nyaya, nimitta is the efficient cause, as contrasted with upadana, the material cause, and, in the Sankhya, pradana implies the functions of both. In the esoteric philosophy, which reconciles all these systems, and the nearest exponent of which is the Vedanta as expounded by the Advaita Vedantists, none but the upadana can be speculated upon. That which is, in the minds of the Vaishnavas, the Vishishtadvaitas, as the ideal in contradistinction to the real, or Parabrahman and Ishvara, can find no room in published speculations, since that ideal even is a misnomer. When applied to that of which no human reason, even that of an adept, can conceive. To know itself or oneself, necessitates consciousness and perception to be cognized, both limited faculties in relation to any subject except Parabrahman. Hence the eternal breath which knows itself not. Infinity cannot comprehend finiteness. The boundless can have no relation to the bounded and the conditioned. In the occult teachings, the unknown and the unknowable mover, or the self-existing, is the absolute divine essence. And thus being absolute consciousness, and absolute motion, to the limited senses of those who describe this indescribable, it is unconsciousness and immovableness. Concrete consciousness cannot be predicated of abstract consciousness, any more than the quality wet can be predicated of water, wetness being its own attribute and the cause of the wet quality in other things. Consciousness implies limitations and qualifications, something to be conscious of, and someone to be conscious of it. But absolute consciousness contains the cognizer, the thing cognized and the cognition, all three in itself and all three one. No man is conscious of more than that portion of his knowledge which happens to be recalled to his mind at any particular time, yet such is the poverty of language that we have no term to distinguish the knowledge not actively thought of. From knowledge we are unable to recall to memory. To forget is synonymous with not to remember. How much greater must be the difficulty of finding terms to describe, and to distinguish between, abstract metaphysical facts or differences. It must not be forgotten, also, that we give names to things according to the appearances they assume for ourselves. We call absolute consciousness unconsciousness, because it seems to us that it must necessarily be so, just as we call the absolute darkness, because to our finite understanding it appears quite impenetrable. Yet we recognize fully that our perception of such things does not do them justice. We involuntarily distinguish in our minds, for instance, between unconscious absolute consciousness, and unconsciousness, by secretly endowing the former with some indefinite quality that corresponds, on a higher plane than our thoughts can reach, with what we know as consciousness in ourselves. But this is not any kind of consciousness that we can manage to distinguish from what appears to us as unconsciousness. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ, a. The Matrapadma 87 had not yet swollen, b. 88. a. The ray of the ever-darkness becomes, as it is emitted, a ray of effulgent light or life, and flashes into the germ, the point in the mundane egg, represented by matter in its abstract sense. But the term point must not be understood as applying to any particular point in space, for a germ exists in the center of every atom, and these collectively form the germ. Or rather, as no atom can be made visible to our physical eye, the collectivity of these, if the term can be applied to something which is boundless and infinite, forms the noumenon of eternal and indestructible matter. b. One of the symbolical figures for the dual creative power in nature, matter and force on the material plane, is Padma, the water lily of India. The lotus is the product of heat, fire, and water, vapor or ether. Fire standing in every philosophical and religious system, even in Christianity, as a representation of the spirit of deity, the active, male, generative principle. And ether, or the soul of matter, the light of the fire, for the passive female principle, from which everything in this universe emanated. Hence, ether or water is the mother, and fire is the father. Sir William Jones, and before him archaic botany, showed that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, with the miniature shape of what one day, as perfect plants, they will become, nature thus giving us a specimen of the preformation of its production. The seeds of all phanerogamous plants bearing proper flowers containing an embryo plantlet ready formed. 89. This explains the sentence, the matri padma had not yet swollen, the form being usually sacrificed to the inner or root idea in archaic symbology. The lotus, or padma, is, moreover, a very ancient and favorite symbol for the cosmos itself, and also for man. The popular reasons given are, firstly, the fact just mentioned, that the lotus seed contains within itself a perfect miniature of the future plant, which typifies the fact that the spiritual prototypes of all things exist in the immaterial world, before these things become materialized on earth. Secondly, the fact that the lotus plant grows up through the water, having its root in the elos, or mud, and spreading its flower in the air above. The lotus thus typifies the life of man and also that of the cosmos. For the Secret Doctrine teaches that the elements of both are the same, and that both are developing in the same direction. The root of the lotus sunk in the mud represents material life, the stalk passing up through the water typifies existence in the astral world, and the flower floating on the water and opening to the sky is emblematical of spiritual being. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. The primordial substance had not yet passed out of its pre-cosmic latency into differentiated objectivity, or even become the, to man, so far, invisible protyle of science. But, as the hour strikes and it becomes receptive of the phohatic impress of the divine thought, the logos, or the male aspect of the anima mundi, aleia, its heart opens. It differentiates, and the three, Father, Mother, Son, are transformed into 4. Herein lies the origin of the double mystery of the Trinity and the Immaculate Conception. The first and fundamental dogma of occultism is universal unity, or homogeneity, under 3 aspects. This leads to a possible conception of deity, which as an absolute unity must remain forever incomprehensible to finite intellects. If thou wouldest believe in the power which acts within the root of a plant, or imagine the root concealed under the soul, thou hast to think of its stalk or trunk, and of its leaves and flowers. Thou canst not imagine that power independently of these objects. Life can be known only by the tree of life. 90. The idea of absolute unity would be broken entirely in our conception, had we not something concrete before our eyes to contain that unity. And the deity being absolute, must be omnipresent, hence not an atom but contains it within itself. The roots, the trunk, and its many branches, are 3 distinct objects, yet they are one tree. Say the Kabbalists, the deity is one, because it is infinite. It is triple, because it is ever manifesting. This manifestation is triple in its aspects, for it requires, as Aristotle has it, 3 principles for every natural body to become objective: privation, form, and matter. 91. Privation meant in the mind of the great philosopher that which the occultists call the prototypes impressed in the astral light, the lowest plane and world of anima mundi. The union of these 3 principles depends upon a 4th, the life which radiates from the summits of the unreachable, to become a universally diffused essence on the manifested planes of existence. And this quaternary, Father, Mother, Son, as a unity, and a quaternary, as a living manifestation, has been the means of leading to the very archaic idea of Immaculate Conception, now finally crystallized into a dogma of the Christian Church, which has carnalized this metaphysical idea beyond any common sense. For one has but to read the Kabbalah and study its numerical methods of interpretation to find the origin of the dogma. It is purely astronomical, mathematical, and preeminently metaphysical, the male element in nature, personified by the male deities and logoi, Viraj, or Brahmâ, Horus, or Osiris, etc., etc. Is born through, not from, an immaculate source, personified by the Mother, for, the abstract deity being sexless, and not even a being but beingness, or life itself, that male having a mother cannot have a father. Let us render this in the mathematical language of the author of the Source of Measures. Speaking of the measure of a man and his numerical, Kabbalistic, value, he writes that in Genesis 4:1. It is called the man even Jehovah measure, and this is obtained in this way, viz. 113 times 5 is equal to 565, and the value 565 can be placed under the form of expression 56.5 times 10 is equal to 565. Here the man number 113 becomes a factor of 56. 5 by 10, and the Kabbalistic reading of this last numbered expression is Jod, he, Vav, he, or Jehovah. The expansion of 565 into 56 5x10 is purposed to show the emanation of the male, Jod, from the female, Eva, principle. Or, so to speak, the birth of a male element from an immaculate source, in other words, an immaculate conception. Thus is repeated on earth the mystery enacted, according to the seers, on the divine plane. The son of the Immaculate Celestial Virgin, or the undifferentiated cosmic protyle, matter in its infinitude, is born again on earth as the son of the terrestrial Eve, our Mother Earth, and becomes humanity as a total, past, present, and future, for Jehovah, or Jod-He-Vav He, is androgyne, or both male and female. Above, the Son is the whole cosmos, below, He is mankind. The triad or triangle becomes tetractys, the sacred Pythagorean number, the perfect square, and a six-faced cube on earth. The macroprosopis, the great face, is now microprosopis, the lesser face, or, as the Kabbalists have it, the Ancient of Days, descending on Adam Kadmon whom he uses as his vehicle to manifest through, gets transformed into Tetragrammaton. It is now in the lap of Maya, the great illusion, and between itself and the reality has the astral light, the great deceiver of man's limited senses, unless knowledge through Paramarthasadia comes to the rescue. 5. The 792 were not yet born from the web of light, darkness alone was father-mother, Svabhavat, in Svabhavat was in darkness. The secret doctrine, in the stanzas here given, occupies itself chiefly, if not entirely, with our solar system, and especially with our planetary chain. The 7 suns, therefore, are the creators of the latter. This teaching will be explained more fully hereafter. Svabhavat, the plastic essence that fills the universe, is the root of all things. Svabhavat is, so to say, the Buddhistic concrete aspect of the abstraction called in Hindu philosophy Mula Prakriti. It is the body of the soul, and that which ether would be to Akasha, the latter being the informing principle of the former. Chinese mystics have made of it the synonym of being. In the Chinese translation of the Ekashloka Shastra of Nagarjuna, the Lung Shu of China, called the Yeshulu Qialuan, it is said that the term being, or subhava, yu in Chinese, means the substance giving substance to itself. It is also explained by him as meaning, without action and with action, the nature which has no nature of its own. Subhava, from which Svabhavat, is composed of 2 words, su fair, handsome, good, sva, self, and bhava, being or states of being. 6. These 2 are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. The divine thought does not imply the idea of a divine thinker. The universe, not only past, present and future, a human and finite idea expressed by finite thought, but in its totality, the Sat, an untranslatable term, absolute being, with the past and future crystallized in an eternal present. Is that thought itself reflected in a secondary or manifested cause? Brahman, neuter, as the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus, is an absolute mystery to the human mind. Brahmâ, the male-female, the aspect and anthropomorphic reflection of Brahman, is conceivable to the perceptions of blind faith, though rejected by human intellect when it attains its majority. Hence the statement that during the prologue, so to say, of the drama of creation, or the beginning of cosmic evolution, the universe, or the sun, lies still concealed in the divine thought, which had not yet penetrated into the divine bosom. This idea, note well, is at the root, and forms the origin, of all the allegories about the sons of God born of immaculate virgins. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the seventh eternity thrills through infinitude, A. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus, B. A. The seemingly paradoxical use of the term, seventh eternity, thus dividing the indivisible, is sanctified in esoteric philosophy. The latter divides boundless duration into unconditionally eternal and universal time, kala, and conditioned time, khandakala. One is the abstraction or noumenon of infinite time, the other its phenomenon appearing periodically, as the effect of Mahat, the universal intelligence, limited by manvantaric duration. With some schools, Mahat is the firstborn of pradana, undifferentiated substance, or the periodical aspect of Mula Prakriti, the root of nature, which, pradana, is called Maya, illusion. In this respect, I believe, esoteric teaching differs from the Vedantin doctrines of both the Advaita and the Vishishtadvaita schools. For it says that, while Mula Prakriti, the noumenon, is self-existing and without any origin, is, in short, parentless, anupadika, as one with Brahman, Prakriti, its phenomenon, is periodical and no better than a phantasm of the former. So Mahat, the firstborn of jnana, or gnosis, knowledge, wisdom or the logos, is a phantasm reflected from the absolute nirguna, Parabrahman, the one reality, devoid of attributes and qualities. While with some Vedantins Mahat is a manifestation of Prakriti, or matter. B. Therefore, the last vibration of the seventh eternity was foreordained, by no god in particular, but occurred in virtue of the eternal and changeless law which causes the great periods of activity and rest, called so graphically, and at the same time so poetically, the days and nights of Brahmâ. The expansion, from within without, of the mother, called elsewhere the waters of space, universal matrix, etc., does not allude to an expansion from a small center or focus, but means the development of limitless subjectivity into as limitless objectivity, without reference to size or limitation or area. The ever, to us, invisible and immaterial substance present in eternity, threw its periodical shadow from its own plane into the lap of Maya. It implies that this expansion, not being an increase in size, for infinite extension admits of no enlargement, was a change of condition. It expanded, like the bud of the lotus. For the lotus plant exists not only as a miniature embryo in its seed, a physical characteristic, but its prototype is present in an ideal form in the astral light from dawn to night during the manvantaric period, like everything else. As a matter of fact, in this objective universe, from man to mite, from giant trees to the tiniest blades of grass, all this, teaches the hidden science, is but the temporary reflection, the shadow of the eternal ideal prototype in divine thought. The word eternity, note well again, standing here only in the sense of aeon, as lasting throughout the seemingly interminable, but still limited cycle of activity, called by us manvantara. For what is the real esoteric meaning of manvantara, or rather a manvantara? It means, literally, between two manas, of whom there are 14 in every day of Brahmâ, such a day consisting of 1,000 aggregates of 4 ages, 1,000 great ages, or Mahayugas. Let us now analyze the word or name Manu. Orientalists in their dictionaries tell us that the term Manu is from the root man, to think, hence, the thinking man. But, esoterically, every Manu, as an anthropomorphized patron of his special cycle, or round, is but the personified idea of the thought divine, as the Hermetic Pomander. Each of the manas, therefore, being the special god, the creator and fashioner of all that appears during his own respective cycle of being or manvantara. Fohat runs the manas, or Dayan Chohans, errands, and causes the ideal prototypes to expand from within without, that is, to cross gradually, on a descending scale, all the planes, from the noumenal to the lowest phenomenal. To bloom finally on the last into full objectivity, the acme of illusion, or the grossest matter. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching 93 with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes 94 over the slumbering waters of life. The Pythagorean monas is also said to dwell in solitude and darkness, like the germ. The idea of the breath of darkness moving over the slumbering waters of life, which is primordial matter with the latent spirit in it, recalls the first chapter of Genesis. Its original is the Brahmanical Narayana, the mover on the waters, who is the personification of the eternal breath of the unconscious all, or Parabrahman, of the Eastern occultists. The waters of life, or chaos, the female principle in symbolism, are the vacuum, to our mental sight, in which lie the latent spirit and matter. This it was that made Democritus assert, after his instructor Leucippus, that the primordial principles of all were atoms in a vacuum, in the sense of space, but not of empty space, for nature abhors a vacuum. According to the Peripatetics and every ancient philosopher. In all cosmogonies, water plays the same important part. It is the base and source of material existence. Scientists, mistaking the word for the thing, understand by it the definite chemical combination of oxygen and hydrogen, thus giving a specific meaning to a term used by occultists in a generic sense, and which is employed in cosmogony with a metaphysical and mystical meaning. Ice is not water, neither is steam, although all three have precisely the same chemical composition. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg, the ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal germ, 95, which condenses into the world egg. The solitary ray, dropping into the mother deep, may be taken to mean divine thought, or intelligence, impregnating chaos. This, however, occurs on the plane of metaphysical abstraction, or rather the plane whereon that which we call a metaphysical abstraction, is a reality. The virgin egg, being in one sense the abstract of all ova, or the power of becoming developed through fecundation, is eternal and forever the same. And just as the fecundation of an egg takes place before it is dropped, so the non-eternal periodical germ, which later becomes in symbolism the mundane egg, contains in itself, when it emerges from the said symbol, the promise and potency of all the universe. Though the idea per se is, of course, an abstraction, a symbolical mode of expression, it is a true symbol, for it suggests the idea of infinity as an endless circle. It brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from and in boundless space, a universe as shoreless in magnitude, if not as endless in its objective manifestation. The symbol of an egg also expresses the fact taught in occultism that the primordial form of everything manifested, from atom to globe, from man to angel, is spheroidal. The sphere being with all nations the emblem of eternity and infinity, a serpent swallowing its tail. To realize the meaning, however, the sphere must be thought of as seen from its center. The field of vision, or of thought, is like a sphere whose radii proceed from oneself in every direction, and extend out into space, opening up boundless vistas all around. It is the symbolical circle of Pascal and the Kabbalists, whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a conception which enters into the compound idea of this emblem. The world egg is, perhaps, one of the most universally adopted symbols, highly suggestive as it is, equally in the spiritual, physiological, and cosmological sense. Therefore, it is found in every world theogony, where it is largely associated with the serpent symbol, the latter being everywhere, in philosophy as in religious symbolism, an emblem of eternity, infinitude, regeneration, and rejuvenation, as well as of wisdom. The mystery of apparent self-generation and evolution through its own creative power, repeating in miniature, in the egg. The process of cosmic evolution, both due to heat and moisture under the efflux of the unseen creative spirit, fully justified the selection of this graphic symbol. The virgin egg is the microcosmic symbol of the macrocosmic prototype, the virgin mother, chaos or the primeval deep. The male creator, under whatever name, springs forth from the virgin female, the immaculate root fructified by the ray. Who, if versed in astronomy and natural sciences, can fail to see its suggestiveness? Cosmos, as receptive nature, is an egg fructified, yet left immaculate, for once regarded as boundless, it could have no other representation than a spheroid. The golden egg was surrounded by 7 natural elements, 4 ready, ether, fire, air, water, 3 secret. This may be found stated in Vishnu Purana, where elements are translated envelopes, and a secret one is added, ahamkara. 96. The original text has no ahamkara, it mentions 7 elements without specifying the last 3. 4. The 397 fall into the 498. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside, A. The luminous egg, 99, which in itself is 100 curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life, B. The use of geometrical figures and the frequent allusions to figures in all ancient scriptures, as in the Puranas, the Egyptian Book of the Dead and even the Bible, must be explained. In the Book of Zion, as in the Kabbalah, there are 2 kinds of numerals to be studied, the figures, often simple blinds, and the sacred numbers, the values of which are all known to the occultists through initiation. The former are but conventional glyphs, the latter, the basic symbols of all. That is to say, the one are purely physical, the other purely metaphysical, the 2 standing in relation to each other as matter stands to spirit, the extreme poles of the one substance. As Balzac, the unconscious occultist of French literature, says somewhere, the number is to mind the same as it is to matter, an incomprehensible agent. Perhaps so to the profane, never to the initiated mind. Number is, as the great writer thought, an entity, and, at the same time, a breath emanating from what he called God and what we call the All, the breath which alone could organize the physical cosmos. Where naught obtains its form but through the Deity, which is an effect of number. It is instructive to quote Balzac's words upon this subject. The smallest as the most immense creations, are they not to be distinguished from each other by their quantities, their qualities, their dimensions, their forces and attributes? All begotten by number. The infinitude of numbers is a fact proven to our mind, but of which no proof can be physically given. The mathematician will tell us that the infinitude of numbers exists but is not to be demonstrated. God is a number endowed with motion, which is felt but not demonstrated. As unity, it begins the numbers, with which it has nothing in common. The existence of numbers depends on unity, which without a single number, begets them all. What? Unable either to measure the first abstraction yielded to you by the Deity, or to get hold of it, you still hope to subject to your measurements the mystery of the secret sciences which emanate from that Deity? And what would you feel, were I to plunge you into the abysses of motion, the force which organizes the numbers? What would you think, were I to add that motion and number 101 are begotten by the Word, the supreme reason of the seers and prophets, who, in days of old, sensed the mighty breath of God, a witness to which is the Apocalypse? B. The radiant essence curdles and spreads throughout the depths of space. From an astronomical point of view this is easy of explanation, it is the Milky Way, the world stuff, or primordial matter in its first form. It is more difficult, however, to explain it in a few words, or even lines, from the standpoint of occult science and symbolism, as it is the most complicated of glyphs. Herein are enshrined more than a dozen symbols. To begin with, it contains the whole pantheon of mysterious objects, 102, every one of them having some definite occult meaning, extracted from the Hindu allegorical churning of the ocean by the gods. Besides Amrita, the water of life or immortality, Surabhi, the cow of plenty, called the fountain of milk and curds, was extracted from this sea of milk. Hence the universal adoration of the cow and bull, one the productive, the other the generative power in nature, symbols connected with both the solar and the cosmic deities. The specific properties, for occult purposes, of the 14 precious things, being explained only at the 4th initiation, cannot be given here, but the following may be remarked. In the Shatapatha Brahmana it is stated that the churning of the ocean of milk took place in the Satya Yuga, the first age which immediately followed the deluge. As, however, neither the Rig Veda nor Manu, both preceding Vivasvata's deluge, that of the bulk of the 4th race, mention this deluge, it is evident that it is neither the great deluge, nor that which carried away Atlantis. Nor even the deluge of Noah, which is here meant. This churning relates to a period before the earth's formation, and is in direct connection with another universal legend, the various and contradictory versions of which culminated in the Christian dogma of the war in heaven and the fall of the angels. The Brahmanas, reproached by the Orientalists with their versions on the same subjects often clashing with each other, are preeminently occult works, hence used purposely as blinds. They are allowed to survive for public use and property only because they were and are absolutely unintelligible to the masses. Otherwise they would have disappeared from circulation as long ago as the days of Akbar. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the Kurds remain, and still Eohu is one. Eohu is rendered Father-Mother of the Gods, in the commentaries, or the 6-in-1, or the septenary root from which all proceeds. All depends upon the accent given to these 7 vowels, which may be pronounced as 1, 3, or even 7 syllables, by adding an e after the final o. This mystic name is given out, because without a thorough mastery of the triple pronunciation it remains forever ineffectual. Is one refers to the non-separateness of all that lives and has its being, whether in an active or passive state. In one sense, Eohu is the rootless root of all, hence, one with Parabrahman. In another sense it is a name for the manifested one life, the eternal living unity. The root means, as already explained, pure knowledge, sattva, 103 eternal, nitya, unconditioned reality, or sat, satya, whether we call it Parabrahman or Mulaprakriti, for these are but the 2 symbols of the one. The light is the same omnipresent spiritual ray, which has entered and now fecundated the divine egg, and calls cosmic matter to begin its long series of differentiations. The Kurds are the first differentiation, and probably also refer to that cosmic matter which is supposed to be the origin of the Milky Way, the matter we know. This matter, which, according to the revelation received from the primeval Dhyani Buddhas, is, during the periodical sleep of the universe, of the ultimate tenuity conceivable to the eye of the perfect Bodhisattva, this matter, radiant and cool, becomes, at the first reawakening of cosmic motion, scattered through space. Appearing, when seen from the earth, in clusters and lumps, like curds in thin milk. These are the seeds of the future worlds, the star stuff. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality 104, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of Father and Mother. The essence of darkness being absolute light, darkness is taken as the appropriate allegorical representation of the condition of the universe during pralaya, or the term of absolute rest, or non-being, as it appears to our finite minds. The fire, and heat, and motion, here spoken of, are, of course, not the fire, heat, and motion of physical science, but the underlying abstractions, the noumena, or the soul. Of the essence of these material manifestations, the things in themselves, which, as modern science confesses, entirely elude the instruments of the laboratory, and which even the mind cannot grasp. Although it can equally as little avoid the conclusion that these underlying essences of things must exist. Fire and water, or Father and Mother, may be taken here to mean the divine ray in chaos. Chaos, from this union with spirit obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn light, says a fragment of Hermas. Damascus calls it Dis, the disposer of all things. 105. According to the Rosicrucian tenets, as handled and explained by the profane for once correctly, if only partially, light and darkness are identical in themselves, being only divisible in the human mind. And according to Robert Flood, darkness adopted illumination in order to make itself visible. 106. According to the tenets of Eastern occultism, darkness is the one true actuality, the basis and the root of light, without which the latter could never manifest itself, nor even exist. Light is matter, and darkness pure spirit. Darkness, in its radical, metaphysical basis, is subjective and absolute light, while the latter in all its seeming effulgence and glory, is merely a mass of shadows, as it can never be eternal, and is simply an illusion, or maya. Even in the mind-baffling and science-harassing Genesis 107, light is created out of darkness, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and not vice versa. In him, in darkness, was life, and the life was the light of men. 108 A day may come when the eyes of men will be opened, and then they may comprehend better than they do now the verse in the Gospel of John that says, "And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not." They will see then that the word darkness does not apply to man's spiritual eyesight, but indeed to darkness, the absolute, that comprehendeth not, cannot cognize, transient light, however transcendent to human eyes. Demon est Deus Inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the Church, whereas in the Bible, in the book of Job, he is called the Son of God, the bright star of the early morning, Lucifer. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or manvantaric dawn. He has been transformed by the Church into Lucifer or Satan, because he is higher and older than Jehovah, and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. 7. Behold, O Lunus 109, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Eohu, the younger, the 110a. He shines forth as the sun, he is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom, the EKA 111 is Chatter, and Chatter takes to itself Tri, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the seven, which become the Tridasha 112 the hosts and the multitudes, b. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones 113 and turns the upper 114 into a shoreless sea of fire, sea, and the one manifested 115 into the great waters. A, bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it re-emerges differentiated as Eohu, the younger, the new life. To be to the end of the life cycle the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea, the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom, because, firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the Logos, the verbum of the thought divine. And secondly, because in esoteric philosophy this first manifestation, being the synthesis or the aggregate of universal wisdom, Eohu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the seven creative hosts, Sephiroth. And is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Eohu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Shayin is identical with, and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such is an androgynous deity, like the Tetragrammaton and all the logoi of antiquity. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized, and represented with female attributes, under his female aspect becoming Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, called the divine voice. 116 The latter is the patron deity of Tibet and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. 117. The higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become sons of the father. The logoi, like Jupiter or Zeus, son of Cronus Saturn, infinite time, Kala, in their origin were represented as male-female. Zeus is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo was originally bisexual, so is Brahmâ in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally in St. John's vision in Revelation, the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So also is Tetragrammaton, or Jehovah. But there are two Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism. The first and the second Logos. No religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus clad in woman's clothes and with a ring in its nose. On asking the meaning of this masquerade, we were answered that it was Jesu Maria blended in one, and that it was done by the permission of the Padre, as the zealous convert had no money to purchase 2 statues, or idols, as they, very properly, were called by a witness, another but a non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. B. The dragon of wisdom is the one, the Gka, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, Akkad. His name is Akkad, say the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the two is derived from the other, linguistically and symbolically, surely, not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with their respective logoi. Jehovah, esoterically Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve. And the dragon is an old glyph for the astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally, traces both through the course of natural evolution to pure light condensing gradually into form, and hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took this from the later Zoroastrians, who saw devils or evil in the Hindu devas, and the word evil has become by a double transmutation devil, diabolos, diabol, diavolo, teufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and has always stood for psychical regeneration and immortality. Hence, Hermes calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings, Moses, initiated into the wisdom of Hermes, following suit in Genesis. The Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over its head, being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence, also, the Hindu serpent Shisha or Ananta, the infinite, a name of Vishnu, and his first vahana, or vehicle, on the primordial waters. Like the logoi and the hierarchies of powers, however, these serpents have to be distinguished one from the other. Shisha or Ananta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction, symbolizing infinite time and space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe. Whereas, the Gnostic Ophis contains the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3 and 7-syllabled Eohu of the archaic doctrine, i.e. the first unmanifested logos, the second manifested, the triangle concreting into the quaternary or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. Yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of the Kabbalists, between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter, evil, on the plane of matter. For the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, the name astral light is quite modern, is spirit matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends, until it becomes Maya, or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom, and this formed part of his teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before mother became father-mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitudes alone. 118 The Aitareya Brahmana calls the earth Sarparajni, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist, moved and writhed like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God moving on chaos was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters. Until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as also the earth and man, serpent-like, periodically cast off their old skins, to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is surely not a less graceful or a more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and chrysalis from which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the Logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pomander, the oldest and the most spiritual of the Logoi of the western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon of light, fire, and flame. Pomander, the thought divine, personified, says, "The light is I am the nous, the mind or Manu, I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the Master, it is the thought, Mahat, which is God, the Father. 119 The celestial ocean, the ether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit, for these are not separated, and their union is life." Here we find the unmistakable echo of the archaic secret doctrine, as now expounded. Only the latter does not place at the head of the evolution of life the Father, who comes third and is the Son of the Mother, but the eternal and ceaseless breath of the All. Mahat, understanding, universal mind, thought, etc. Before it manifests itself as Brahma or Shiva, appears as Vishnu, says the Sankhya Sara. 120. Hence it has several aspects, just as the Logos has. Mahat is called the Lord, in the primary creation, and is, in this sense, universal cognition or thought divine. But, that Mahat which was first produced is, afterwards, called egoism, when it is born as, the feeling itself, I, that is said to be the secondary creation. 121 And the translator, an able and learned Brahmin, not a European Orientalist, explains in a footnote, i.e. when Mahat develops into the feeling of self-consciousness, I, then it assumes the name of egoism, which, translated into our esoteric phraseology, means, when Mahat is transformed into the human manas, or even that of the finite gods, and becomes ahemship. Why it is called the Mahat of the secondary creation, or the ninth, the Kaumara in Vishnu Purana, will be explained hereafter. C. The sea of fire is, then, the superastral, i.e. noumenal, light, the first radiation from the root mula prakriti, undifferentiated cosmic substance, which becomes astral matter. It is also called the fiery serpent, as above described. If the student bears in mind that there is but one universal element, which is infinite, unborn, and undying, and that all the rest, as in the world of phenomena, are but so many various differentiated aspects and transformations, correlations. They are now called, of that one, from macrocosmical down to microcosmical effects, from superhuman down to human and subhuman beings, the totality, in short, of objective existence, then the first and chief difficulty will disappear and occult cosmology may be mastered. Thus in the Egyptian also as in the Indian theogony there was a concealed deity, the One, and a creative, androgynous god, Shu being the god of creation, and Osiris in his original primary form, the god, whose name is unknown. 122. All the Kabbalists and occultists, Eastern and Western, recognize, a. the identity of Father-Mother with primordial ether, or Akasha, astral light. And, b. its homogeneity before the evolution of the Sun, cosmically Fohat, for it is cosmic electricity. Fohat hardens and scatters the seven brothers. 123 Which means that the primordial electric entity, for the Eastern occultists insist that electricity is an entity, electrifies into life, and separates primordial stuff or pregenetic matter into atoms. Themselves the source of all life and consciousness. There exists a universal agent unique of all forms and of life, that is called Od, Ob, and Hour. 124 Active and passive, positive and negative. Like day and night, it is the first light in creation, Eliphaz Levi, the first light of the primordial Elohim, the atom, male and female, or, scientifically, electricity in life. The ancients represented it by a serpent, for Fohat hisses as he glides hither and thither, in zigzags. The Kabbalah figures it with the Hebrew letter Taith, whose symbol is the serpent which played such a prominent part in the mysteries. Its universal value is 9, for it is the 9th letter of the alphabet, and the 9th door of the 50 portals, or gateways, that lead to the concealed mysteries of being. It is the magical agent par excellence, and designates in Hermetic philosophy life infused into primordial matter, the essence that composes all things, and the spirit that determines their form. But there are two secret Hermetical operations, one spiritual, the other material, correlative and forever united. As Hermes says, "Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the solid. That which ascends from earth to heaven and descends again from heaven to earth. It, the subtle light, is the strong force of every force, for it conquers every subtle thing and penetrates into every solid. Thus was the world formed." It was not Zeno, the founder of the Stoics, alone, who taught that the universe evolves, and its primary substance is transformed from the state of fire into that of air, then into that of water, etc. Heraclitus of Ephesus maintained that the one principle that underlies all phenomena in nature is fire. The intelligence that moves the universe is fire, and fire is intelligence. And while Anaximenes said the same of air, and Thales of Miletus, 600 years BC, of water, the esoteric doctrine reconciles all these philosophers, by showing that though each was right, the system of none was complete. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lunus? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. The answer to the first question, suggested by the second, which is the reply of the teacher to the pupil, contains in a single phrase one of the most essential truths of occult philosophy. It indicates the existence of things imperceptible to our physical senses which are of far greater importance, more real and more permanent, than those that appeal to these senses themselves. Before the Lunus can hope to understand the transcendentally metaphysical problem contained in the first question, he must be able to answer the second. While the very answer he gives to the second will furnish him with the clue to the correct reply to the first. In the Sanskrit commentary on this stanza, the terms used for the concealed and the unrevealed principle are many. In the earliest MSS of Indian literature, this unrevealed abstract deity has no name. It is generally called that, tad, in Sanskrit, and means all that is, was, and will be, or that can be so received by the human mind. Among such appellations given, of course, only in esoteric philosophy, as the unfathomable darkness, the whirlwind, etc., it is also called the it of the Kalahansa, the Kalahamsa, and even the Kali-Hamsa, black swan. Here the M and the N are convertible, and both sound like the nasal French or am. As in the Hebrew, so also in the Sanskrit, many a mysterious sacred name conveys to the profane ear no more than some ordinary, and often vulgar word, because it is concealed anagrammatically or otherwise. This word Hansa, or Hamsa, is just such a case. Hamsa is equal to Ahamsa, 3 words meaning, I am he, while divided in still another way it will read, Soham, he, is, I. In this single word is contained, for him who understands the language of wisdom, the universal mystery, the doctrine of the identity of man's essence with God essence. Hence the glyph of, and the allegory about, Kalahansa, or Hamsa, and the name given to Brahman, neuter, later on to the male Brahmâ, of Hamsavahana, he who uses the Hamsa as his vehicle. The same word may be read Kalahamsa, or I am I, in the eternity of time, answering to the biblical, or rather Zoroastrian, I am that I am. The same doctrine is found in the Kabbalah, as witness the following extract from an unpublished MS. By Mr. S. Liddell McGregor Mathers, the learned Kabbalist. The 3 pronouns, hua, ate, ani, he, thou, I, are used to symbolize the ideas of macroprosopis and microprosopis in the Hebrew Kabbalah. Hua, he, is applied to the hidden and concealed macroprosopis, ate, thou, to microprosopis, and ani, I, to the latter when he is represented as speaking. See Lesser Holy Assembly, 204 etc. It is to be noted that each of these names consists of 3 letters, of which the letter Aleph, a, forms the conclusion of the first word hua, and the commencement of ada and ani, as if it were the connecting link between them. But is the symbol of the unity and consequently of the unvarying idea of the divine operating through all these. But behind the in the name hua are the letters and, the symbols of the numbers 6 and 5, the male and the female, the hexagram and the pentagram. And the numbers of these three words, hua, ate, ani, are 12, 406, and 61, which are resumed in the key numbers of 3, 10, and 7, by the Kabbalah of the 9 chambers, which is a form of the exegetically rule of Tamura. It is useless to attempt to explain the mystery in full. Materialists and the men of modern science will never understand it, since, in order to obtain clear perception of it, one has first of all to admit the postulate of a universally diffused, omnipresent, eternal deity in nature. Secondly, to have fathomed the mystery of electricity in its true essence. And thirdly, to credit man with being the septenary symbol, on the terrestrial plane, of the one great unit, the Logos, which is itself the seven-voweled sign, the breath crystallized into the word. 125 He who believes in all this, has also to believe in the multiple combination of the 7 planets of occultism and of the Kabbalah, with the 12 zodiacal signs. And attribute, as we do, to each planet and to each constellation an influence which, in the words of Mr. Élie Starr, a French astrologer, is proper to it, beneficent or maleficent, and this, after the planetary spirit which rules it, who, in his turn, is capable of influencing men and things which are found in harmony with him and with which he has any affinity. For these reasons, and since few believe in the foregoing, all that can now be given is that in both cases the symbol of Hansa, whether I, he, goose or swan, is an important symbol, representing, among other things, divine wisdom. Wisdom in darkness beyond the reach of men. For all exoteric purposes, Hansa, as every Hindu knows, is a fabulous bird which, when, in the allegory, given milk mixed with water for its food, separated the two, drinking the milk and leaving the water. Thus showing inherent wisdom, milk standing symbolically for spirit, and water for matter. That this allegory is very ancient and dates from the very earliest archaic period, is shown by the mention, in the Bhagavata Purana, of a certain caste named Hamsa or Hansa, which was the one caste par excellence. When far back in the mists of a forgotten past there was among the Hindus only one Veda, one deity, one caste. There is also a range in the Himalayas, described in the old books as being situated north of Mount Meru, called Hamsa, and connected with episodes pertaining to the history of religious mysteries and initiations. As to Kalahansa being the supposed vehicle of Brahma Prajapati, in the exoteric texts and translations of the Orientalists, it is quite a mistake. Brahman, the neuter, is called by them Kalahansa, and Brahma, the male, Hansavahana, because, forsooth, his vehicle is a swan or goose. 126 This is a purely exoteric gloss. Esoterically and logically, if Brahman, the infinite, is all that is described by the Orientalists, and, agreeably with the Vedantic texts, is an abstract deity, in no way characterized by the ascription of any human attributes. And at the same time it is maintained that he or it is called Kalahansa, then how can it ever become the Vahan of Brahma, the manifested finite God? It is quite the reverse. The swan or goose, Hansa, is the symbol of the male or temporary deity, Brahma, the emanation of the primordial ray, which is made to serve as a Vahan or vehicle for the divine ray, which otherwise could not manifest itself in the universe, being antiphrastically, itself an emanation of darkness, for our human intellect, at any rate. It is Brahma, then, who is Kalahansa, and the ray, Hansavahana. As to the strange symbol thus chosen, it is equally suggestive. The true mystic significance being the idea of a universal matrix, figured by the primordial waters of the deep, or the opening for the reception, and subsequently for the issuing of that one ray, the Logos, which contains in itself the other 7 procreative rays or powers, the Logoi or builders. Hence the choice by the rose-croy of the aquatic fowl, whether swan or pelican 127, with 7 young ones, for a symbol, modified and adapted to the religion of every country. Ein Sof is called the fiery soul of the pelican in the Book of Numbers. 128 appearing with every manvantara as Narayana, or Svayambhuva, the self-existent, and penetrating into the mundane egg, it emerges from it at the end of the divine incubation as Brahmâ, or Prajapati, the progenitor of the future universe, into which he expands. He is Purusha, spirit, but he is also Prakriti, matter. Therefore it is only after separating itself into two halves, Brahmavak, the female, and Brahmaviraj, the male, that the Prajapati becomes the male Brahma. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother. 129. It must be remembered that the words light, flame, and fire have been adopted by the translators from the vocabulary of the old fire philosophers. 130 in order to render more clearly the meaning of the archaic terms and symbols employed in the original. Otherwise they would have remained entirely unintelligible to a European reader. To a student of the occult, however, the above terms will be sufficiently clear. All these, light, flame, cold, fire, heat, water, and water of life, are, on our plane, the progeny, or, as a modern physicist would say, the correlations of electricity. Mighty word, and a still mightier symbol. Sacred generator of a no less sacred progeny, of fire, the creator, the preserver and the destroyer, of light, the essence of our divine ancestors, of flame, the soul of things. Electricity, the one life at the upper rung of being, and astral fluid, the Athanor of the alchemists, at the lower, God and devil, good and evil. Now, why is light called cold flame? In the order of cosmic evolution, as taught by the occultist, the energy that actuates matter, after its first formation into atoms, is generated on our plane by cosmic heat. And before that period cosmos, in the sense of dissociated matter, was not. The first primordial matter, eternal and coeval with space, which has neither a beginning nor an end, is neither hot nor cold, but is of its own special nature, says the commentary. Heat and cold are relative qualities and pertain to the realms of the manifested worlds, which all proceed from the manifested Hyal, which, in its absolutely latent aspect, is referred to as the cold virgin, and when awakened to life, as the mother. The ancient Western cosmogonic myths state that at first there was only cold mist, the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Elos or Hyal, from which crept forth the mundane snake, matter. 131 Primordial matter, then, before it emerges from the plane of the never-manifesting, and awakens to the thrill of action under the impulse of Fohat, is but a cool radiance, colorless, formless, tasteless, and devoid of every quality and aspect. Even such are her firstborn, the four sons, who are one, and become seven, the entities, by whose qualifications and names the ancient Eastern occultists called the four of the seven primal centers of force, or atoms. That develop later into the great cosmic elements, now divided into the 70 or so sub-elements, known to science. The four primal natures of the first Dayan Chohans are the so-called, for want of better terms, akashic, ethereal, watery and fiery. They answer, in the terminology of practical occultism, to the scientific definitions of gases, which, to convey a clear idea to both occultists and laymen, may be defined as parahydrogenic 132 paraoxygenic, oxyhydrogenic and ozonic. Or perhaps nitrosonic. The latter forces, or gases, in occultism, supersensuous, yet atomic substances, being the most effective and active when energizing on the plane of more grossly differentiated matter. These elements are both electropositive and electronegative. These and many more are probably the missing links of chemistry. They are known by other names in alchemy and to occultists who practice phenomenal powers. It is by combining and recombining, or dissociating, that elements, in a certain way, by means of astral fire, that the greatest phenomena are produced. 10. Father-mother spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit 133 the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter, 134 and this web is the universe spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. In the Mandukya Upanishad 135 it is written, as a spider throws out and retracts its web, as herbs spring up in the ground. So is the universe derived from the undecaying one, Brahmâ, for the germ of unknown darkness, is the material from which all evolves and develops, as the web from the spider, as foam from the water, etc. This is only graphic and true, if the term Brahmâ, the creator, is derived from the root brai, to increase or expand. Brahmâ expands, and becomes the universe woven out of his own substance. The same idea has been beautifully expressed by Goethe, who says, "Thus at the roaring loom of time I ply, and weave for God the garment thou seest him by." 11. It 136 expands when the breath of fire 137 is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother 138 touches it. Then the sons 139 dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom, at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it 140 is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts, they embrace infinitude. The expanding of the universe, under the breath of fire, is very suggestive in the light of the fire mist period, of which modern science speaks so much, and knows in reality so little. Great heat breaks up the compound elements and resolves the heavenly bodies into their primeval one element, explains the commentary. Once disintegrated into its primal constituent, by getting within the attraction and reach of a focus, or center of heat, energy, of which many are carried about to and fro in space, a body, whether alive or dead, will be vaporized. And held in the bosom of the mother, until Fohat, gathering a few of the clusters of cosmic matter, nebulae, will, by giving it an impulse, set it in motion anew, develop the required heat, and then leave it to follow its own new growth. The expanding and contracting of the web, i.e., the world stuff, or atoms, express here the pulsatory movement. For it is the regular contraction and expansion of the infinite and shoreless ocean, of that which we may call the noumenon of matter, emanated by Svabhavat, which causes the universal vibration of atoms. But it is also suggestive of something else. It shows that the ancients were acquainted with that which is now the puzzle of many scientists and especially of astronomers, the cause of the first ignition of matter, or world stuff, the paradox of the heat produced by refrigerative contraction. And other such cosmic riddles, for it points unmistakably to a knowledge by the ancients of such phenomena. There is heat internal and heat external in every atom, say the Mises commentaries, to which the writer has had access, the breath of the Father, Spirit, and the breath, or heat, of the Mother, Matter. And they give explanations which show that the modern theory of the extinction of the solar fires, by loss of heat through radiation, is erroneous. The assumption is false even on the scientist's own admission. For, as Professor Newcomb 141 points out, by losing heat a gaseous body contracts, and the heat generated by the contraction exceeds that which it had to lose in order to produce the contraction. This paradox, that a body gets hotter, as the shrinking produced by its getting colder is greater, has led to long disputes. The surplus of heat, it is argued, is lost by radiation, and to assume that the temperature is not lowered pari passu with a decrease of volume under a constant pressure, is to set at naught the law of Charles. Contraction develops heat, it is true. But contraction, from cooling, is incapable of developing the whole amount of heat at any time existing in the mass, or even of maintaining a body at a constant temperature, etc. Professor Winchell tries to reconcile the paradox, only a seeming one in fact, as J. Homer Lane 142 proved, by suggesting something besides heat. May it not be, he asks, simply a repulsion among the molecules, which varies according to some law of the distance? 143 But even this will be found irreconcilable, unless this, something besides heat, is ticketed, causeless heat, the breath of fire, the all-creative force plus absolute intelligence, which physical science is not likely to accept. However it may be, the reading of this stanza, notwithstanding its archaic phraseology, shows it to be more scientific than even modern science. 12. Then Svabhavat sends Fohat to harden the atoms. Each 144 is a part of the web. 145 reflecting the self-existent Lord, 146 like a mirror, each becomes internal world. 147. Phœbe hardens the atoms, i.e., by infusing energy into them, he scatters the atoms, or primordial matter. He scatters himself while scattering matter into atoms. It is through Phœbe that the ideas of the universal mind are impressed upon matter. Some faint idea of the nature of Phœbe may be gathered from the appellation, cosmic electricity, sometimes applied to it, but, in this case, to the commonly known properties of electricity, must be added others, including intelligence. It is of interest to note that modern science has come to the conclusion that all cerebration and brain activity are attended by electrical phenomena. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire, A. Learn there is neither first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number, B. A. The terms, the sons of the fire, the sons of the fire mist, and the like, require explanation. They are connected with a great primordial and universal mystery, and it is not easy to make it clear. There is a passage in the Bhagavad Gita, wherein Krishna, speaking symbolically and esoterically, says, I will state the times, conditions, at which devotees departing, from this life, do so never to return, be reborn, or to return, to incarnate again. The fire, the flame, the day, the bright, lucky, fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing, dying. In these, those who know the Brahman, yogis, go to the Brahman. Smoke, night, the dark, unlucky, fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying, in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light, or mansion, the astral light also, and returns, is reborn. These two paths, bright and dark, are said to be eternal in this world, or great kalpa, age. By the one, a man, goes never to return, by the other he comes back. 148. Now these terms, fire, flame, day, the bright fortnight, etc. Smoke, night, and so on, leading only to the end of the lunar path, are incomprehensible without a knowledge of esotericism. These are all names of various deities which preside over the cosmopsychic powers. We often speak of the hierarchy of flames, of the sons of fire, etc. Shankaracharya, the greatest of the esoteric masters of India, says that fire means a deity which presides over time, Kala. The able translator of the Bhagavad Gita, Kashinath Trimbak Telung, M.A., of Bombay, confesses he has no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. It seems quite clear, on the contrary, to him who knows the occult doctrine. With these verses the mystic sense of the solar and lunar symbols are connected. The Pitris are lunar deities and our ancestors, because they created the physical man. The Agnishvada, the Kumaras, the 7 mystic sages, are solar deities, though they are Pitris also, and these are the fashioners of the inner man. They are the sons of fire, because they are the first beings, called minds, in the secret doctrine, evolved from primordial fire. The Lord is a consuming fire. 149. The Lord shall be revealed, with his mighty angels in flaming fire. 150. The Holy Ghost descended on the apostles as cloven tongues like as of fire. 151. Vishnu will return on Kalki, the white horse, as the last avatara, amid fire and flames, and Sosiash will also descend on a white horse in a tornado of fire. And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him, and his name is called the Word of God. 152. Amid flaming fire. Fire is ether in its purest form, and hence is not regarded as matter, but is the unity of ether, the second, manifested deity, in its universality. But there are 2 fires, and a distinction is made between them in the occult teachings. The first, or the purely formless and invisible fire, concealed in the central spiritual sun, is spoken of as triple, metaphysically, while the fire of the manifested cosmos is septenary, throughout both the universe and our solar system. The fire of knowledge burns up all action on the plane of illusion, says the commentary. Therefore, those who have acquired it and are emancipated, are called fires. Speaking of the 7 senses, symbolized as Hatris, or priests, Narada says in Anujata, thus these seven, senses, smell and taste, and color, and sound, etc., are the causes of emancipation. And the translator adds, it is from these seven from which the self is to be emancipated. In the sentence, I am, devoid of qualities, must mean the self, not the Brahmana who speaks. 153. B. The expression, all is one number, issued from no number, relates again to that universal and philosophical tenet just explained in the commentary on Shloka 4 of stanza 3. That which is absolute, is of course no number. But in its later significance it has an application both in space and in time. It means that not only every increment of time is part of a larger increment, up to the most indefinitely prolonged duration conceivable by the human intellect, but also that no manifested thing can be thought of except as part of a whole, the total aggregate being the one manifested universe that issues from the unmanifested or absolute, called non-being, or no number, to distinguish it from being. Or the one number. 2. Learn what we, who descend from the primordial seven, we, who are born from the primordial flame, have learnt from our fathers. This is explained in Book 2, and the term, primordial flame, corroborates what is said in the first paragraph of the preceding commentary on stanza 4. The distinction between the primordial and the subsequent seven builders is that the former are the ray and direct emanation of the first, sacred four, the tetracties, that is, the eternally self-existent one, eternal in essence note well. Not in manifestation, and distinct from the universal one. Latent, during pralaya, and active, during manvantara, the primordial, proceed from father-mother, spirit highly, or elos, whereas the other manifested quaternary and the seven proceed from the mother alone. It is the latter who is the Immaculate Virgin Mother, who is overshadowed, not impregnated, by the universal mystery, when she emerges from her state of laya, or undifferentiated condition. In reality, they are, of course, all one. But their aspects on the various planes of being are different. The first primordial are the highest beings on the scale of existence. They are the archangels of Christianity, those who refuse to create or rather to multiply, as did Michael in the latter system, and as did the eldest mind-born sons of Brahmâ, Bethas. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in space the reawakened energies, 154 the one from the egg, the 6, and the 5, A. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total, B. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, C, the Arupa 155 the Rupa 156 and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, D, and the messengers of the sacred fathers 157 within the holy 4.158. A. This relates to the sacred science of the numerals. So sacred, indeed, and so important in the study of occultism that the subject can hardly be skimmed, even in such a large work as the present. It is on the hierarchies and the correct numbers of these beings, invisible, to us, except upon very rare occasions, that the mystery of the whole universe is built. The Kumaras, for instance, are called the four, though in reality 7 in number, because Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana and Sanat Kumara are the chief Vaidhatra, their patronymic name, who sprang from the fourfold mystery. To make the whole clearer, we have to turn for our illustrations to tenets more familiar to some of our readers, namely the Brahmanical. According to Manu, Hiranyagarbha is Brahma, the first male, formed by the undiscernible causeless cause, in a golden egg resplendent as the sun, as states the Hindu classical dictionary. Hiranyagarbha meaning the golden, or rather the effulgent, womb or egg. The meaning tallies awkwardly with the epithet male. Surely the esoteric meaning of the sentence is clear enough. In the Rig Veda it is said, that, the one Lord of all beings, the one animating principle of gods and men, arose, in the beginning, in the golden womb, Hiranyagarbha, which is the mundane egg, or sphere of our universe. That being is surely androgynous, and the allegory of Brahma separating into two, and creating in one of his halves, the female Vak, himself as Viraj, is a proof of it. The one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, give the number 1065, the value of the firstborn, later on the male and female Brahmâ Prajapati, who answers to the numbers 7 and 14 and 21 respectively. The Prajapati, like the Sephiroth, are only 7, including the synthetic Sapphira of the triad from which they spring. Thus from Hiranyagarbha, or Prajapati, the triune, the primeval Vedic Trimurti, Agni, Vayu, and Surya, emanate the other 7, or again 10, if we separate the first 3 which exist in 1, and 1 in 3. All, moreover, being comprehended within that one supreme Parama, called Guya, or secret, and Sarvatman, the supersoul. The 7 lords of being lie concealed in Sarvatman like thoughts in one brain. So with the Sephiroth. They are either 7 when counting from the upper triad, headed by Kether, or 10, exoterically. In the Mahabharata, the Prajapati are 21 in number, or 10, 6, and 5, 1065, thrice 7. 159. B, the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, in their total, twice 7, represent 31,415, the numerical hierarchy of the Dayan Chohans of various orders, and of the inner or circumscribed world. 160 placed on the boundary of the great circle, pass not, called also the Dhyanipisha, the rope of the angels, the rope that hedges off the phenomenal from the noumenal cosmos. Which does not fall within the range of our present objective consciousness. This number, when not enlarged by permutation and expansion, is ever 31415, anagrammatically and kabbalistically, being both the number of the circle and the mystic svastika. The twice 7 once more. For whatever way the 2 sets of figures are counted, when added separately, one figure after another, whether crossways from right, or from left, they will always yield 14. Mathematically they represent the well-known mathematical formula, that the ratio of the diameter of a circle to the circumference is as 1 to 3.1415, or the value of pi, as it is called. This set of figures must have the same meaning, since the 1:314, 159 and again 1:3. 141, 5927 are worked out in the secret calculations to express the various cycles and ages of the firstborn, or 311,040,000,000,000 with fractions, and yield the same 1.3415 by a process we are not concerned with at present. And it may be shown that Mr. Ralston Skinner, the author of The Source of Measures, reads the Hebrew word alim in the same number values, by omitting, as said, the ciphers, and by permutation, 13514, since A is 1, L is 3, 30, H is 5. I is 1, 10, and M is 4, 40, and anagrammatically, 31,415, as explained by him. Thus, while in the metaphysical world, the circle with the one central point in it has no number, and is called Anupatika, parentless and numberless, for it can fall under no calculation. In the manifested world, the mundane egg or circle is circumscribed within the groups called the line, the triangle, the pentagram, the second line and the square, or 13514. And when the point has generated a line, and thus becomes a diameter which stands for the androgynous logos, then the figures become 31415, or a triangle, a line, a square, a second line, and a pentagram. When the son separates from the mother he becomes the father, the diameter standing for nature, or the feminine principle. Therefore it is said, in the world of being, the one point fructifies the line, the virgin matrix of Cosmos, the egg-shaped zero, and the Immaculate Mother gives birth to the form that combines all forms. Prajapati is called the first procreating male, and his mother's husband 161. This gives the keynote to all the later divine sons from Immaculate Mothers. It is strongly corroborated by the significant fact that Anna, the name of the mother of the Virgin Mary, now represented by the Roman Catholic Church as having given birth to her daughter in an immaculate way, Mary conceived without sin, is derived from the Chaldean Anna, heaven, or astral light, anima mundi. Whence Anasha, Devi Durga, the wife of Shiva, is also called Annapurna, and Kanya, the Virgin, Dumacania being her esoteric name, and meaning the virgin of light, astral light in one of its multitudinous aspects. c. The Devas, Pitris, Rishis. The Suras and the Asuras, the Daityas and Adithyas, the Danavas and Gandharvas, etc., etc., have all their synonyms in our secret doctrine, as well as in the Kabbalah and Hebrew angelology. But it is useless to give their ancient names, as it would only create confusion. Many of these may be now also found even in the Christian hierarchy of divine and celestial powers. All those thrones and dominions, virtues and principalities, cherubs, seraphs and demons, the various denizens of the sidereal world, are the modern copies of archaic prototypes. The very symbolism in their names, when transliterated and arranged, in Greek and Latin, are sufficient to show it, as will be proved in several cases further on. d. The sacred animals are found in the Bible as well as in the Kabbalah, and they have their meaning, a very profound one, too, on the page of the origins of life. In the Sefer Yetzirah it is stated that, God engraved in the holy for the throne of his glory, the Ophanim, the wheels or world spheres, the seraphim, and the sacred animals, as ministering angels, and from these, air, water, and fire or ether, he formed his habitation. The following is the literal translation from the IXTH and XTH sections. 10 numbers without what? 1. The Spirit of the living God, who liveth in eternities. Voice and Spirit and Word, and this is the Holy Spirit. 2. Air out of Spirit. He designed and hewed therewith 22 letters of foundation, 3 mothers, and 7 double and 12 single, and 1 spirit out of them. 3. Water out of Spirit, he designed and hewed with them the barren and the void, mud and earth. He designed them as a flower bed, hewed them as a wall, covered them as a paving. 4. Fire out of water. He designed and hewed therewith the throne of glory and the wheels, and the seraphim and the holy animals as ministering angels, and of the 3 he founded his dwelling, as it is said, he makes his angels spirits, and his servants fiery flames. The words, founded his dwelling, show clearly that in the Kabbalah, as in India, the deity was considered as the universe, and was not, in his origin, the extra-cosmic God he now is. Thus was the world made, through 3 seraphim, Sepher, Saphar, and Cyper, or, through numbers, and numbered. With the astronomical key, these sacred animals become the signs of the zodiac. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the 7. The sparks of the 7 are subject to, and the servants of, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th of the 7, a. These 162 are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines and modelers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oihaho, b. 163. a. This shloka gives again a brief analysis of the hierarchies of the Dayan Chohans, called Devas, gods, in India, or the conscious intelligent powers in nature. To this hierarchy correspond the actual types into which humanity may be divided. For humanity, as a whole, is in reality a materialized, though as yet imperfect, expression thereof. The army of the voice is a term closely connected with the mystery of sound and speech, as an effect and corollary of the cause, divine thought. As beautifully expressed by P. Christian, the learned author of Histoire de la Magie in L'Homme Rouge de Tuileries, the words spoken by, as well as the name of, every individual largely determine his future fate. Why? Because when our soul, mind, creates or evokes a thought, the representative sign of that thought is self-engraved upon the astral fluid, which is the receptacle and, so to say, the mirror of all the manifestations of being. The sign expresses the thing is the, hidden or occult, virtue of the sign. To pronounce a word is to evoke a thought, and make it present. The magnetic potency of human speech is the commencement of every manifestation in the occult world. To utter a name is not only to define a being, an entity, but to place it under, and condemn it through the emission of the word, verbum, to the influence of, one or more occult potencies. Things are, for every one of us, that which it, the word, makes them while naming them. The word, verbum, or the speech of every man is, quite unconsciously to himself, a blessing or a curse. This is why our present ignorance about the properties and attributes of the idea, as well as about the attributes and properties of matter, is often fatal to us. Yes, names, and words, are either beneficent or maleficent. They are, in a certain sense, either venomous or health-giving, according to the hidden influences attached by supreme wisdom to their elements, that is to say, to the letters which compose them, and the numbers correlative to these letters. This is strictly true as an esoteric teaching accepted by all the Eastern schools of occultism. In the Sanskrit, as also in the Hebrew and all other alphabets, every letter has its occult meaning and its rationale. It is a cause and an effect of a preceding cause, and a combination of these very often produces the most magical effect. The vowels, especially, contain the most occult and formidable potencies. The mantras, magical rather than religious invocations, esoterically, are chanted by the Brahmins, and so are the rest of the Vedas and other scriptures. The army of the voice is the prototype of the host of the logos, or the word, of the separate Yetzirah, called in the Secret Doctrine the one number issued from no number, the one eternal principle. The esoteric theogony begins with the one manifested, therefore not eternal in its presence and being, if eternal in its essence, the number of the numbers numbered, the latter proceeding from the voice, the feminine vak, of the 100 forms. Kshatrupa, or nature. It is from this number, 10, or creative nature, the mother, the occult cipher, or 0, ever procreating and multiplying in union with the unit, 1, or the spirit of life, that the whole universe proceeds. In the Anuggata 164 a conversation is given between a Brahmana and his wife on the origin of speech and its occult properties. The wife asks how speech came into existence, and which was prior to the other, speech or mind. The Brahmana tells her that the apana, inspirational breath, becoming Lord, changes that intelligence, which does not understand speech or words, into the state of apana, and thus opens the mind. Thereupon he tells her a story, a dialogue between speech and mind. Both went to the self of being, i.e., to the individual higher self, as Nilkantha thinks. To Prajapati, according to the commentator Arjuna Mishra, and asked him to destroy their doubts, and decide which of them preceded and was superior to the other. To this the Lord said, mind, is superior. But speech answered the self of being, by saying, I verily yield, you, your desires, meaning that by speech he acquired what he desired. Thereupon again, the self told her that there are two minds, the movable and the immovable. The immovable is with me, he said, the movable is in your dominion, i.e. of speech, on the plane of matter. To that you are superior. But inasmuch, O beautiful one, as you came personally to speak to me, in the way you did, i.e. proudly, therefore, O Sarasvati, you shall never speak after, hard, exhalation. The goddess speech, Sarasvati, a later form or aspect of Vak, the goddess also of secret learning, or esoteric wisdom, verily, dwelt always between the prana and the apana. But, O noble one, going with the apana wind, vital air, though impelled, without the prana, expirational breath, she ran up to Prajapati, Brahma, saying, Be pleased, O venerable sir. Then the prana appeared again nourishing speech. And, therefore, speech never speaks after, hard, exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of these two, the noiseless is the superior to the noisy, speech. The speech, which is produced in the body by means of the prana, and which then goes, is transformed, into apana and then becoming assimilated with the udana, physical organs of speech. Then finally dwells in the samama, at the navel in the form of sound, as the material cause of all words, says Arjuna Mishra. So speech formerly spoke. Hence the mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess, speech, by reason of her being movable. The above allegory is at the root of the occult law, which prescribes silence upon the knowledge of certain secret and invisible things, perceptible only to the spiritual mind, the sixth sense, and which cannot be expressed by noisy or uttered speech. This chapter of Anujata explains, says Arjuna Mishra, pranayama, or regulation of the breath in yoga practices. This mode, however, without the previous acquisition of, or at least full understanding of, the two higher senses, of which there are 7, as will be shown, pertains rather to the lower yoga. The hatha so-called was and still is discountenanced by the arhats. It is injurious to the health, and alone can never develop into Raja Yoga. This story is quoted to show how inseparably connected in the metaphysics of old, are intelligent beings, or rather, intelligences, with every sense or function, whether physical or mental. The occult claim that there are 7 senses in man, and in nature, as there are 7 states of consciousness, is corroborated in the same work, chapter 7, on pratyahara, the restraint and regulation of the senses. Pranayama being that of the vital winds, or breath. The Brahmâ, speaking of the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests, Hatras, says, the nose and the eye, and the tongue, and the skin and the ear as the 5th, or smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing. Mind and understanding are the 7 sacrificial priests separately stationed, which, dwelling in a minute space, still, do not perceive each other, on this sensuous plane, none of them except mind. For mind says, the nose smells not without me, the eye does not take in color, etc., etc. I am the eternal chief among all elements, i.e., senses. Without me, the senses never shine, like an empty dwelling, or like fires the flames of which are extinct. Without me, all beings, like fuel half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects even with the senses exerting themselves. 165. This, of course, only with regard to mind on the sensuous plane. Spiritual mind, the upper portion or aspect of the impersonal manas, takes no cognizance of the senses in physical man. How well the ancients were acquainted with the correlation of forces, and all the recently discovered phenomena of mental and physical faculties and functions. And with many more mysteries also, may be found in reading chapters 7 and 8 of this priceless work in philosophy and mystic learning. See the quarrel of the senses about their respective superiority in their taking the Brahman, the lord of all creatures, for their arbiter. You are all greatest and not greatest, or superior to objects, as Arjuna Mishra says, none being independent of the other. You are all possessed of one another's qualities. All are greatest in their own spheres and all support one another. There is one unmoving, life wind or breath, the yoga inhalation, so called, which is the breath of the one or higher self. That one is my own self, accumulated in numerous forms. This breath, voice, self or wind, pneuma, is the synthesis of the 7 senses, nominally all minor deities, and esoterically, the septenary in the army of the voice. B. Next we see cosmic matter scattering and forming itself into elements. Grouped into the mystic 4 within the 5th element, ether, the lining of Akasha, the anima mundi, or mother of cosmos. Dots, lines, triangles, cubes, circles, and finally, spheres, why or how? Because, says the commentary, such is the first law of nature, and because nature geometrizes universally in all her manifestations. There is an inherent law, not only in the primordial, but also in the manifested matter of our phenomenal plane, by which nature correlates her geometrical forms, and later, also, her compound elements. And in which also there is no place for accident or chance. It is a fundamental law in occultism, that there is no rest or cessation of motion in nature. 166 That which seems rest is only the change of one form into another, the change of substance going hand in hand with that of form, so at least we are taught in occult physics. Which thus seem to have anticipated the discovery of the conservation of matter by a considerable time. Says the ancient commentary 167 to stanza 4. The mother is the fiery fish of life. She scatters her spawn and the breath, motion, heats and quickens it. The grains, of spawn, are soon attracted to each other and form the curds in the ocean, of space. The larger lumps coalesce and receive new spawn, in fiery dots, triangles and cubes, which ripen, and at the appointed time some of the lumps detach themselves and assume spheroidal form. A process which they effect only when not interfered with by the others. After which, law no, comes into operation. Motion, the breath, becomes the whirlwind and sets them into rotation. 168. 5. The oihaho, which is darkness, the boundless, or the no number, adinidana svabhavat, the circle, 169. I. The adisanat, the number, for he is one, a. 2. The voice of the word, svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9.170. 3. The formless square, 171. And these three, enclosed within the circle, 172 are the sacred four. And the 10 are the Arupa 173 universe, b. Then come the suns, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath which is the light maker, c. 174. A. Adisanat, translated literally, is the first or primeval ancient, a name which identifies the Kabbalistic Ancient of Days, and the Holy Aged, Sapphira and Adam Kadmon, with Brahmâ, the Creator. Called also Sanat among his other names and titles. Svabhavat is the mystic essence, the plastic root of physical nature, numbers, when manifested, the number, in its unity of substance, on the highest plane. The name is of Buddhist use and a synonym for the fourfold anima mundi, the Kabbalistic archetypal world, from whence proceed the creative, formative, and material worlds. And the scintillae or sparks, the various other worlds contained in the last three. The worlds are all subject to rulers or regents, rishis and pitris with the Hindus, angels with the Jews and Christians, gods with the ancients in general. B. Circle. This means that the boundless circle, the zero, becomes a number, only when one of the other 9 figures precedes it, and thus manifests its value and potency. The word or logos, in union with voice and spirit 175, the expression and source of consciousness, standing for the 9 figures, and thus forming, with the cipher, the decad which contains in itself all the universe. The triad forms the tetractys, or sacred four, within the circle, the square within the circle being the most potent of all the magical figures. C. The one rejected is the sun of our system. The exoteric version may be found in the oldest Sanskrit scriptures. In the Rig Veda, Aditi, the boundless, or infinite space, translated by Professor Max Muller, the visible infinite, visible by the naked eye. The endless expanse beyond the earth, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, is the equivalent of mother space, coeval with darkness. She is very properly called the mother of the gods, Devamatri. As it is from her cosmic matrix that all the heavenly bodies of our system were born, sun and planets. Thus she is described, allegorically, in this wise: 8 sons were born from the body of Aditi, she approached the gods with 7. But cast away the 8th, Martanda, our son. The 7 sons called the Edifiers are, cosmically or astronomically, the 7 planets, and the sun being excluded from their number shows plainly that the Hindus may have known, and in fact knew, of a 7th planet, without calling it Uranus. 176 but esoterically and theologically, so to say, the Edifiers, in their primitive most ancient meanings, are the 8 and 12 great gods of the Hindu pantheon. The 7 allow the mortals to see their dwellings, but show themselves only to the Arhats. Says an old proverb, their dwellings standing here for the planets. The ancient commentary gives the following allegory and explains it. 8 houses were built by Mother, 8 houses for her 8 divine sons, 4 large and 4 small ones. 8 brilliant sons, according to their age and merits. Balailu, Martanda, was not satisfied, though his house was the largest. He began to work, as the huge elephants do. He breathed, drew into his stomach the vital airs of his brothers. He sought to devour them. The larger 4 were far away, far, on the margin of their kingdom. 177 they were not robbed, affected, and laughed. "Do your worst, sir, you cannot reach us," they said. But the smaller wept. They complained to the mother. She exiled Ba-Lu to the center of her kingdom, from whence he could not move. Since then, he, only, watches and threatens. He pursues them, turning slowly round himself, they turning swiftly from him, and he following from afar the direction in which his brothers move on the path that encircles their houses. 178 From that day he feeds on the sweat of the mother's body. He fills himself with her breath and refuse. Therefore, she rejected him. Thus the rejected son, being our son, evidently, as shown above, the sons refer not only to our planets but to the heavenly bodies in general. Surya, himself only a reflection of the central spiritual sun, is the prototype of all those bodies that evolved after him. In the Vedas he is called Lokachakshu, the eye of the world, our planetary world, and he is one of the three chief deities. He is called indifferently the son of Deus or of a deity, because no distinction is made with reference to, or scope allowed for, the esoteric meaning. Thus he is depicted as drawn by 7 horses, and by 1 horse with 7 heads. The former referring to his 7 planets, the latter to their one common origin from the one cosmic element. This one element is called figuratively fire. The Vedas teach that fire verily is all the deities. 179. The meaning of the allegory is plain, for we have both the Zion commentary and modern science to explain it, though the two differ in more than one particular. The occult doctrine rejects the hypothesis born of the nebular theory, that the 7 great planets have evolved from the sun's central mass, of this our visible sun, at any rate. The first condensation of cosmic matter of course took place about a central nucleus, its parent sun. But our sun, it is taught, merely detached itself earlier than all the others, as the rotating mass contracted, and is their elder, bigger, brother, therefore, not their father. The 8 edifiers, the gods, are all formed from the eternal substance, Commentary Matter 180, the mother, or the world stuff, which is both the 5th and the 6th cosmic principle, the eupity, or basis, of the universal soul, just as in man. The microcosm, Manas 181 is the eupity of Buddhi. 182. There is a whole poem on the pregenetic battles fought by the growing planets before the final formation of Cosmos, thus accounting for the seemingly disturbed position of the systems of several planets. The plane of the satellites of some, of Neptune and Uranus, for instance, of which the ancients knew nothing, it is said, being tilted over, thus giving them an appearance of retrograde motion. These planets are called the warriors, the architects, and are accepted by the Roman Church as the leaders of the heavenly hosts, thus showing the same traditions. Having evolved from cosmic space, the sun, we are taught, before the final formation of the primaries and the annulation of the planetary nebulae, drew into the depths of his mass all the cosmic vitality he could. Threatening to engulf his weaker brothers, before the law of attraction and repulsion was finally adjusted. After which, he began feeding on the mother's refuse and sweat, in other words, on those portions of ether, the breath of the universal soul, of the existence and constitution of which science is as yet absolutely ignorant. As a theory of this kind has been propounded by Sir William Grove, 183, who theorizes that the systems are gradually changing by atmospheric additions or subtractions, or by accretions and diminutions arising from nebular substance. And again that the sun may condense gaseous matter as it travels in space, and so heat may be produced. The archaic teaching seems scientific enough, even in this age. 184 Mr. W. Matthew Williams suggested that the diffused matter or ether, which is the recipient of the heat radiations of the universe, is thereby drawn into the depths of the solar mass. Expelling thence the previously condensed and thermally exhausted ether, it becomes compressed and gives up its heat, to be in turn itself driven out in a rarefied and cooled state, to absorb a fresh supply of heat, which he supposes to be in this way taken up by the ether, and again concentrated and redistributed by the suns of the universe. This is about as close an approximation to the occult teachings as science ever imagined, for occultism explains it by the dead breath, given back by Martanda, and his feeding on the sweat and refuse of Mother Space. What could affect Neptune 185 Saturn and Jupiter, but little, would have killed such comparatively small houses as Mercury, Venus and Mars. As Uranus was not known before the end of the 18th century, the name of the fourth planet mentioned in the allegory must remain to us, so far, a mystery. The breath of all the seven is said to be Bhaskara, the light-maker, because they, the planets, were all comets and suns in their origin. They evolve into manvantaric life from primeval chaos, now the noumenon of irresolvable nebulae, by aggregation and accumulation of the primary differentiations of eternal matter, according to the beautiful expression in the commentary. Thus the sons of light clothe themselves in the fabric of darkness. They are called allegorically the heavenly snails, on account of their, to us, formless intelligences inhabiting unseen their starry and planetary homes, and so to speak, carrying them, as the snails do, along with themselves in their revolution. The doctrine of a common origin for all the heavenly bodies and planets was, as we see, inculcated by the archaic astronomers, before Kepler, Newton, Leibniz, Kant, Herschel and Laplace. Heat, the breath, attraction and repulsion, the three great factors of motion, are the conditions under which all the members of this primitive family are born, develop and die. To be reborn after a night of Brahmâ, during which eternal matter relapses periodically into its primary undifferentiated state. The most attenuated gases can give no idea of its nature to the modern physicist. Centers of forces at first, the invisible sparks, or primordial atoms, differentiate into molecules, and become suns, passing gradually into objectivity, gaseous, radiant, cosmic, the one, whirlwind, or motion, finally giving the impulse to the form. And the initial motion, regulated and sustained by the never-resting breaths, the Dayan Chohans. 6. Then the second seven, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3.186 the rejected sun is one. The sons are countless. The Lipika, from the word lipi, writing, means literally the scribes. 187 mystically, these divine beings are connected with karma, the law of retribution, for they are the recorders, or analysts, who impress on the, to us, invisible tablets of the astral light. The great picture gallery of eternity, a faithful record of every act, and even thought, of man. Of all that was, is, or ever will be, in the phenomenal universe. As said in Isis Unveiled, this divine and unseen canvas is the book of life. As it is the Lipika who project into objectivity from the passive universal mind the ideal plan of the universe, upon which the builders reconstruct the cosmos after every pralaya, it is they who stand parallel to the seven angels of the presence, whom the Christians recognize in the seven planetary spirits or the spirits of the stars. And thus it is they who are the direct amanuenses of the eternal ideation, or, as Plato calls it, the divine thought. The eternal record is no fantastic dream, for we meet with the same records in the world of gross matter. As Dr. Draper says, a shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes. The portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or a glassy surface, until, by our necromancy, we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exist the vestiges of our acts, silhouettes of whatever we have done. 188. Drs. Jevons and Babbage believe that every thought displaces the particles of the brain and, setting them in motion, scatters them throughout the universe. They also think that each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened. 189 Thus the ancient doctrine has begun to acquire rights of citizenship in the speculations of the scientific world. The 40 assessors, who stand in the region of Amenti as the accusers of the soul before Osiris, belong to the same class of deities as the Lipika, and might stand as parallels. Were not the Egyptian gods so little understood in their esoteric meaning? The Hindu Chitragupta, who reads out the account of every soul's life from his register, called Agrasandani. The assessors who read theirs from the heart of the defunct, which becomes an open book before either Yama, Minos, Osiris, or Karma, are all so many copies of, and variants from, the Lipika and their astral records. Nevertheless, the Lipika are not deities connected with death, but with life eternal. Connected as the Lipika are with the destiny of every man, and the birth of every child, whose life is already traced in the astral light, not fatalistically, but only because the future, like the past, is ever alive in the present. They may also be said to exercise an influence on the science of horoscopy. We must admit the truth of the latter whether we will or not. For, as observed by one of the modern professors of astrology, now that photography has revealed to us the chemical influence of the sidereal system, by fixing on the sensitized plate of the apparatus milliards of stars and planets that had hitherto baffled the efforts of the most powerful telescopes to discover, it becomes easier to understand how our solar system can, at the birth of a child, influence his brain, virgin of any impression, in a definite manner and according to the presence on the zenith of such or another zodiacal constellation. 190. Stanza v. 1. The primordial seven, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. This is, perhaps, the most difficult of all the stanzas to explain. Its language is comprehensible only to him who is thoroughly versed in Eastern allegory, and its purposely obscure phraseology. The question will surely be asked, do the occultists believe in all these builders, Lipika, and sons of light, as entities, or are they merely imagery? To this the answer is given as plainly, after due allowance for the imagery of personified powers, we must admit the existence of these entities, if we would not reject the existence of spiritual humanity within physical mankind. For the hosts of these sons of light, the mind-born sons of the first manifested ray of the unknown all, are the very root of spiritual man. Unless we want to believe the unphilosophical dogma of a specially created soul for every human birth, a fresh supply of these pouring in daily, since Adam, we have to admit the occult teachings. This will be explained in its place. Let us see, now, what may be the meaning of this occult stanza. The doctrine teaches that, in order to become a divine, fully conscious God, even the highest, the spiritual primeval intelligences must pass through the human stage. And when we say human, this does not apply merely to our terrestrial humanity, but to the mortals that inhabit any world, i.e., to those intelligences that have reached the appropriate equilibrium between matter and spirit, as we have now, ever since the middle point of the 4th root race of the 4th round was passed. Each entity must have won for itself the right of becoming divine, through self-experience. Hegel, the great German thinker, must have known or sensed intuitionally this truth, when he said, that the unconscious evolved the universe only, in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness, in other words, of becoming man. For this is also the secret meaning of the oft-recurring Puranic phrase, of Brahmâ being constantly moved by the desire to create. This explains also the hidden Kabbalistic meaning of the saying, the breath becomes a stone, the stone, a plant. The plant, an animal, the animal, a man, the man, a spirit, and the spirit, a god. The mind-born sons, the rishis, the builders, etc., were all men, of whatever forms and shapes, in other worlds and in preceding manvantaras. This subject being so very mystical, it is most difficult to explain it in all its details and bearings, for the whole mystery of evolutionary creation is contained therein. A sentence or two in the shloka vividly recalls to mind similar sentences in the Kabbalah and the phraseology of the King's Psalmist. 191 both, when speaking of God, show him making the wind his messenger and his ministers of flaming fire. But in the esoteric doctrine it is used figuratively. The fiery whirlwind is the incandescent cosmic dust which only follows magnetically, as the iron filings follow the magnet, the directing thought of the creative forces. Yet, this cosmic dust is something more, for every atom in the universe has the potentiality of self-consciousness in it, and is, like the monads of Leibniz, a universe in itself, and for itself. It is an atom and an angel. In this connection it should be noted that one of the luminaries of the modern evolutionist school, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection as the sole factor in the development of physical man, practically concedes the whole point here discussed. He holds that the evolution of man was directed and furthered by superior intelligences, whose agency is a necessary factor in the scheme of nature. But once the operation of these intelligences is admitted in one place, it is only a logical deduction to extend it still further. No hard and fast line can be drawn. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will, a. The Dzayu becomes Phohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika 192 runs circular errands. Phohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. 193 He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds. 194, b. Takes 3, and 5, and 7 strides through the 7 regions above, and the 7 below. 195 He lifts his voice, and calls the innumerable sparks. 196 and joins them together, c. A. This shows the primordial 7 using for their vehicle, Vahana, or the manifested subject which becomes the symbol of the power directing it, Phohat, called in consequence, the messenger of their will, the fiery whirlwind. B. Dzayu becomes Phohat, the expression itself shows it. Dzayu is the one real, magical, knowledge or occult wisdom, which, dealing with eternal truths and primal causes, becomes almost omnipotence when applied in the right direction. Its antithesis is Dzayami, that which deals with illusions and false appearances only, as in our exoteric modern sciences. In this case, Dzayu is the expression of the collective wisdom of the Dhyani Buddhas. As the reader is supposed not to be acquainted with the Dhyani Buddhas, it is as well to say at once that, according to the Orientalists, there are 5 Dhyanis who are the celestial Buddhas. Of whom the human Buddhas are the manifestations in the world of form and matter. Esoterically, however, the Dhyani Buddhas are 7, of whom 5 only have hitherto manifested. 197 and 2 are to come in the 6th and 7th root races. They are, so to speak, the eternal prototypes of the Buddhas who appear on this earth, each of whom has his particular divine prototype. So, for instance, Amitabha is the Dhyani Buddha of Gautama Shakyamuni, manifesting through him whenever this great soul incarnates on earth as he did in Tsongkhapa. 198 As the synthesis of the 7 Dhyani Buddhas, Avalokiteshvara was the first Buddha, the Logos, and Amitabha is the inner God of Gautama, who, in China, is called Amida, Buddha. They are, as Prof. Rhys Davids correctly states, the glorious counterparts in the mystic world, free from the debasing conditions of this material life, of every earthly mortal Buddha, the liberated Manushi Buddhas appointed to govern the earth in this round. They are the Buddhas of contemplation, and are all Anyapadika, parentless, i.e., self-born of the divine essence. The exoteric teaching, which says that every Dhyani Buddha has the faculty of creating from himself an equally celestial son, a Dhyani Bodhisattva, who, after the decease of the Manushi Buddha, has to carry out the work of the latter, rests on the fact that, owing to the highest initiation performed by one overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, who is credited by the Orientalists with having created the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, a candidate becomes virtually a bodhisattva, created such by the high initiator. C. Phohat, being one of the most, if not the most important character in esoteric cosmogony, should be minutely described. As in the oldest Grecian cosmogony, which differed widely from the later mythology, Eros is the third person in the primeval trinity, Chaos, Gaia, Eros, answering to the Kabbalistic trinity, Ein Sof, the boundless all, for Chaos is space, from Chi Alpha Nu Omega. To open wide, to be void, Shekinah and the Ancient of Days, or the Holy Ghost, so Phohat is one thing in the yet unmanifested universe, and another in the phenomenal and cosmic world. In the latter, he is that occult, electric, vital power, which, under the will of the creative Logos, unites and brings together all forms, giving them the first impulse, which in time becomes law. But in the unmanifested universe, Phœbe is no more this, than Eros is the later brilliant winged Cupid, or love. Phœbe has naught to do with Cosmos yet, since Cosmos is not born, and the gods still sleep in the bosom of Father-Mother. He is an abstract philosophical idea. He produces nothing yet by himself. He is simply that potential creative power, in virtue of whose action the noumenon of all future phenomena divides, so to speak, but to reunite in a mystic supersensuous act, and emit the creative ray. When the divine sun breaks forth, then Phœbe becomes the propelling force, the active power which causes the one to become two and three, on the cosmic plane of manifestation. The triple one differentiates into the many, and then Phœbe is transformed into that force which brings together the elemental atoms, and makes them aggregate and combine. We find an echo of this primeval teaching in early Greek mythology. Erebus and Nux are born out of chaos, and, under the action of Eros, give birth in their turn to Ether and Hemera, the light of the superior and the light of the inferior, or terrestrial, regions. Darkness generates light. Compare in the Puranas Brahmâ's will or desire to create, and in the Phoenician cosmogony of Sankhya the doctrine that desire, pi theta omicron, is the principle of creation. Phœbe is closely related to the one life. From the unknown one, the infinite totality, the manifested one, or the periodical, manvantaric deity, emanates. And this is the universal mind, which, separated from its fountain source, is the demiurge or the creative logos of the Western Kabbalists, and the four-faced Brahmâ of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed, in the esoteric doctrine, from the standpoint of manifested divine thought, it represents the hosts of the higher creative Dhyan Chohans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind, the concealed wisdom of Adi Buddha, the one supreme and eternal, manifests itself as Avalokiteshvara, or manifested Ishvara, which is the Osiris of the Egyptians. The Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the heavenly man of the Hermetic philosophers, the Logos of the Platonists, and the Atman of the Vedantins. 199 By the action of the manifested wisdom, or Mahat, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos, the reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Phœbe of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Phœbe, running along the seven principles of Akasha, acts upon manifested substance, or the one element, as declared above, and, by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution, which, in obedience to the ideation of the universal mind, brings into existence all the various states of being in the manifested solar system. The solar system, brought into existence by these agencies, consists of seven principles, like everything else within these centers. Such is the teaching of the Trans-Himalayan esotericism. Every philosophy, however, has its own way of dividing these principles. Phœbe, then, is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies, on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles, on an immense scale, that of a living force created by will. In those phenomena where the seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective, and propels it to action. Phœbe is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultists as an entity, the forces it acts upon being cosmic, human and terrestrial, and exercising their influence on all these planes respectively. On the earthly plane, its influence is felt in the magnetic and active force generated by the strong desire of the magnetizer. On the cosmic, it is present in the constructive power that, in the formation of things, from the planetary system down to the glowworm and simple daisy, carries out the plan in the mind of nature, or in the divine thought. With regard to the development and growth of a particular thing, it is, metaphysically, the objectivized thought of the gods, the Word made flesh, on a lower scale, and the messenger of cosmic and human ideation, the active force in universal life. In its secondary aspect, Phœbe is the solar energy, the electric vital fluid, and the preserving fourth principle, the animal soul of nature, so to say, or, electricity. In 1882, the president of the Theosophical Society, Colonel Olcott, was taken to task for asserting in one of his lectures that electricity is matter. Such, nevertheless, is the teaching of the occult doctrine. Force, energy, may be better names for it, so long as European science knows so little about its true nature, yet matter it is, as much as ether is matter, since it is as atomic, though indeed several removes from ether. It seems ridiculous to argue that because a thing is imponderable to science, therefore it cannot be called matter. Electricity is immaterial, in the sense that its molecules are not subject to perception and experiment. Yet it may be, and occultism says it is, atomic, therefore it is matter. But even supposing it were unscientific to speak of it in such terms, once electricity is called in science a source of energy, energy simply, and a force, where is that force or that energy which can be thought of without thinking of matter? Maxwell, a mathematician and one of the greatest authorities upon electricity and its phenomena, said, years ago, that electricity was matter, not motion merely. If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions, which behave like atoms of electricity. 200 We will go further than this, and assert that electricity is not only substance, but that it is an emanation from an entity, which is neither God nor devil, but one of the numberless entities that rule and guide our world. According to the eternal law of karma. To return to Phœbe, it is connected with Vishnu and Surya in the early character of the former god, for Vishnu is not a high god in the Rig Veda. The name Vishnu is from the root vish, to pervade, and Phœbe is called the pervader and the manufacturer, because he shapes the atoms from crude material. 201 In the sacred texts of the Rig Veda, Vishnu is also manifestation of the solar energy, and is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps. The Vedic god having little in common with the Vishnu of later times. Therefore the two are identical in this particular feature, and one is the copy of the other. The 3 and 7 strides refer to the 7 spheres inhabited by man, in the esoteric doctrine, as well as to the 7 regions of the earth. Notwithstanding the frequent objections made by would-be Orientalists, the 7 worlds, or spheres, of our planetary chain are distinctly referred to in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. But how strangely all these numbers are connected with like numbers in other cosmogonies and with their symbols, can be seen from the comparisons and parallelisms made by students of old religions. The 3 strides of Vishnu, through the 7 regions of the universe, of the Rig Veda, have been variously explained by commentators as meaning fire, lightning and the sun, cosmically, and as having been taken in the earth, the atmosphere, and the sky. More philosophically, and in the astronomical sense, very correctly, they are explained by Ornavaba as being the various positions of the sun, rising, noon, and setting. Esoteric philosophy alone explains it clearly, though the Zohar has laid it down very philosophically and comprehensively. It is plainly demonstrated therein that in the beginning the Elohim, Alan, were called Akkad, one, or the Deity, one in many, a very simple idea in a pantheistic conception, pantheistic in its philosophical sense, of course. Then came the change, Jehovah is Elohim, thus unifying the multiplicity in taking the first step towards monotheism. Now to the query, how is Jehovah Elohim? The answer is, by 3 steps, from below. The meaning is plain. The steps are symbols, and emblematic, mutually and correlatively, of spirit, soul and body, man, of the circle, transformed into spirit, the soul of the world and its body, or earth. Stepping out of the circle of infinity, that no man comprehendeth, Ein Sof, the Kabbalistic synonym for Parabrahman, for the Zerāna Akern, of the Mazdians, or for any other, unknowable, becomes, 1, the Akkad, the Eka, the Ahu. Then he, or it, is transformed by evolution into the one in many, the Dhyani Buddhas or the Elohim, or again the Amshaspends, his 3rd step being taken into the generation of the flesh, or man. And from man, or Jehovah, male-female, the inner divine entity becomes, on the metaphysical plane, once more the Elohim. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 are prominent in speculative masonry, as shown in Isis Unveiled. A Mason writes, "There are the 3, 5, and 7 steps to show a circular walk. The 3 faces of 3, 3, 5, 3, and 7, 3, etc., etc. Sometimes it comes in this form: 753 divided by 2 is equal to 376.5, and 7535 divided by 2 is equal to 3817. 5, and the ratio of 20612/6561 feet for cubit measure gives the Great Pyramid measures. 3, 5 and 7 are mystical numbers, and the last and the first are as greatly honored by Masons as by Parsis, the triangle being a symbol of deity everywhere. 202 As a matter of course, doctors of divinity, Castle, for instance, show the Zohar explaining and supporting the Christian Trinity. It is the latter, however, that had its origin from the triangle in the archaic occultism and symbology of the heathen. The 3 strides relate metaphysically to the descent of spirit into matter, of the Logos falling as a ray into the spirit, then into the soul, and finally into the human physical form of man, in which it becomes life. The Kabbalistic idea is identical with the esotericism of the archaic period. This esotericism is the common property of all, and belongs neither to the Aryan fifth race, nor to any of its numerous subraces. It cannot be claimed by the Turanians, so-called, the Egyptians, Chinese, Chaldeans, or by any of the 7 divisions of the 5th root race, but really belongs to the 3rd and 4th root races, whose descendants we find in the seed of the 5th. The earliest Aryans. The circle was with every nation the symbol of the unknown, boundless space, the abstract garb of an ever-present abstraction, the incognizable deity. It represents limitless time in eternity. The Zoroana Akurn is also the boundless circle of unknown time, from which circle issues the radiant light, the universal sun, or Ormuz 203, and the latter is identical with Cronus, in his Aeolian form, that of a circle. For the circle is Sar and Saras, or cycle. It was the Babylonian god whose circular horizon was the visible symbol of the invisible, while the sun was the one circle from which proceeded the cosmic orbs, of which he was considered the leader. Zoroana is the chakra, or circle, of Vishnu, the mysterious emblem which is, according to the definition of a mystic, a curve of such a nature that as to any, the least possible, part thereof, if the curve be protracted either way, it will proceed and finally re-enter upon itself, and form one and the same curve, or that which we call the circle. No better definition could thus be given of the natural symbol and the evident nature of deity, which having its circumference everywhere, the boundless, has, therefore, its central point also everywhere. In other words, is in every point of the universe. The invisible deity is thus also the Dayan Chohans, or the Rishis, the primitive 7, and the 9, without, and 10, including, their synthetical unit, from which it steps into man. Returning to Commentary 4 of stanza 4, the reader now will understand why, while the Trans-Himalayan chakra has inscribed within it, triangle, square, 5-point star with middle dot, triangle, first line, square, second line, and a pentacle with a point in the center, either thus, 5-point star with middle dot, or some other variation, the Kabbalistic circle of the Elohim reveals, when the letters of the word, Alam or Elohim, are read numerically. The famous numerals 13514, or anagrammatically 31,415, the astronomical pi, or the hidden meaning of the Dhyani Buddhas, of the Gebers, the Jaburim, the Kaberi, and the Elohim, all signifying, great men, titans, heavenly men, and, on earth, giants. The 7 was a sacred number with every nation, but none applied it to more physiologically materialistic uses than the Hebrews. With them 7 was preeminently the generative number, and 9 the male causative one, forming as shown by the Kabbalists the OTZ, 90, 70, or the tree of the Garden of Eden, the double hermaphrodite rod of the 4th race. This was the symbol of the Holy of Holies, the 3 and the 4 of sexual separation. Nearly every one of the 22 Hebrew letters are merely phallic symbols. Of the 2 letters, as shown above, One, the ayin, is a negative female letter, symbolically an eye, the other a male letter, tsa, a fishhook or dart. Whereas with the Hindus and Aryans generally, the significance was manifold, and related almost entirely to purely metaphysical and astronomical truths. Their rishis and gods, their demons and heroes, have historical and ethical meanings. Yet we are told by a Kabbalist, who, in a work not yet published, contrasts the Kabbalah and Zohar with Aryan esotericism, that the Hebrew clear, short, terse and exact modes far and beyond measure surpass the twaddling word talk of the Hindus, just as by parallelisms the psalmist says, "My mouth speaks with my tongue, I know not thy numbers." 71:15. The Hindu glyph shows by its insufficiency in the large admixture of adventitious sides the same borrowed plumage that the Greeks, the lying Greeks, had, and that Masonry has, which, in the rough monosyllabic, and apparent, poverty of the Hebrew, shows the latter to have come down from a far more remote antiquity than any of these, and to have been the source, or nearer the old original source than any of them. This is entirely erroneous. Our learned brother and correspondent judges the Hindu religious systems apparently by their Shastras and Puranas, probably the latter, and in their modern translations moreover, which disfigure them out of all recognition. It is to their philosophical systems that we have to turn, to their esoteric teaching, if we would make a point of comparison. No doubt the symbology of the Pentateuch, and even of the New Testament, comes from the same source. But surely the Pyramid of Cheops, whose measurements are all found, by Professor Piazzi Smith, repeated in Solomon's alleged and mythical temple, is not of a later date than the Mosaic books. Hence, if there is any such great identity as is claimed, it must be due to servile copying on the part of the Jews, not on that of the Egyptians. The glyphs of the Jews, and even their language, the Hebrew, are not original. They are borrowed from the Egyptians, from whom Moses got his wisdom, from the Coptic, the probable kinsman, if not parent, of the old Phoenician, and from the Hyksos, their alleged ancestors, as Josephus shows. 204i. But who are the Hyksos shepherds? And who the Egyptians? History knows nothing of the question, and speculates and theorizes out of the depths of the respective consciousnesses of her historians. 205. Chamism, or Old Coptic, is from Western Asia, and contains some germ of the Semitic, thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Aryan and Semitic races, says Bunsen, who places the great events in Egypt 9,000 years BC. The fact is that in archaic esotericism and Aryan thought we find a grand philosophy, whereas in the Hebrew records we find only the most surprising ingenuity in inventing apotheoses for phallic worship and sexual theogony. That the Aryans never made their religion rest solely on physiological symbols, as the old Hebrews have done, may be seen in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. That these accounts, also, are blinds is shown by their contradicting each other, a different explanation being found in almost every Purana and epic poem. Read esoterically, however, they will all yield the same meaning. Thus one account enumerates 7 worlds, exclusive of the nether worlds, also 7 in number. These 14 upper and nether worlds have nothing to do with the classification of the septenary chain and belong to the purely ethereal, invisible worlds. These will be noticed elsewhere. Suffice it for the present to show that they are purposely referred to as though they belonged to the chain. Another enumeration calls the 7 worlds earth, sky, heaven, middle region, place of birth, mansion of the blessed, and abode of truth. Placing the sons of Brahmâ in the 6th division, and stating the 5th, or Janaloka, to be that where animals destroyed in the general conflagration are born again. 206. Some real esoteric teaching is given in the subsequent chapters on symbolism. He who is prepared for it will understand the hidden meaning. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom 207 that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings 208 and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. Wheels, as already explained, are the centers of force, around which primordial cosmic matter expands, and, passing through all the 6 stages of consolidation, becomes spheroidal and ends by being transformed into globes or spheres. It is one of the fundamental dogmas of esoteric cosmogony, that during the kalpas, or eons, of life, motion, which, during the periods of rest, pulsates and thrills through every slumbering atom, assumes an ever-growing tendency. From the first awakening of cosmos to a new day, to circular movement. The deity becomes a whirlwind. It may be asked, as the writer has not failed to ask, who is there to ascertain the difference in that motion, since all nature is reduced to its primal essence, and there can be no one, not even one of the Dhyani Chohans, who are all in nirvana, to see it. The answer to this is, everything in nature has to be judged by analogy. Though the highest deities, archangels or Dhyani Buddhas, are unable to penetrate the mysteries which lie too far beyond our planetary system and the visible cosmos. Yet there were great seers and prophets in olden times who were enabled to perceive the mystery of breath and motion retrospectively, when the systems of worlds were at rest and plunged in their periodic sleep. The wheels are also called rodi, the moving wheels of the celestial orbs participating in the world's creation, when the meaning refers to the animating principle of the stars and planets. For, in the Kabbalah, they are represented by the Ophanim, the angels of the spheres and stars, of which they are the informing souls. 209. This law of vortical movement in primordial matter is one of the oldest conceptions of Greek philosophy, whose first historical sages were nearly all initiates of the mysteries. The Greeks had it from the Egyptians, and the latter from the Chaldeans, who had been the pupils of Brahmins of the esoteric school. Leucippus, and Democritus of Abdera, the pupil of the Magi, taught that this gyratory movement of the atoms and spheres existed from eternity. 210 Hysidas, Heraclides, Ecphantus, Pythagoras, and all his pupils, taught the rotation of the earth. And Aryabhata of India, Aristarchus, Seleucus, and Archimedes calculated its revolution as scientifically as the astronomers do now, while the theory of elemental vortices was known to Anaxagoras, and maintained by him 500 years BC. Or nearly 2000 before it was taken up by Galileo, Descartes, Swedenborg, and finally, with slight modifications, by Sir W. Thomson. 211 All such knowledge, if justice be only done, is an echo of the archaic doctrine, an attempt to explain which is now being made. How men of the last few centuries have come to the same ideas and conclusions that were taught as axiomatic truths in the secrecy of the Aditya, dozens of millenniums ago, is a question that is treated separately. Some were led to it by the natural progress in physical science and by independent observation. Others, such as Copernicus, Swedenborg, and a few more, their great learning notwithstanding, owed their knowledge far more to intuitive than to acquired ideas, developed in the usual way by a course of study. That Swedenborg, who could not possibly have known anything of the esoteric ideas of Buddhism, independently came near the occult teaching in his general conceptions, is shown by his essay on the vortical theory. In Clissold's translation of it, quoted by Professor Winchell, 212, we find the following resume. The first cause is the infinite or unlimited. This gives existence to the first finite or limited. The logos in its manifestation and the universe. That which produces a limit is analogous to motion. See stanza I supra. The limit produced is a point, the essence of which is motion, but being without parts, this essence is not actual motion, but only a conatus to it. In our doctrine it is not a conatus, but a change from eternal vibration, in the unmanifested, to vortical motion, in the phenomenal or manifested world. From this first proceed extension, space, figure, and succession, or time. As in geometry a point generates a line a surface, and a surface a solid, so here the conatus of the point tends towards lines, surfaces, and solids. In other words, the universe is contained in ovo in the first natural point. The motion toward which the conatus tends is circular, since the circle is the most perfect of all figures. The most perfect figure of the motion above described must be the perpetually circular. That is to say, it must proceed from the center to the periphery and from the periphery to the center. 213. This is occultism pure and simple. By the 6 directions of space is here meant the double triangle, the junction and blending together of pure spirit and matter, of the arupa and the rupa, of which the triangles are a symbol. This double triangle is a sign of Vishnu. It is Solomon's seal, and the Shriyantara of the Brahmins. 4. Phœbe traces spiral lines to unite the sixth to the seventh, the crown, A. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle, the Lipika, in the middle wheel, B. They 2:14 say, this is good. The first divine world is ready, the first, the second. 2:15 then the divine arupa, 2:16 reflects itself in Chaya Loka. 2:17 the first garment of Anyapataka, c. A. This tracing of spiral lines refers to the evolution of man's as well as of nature's principles, an evolution which takes place gradually, as does everything else in nature. The sixth principle in man, buddhi, the divine soul, though a mere breath, in our conceptions, is still something material when compared with divine spirit, atma, of which it is the carrier or vehicle. Phœbe, in his capacity of divine love, eros, the electric power of affinity and sympathy, is shown, allegorically, trying to bring the pure spirit, the ray inseparable from the one absolute, into union with the soul. The two constituting in man the monad, and in nature the first link between the ever unconditioned and the manifested. The first is now the second, world, of the Lipikas, has reference to the same. B. The army at each angle is the host of angelic beings, Dayan Chohans, appointed to guide and watch over each respective region, from the beginning to the end of a manvantara. They are the mystic watchers of the Christian Kabbalists and alchemists, and relate, symbolically as well as cosmogonically, to the numerical system of the universe. The numbers with which these celestial beings are connected, are extremely difficult to explain, as each number refers to several groups of distinct ideas, according to the particular group of angels, which it is intended to represent. Herein lies the notice in the study of symbology, with which so many scholars, unable to untie it, have preferred dealing as Alexander dealt with the Gordian knot, hence erroneous conceptions and teachings, as a direct result. C. The first is the second, because the first cannot really be numbered or regarded as such, for the first is the realm of noumena in its primary manifestation, the threshold to the world of truth, or sat, through which the direct energy that radiates from the one reality, the nameless deity, reaches us. Here again, the untranslatable term sat, b'nes, is likely to lead to an erroneous conception, since that which is manifested cannot be sat, but is something phenomenal, not everlasting, nor, in truth, even sempiternal. It is coeval and coexistent with the one life, secondless, but as a manifestation it is still a maya, like the rest. This world of truth, in the words of the commentary, can be described only as a bright star dropped from the heart of eternity. The beacon of hope on whose 7 rays hang the 7 worlds of being. Truly so, since these are the 7 lights whose reflections are the human immortal monads, the Atma, or the irradiating spirit of every creature of the human family. First, this septenary light, then the divine world, the countless lights lit at the primeval light, the buddhas, or formless divine souls, of the last arupa, formless, world, the sum total, in the mysterious language of the old stanza. In the Catechism, the master is made to ask the pupil, "Lift thy head, O Lanu, dost thou see one, or countless lights above thee, burning in the dark midnight sky? I sense one flame, O Gurudiva, I see countless undetached sparks shining in it. Thou sayest well. And now look around and into thyself. That light which burns inside thee, dost thou feel it different in any wise from the light that shines in thy brother men? It is in no way different, though the prisoner is held in bondage by karma, and though its outer garments delude the ignorant into saying, thy soul and my soul. The radical unity of the ultimate essence of each constituent part of compounds in nature, from star to mineral atom, from the highest Dayan Chohan to the smallest infusorium, in the fullest acceptation of the term. And whether applied to the spiritual, intellectual, or physical worlds, this unity is the one fundamental law in occult science. The deity is boundless and infinite expansion, says an occult axiom, hence, the name of Brahmâ, as previously remarked. 218. There is a deep philosophy underlying the earliest worship in the world, the worship of the sun and of fire. Of all the elements known to physical science, fire is that which has ever eluded definite analysis. It is confidently asserted that air is a mixture containing the gases oxygen and nitrogen. We view the universe and the earth as matter composed of definite chemical molecules. We speak of the primitive 10 earths, endowing each with a Greek or Latin name. We say that water is, chemically, a compound of oxygen and hydrogen. But what is fire? It is the effect of combustion, we are gravely answered. It is heat and light and motion, and a correlation of physical and chemical forces in general. And this scientific definition is philosophically supplemented by a theological one in Webster's dictionary, which explains fire as the instrument of punishment, or the punishment of the impenitent in another state, the state, by the by, being supposed to be spiritual. But, alas! The presence of fire would seem to be a convincing proof of its material nature. Yet, speaking of the illusion of regarding phenomena as simple, because they are familiar. Professor Bain says, very familiar facts seem to stand in no need of explanation themselves and to be the means of explaining whatever can be assimilated to them. Thus, the boiling and evaporation of a liquid is supposed to be a very simple phenomenon requiring no explanation, and a satisfactory explanation of rarer phenomena. That water should dry up is, to the uninstructed mind, a thing wholly intelligible, whereas to the man acquainted with physical science the liquid state is anomalous and inexplicable. The lighting of a fire by a flame is a great scientific difficulty, yet few people think so. 219. What says the esoteric teaching with regard to fire? Fire is the most perfect and unadulterated reflection, in heaven as on earth, of the one flame. It is life and death, the origin and the end of every material thing. It is divine substance. Thus, not only the fire worshipper, the Parsi, but even the wandering savage tribes of America, which proclaim themselves born of fire, show more science in their creeds and truth in their superstitions than all the speculations of modern physics and learning. The Christian who says, God is a living fire, and speaks of the Pentecostal tongues of fire, and of the burning bush of Moses, is as much a fire worshipper as any other heathen. Among the mystics and Kabbalists, the Rosicrucians were those who defined fire in the most correct way. Procure a sixpenny lamp, keep it only supplied with oil, and you will be able to light at its flame the lamps, candles, and fires of the whole globe without diminishing that flame. If the Deity, the radical one, is an eternal and infinite substance never consumed, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire. Then it does not seem reasonable that the occult teaching should be held as unphilosophical when it says, thus were formed the Arupa and Rupa, worlds, from one light 7 lights. From each of the 7 times 7 inch etc., etc. 5. Phœbe takes 5 strides 220, a, and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones, and their armies 221, b. A. The strides, as already explained in the last commentary, refer to both the cosmic and the human principles, the latter of which consist, in the exoteric division, of 3, spirit, soul and body, and, in the esoteric calculation, of 7 principles, 3 rays of the essence and 4 aspects. 222 Those who have studied Mr. Sinnott's esoteric Buddhism will easily grasp the nomenclature. There are 2 esoteric schools beyond the Himalayas, or rather one school, divided into 2 sections, one for the inner Lunus, the other for the outer or semi-lay Chelas. The first teaching a septenary, the other a 6-fold division of the human principles. From a cosmic point of view, Phœbe taking 5 strides refers here to the 5 upper planes of consciousness and being, the 6th and the 7th, counting downwards, being the astral and the terrestrial, or the 2 lower planes. b. 4 winged wheels at each corner, for the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. These are the 4 Maharajas, or great kings, of the Dayan Chauhans, the Devas, who preside each over one of the 4 cardinal points. They are the regents, or angels, who rule over the cosmical forces of north, south, east and west, forces having each a distinct occult property. These beings are also connected with karma, as the latter needs physical and material agents to carry out its decrees, such as the 4 kinds of winds, for instance. Professedly admitted by science to have their respective evil and beneficent influences upon the health of mankind and every living thing. There is a cult philosophy in the Roman Catholic doctrine which traces the various public calamities, such as epidemics of disease, and wars, and so on, to the invisible messengers from north and west. The glory of God comes from the way of the east, says Ezekiel. While Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the psalmist assure their readers that all the evil under the sun comes from the north and the west, which, when applied to the Jewish nation, sounds like an undeniable prophecy. And this accounts also for St. Ambrose 2:23 declaring that it is precisely for this reason that we curse the north wind, and that during the ceremony of baptism we begin by turning towards the west, sidereal, to renounce the better him who inhabits it. After which we turn to the east. Belief in the 4 Maharajas, the regents of the 4 cardinal points, was universal and is now that of Christians, who call them, after St. Augustine, angelic virtues, and spirits, when enumerated by themselves, and devils, when named by pagans. But where is the difference between the pagans and the Christians in this case? Says the scholarly Vossius. Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 1, Symbolism and Ideographs. Is not a symbol ever, to him who has eyes for it, some dimmer or clearer revelation of the godlike? Through all, there glimmers something of a divine idea. Nay, the highest ensign that men ever met and embraced under, the cross itself, had no meaning, save an accidental extrinsic one. Carlyle. The study of the hidden meaning in every religious and profane legend, of whatsoever nation, large or small, and preeminently in the traditions of the East, has occupied the greater portion of the present writer's life. She is one of those who feel convinced that no mythological story, no traditional event in the folklore of a people, has ever, at any time, been pure fiction, but that every one of such narratives has an actual historical lining to it. In this the writer disagrees with those symbologists, however great their reputation, who find in every myth nothing more than additional proof of the superstitious bent of mind of the ancients, and who believe that all mythologies sprang from, and are built upon, solar myths. Such superficial thinkers have been admirably disposed of by Mr. Gerald Massey, the poet and Egyptologist, in a lecture on Lineolatry, Ancient and Modern. His pointed criticism is worthy of reproduction in this part of our work, as it echoes so well our own feelings, expressed openly so far back as 1875, when Isis Unveiled was written. For 30 years past Professor Max Muller has been teaching in his books and lectures, in the Times, Saturday Review, and various magazines, from the platform of the Royal Institution, the pulpit of Westminster Abbey, and his chair at Oxford. That mythology is a disease of language, and that the ancient symbolism was a result of something like a primitive mental aberration. We know, says Renouf, echoing Max Muller, in his Hibbert Lectures, we know that mythology is the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. Such is the shallow explanation of the non-evolutionists, and such explanations are still accepted by the British public, that gets its thinking done for it by proxy. Professor Max Muller, Cox, Gubernatus, and other propounders of the solar mythos, have portrayed the primitive mythmaker for us as a sort of Germanist Hindu metaphysician, projecting his own shadow on a mental mist. And talking ingeniously concerning smoke, or, at least, cloud. The sky overhead becoming like the dome of dreamland, scribbled over with the imagery of aboriginal nightmares. They conceive the early man in their own likeness, and look upon him as perversely prone to self-mystification, or, as Fontenelle has it, subject to beholding things that are not there. They have misrepresented primitive or archaic man as having been idiotically misled from the first by an active but untutored imagination into believing all sorts of fallacies, which were directly and constantly contradicted by his own daily experience. A fool of fancy in the midst of those grim realities that were grinding his experiences into him, like the grinding icebergs making their imprints upon the rocks submerged beneath the sea. It remains to be said, and will one day be acknowledged, that these accepted teachers have been no nearer to the beginnings of mythology and language than Burns's poet Willie had been near to Pegasus. My reply is, 'tis but a dream of the metaphysical theorist that mythology was a disease of language, or of anything else except his own brain. The origin and meaning of mythology have been missed altogether by these solarites and weathermongers. Mythology was a primitive mode of thinking, the early thought. It was founded on natural facts, and is still verifiable in phenomena. There is nothing insane, nothing irrational in it, when considered in the light of evolution, and when its mode of expression by sign language is thoroughly understood. The insanity lies in mistaking it for human history or divine revelation. 452 Mythology is the repository of man's most ancient science, and what concerns us chiefly is this: when truly interpreted once more, it is destined to be the death of those false theologies to which it has unwittingly given birth. 453. In modern phraseology, a statement is sometimes said to be mythical in proportion to its being untrue, but the ancient mythology was not a system or mode of falsifying in that sense. Its fables were the means of conveying facts. They were neither forgeries nor fictions. For example, when the Egyptians portrayed the moon as a cat, they were not ignorant enough to suppose that the moon was a cat, nor did their wandering fancies see any likeness in the moon to a cat. Nor was a cat myth any mere expansion of verbal metaphor, nor had they any intention of making puzzles or riddles. They had observed the simple fact that the cat saw in the dark, and that her eyes became full-orbed, and grew most luminous by night. The moon was the seer by night in heaven, and the cat was its equivalent on the earth. And so the familiar cat was adopted as a representative, a natural sign, a living pictograph of the lunar orb. And so it followed that the sun which saw down in the underworld at night could also be called the cat, as it was, because it also saw in the dark. The name of the cat in Egyptian is Mao, which denotes the seer, from Mao, to see. One writer on mythology asserts that the Egyptians imagined a great cat behind the sun, which is the pupil of the cat's eye. But this imagining is all modern. It is the Mullerite stock in trade. The moon, as cat, was the eye of the sun, because it reflected the solar light, and because the eye gives back the image in its mirror. In the form of the goddess Pasht, the cat keeps watch for the sun, with her paw holding down and bruising the head of the serpent of darkness, called his eternal enemy. This is a very correct exposition of the lunar mythos from its astronomical aspect. Selenography, however, is the least esoteric of the divisions of lunar symbology. To master thoroughly, if one is permitted to coin a new word, selenognosis, one must become proficient in more than its astronomical meaning. The moon is intimately related to the earth, as shown in the stanzas, and is more directly concerned with all the mysteries of our globe than is even Venus Lucifer, the occult sister and alter ego of the earth. 454. The untiring researches of Western, especially German, symbologists, during the last and the present centuries, have induced the most unprejudiced students, and of course every occultist, to see that without the help of symbology, with its 7 departments, of which the moderns know nothing, no ancient scripture can ever be correctly understood. Symbology must be studied from every one of its aspects, for each nation had its own peculiar methods of expression. In short, no Egyptian papyrus, no Indian alya, no Assyrian tile, no Hebrew scroll, should be read and interpreted literally. This every scholar now knows. The able lectures of Mr. Gerald Massey alone are sufficient to convince any fair-minded Christian that to accept the dead letter of the Bible is equivalent to falling into a grosser error and superstition than any hitherto evolved by the brain of the savage South Sea Islander. But the fact to which even the most truth-loving and truth-searching Orientalists, whether Arianists or Egyptologists, seem to remain blind, is that every symbol on papyrus or alya is a many-faced diamond, each of whose facets not only includes several interpretations, but also relates to several sciences. This is instanced in the just quoted interpretation of the cat symbolizing the moon, an example of sidereoterrestrial imagery, for the moon has with other nations many other meanings besides. As a learned Mason and Theosophist, the late Kenneth Mackenzie, has shown in his Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, there is a great difference between emblem and symbol. The former comprises a larger series of thoughts than a symbol, which may be said rather to illustrate some single special idea. Hence, the symbols, lunar, or solar, for example, of several countries, each illustrating such a special idea, or series of ideas, form collectively an esoteric emblem. The latter is a concrete visible picture or sign representing principles, or a series of principles, recognizable by those who have received certain instructions, initiates. To put it still plainer, an emblem is usually a series of graphic pictures viewed and explained allegorically, and unfolding an idea in panoramic views, one after the other. Thus the Puranas are written emblems. So are the Mosaic and Christian Testaments, or the Bible, and all other exoteric scriptures. As the same authority shows, all esoteric societies have made use of emblems and symbols, such as the Pythagorean Society, the Eleusinian, the Hermetic Brethren of Egypt, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. Many of these emblems it is not proper to divulge to the general eye, and a very minute difference may make the emblem or symbol differ widely in its meaning. The magical sigilla, being founded on certain principles of number, partake of this character, and although monstrous or ridiculous in the eyes of the uninstructed, convey a whole body of doctrine to those who have been trained to recognize them. The above enumerated societies are all comparatively modern, none dating back earlier than the Middle Ages. How much more proper, then, that the students of the oldest archaic school should be careful not to divulge secrets of far more importance to humanity, as being dangerous in ignorant hands, than any of the so-called Masonic secrets, which have now become those of Polichinelle, as the French say. But this restriction can apply only to the psychological or rather psychophysiological and cosmical significance of symbol and emblem, and even to that only partially. For though an adept is compelled to refuse to impart the conditions and means that lead to any correlation of elements, whether psychic or physical, which may produce harmful as well as beneficent results, yet he is ever ready to impart to the earnest student the secret of the ancient thought, in anything that has respect to history concealed under mythological symbolism, and thus to furnish a few more landmarks for a retrospective view of the past. In so far as it furnishes useful information with regard to the origin of man, the evolution of the races and geognosy. And yet it is the crying complaint today, not only among Theosophists, but also among the few profane interested in the subject, why do not the adepts reveal that which they know? To this, one might answer, why should they, since one knows beforehand that no man of science will accept it, even as a hypothesis, much less as a theory or axiom? Have you so much as accepted or believed in the ABC of the occult philosophy contained in the Theosophist, Esoteric Buddhism, and other works and periodicals? Has not even the little which has been given, been ridiculed and derided, and made to face the animal and ape theory of Huxley and Haeckel, on the one hand, and the rib of Adam and the apple on the other? Notwithstanding such an unenviable prospect, however, a mass of facts is given in the present work, and the origin of man, the evolution of the globe and the races, human and animal, are as fully treated as the writer is able to treat them. The proofs brought forward in corroboration of the old teachings are scattered widely throughout the old scriptures of ancient civilizations. The Puranas, the Zendavesta, and the old classics, are full of such facts. But no one has ever taken the trouble of collecting and collating them together. The reason for this is that all such events were recorded symbolically, and that the best scholars, the most acute minds, among our Arianists and Egyptologists, have been too often darkened by one or another preconception, and still oftener, by one-sided views of the secret meaning. Yet even a parable is a spoken symbol, a fiction or a fable, as some think, an allegorical representation, we say, of life realities, events, and facts. And just as a moral was ever drawn from a parable, such moral being an actual truth and fact in human life, so a historical, real event was deduced, by those versed in the hieratic sciences, from emblems and symbols recorded in the ancient archives of the temples. The religious and esoteric history of every nation was embedded in symbols, it was never expressed literally in so many words. All the thoughts and emotions, all the learning and knowledge, revealed and acquired, of the early races, found their pictorial expression in allegory and parable. Why? Because the spoken word has a potency not only unknown to, but even unsuspected and naturally disbelieved in, by the modern sages. Because sound and rhythm are closely related to the four elements of the ancients. And because such or another vibration in the air is sure to awaken the corresponding powers, union with which produces good or bad results, as the case may be. No student was ever allowed to recite historical, religious, or real events of any kind, in so many unmistakable words, lest the powers connected with the event should be once more attracted. Such events were narrated only during initiation, and every student had to record them in corresponding symbols, drawn out of his own mind and examined later by his master, before they were finally accepted. Thus by degrees was the Chinese alphabet created, as just before it the hieratic symbols were fixed upon in Old Egypt. In the Chinese language, the characters of which may be read in any language, and which, as just said, is only a little less ancient than the Egyptian alphabet of Thoth, every word has its corresponding symbol in a pictorial form. This language possesses many thousands of such symbol letters, or logograms, each conveying the meaning of a whole word. For letters proper, or an alphabet as we understand it, do not exist in the Chinese language any more than they did in the Egyptian, till a far later period. Thus a Japanese who does not understand one word of Chinese, meeting with a Chinaman who has never heard the language of the former, will communicate in writing with him. And they will understand each other perfectly, because their writing is symbolical. The explanation of the chief symbols and emblems is now attempted, as Book 2, which treats of anthropogenesis, would be most difficult to understand without a preparatory acquaintance with at least the metaphysical symbols. Nor would it be just to enter upon an esoteric reading of symbolism, without giving due honor to one who has rendered it the greatest service in this century, by discovering the chief key to ancient Hebrew symbology. Strongly interwoven with metrology, one of the keys to the once universal mystery language. Mr. Ralston Skinner, of Cincinnati, the author of the Key to the Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery in the Source of Measures, has our thanks. A mystic and a Kabbalist by nature, he has labored for many years in this direction, and his efforts have certainly been crowned with great success. In his own words, the writer is quite certain that there was an ancient language which modernly and up to this time appears to have been lost, the vestiges of which, however, abundantly exist. The author discovered that this geometrical ratio, the integral ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle, was the very ancient, and probably the divine origin of, linear measures. It appears almost proven that the same system of geometry, numbers, ratio, and measures was known and made use of on the continent of North America, even prior to the knowledge of the same by the descending Semites. The peculiarity of this language was that it could be contained in another, concealed and not to be perceived, save through the help of special instruction. Letters and syllabic signs possessing at the same time the powers or meanings of numbers, of geometrical shapes, pictures, or ideographs and symbols. The design scope of which would be determinatively helped out by parables in the shape of narratives or parts of narratives. While also it could be set forth separately, independently, and variously, by pictures, in stone work, or in earth constructions. To clear up an ambiguity as to the term language, primarily the word means the expression of ideas by human speech. But, secondarily, it may mean the expression of ideas by any other instrumentality. This old language is so composed in the Hebrew text, that by the use of the written characters, which uttered shall be the language first defined, a distinctly separated series of ideas may be intentionally communicated. Other than those ideas expressed by the reading of the sound signs. This secondary language sets forth, under a veil, series of ideas, copies in imagination of things sensible, which may be pictured, and of things which may be classed as real without being sensible, as, for instance, the number May 9th be taken as a reality, though it has no sensible existence, so also a revolution of the moon, as separated from the moon itself by which that revolution has been made, may be taken as giving rise to, or causing a real idea, though such a revolution has no substance. This idea language may consist of symbols restricted to arbitrary terms and signs, having a very limited range of conceptions, and quite valueless, or it may be a reading of nature in some of her manifestations of a value almost immeasurable. As regards human civilization, a picture of something natural may give rise to ideas of coordinating subjects, radiating out in various and even opposing directions, like the spokes of a wheel, and producing natural realities in departments very foreign to the apparent tendency of the reading of the first or starting picture. Notion may give rise to connected notion, but if it does, then, however apparently incongruous, all resulting ideas must spring from the original picture and be harmonically connected, or related the one with the other. Thus with a pictured idea radical enough, the imagination of the cosmos itself, even in its details of construction, might result. Such a use of ordinary language is now obsolete, but it has become a question with the writer whether at one time, far back in the past, it, or such, was not the language of the world and of universal use, possessed, however, as it became more and more molded into its arcane forms, by a select class or caste. By this I mean that the popular tongue or vernacular commenced even in its origin to be made use of as the vehicle of this peculiar mode of conveying ideas. Of this the evidences are very strong. And, indeed, it would seem that in the history of the human race there happened, from causes which at present, at any rate, we cannot trace, a lapse or loss from an original perfect language and a perfect system of science. Shall we say perfect because they were of divine origin and importation? 455. Divine origin does not here mean a revelation from an anthropomorphic God on a mount amidst thunder and lightning. But, as we understand it, a language and a system of science imparted to early mankind by a more advanced mankind, so much higher as to be divine in the sight of that infant humanity, by a mankind, in short, from other spheres. An idea which contains nothing supernatural in it, but the acceptance or rejection of which depends upon the degree of conceit and arrogance in the mind of him to whom it is stated. For, if the professors of modern knowledge would only confess that, though they know nothing of the future of the disembodied man, or rather will accept nothing, yet this future may be pregnant with surprises and unexpected revelations to them. Once their egos are rid of their gross bodies, then materialistic unbelief would have fewer chances than it has. Who of them knows, or can tell, what may happen when once the life cycle of this globe is run down, and our Mother Earth herself falls into her last sleep? Who is bold enough to say that the divine egos of our mankind, at least the elect out of the multitudes passing on to other spheres, will not become in their turn the divine instructors of a new mankind generated by them on a new globe, called to life and activity by the disembodied principles of our earth? All this may have been the experience of the past, and these strange records lie embedded in the mystery language of the prehistoric ages, the language now called symbolism. Section 2. The mystery language and its keys. Recent discoveries made by great mathematicians and Kabbalists thus prove, beyond a shadow of doubt, that every theology, from the earliest down to the latest, has sprung not only from a common source of abstract beliefs, but from one universal esoteric, or mystery, language. These scholars hold the key to the universal language of old, and have turned it successfully, though only once, in the hermetically closed door leading to the Hall of Mysteries. The great archaic system known from prehistoric ages as the sacred wisdom science, one that is contained and can be traced in every old as well as in every new religion, had, and still has, its universal language, suspected by the Mason Ragan, the language of the Hierophants, which has 7 dialects, so to speak, each referring, and being specially appropriate, to one of the 7 mysteries of nature. Each had its own symbolism. Nature could thus be either read in its fullness, or viewed from one of its special aspects. The proof of this lies, to this day, in the extreme difficulty which the Orientalists in general, and the Indianists and Egyptologists in particular, experience in interpreting the allegorical writings of the Aryans and the hieratic records of Old Egypt. This is because they will never remember that all the ancient records were written in a language which was universal and known to all nations alike in days of old, but which is now intelligible only to the few. Like the Arabic figures which are understandable to men of every nation, or like the English word and, which becomes et for the Frenchman, und for the German, and so on. Yet which may be expressed for all civilized nations in the simple sign n, so all the words of that mystery language signified the same thing to each man, of whatever nationality. There have been several men of note who have tried to re-establish such a universal and philosophical tongue, Delgarm, Wilkins, Leibniz, but Demamere, in his Pasigraphy, is the only one who has proven its possibility. The scheme of Valentinius, called the Greek Kabbalah, based on the combination of Greek letters, might serve as a model. The many-sided facets of the mystery language have led to the adoption of widely varied dogmas and rites in the exotericism of the church rituals. It is these, again, which are at the origin of most of the dogmas of the Christian Church. For instance, the 7 sacraments, the Trinity, the Resurrection, the 7 capital sins and the 7 virtues. The 7 keys to the mystery tongue, however, having always been in the keeping of the highest among the initiated hierophants of antiquity. It is only the partial use of a few out of the 7 which passed, through the treason of some early church fathers, ex-initiates of the temples, into the hands of the new sect of the Nazarenes. Some of the early popes were initiates, but the last fragments of their knowledge have now fallen into the power of the Jesuits, who have turned them into a system of sorcery. It is maintained that India, not confined to its present limits, but including its ancient boundaries, is the only country in the world which still has among her sons adepts, who have the knowledge of all the 7 subsystems and the key to the entire system. From the fall of Memphis, Egypt began to lose these keys one by one, and Chaldea had preserved only 3 in the days of Berosus. As for the Hebrews, in all their writings they show no more than a thorough knowledge of the astronomical, geometrical and numerical systems of symbolizing the human, and especially the physiological functions. They never had the higher keys. M. Gaston Maspero, the great French Egyptologist and the successor of Mariette Bey, writes: "Every time I hear people talking of the religion of Egypt, I am tempted to ask which of the Egyptian religions they are talking about. Is it of the Egyptian religion of the 4th dynasty, or of the Egyptian religion of the Ptolemaic period? Is it of the religion of the rabble, or of that of the learned? Of the religion such as was taught in the schools of Heliopolis, or of that which was in the minds and conceptions of the Theban sacerdotal class? For, between the first Memphite tomb, which bears the cartouche of a king of the 3rd dynasty, and the last stones engraved at Esnay under Caesar Philippus, the Arabian, there is an interval of at least 5,000 years. Leaving aside the invasion of the shepherds, the Ethiopian and Assyrian dominions, the Persian conquest, Greek colonization, and the 1,000 revolutions of its political life, Egypt had passed during those 5,000 years through many vicissitudes of life, moral and intellectual. Chapter 17 of the Book of the Dead, which seems to contain the exposition of the system of the world, as it was understood at Heliopolis during the time of the 1st dynasties, is known to us by a few copies of the 11th and 12th dynasties. Every one of the verses composing it was already interpreted in 3 or 4 different ways, so different, indeed, that according to this or another school, the demiurge became either the solar fire, Areshu, or the primordial water. 15 centuries later, the number of readings had increased considerably. Time, in its course, had modified their ideas about the universe and the forces that ruled it. In the short 18 centuries that Christianity has existed, it has worked up, developed and transformed most of its dogmas. How many times, then, might not the Egyptian priesthood have altered their dogmas during those 50 centuries that separate Theodosius from the king builders of the pyramids? 456. Here we believe the eminent Egyptologist is going too far. The exoteric dogmas may often have been altered, the esoteric never. He does not take into account the sacred immutability of the primitive truths, revealed only during the mysteries of initiation. The Egyptian priests had forgotten much, they altered nothing. The loss of a great part of the primitive teaching was due to the sudden deaths of the great hierophants, who passed away before they had time to reveal all to their successors, mostly in the absence of worthy heirs to the knowledge. Yet they have preserved in their rituals and dogmas the principal teachings of the secret doctrine. Thus, in the chapter of the Book of the Dead, mentioned by Maspero, we find, 1. Osiris saying he is Tum, the creative force in nature, giving form to all beings, spirits and men, self-generated and self-existent, issued from Nun. The celestial river, called Father-Mother of the gods, the primordial deity, which is chaos or the deep, impregnated by the unseen spirit. 2. He has found Shu, the solar force, on the stairway in the city of the Eight, the two squares of good and evil, and he has annihilated the children of rebellion, the evil principles in Nun, chaos. 3. He is the fire and water, Nun the primordial parent, and he created the gods out of his limbs, 14 gods, twice 7, 7 dark and 7 light gods, the 7 spirits of the presence of the Christians, and the 7 dark evil spirits. 4. He is the law of existence and being, the Bennu, or phoenix, the bird of resurrection in eternity, in whom night follows day, and day night, an allusion to the periodical cycles of cosmic resurrection and human reincarnation. For what else can this mean? The wayfarer who crosses millions of years is the name of one, and the great green, primordial water or chaos, the name of the other, one begetting millions of years in succession, the other engulfing them, to restore them back. 5. He speaks of the 7 luminous ones who follow their lord, Osiris, who confers justice, in Amenti. All this is now shown to have been the source and origin of Christian dogmas. That which the Jews had from Egypt, through Moses and other initiates, was confused and distorted enough in later days, but that which the Church got from both, is still more misinterpreted. Yet the system of the former, in this special department of symbology, the key, namely, to the mysteries of astronomy as connected with those of generation and conception, is now proven identical with those ideas in ancient religions which have developed the phallic element of theology. The Jewish system of sacred measures, applied to religious symbols, is the same, so far as geometrical and numerical combinations go, as those of Greece, Chaldea and Egypt. For it was adopted by the Israelites during the centuries of their slavery and captivity among the two latter nations. For 57. What was this system? It is the intimate conviction of the author of the Source of Measures that, the Mosaic books were intended, by a mode of art speech, to set forth a geometrical and numerical system of exact science, which should serve as an origin of measures. Piazzi Smith believes similarly. This system and these measures are found by some scholars to be identical with those used in the construction of the Great Pyramid, but this is only partially so. The foundation of these measures was the Parker ratio, says Ralston Skinner, in The Source of Measures. The author of this very extraordinary work has discovered it, he says, in the use of the integral ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle, discovered by John Parker, of New York. This ratio is 6,561 for diameter, and 20,612 for circumference. Furthermore, that this geometrical ratio was the very ancient and probably the divine origin of what have now become, through exoteric handling and practical application, the British linear measures, the underlying unit of which, viz. the inch, was likewise the base of one of the royal Egyptian cubits, and of the Roman foot. He also discovered that there was a modified form of the ratio, viz. 113 to 355. And that while this last ratio pointed through its origin to the exact integral pi, or to 6,561 to 20612, it also served as a base for astronomical calculations. The author discovered that a system of exact science, geometrical, numerical, and astronomical, founded on these ratios, and to be seen in use in the construction of the great Egyptian pyramid, was in part the burden of this language. As contained in, and concealed under, the verbiage of the Hebrew text of the Bible. The inch and the 2-foot rule of 24 inches, interpreted for use through the elements of the circle and the ratios mentioned, were found to be at the basis or foundation of this natural, and Egyptian, and Hebrew system of science. While, moreover, it seems evident enough that the system itself was looked upon as of divine origin, and of divine revelation. But let us see what is said by the opponents of Professor Piazzi Smith's measurements of the pyramid. Mr. Petrie seems to deny them, and to have made short work altogether of Piazzi Smith's calculations in their biblical connection. So does Mr. Proctor, the champion coincidentalist, for many years past in every question of ancient arts and sciences. Speaking of the multitude of relations independent of the pyramid, which have turned up while the pyramidalists have been endeavoring to connect the pyramid with the solar system. He says, these coincidences, which would still remain if the pyramid had no existence, are altogether more curious than any coincidence between the pyramid and astronomical numbers. The former are as close and remarkable as they are real. The latter, which are only imaginary, have only been established by the process which schoolboys call fudging, and now new measures have left the work to be done all over again. 458. On this Mr. C. Staniland Wake justly observes, they must, however, have been more than mere coincidences, if the builders of the pyramid had the astronomical knowledge displayed in its perfect orientation and in its other admitted astronomical features. 459. They had it assuredly. And it is on this knowledge that the program of the mysteries and of the series of initiations was based, hence, the construction of the pyramid, the everlasting record and the indestructible symbol of these mysteries and initiations on earth. As the courses of the stars are in heaven. The cycle of initiation was a reproduction in miniature of that great series of cosmic changes to which astronomers have given the name of the tropical or sidereal year. Just as, at the close of the cycle of the sidereal year, 25,868 years, the heavenly bodies return to the same relative positions as they occupied at its outset. So at the close of the cycle of initiation the inner man has regained the pristine state of divine purity and knowledge from which he set out on his cycle of terrestrial incarnation. Moses, an initiate into the Egyptian mystagogy, based the religious mysteries of the new nation which he created, upon the same abstract formulae derived from this sidereal cycle, symbolized by the form and measurements of the tabernacle, which he is supposed to have constructed in the wilderness. On these data, the later Jewish high priests constructed the allegory of Solomon's temple, a building which never had a real existence, any more than had King Solomon himself, who is as much a solar myth as is the still later Hiram Abiff of the Masons, as Ragan has well demonstrated. Thus, if the measurements of this allegorical temple, the symbol of the cycle of initiation, coincide with those of the Great Pyramid, it is due to the fact that the former were derived from the latter through the tabernacle of Moses. That our author has undeniably discovered one and even two of the keys, is fully demonstrated in the work just quoted. One has only to read it, to feel a growing conviction that the hidden meaning of the allegories and parables of both testaments is now unveiled. But that he owes this discovery far more to his own genius than to Parker and Piazzi Smith, is also as certain, if not more so. For, as just shown, it is not so certain whether the measures of the Great Pyramid adopted by the biblical pyramidalists are beyond suspicion. A proof of this is to be found in the work called The Pyramids and Temples of Gizeh, by Mr. F. Petrie, and also in other works written quite recently to oppose the said calculations, which their authors call biased. We gather that nearly every one of Piazzi Smith's measurements differs from the later and more carefully made measurements of Mr. Petrie, who concludes the introduction to his work with this sentence. As to the results of the whole investigation, perhaps many theorists will agree with an American who was a warm believer in pyramid theories when he came to Gizeh. I had the pleasure of his company there for a couple of days, and at our last meal together he said to me in a saddened way, "Well, sir, I feel as if I had been to a funeral. By all means let the old theories have a decent burial, though we should take care that in our haste none of the wounded ones are buried alive." As regards the late J.A. Parker's calculation in general, and his third proposition especially, we have consulted some eminent mathematicians, and this is the substance of what they say. Parker's reasoning rests on sentimental, rather than on mathematical, considerations, and is logically inconclusive. Proposition 3, namely, that the circle is the natural basis or beginning of all area, and the square being made so in mathematical science, is artificial and arbitrary, is an illustration of an arbitrary proposition, and cannot safely be relied upon in mathematical reasoning. The same observation applies, even more strongly, to Proposition 7, which states that because the circle is the primary shape in nature, and hence the basis of area, and because the circle is measured by, and is equal to the square only in ratio of half its circumference by the radius, therefore, circumference and radius, and not the square of diameter, are the only natural and legitimate elements of area, by which all regular shapes are made equal to the square, and equal to the circle. Proposition 9 is a remarkable example of faulty reasoning, though it is the one on which Mr. Parker's quadrature mainly rests. It states that the circle and the equilateral triangle are opposite to one another in all the elements of their construction, and hence the fractional diameter of one circle, which is equal to the diameter of one square, is in the opposite duplicate ratio to the diameter of an equilateral triangle whose area is 1, etc. etc. Granting, for the sake of argument, that a triangle can be said to have a radius, in the sense in which we speak of the radius of a circle, for what Parker calls the radius of the triangle, is the radius of a circle inscribed in a triangle, and therefore not the radius of the triangle at all, and granting for the moment the other fanciful and mathematical propositions united in his premises, why must we conclude that if the equilateral triangle and circle are opposite in all the elements of their construction, the diameter of any defined circle is in the opposite duplicate ratio of the diameter of any given equivalent triangle? What necessary connection is there between the premises and the conclusion? The reasoning is of a kind not known in geometry, and would not be accepted by strict mathematicians. Whether the archaic esoteric system originated the British inch or not, is of little consequence, however, to the strict and true metaphysician. Nor does Mr. Ralston Skinner's esoteric reading of the Bible become incorrect, merely because the measurements of the pyramid may not be found to agree with those of Solomon's temple, the Ark of Noah, etc., or because Mr. Parker's quadrature of the circle is rejected by mathematicians. For Mr. Skinner's reading depends primarily on the Kabbalistic methods and the rabbinical value of the Hebrew letters. But it is extremely important to ascertain whether the measures used in the evolution of the symbolic religion of the Aryans, in the construction of their temples, in the figures given in the Puranas, and especially in their chronology, their astronomical symbols, the duration of the cycles, and other computations, were, or were not, the same as those used in the biblical measurements and glyphs. For this will prove that the Jews, unless they took their sacred cubit and measurements from the Egyptians, Moses being an initiate of their priests, must have got those notions from India. At any rate they passed them on to the early Christians. Hence, it is the occultists and Kabbalists who are the true heirs to the knowledge, or the secret wisdom, which is still found in the Bible. For they alone now understand its real meaning, whereas profane Jews and Christians cling to the husks and dead letter thereof. That it was this system of measures which led to the invention of the god names Elohim and Jehovah, and to their adaptation to phallicism, and that Jehovah is a not very flattering copy of Osiris, is now demonstrated by the author of the Source of Measures. But the latter and Mr. Piazzi Smith both seem to labor under the impression that, a. the priority of the system belongs to the Israelites, the Hebrew language being the divine language, and that, b. this universal language belongs to direct revelation. The latter hypothesis is correct only in the sense shown in the last paragraph of the preceding section, but we have yet to agree as to the nature and character of the divine revealer. The former hypothesis as to priority will for the profane, of course depend on, a. the internal and external evidence of the revelation, and, b. on each scholar's individual preconceptions. This, however, cannot prevent either the theistic Kabbalist or the pantheistic occultist from believing each in his way, neither of the two convincing the other. The data furnished by history are too meager and unsatisfactory for either of them to prove to the skeptic which of them is right. On the other hand, the proofs afforded by tradition are too constantly rejected for us to hope to settle the question in our present age. Meanwhile, materialistic science will be laughing at both Kabbalists and occultists indifferently. But the vexed question of priority once laid aside, science, in its departments of philology and comparative religion, will find itself finally taken to task, and be compelled to admit the common claim. One by one the claims become admitted, as one scientist after another is compelled to recognize the facts given out from the Secret Doctrine, though he rarely, if ever, recognizes that he has been anticipated in his statements. Thus, in the palmy days of Mr. Piazzi Smith's authority on the Pyramid of Gizeh, his theory was, that the porphyry sarcophagus of the king's chamber was the unit of measure for the two most enlightened nations of the earth, England and America, and was no better than a corn bin. This was vehemently denied by us in Isis Unveiled, which had just been published at that time. Then the New York press arose in arms, the Sun and the world newspapers chiefly, against our presuming to correct or find fault with such a star of learning. In that work, we had said, that Herodotus, when treating of that pyramid, might have added that, externally it symbolized the creative principle of nature, and illustrated also the principles of geometry, mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. Internally, it was a majestic fane, in whose somber recesses were performed the mysteries, and whose walls had often witnessed the initiation scenes of members of the royal family. The porphyry sarcophagus, which Professor Piazzi Smith, Astronomer Royal of Scotland, degrades into a corn bin, was the baptismal font, upon emerging from which the neophyte was born again and became an adept. 460. Our statement was laughed at in those days. We were accused of having got our ideas from the craze of Shaw, an English writer who had maintained that the sarcophagus had been used for the celebration of the mysteries of Osiris, although we had never heard of that writer. And now, 6 or 7 years later, 1882, this is what Mr. Stanland Wake writes. The so-called King's Chamber, of which an enthusiastic pyramidist says, the polished walls, fine materials, grand proportions, and exalted place, eloquently tell of glories yet to come. If not, the chamber of perfections, of Cheops' tomb, was probably the place to which the initiate was admitted after he had passed through the narrow upward passage and the grand gallery, with its lowly termination, which gradually prepared him for the final stage of the sacred mysteries. 461. Had Mr. Stanland Wake been a theosophist, he might have added that the narrow upward passage leading to the king's chamber had a narrow gate indeed. The same straight gate which leadeth unto life, or the new spiritual rebirth alluded to by Jesus in Matthew 4:62, and that it was of this gate in the initiation temple, that the writer, who recorded the words alleged to have been spoken by an initiate, was thinking. Thus the greatest scholars of science, instead of pooh-poohing that supposed farrago of absurd fiction and superstitions, as the Brahmanical literature is generally termed, will endeavor to learn the symbolical universal language, with its numerical and geometrical keys. But here, again, they will hardly be successful, if they share the belief that the Jewish Kabbalistic system contains the key to the whole mystery, for it does not. Nor does any other scripture at present possess it in its entirety, since even the Vedas are not complete. Every old religion is but a chapter or two of the entire volume of archaic primeval mysteries. Eastern occultism alone being able to boast that it is in possession of the full secret, with its 7 keys. Comparisons will be instituted, and as much as possible will be explained in this work. The rest is left to the student's personal intuition. In saying that Eastern occultism has the secret, it is not as if a complete or even an approximate knowledge was claimed by the writer, which would be absurd. What I know, I give out. That which I cannot explain, the student must find out for himself. But though we may suppose that the entire cycle of the universal mystery language will not be mastered for centuries to come, yet even the little which has hitherto been discovered in the Bible by some scholars is quite sufficient to demonstrate the claim, mathematically. As Judaism availed itself of 2 keys out of the 7, and as these 2 keys have now been rediscovered, it becomes no longer a matter of individual speculation and hypothesis, least of all of coincidence, but one of a correct reading of the biblical texts, just as anyone acquainted with arithmetic reads and verifies an addition sum. In fact, all we have said in Isis Unveiled is now found corroborated in the Egyptian mystery, or the source of measures, by such readings of the Bible with the numerical and geometrical keys. A few years longer, and this system will kill the dead-letter reading of the Bible, as it will that of all the other exoteric faiths, by showing the dogmas in their real, naked meaning. And then this undeniable meaning, however incomplete, will unveil the mystery of being, and will, moreover, entirely change the modern scientific systems of anthropology, ethnology and especially that of chronology. The element of phallicism, found in every god name and narrative in the Old, and to some degree in the New Testament, may also in time considerably change modern materialistic views on biology and physiology. Divested of their modern repulsive crudeness, such views of nature and man will, on the authority of the celestial bodies and their mysteries, unveil the evolutions of the human mind and show how natural was such a course of thought. The so-called phallic symbols have become offensive only because of the element of materiality and animality in them. In the beginning, such symbols were but natural, as they originated with the archaic races, which, issuing to their personal knowledge from an androgyne ancestry, were the first phenomenal manifestations in their own sight of the separation of the sexes and the ensuing mystery of creating in their turn. If later races, especially the chosen people, have degraded them, this does not affect the origin of the symbols. This little Semitic tribe, one of the smallest branchlets from the commingling of the fourth and fifth subraces, the Mongolo-Turanian and the so-called Indo-European, after the sinking of the great continent, could only accept its symbology in the spirit which was given to it by the nations from which it was derived. And, perchance, in the Mosaic beginnings, the symbology was not so crude as it became later under the handling of Ezra, who remodeled the whole Pentateuch. To take an instance, the glyph of Pharaoh's daughter, the woman, the Nile, the great deep and water, and the baby boy found floating therein in the Ark of Rushes, was not primarily composed for, or by, Moses. It was anticipated in the fragments found on the Babylonian tiles, in the story of King Sargon, who lived far earlier than Moses. In his Assyrian Antiquities for 63 Mr. George Smith says, in the palace of Sennacherib at Kuyunjik, I found another fragment of the curious history of Sargon, published in my translation in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology. For 64 the capital of Sargon the Babylonian Moses, was the great city of Agadi, called by the Semites Akkad, mentioned in Genesis 4:65 as the capital of Nimrod. Akkad lay near the city of Sippara on the Euphrates and north of Babylon. For 66 another strange coincidence is found in the fact that the name of the neighboring city of Sippara is the same as the name of the wife of Moses, Zipporah. For 67 of course the story is a clever addition by Ezra, who could not have been ignorant of the original. This curious story is found on fragments of tablets from Kuyunjik, and reads as follows. 1. Sargina, the powerful king, the king of Akkad am I. 2. My mother was a princess, my father I did not know, a brother of my father ruled over the country. 3. In the city of Azupiranu, which by the side of the river Euphrates is situated. 4. My mother, the princess, conceived me. In difficulty she brought me forth. 5. She placed me in an ark of rushes, with bitumen my exit she sealed up. 6. She launched me in the river, which did not drown me. 7. The river carried me, to Aki, the water carrier, it brought me. 8. Aki, the water carrier, in tenderness of bowels, lifted me. 468. And now let us compare the Bible narrative in Exodus. And when she, Moses' mother, could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. 469. Mr. G. Smith then continues. The story is supposed to have happened about 1600 BC, rather earlier than the supposed age of Moses. And, as we know that the fame of Sargon reached Egypt, it is quite likely that this account had a connection with the events related in Exodus II, for every action, when once performed, has a tendency to be repeated. But now that Professor Sayce has had the courage to push back the dates of the Chaldean and Assyrian kings by 2,000 years more, Sargon must have preceded Moses by 2,000 years at the least. The confession is suggestive, but the figures lack a cipher or two. Now, what is the logical inference? Most assuredly, that which gives us the right to say that the story told of Moses by Ezra had been learned by him while at Babylon, and that he applied the allegory told of Sargon to the Jewish lawgiver. In short, that Exodus was never written by Moses, but was refabricated from old materials by Ezra. And if so, then why should not other symbols and glyphs far more crude in their phallic element have been added by this adept in the later Chaldean and Sabaean phallic worship? We are taught that the primeval faith of the Israelites was quite different from that which was developed centuries later by the Talmudists, and before them by David and Hezekiah. All this, notwithstanding the exoteric element, as now found in the two Testaments, is quite sufficient to class the Bible among esoteric works, and to connect its secret system with Indian, Chaldean, and Egyptian symbolism. The whole cycle of biblical glyphs and numbers, as suggested by astronomical observations, astronomy and theology being closely connected, is found in Indian exoteric, as well as esoteric, systems. These figures and their symbols, the signs of the zodiac, the planets, their aspects and nodes, the last term having now passed even into our modern botany, are known in astronomy as sextiles, quartiles and so on, and have been used for ages and eons by the archaic nations, and in one sense have the same meaning as the Hebrew numerals. The earliest forms of elementary geometry must have certainly been suggested by the observation of the heavenly bodies and their groupings. Hence, the most archaic symbols in Eastern esotericism are a circle, a point, a triangle, a square, a pentagon, and a hexagon, and other plane figures with various sides and angles. This shows the knowledge and use of geometrical symbology to be as old as the world. Starting from this, it becomes easy to understand how nature herself, even without the help of their divine instructors, could have taught primeval mankind the first principles of a numerical and geometrical symbol language. For 70 hence we find numbers and figures used as an expression and a record of thought in every archaic symbolical scripture. They are ever the same, with certain variations only, arising from the first figures. Thus the evolution and correlation of the mysteries of Cosmos, of its growth and development, spiritual and physical, abstract and concrete, were first recorded in geometrical changes of shape. Every cosmogony began with a circle, a point, a triangle and a square, up to number 9, when it was synthesized by the first line in a circle, the Pythagorean mystic decad, the sum of all, involving and expressing the mysteries of the entire cosmos. Mysteries recorded 100 times more fully in the Hindu system than elsewhere, for him who can understand its mystic language. The numbers 3 and 4, in their combination 7, and also 5, 6, 9, and 10, are the very cornerstones of occult cosmogonies. This decad and its 1,000 combinations are found in every portion of the globe. One recognizes it in the caves and rock-cut temples of Hindustan and Central Asia, in the pyramids and lithoi of Egypt and America, in the catacombs of Ozymandias, in the mounds of the snow-capped Caucasian fastnesses, in the ruins of Palenque. In Easter Island, everywhere whither the foot of ancient man has ever journeyed. The 3 and the 4, the triangle and the square, or the universal male and female glyphs, showing the first aspect of the evolving deity, are stamped forever in the Southern Cross in the heavens, as in the Egyptian crux ansata. As well expressed by the author of the Source of Measures. The cube unfolded is in display a cross of the Tau, or Egyptian form, or of the Christian cross form. A circle attached to the first, gives the Ansatted cross. Numbers 3 and 4, counted on the cross, showing a form of the Hebrew golden candlestick, in the Holy of Holies, and of the 3 plus 4 is equal to 7, and 6 plus 1 is equal to 7, days in the circle of the week, as 7 lights of the sun. So also as the week of 7 lights gave origin to the month and year, so it is the time marker of birth. The cross form being shown, then, by the connected use of the form 113:355, the symbol is completed by the attachment of a man to the cross. 471 This kind of measure was made to coordinate with the idea of the origin of human life, and hence the phallic form. The stanzas show the cross and these numbers playing a prominent part in archaic cosmogony. Meanwhile we may profit by the evidence collected by the same author, in the section which he rightly calls the primordial vestiges of these symbols, to show the identity of symbols and their esoteric meaning all over the globe. Under the general view taken of the nature of the number forms, it becomes a matter of research of the utmost interest as to when and where their existence and their use first became known. Has it been a matter of revelation in what we know as the historic age, a cycle exceedingly modern when the age of the human race is contemplated? It seems, in fact, as to the date of its possession by man, to have been farther removed, in the past, from the old Egyptians than are the old Egyptians from us. The Easter Isles in mid-Pacific present the feature of the remaining peaks of the mountains of a submerged continent, for the reason that these peaks are thickly studded with cyclopean statues. Remnants of the civilization of a dense and cultivated people, who must have, of necessity, occupied a widely extended area. On the backs of these images is to be found the Ansatted cross, and the same modified to the outlines of the human form. A full description, with plates showing the land with the thickly planted statues, also with copies of the images, is to be found in the January number, 1870, of the London Builder. In the Naturalist, published at Salem, Massachusetts, in one of the early numbers, about 36, is to be found a description of some very ancient and curious carving on the crest walls of the mountains of South America, older by far, it is averred, than the races now living. The strangeness of these tracings is in that they exhibit the outlines of a man stretched out on a cross for 72 by a series of drawings, by which from the form of a man that of a cross springs, but so done that the cross may be taken as the man, or the man as the cross. It is known that tradition among the Aztecs has handed down a very perfect account of the deluge. Baron Humboldt says that we are to look for the country of Aztlan, the original country of the Aztecs, as high up, at least, as the 42nd parallel north, whence journeying, they at last arrived in the Vale of Mexico. In that vale the earthen mounds of the far north become the elegant stone pyramidal, and other structures, whose remains are now found. The correspondences between the Aztec remains and those of the Egyptians are well known. Atwater, from examination of hundreds of them, is convinced that they had a knowledge of astronomy. As to one of the most perfect of the pyramidal structures among the Aztecs, Humboldt gives a description to the following effect. The form of this pyramid, of Papantla, which has 7 stories, is more tapering than any other monument of this kind yet discovered, but its height is not remarkable, being but 57 feet, its base but 25 feet on each side. However, it is remarkable on one account, it is built entirely of hewn stones, of an extraordinary size, and very beautifully shaped. 3 staircases lead to the top, the steps of which were decorated with hieroglyphical sculptures and small niches, arranged with great symmetry. The number of these niches seem to allude to the 318 simple and compound signs of the days of their civil calendar. 318 is the Gnostic value of Christ, and the famous number of the trained or circumcised servants of Abram. When it is considered that 318 is an abstract value, and universal, as expressive of a diameter value to a circumference of unity, its use in the composition of a civil calendar becomes manifest. Identical glyphs, numbers and esoteric symbols are found in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Easter Island, India, Chaldea, and Central Asia, crucified men. And symbols of the evolution of races from gods, and yet behold science repudiating the idea of a human race other than one made in our image. Theology clinging to its 6,000 years of creation, anthropology teaching our descent from the ape, and the clergy tracing it from Adam 4,004 years BC. Shall one, for fear of incurring the penalty of being called a superstitious fool, and even a liar, abstain from furnishing proofs, as good as any existent, only because that day, when all the 7 keys shall be delivered unto science, or rather the men of learning and research in the department of symbology, has not yet dawned? In the face of the crushing discoveries of geology and anthropology with regard to the antiquity of man, shall we, in order to avoid the usual penalty that awaits everyone who strays outside the beaten paths of either theology or materialism, hold to the 6,000 years and special creation, or accept in submissive admiration our genealogy and descent from the ape? Not so, as long as it is known that the secret records hold the said 7 keys to the mystery of the genesis of man. Faulty, materialistic, and biased as the scientific theories may be, they are 1,000 times nearer the truth than the vagaries of theology. The latter are in their death agony for every one but the most uncompromising bigot and fanatic. Or rather, some of its defenders must have lost their reason. For what can one think when, in the face of the dead-letter absurdities of the Bible, these are still publicly supported, and as fiercely as ever, and one finds the theologians maintaining that though, the scriptures carefully refrain, from making any direct contribution to scientific knowledge, they have never stumbled upon any statement which will not abide the light of advancing science. 473. Hence we have no choice but either to blindly accept the deductions of science, or to cut ourselves adrift from it, and withstand it fearlessly to its face, stating what the secret doctrine teaches us, and being fully prepared to bear the consequences. But let us see whether science, in its materialistic speculations, and even theology, in its death rattle and supreme struggle to reconcile the 6,000 years since Adam with Sir Charles Lyell's geological evidences of the antiquity of man, do not themselves unconsciously give us a helping hand. Ethnology, on the confession of some of its most learned votaries, finds it already impossible to account for the varieties in the human race, unless the hypothesis of the creation of several Adams be accepted. They speak of a white Adam and a black Adam, a red Adam and a yellow Adam. 474 Were they Hindus enumerating the rebirths of Vamadeva, from the Linga Purana, they could say little more. For, enumerating the repeated births of Shiva, they show him in one kalpa of a white complexion, in another of a black color, in still another of a red color, after which the Kumara becomes, for youths of a yellow color. This strange coincidence, as Mr. Proctor would say, speaks only in favor of scientific intuition, as Shiva Kumara simply represents, allegorically, the human races during the genesis of man. But it has led to another intuitional phenomenon, in the theological ranks this time. The unknown author of Primeval Man, in a desperate effort to screen the divine revelation from the merciless and eloquent discoveries of geology and anthropology, remarking that, it would be unfortunate if the defenders of the Bible should be driven into the position of either surrendering the inspiration of Scripture, or denying the conclusions of geologists, finds a compromise. Nay, he devotes a thick volume to proving this fact. Adam was not the first man 475 created upon this earth. The exhumed relics of pre-Adamic man, instead of shaking our confidence in Scripture, supply additional proof of its veracity. 476 How so? In the simplest way imaginable, for the author argues that, henceforth, we, the clergy, are enabled to leave scientific men to pursue their studies without attempting to coerce them by the fear of heresy. This must be a relief indeed to Messrs. Huxley, Tyndall, and Sir Charles Lyell. The Bible narrative does not commence with creation, as is commonly supposed, but with the formation of Adam and Eve, millions of years after our planet had been created. Its previous history, so far as Scripture is concerned, is yet unwritten. There may have been not one, but 20 different races upon the earth before the time of Adam, just as there may be 20 different races of men on other worlds. 477. Who, then, or what were those races, since the author still maintains that Adam is the first man of our race? It was the satanic race and races. Satan was, never in heaven, angels and men, being, one species. It was the pre-Adamic race of angels that sinned. Satan was the first prince of this world, we read. Having died in consequence of his rebellion, he remained on earth as a disembodied spirit, and tempted Adam and Eve. The earlier ages of the satanic race, and more especially during the lifetime of Satan, may have been a period of patriarchal civilization and comparative repose, a time of tubal cains and jubals, when both sciences and arts attempted to strike their roots into the accursed ground. What a subject for an epic! There are inevitable incidents which must have occurred. We see before us, the gay primeval lover wooing his blushing bride at dewy eve under the Danish oaks, that then grew where now no oaks will grow, the grey primeval patriarch. The primeval offspring innocently gambolling by his side. 1,000 such pictures rise before us. 478. The retrospective glance at this satanic, blushing bride, in the days of Satan's innocence, does not lose in poetry as it gains in originality. Quite the reverse. The modern Christian bride, who does not often blush nowadays before her gay modern lovers, might even derive a moral lesson from this daughter of Satan, created in the exuberant fancy of her first human biographer. These pictures, and to appreciate them at their true value they must be examined in the volume that describes them, are all suggested with a view to reconcile the infallibility of revealed scripture with Sir Charles Lyell's Antiquity of Man, and other damaging scientific works. But this does not prevent truth and fact appearing at the foundation of these vagaries, which the author has not dared to sign with his own, or even a borrowed, name. For, his pre-Adamic races, not satanic but simply Atlantean, and the hermaphrodites before the latter, are mentioned in the Bible, if read esoterically, as they are in the Secret Doctrine. The 7 keys open the mysteries, past and future, of the 7 great root races, and of the 7 kulpas. Though the genesis of man, and even the geology, of esotericism will surely be rejected by science, just as much as the satanic and pre-Adamic races, yet if the scientists, having no other way out of their difficulties, are compelled to choose between the two, we feel certain that, scripture notwithstanding, once the mystery language is approximately mastered, it is the archaic teaching that will be accepted. Section 3. Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. As it would seem irrational to affirm that we already know all existing causes, permission must be given to assume, if need be, an entirely new agent. Assuming, what is not strictly accurate as yet, that the undulatory hypothesis accounts for all the facts, we are called on to decide whether the existence of an undulating ether is thereby proved. We cannot positively affirm that no other supposition will explain the facts. Newton's corpuscular hypothesis is admitted to have broken down on interference, and there is, at the present day, no rival. Still, it is extremely desirable in all such hypotheses to find some collateral confirmation, some evidence aliend, of the supposed ether. Some hypotheses consist of assumptions as to the minute structure and operations of bodies. From the nature of the case, these assumptions can never be proved by direct means. Their only merit is their suitability to express the phenomena. They are representative fictions. Logic, by Alexander Bain, LL.D., Part 2, page 133. Ether, this hypothetical Proteus, one of the representative fictions of modern science, which, nevertheless, was so long accepted, is one of the lower principles of what we call primordial substance, akasha, in Sanskrit. One of the dreams of old, which has now again become the dream of modern science. It is the greatest, as it is the boldest, of the surviving speculations of ancient philosophers. For the occultists, however, both ether and the primordial substance are realities. To put it plainly, ether is the astral light, and the primordial substance is akasha, the eupody of divine thought. In modern language, the latter would be better named cosmic ideation, spirit, the former, cosmic substance, matter. These, the alpha and the omega of being, are but the two facets of the one absolute existence. The latter was never addressed, or even mentioned, by any name in antiquity, except in allegory. In the oldest Aryan race, the Hindu, the worship of the intellectual classes at no time ever consisted in an adoration of marvelous form and art, however fervent, as with the Greeks, an adoration, which led later on to anthropomorphism. But while the Greek philosopher adored form, and the Hindu sage alone perceived the true relation of earthly beauty and eternal truth, the uneducated of every nation understood neither, at any time. They do not understand it even now. The evolution of the God idea proceeds apace with man's own intellectual evolution. So true is it that the noblest ideal to which the religious spirit of one age can soar, will appear but a gross caricature to the philosophic mind in a succeeding epoch. The philosophers themselves had to be initiated into perceptive mysteries, before they could grasp the correct idea of the ancients in relation to this most metaphysical subject. Otherwise, outside such initiation, for every thinker there will be a, "thus far shalt thou go and no farther," mapped out by his intellectual capacity. As clearly and as unmistakably as there is one for the progress of any nation or race in its cycle by the law of karma. Outside of initiation, the ideals of contemporary religious thought must always have their wings clipped, and remain unable to soar higher. For idealistic, as well as realistic, thinkers, and even free thinkers, are but the outcome and the natural product of their respective environments and periods. The ideals of each are but the necessary results of their temperaments, and the outcome of that phase of intellectual progress to which a nation, in its collectivity, has attained. Hence, as already remarked, the highest flights of modern Western metaphysics have fallen far short of the truth. Much of current agnostic speculation on the existence of the first cause is little better than veiled materialism, the terminology alone being different. Even so great a thinker as Mr. Herbert Spencer speaks of the unknowable occasionally in terms that demonstrate the lethal influence of materialistic thought, which, like the deadly sirocco, has withered and blighted all current ontological speculation. For instance, when he terms the first cause the unknowable, a power manifesting through phenomena, and an infinite eternal energy. It is clear that he has grasped solely the physical aspect of the mystery of being, the energies of cosmic substance only. The co-eternal aspect of the one reality, cosmic ideation, is absolutely omitted from consideration, and as to its noumenon, it seems non-existent in the mind of the great thinker. Without doubt, this one-sided mode of dealing with the problem is due largely to the pernicious Western practice of subordinating consciousness to matter, or regarding it as a byproduct of molecular motion. From the early ages of the fourth race, when spirit alone was worshipped and the mystery was made manifest, down to the last palmy days of Grecian art, at the dawn of Christianity, the Hellenes alone had dared publicly to raise an altar to the unknown God. Whatever St. Paul may have had in his profound mind, when declaring to the Athenians that this unknown, which they ignorantly worshipped, was the true God announced by himself, that deity was not Jehovah, nor was he the maker of the world and all things. For it is not the God of Israel, but the unknown of the ancient and modern pantheist that dwelleth not in temples made with hands. 479. Divine thought cannot be defined, nor can its meaning be explained, except by the numberless manifestations of cosmic substance, in which the former is sensed spiritually by those who can do so. To say this, after having defined it as the unknown deity, abstract, impersonal, sexless, which must be placed at the root of every cosmogony and its subsequent evolution, is equivalent to saying nothing at all. It is like attempting a transcendental equation of conditions, having in hand for deducing the true value of its terms only a number of unknown quantities. Its place is found in the old primitive symbolic charts, in which, as already shown, it is represented by a boundless darkness, on the ground of which appears the first central point in white, thus symbolizing coeval and coeternal spirit matter making its appearance in the phenomenal world, before its first differentiation. When the one becomes two, it may then be referred to as spirit and matter. To spirit is referable every manifestation of consciousness, reflective or direct, and of unconscious purposiveness, to adopt a modern expression used in Western philosophy, so-called, as evidenced in the vital principle. And nature's submission to the majestic sequence of immutable law. Matter must be regarded as objectivity in its purest abstraction, the self-existing basis, whose septenary manvantaric differentiations constitute the objective reality underlying the phenomena of each phase of conscious existence. During the period of universal pralaya, cosmic ideation is non-existent, and the variously differentiated states of cosmic substance are resolved back again into the primary state of abstract potential objectivity. Manvantaric impulse commences with the reawakening of cosmic ideation, the universal mind, concurrently with, and parallel to, the primary emergence of cosmic substance, the latter being the manvantaric vehicle of the former, from its undifferentiated pralaic state. Then, absolute wisdom mirrors itself in its ideation, which, by a transcendental process, superior to and incomprehensible by human consciousness, results in cosmic energy, Phœbe. Thrilling through the bosom of inert substance, Phœbe impels it to activity, and guides its primary differentiations on all the 7 planes of cosmic consciousness. There are thus 7 protiles, as they are now called, whereas Aryan antiquity named them the 7 Prakritis, or natures, serving, severally, as the relatively homogeneous bases, which in the course of the increasing heterogeneity in the evolution of the universe, differentiate into the marvelous complexity presented by phenomena on the planes of perception. The term relatively is used designedly, because the very existence of such a process, resulting in the primary segregations of undifferentiated cosmic substance into its septenary bases of evolution, compels us to regard the protile of each plane as only a mediate phase assumed by substance in its passage from abstract into full objectivity. The term protile is due to Mr. Crookes, the eminent chemist, who has given that name to prematter, if one may so call primordial and purely homogeneous substance, suspected, if not actually yet found, by science in the ultimate composition of the atom. But the incipient segregation of primordial matter into atoms and molecules takes its rise subsequent to the evolution of our 7 protiles. It is the last of these that Mr. Crookes is in search of, having recently detected the possibility of its existence on our plane. Cosmic ideation is said to be non-existent during pralaic periods, for the simple reason that there is no one, and nothing, to perceive its effects. There can be no manifestation of consciousness, semi-consciousness, or even unconscious purposiveness, except through a vehicle of matter. That is to say, on this our plane, wherein human consciousness, in its normal state, cannot soar beyond what is known as transcendental metaphysics, it is only through some molecular aggregation, or fabric, that spirit wells up in a stream of individual or subconscious subjectivity. And as matter existing apart from perception is a mere abstraction, both of these aspects of the absolute, cosmic substance and cosmic ideation, are mutually interdependent. In strict accuracy, to avoid confusion and misconception, the term matter ought to be applied to the aggregate of objects of possible perception, and the term substance to noumena. For inasmuch as the phenomena of our plane are the creations of the perceiving ego, the modifications of its own subjectivity, all the states of matter representing the aggregate of perceived objects can have but a relative and purely phenomenal existence for the children of our plane. As the modern idealists would say, the cooperation of subject and object results in the sense object, or phenomenon. But this does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that it is the same on all other planes. That the cooperation of the two, on the planes of their septenary differentiation, results in a septenary aggregate of phenomena which are likewise non-existent per se, though concrete realities for the entities of whose experience they form a part. In the same manner as the rocks and rivers around us are real from the standpoint of a physicist, though unreal illusions of sense from that of the metaphysician. It would be an error to say, or even conceive, such a thing. From the standpoint of the highest metaphysics, the whole universe, gods included, is an illusion, Maya. But the illusion of him who is in himself an illusion differs on every plane of consciousness. And we have no more right to dogmatize about the possible nature of the perceptive faculties of an ego on, say, the 6th plane, than we have to identify our perceptions with, or make them a standard for, those of an ant. In its mode of consciousness, cosmic ideation focused in a principle, or eupody, basis, results as the consciousness of the individual ego. Its manifestation varies with the degree of the eupody. For instance, through that known as manas, it wells up as mind consciousness. Through the more finely differentiated fabric, 6th state of matter, of buddhi, resting on the experience of manas as its basis, as a stream of spiritual intuition. The pure object apart from consciousness is unknown to us, while living on the plane of our 3-dimensional world, for we know only the mental states it excites in the perceiving ego. And, so long as the contrast of subject and object endures, to wit, so long as we enjoy our 5 senses and no more, and do not know how to divorce our all-perceiving ego from the thraldom of these senses, so long will it be impossible for the personal ego to break through the barrier which separates it from a knowledge of things in themselves, or substance. That ego, progressing in an arc of ascending subjectivity, must exhaust the experience of every plane. But not till the unit is merged in the all, whether on this or any other plane, and subject and object alike vanish in the absolute negation of the nirvanic state, negation, again, only from our plane, not until then is scaled that peak of omniscience, the knowledge of things in themselves, and the solution of the yet more awful riddle approached, before which even the highest Dayan Chohan must bow in silence and ignorance, the unspeakable mystery of that which is called by the Vedantins, Parabrahman. Therefore, such being the case, all those who have sought to give a name to the incognizable principle have simply degraded it. Even to speak of cosmic ideation, save in its phenomenal aspect, is like trying to bottle up primordial chaos, or to put a printed label on eternity. What, then, is the primordial substance, that mysterious object of which alchemy was ever talking, and which was the subject of philosophical speculation in every age? What can it be finally, even in its phenomenal predifferentiation? Even that is the all of manifested nature and nothing to our senses. It is mentioned under various names in every cosmogony, referred to in every philosophy, and shown to be, to this day, the ever-grasp-eluding Proteus in nature. We touch and do not feel it, we look at it without seeing it, we breathe it and do not perceive it, we hear and smell it without the smallest cognition that it is there. For it is in every molecule of that which, in our illusion and ignorance, we regard as matter in any of its states, or conceive as a feeling, a thought, an emotion. In short, it is the eupody, or vehicle, of every possible phenomenon, whether physical, mental, or psychic. In the opening sentences of Genesis, and in the Chaldean cosmogony, in the Puranas of India, and in the Book of the Dead of Egypt. Everywhere it opens the cycle of manifestation. It is termed chaos, and the face of the waters, incubated by the spirit, proceeding from the unknown, whatever that spirit's name may be. The authors of the sacred scriptures in India go deeper into the origin of the evolution of things than does Theos or Job, for they say, from intelligence, called Mahat, in the Puranas, associated with ignorance, Ishvara, as a personal deity. Attended by its projective power, in which the quality of dullness, tamas, insensibility, predominates, proceeds ether, from ether, air. From air, heat, from heat, water, and from water, earth with everything on it. From this same self, was the ether produced, says the Veda. 480. It thus becomes evident that it is not this ether, sprung at the fourth remove from an emanation of intelligence, associated with ignorance, which is the high principle. The deific entity worshipped by the Greeks and Latins under the name of Pater, omnipotens ether, and Magnus ether, in its collective aggregate. The septenary gradation, and the innumerable subdivisions and differences, made by the ancients between the powers of ether collectively, from its outward fringe of effects, with which our science is so familiar, up to the imponderable substance. Once admitted as the ether of space, but now about to be rejected, have been ever a vexing riddle for every branch of knowledge. The mythologists and symbologists of our day, confused by this incomprehensible glorification on the one hand, and degradation on the other, of the same deified entity and in the same religious systems, are often driven to the most ludicrous mistakes. The Church, firm as a rock in each and all of her early errors of interpretation, has made of ether the abode of her satanic legions. The whole hierarchy of the fallen angels is there, cosmocrators, the world-bearers, according to Bossuet. Mundi tenantes, the world-holders, as Tertullian calls them, mundi domini, world dominations, or rather dominators, the curbati, or curved, etc., thus making of the stars and celestial orbs in their courses, devils. For it is thus that the Church has interpreted the verse, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. 481 further, St. Paul mentions the spiritual malices, wickedness, in English texts, in the air, spiritualia nequitii coelestibus, the Latin texts giving various names to these malices, the innocent elementals. But the Church is right this time, though wrong in calling them all devils. The astral light, or lower ether, is full of conscious, semi-conscious and unconscious entities. Only the Church has less power over them than over invisible microbes or mosquitoes. The difference made between the 7 states of ether, itself one of the 7 cosmic principles, whereas the ether of the ancients is universal fire, may be seen in the injunctions by Zoroaster and Celis, respectively. The former said, "Consult it only when it is without form or figure, absci forma et figura," which means, without flames or burning coals. When it has a form, heed it not. Teaches Celis, but when it is formless, obey it, for it is then sacred fire, and all it will reveal thee shall be true. For 82 This proves that ether, itself an aspect of Akasha, has in its turn several aspects or principles. All the ancient nations deified ether in its imponderable aspect and potency. Virgil calls Jupiter, Pater Omnipotens ether, and the great ether. For 83 the Hindus have also placed it among their deities, under the name of Akasha, the synthesis of ether. And the author of the Homoeomerian system of philosophy, Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, firmly believed that the spiritual prototypes of all things, as well as their elements, were to be found in the boundless ether, where they were generated. Whence they evolved, and whither they returned, an occult teaching. It thus becomes clear that it is from ether, in its highest synthetic aspect, once anthropomorphized, that sprang the first idea of a personal creative deity. With the philosophical Hindus the elements are tamasa, i.e., unenlightened by intellect, which they obscure. We have now to exhaust the question of the mystical meaning of primordial chaos and of the root principle, and show how they were connected in the ancient philosophies with Akasha, incorrectly translated ether, and also with Maya, illusion, of which Ishvara is the male aspect. We shall speak further on of the intelligent principle, or rather of the invisible immaterial properties, in the visible and material elements, that sprang from the primordial chaos. For, what is the primordial chaos but ether? It is asked, in Isis Unveiled. Not the modern ether. Not such as is recognized now, but such as was known to the ancient philosophers long before the time of Moses, ether, with all its mysterious and occult properties, containing in itself the germs of universal creation. The upper ether, or Akasha, is the celestial virgin and mother of every existing form and being, from whose bosom, as soon as incubated by the divine spirit, are called into existence matter and life, force and action. Ether is the Aditi of the Hindus, and it is Akasha. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, and chemical action are so little understood even now, that fresh facts are constantly widening the range of our knowledge. Who knows where ends the power of this protean giant, ether, or whence its mysterious origin? Who, we mean, that denies the spirit that works in it, and evolves out of it all visible forms? It will be an easy task to show that the cosmogonical legends all over the world are based on a knowledge among the ancients of those sciences, which have, in our days, allied themselves in support of the doctrine of evolution. And that further research may demonstrate that these ancients were far better acquainted with the fact of evolution itself, embracing both its physical and spiritual aspects, than we are now. With the old philosophers, evolution was a universal theorem, a doctrine embracing the whole, and an established principle, whereas our modern evolutionists are enabled to present us merely with speculative theoretics. With particular, if not wholly negative theorems. It is idle for the representatives of our modern wisdom to close the debate and pretend that the question is settled, merely because the obscure phraseology of the Mosaic account clashes with the definite exegesis of exact science, 484. If we turn to the ordinances of Manu, we find the prototype of all these ideas. Mostly lost, to the Western world, in their original form, disfigured by later interpolations and additions, they have, nevertheless, preserved quite enough of their ancient spirit to show its character. Removing the darkness, the self-existent Lord, Vishnu, Narayana, etc., became manifest, and, wishing to produce beings from his essence, created, in the beginning, water alone. In that he cast seed. That became a golden egg. Whence this self-existent Lord? It is called this, and is spoken of as, darkness, imperceptible, without definite qualities, undiscoverable, unknowable, as if wholly in sleep. Having dwelt in that egg for a whole divine year, he, who is called in the world Brahmâ, splits that egg in two, and from the upper portion he forms the heaven, from the lower the earth. And from the middle the sky and the perpetual place of waters. 485. Directly following these verses, however, there is something more important for us, as it entirely corroborates our esoteric teachings. From verse 14 to 36, evolution is given in the order described in the esoteric philosophy. This cannot be easily gainsaid. Even Medhatithi, the son of Virasvaman, and the author of the commentary, the Manabhasia, whose date, according to the Western Orientalists, is 1000 AD, helps us with his remarks to the elucidation of the truth. He shows himself either unwilling to give out more, because he knew what had to be kept from the profane, or else he was really puzzled. Still, what he does give out makes the septenary principle in man and nature plain enough. Let us begin with chapter 1 of the ordinances, or laws, after the self-existent Lord, the unmanifesting logos of the unknown darkness, becomes manifested in the golden egg. It is from this egg, from 11. That which is the undiscrete, undifferentiated, cause, eternal, which is and is not, from it issued that male who is called in the world Brahmâ. Here, as in all genuine philosophical systems, we find even the egg, or the circle, or zero, boundless infinity, referred to as it, for 86 and Brahmâ, the first unit only, referred to as the male God, i.e., the fructifying principle. It is, circle split by vertical line, or 10, the decad. On the plane of the septenary, or our world, only, it is called Brahmâ. On that of the unified decad, in the realm of reality, this male Brahmâ is an illusion. 14. From self, Atmana, he created mind, which is and is not, and from mind, egoism, self-consciousness, A, the ruler, B, the Lord. A, the mind is Manas. Medhatithi, the commentator, justly observes here that it is the reverse of this, and shows already interpolation and rearranging. For it is Manas that springs from Ahamkara or, universal, self-consciousness, as Manas in the microcosm springs from Mahat, or Mahabuddhi, Buddhi, in man. For Manas is dual. As shown and translated by Colebrook, mind, serving both for sense and action, is an organ by affinity, being cognate with the rest. 487, the rest, here meaning that Manas, our fifth principle, the fifth, because the body was named the first, which is the reverse of the true philosophical order, is in affinity both with Atmabuddhi and with the lower four principles. Hence, our teaching, namely, that Manas follows Atmabuddhi to devotion, and that the lower Manas, that is to say, the dregs or residue of Manas, remains with Kama Rupa, in Limbus, or Kama Loka, the abode of the shells. B. Medhatithi translates this as, the one conscious of the I, or ego, not, the ruler, as do the Orientalists. Thus also they translate the following shloka. 16. He also, having made the subtle parts of those six, the great self and the five organs of sense, of unmeasured brightness, to enter into the elements of self, at Mamatrasu, created all beings. When, according to Medhatithi, it ought to read Matrabi instead of at Mamatrasu, and thus would read. He having pervaded the subtle parts of those six, of unmeasured brightness, by elements of self, created all beings. The latter reading must be the correct one, since he, the self, is what we call Atma, and thus constitutes the seventh principle, the synthesis of the six. Such is also the opinion of the editor of the Manava Dharma Shastra, who seems to have intuitionally entered far deeper into the spirit of the philosophy than has the translator, the late Dr. Burnell. For he hesitates little between the text of Kalukka Bhatta and the commentary of Medhatithi. Rejecting the Tanmatra, or subtle elements, and the Atmamatra of Kalukka Bhatta, he says, applying the principles to the cosmic self. The six appear rather to be the Manas plus the five principles of ether, air, fire, water, earth. Having united 5 portions of those 6 with the spiritual element, the 7th, he, thus, created all existing things. Manvantara is therefore the spiritual atom as opposed to the elementary, not reflexive elements of himself. Thus he corrects the translation of verse 17. As the subtle elements of bodily forms of this one depend on these 6, so the wise call his form Sharira. And he adds that elements mean here portions, or parts, or principles, which reading is borne out by verse 19, which says, "This non-eternal universe arises then from the eternal." By means of the subtle elements of forms of those 7 very glorious principles, Purusha. Commenting upon which emendation of Medhatithi, the editor remarks, the 5 elements plus mind, manas, and self-consciousness, ahankara, for 88 are probably meant, subtle elements, as before, meaning, fine portions of form, or principles. Verse 20 shows this, when saying of these 5 elements, or fine portions of form, rupa plus manas and self-consciousness, that they constitute the 7 purusha, or principles, called in the Puranas the 7 prakritis. Moreover, these 5 elements, or 5 portions, are spoken of in verse 27 as those which are called the atomic destructible portions, and which are, therefore, distinct from the atoms of the Nyaya. This creative Brahmâ, issuing from the mundane or golden egg, unites in himself both the male and female principles. He is, in short, the same as all the creative protologoi. Of Brahmâ, however, it could not be said, as of Dionysus, Pyro omega tau gamma omicron nu delta iota phi upsilon tau rho gamma omicron nu beta alpha kappa chi epsilon omicron nu alpha kappa tau alpha gamma rho iota omicron nu rho eta tau nu kappa rho phi iota omicron nu delta iota kappa rho omega tau alpha delta mu omicron rho phi omicron nu, a lunar Jehovah, Bacchus truly. With David dancing nude before his symbol in the ark, because no licentious Dionysia were ever established in his name and honor. All such public worship was exoteric, and the great universal symbols were distorted universally, as those of Krishna are now by the Vallabhacharyas of Bombay, the followers of the infant God. But are these popular gods the true deity? Are they the apex and synthesis of the sevenfold creation, man included? Impossible. Each and all are one of the rungs of that septenary ladder of divine consciousness, pagan as Christian. Ein Sof is said to manifest through the 7 letters of the name of Jehovah who, having usurped the place of the unknown limitless, was given by his devotees his 7 angels of the presence, his 7 principles. But, indeed, they are mentioned in almost every school. In the pure Sankhya philosophy Mahat, Ahankara and the 5 Tanmatras are called the 7 Prakritis, or natures, and are counted from Mahabuddhi, or Mahat, down to earth. 489. Nevertheless, however disfigured by Ezra for rabbinical purposes is the original Elohistic version, however repulsive at times is even the esoteric meaning in the Hebrew scrolls. Far more so indeed than its outward veil or cloaking may be, once the Jehovistic portions are eliminated, the Mosaic books are found full of purely occult and priceless knowledge, especially in the first 6 chapters. Read by the aid of the Kabbalah, one finds a matchless temple of occult truths, a well of deeply concealed beauty, hidden under a structure, the visible architecture of which, notwithstanding its apparent symmetry, is unable to stand the criticism of cold reason, or to reveal the age of its hidden truth, for it belongs to all the ages. There is more wisdom concealed under the exoteric fables of the Puranas and Bible than in all the exoteric facts and science in the literature of the world, and more occult true science, than there is of exact knowledge in all the academies. Or, in plainer and stronger language, there is as much esoteric wisdom in some portions of the exoteric Puranas and Pentateuch, as there is of nonsense and of designedly childish fancy. When read only in the dead letter and murderous interpretations of the great dogmatic religions, and especially of their sects. Let anyone read the first verses of Genesis and reflect upon them. There, God commands another God, who does his bidding, even in the cautious English Protestant authorized translation of King James I. In the beginning, the Hebrew language having no word to express the idea of eternity 490, God fashions the heaven and the earth. And the latter is, without form and void, while the former is in fact not heaven, but the deep chaos, with darkness upon its face. 491. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, or the great deep of the infinite space. And this Spirit is Narayana, or Vishnu. And God said, Let there be a firmament. And God, the second, obeyed and made the firmament. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. Now the latter does not mean light at all, but, as in the Kabbalah, the androgyne Adam Kadmon, or Sapphira, spiritual light, for they are one. Or, according to the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the secondary angels, the first being the Elohim, who are the aggregate of that fashioning God. For to whom are those words of command addressed? And who is it who commands? That which commands is the eternal law, and he who obeys, the Elohim, the known quantity acting in and with X, or the coefficient of the unknown quantity, the forces of the one force. All this is occultism, and is found in the archaic stanzas. It is perfectly immaterial whether we call these forces the Dayan Chohans, or the Ophanim as Ezekiel does. The one universal light, which to man is darkness, is ever existent, says the Chaldean Book of Numbers. From it proceeds periodically the energy, which is reflected in the deep, or chaos, the storehouse of future worlds, and, once awakened, stirs up and fructifies the latent forces, which are the ever-present eternal potentialities in it. Then awake anew the Brahmas and Buddhas, the co-eternal forces, and a new universe springs into being. In the Sefer Yetzirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and as having emitted from itself the Spirit. 492, 1 is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be its name, which liveth forever. Voice, Spirit and Word, this is the Holy Spirit, 493, and this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Christian Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the Father, the creative element, and then number 3, water, the Mother, proceeded from air, ether or fire completes the mystic 4, the Arboal. For 94 when the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, the primordial point, or the first Sapphira, air, or Holy Ghost, shaped into a sacred form, the 10 Sephiroth, or the heavenly man. And covered it with a rich and splendid garment, that is the world. 495. He mocketh the wind his messengers, flaming fire his servants, 496 says the Yetzirah, showing the cosmical character of the later euhemerized elements, and that spirit permeates every atom in cosmos. Paul calls the invisible cosmic beings the elements. But now the elements are degraded into, and limited to, atoms of which nothing is known so far, and which are only children of necessity, as is ether also. As we said in Isis Unveiled, the poor primordial elements have long been exiled, and our ambitious physicists run races, to determine who shall add one more to the fledgling brood of the 60 and odd elementary substances. Meanwhile there rages a war in modern chemistry about terms. We are denied the right to call these substances chemical elements, for these are not primordial principles of self-existing essences, out of which the universe was fashioned, according to Plato. Such ideas associated with the word element were good enough for the old Greek philosophy, but modern science rejects them, for, as Mr. William Crookes says, they are unfortunate terms, and experimental science will have nothing to do with any kind of essences except those which it can see, smell, or taste. It leaves others to the metaphysicians. We must feel grateful even for so much. This primordial substance is called by some chaos. Plato and the Pythagoreans named it the soul of the world, after it had been impregnated by the spirit of that which broods over the primeval waters, or chaos. It is by being reflected in it, say the Kabbalists, that the brooding principle created the phantasmagoria of a visible, manifested universe. Chaos before, ether after this reflection, it is still the deity that pervades space and all things. It is the invisible, imponderable spirit of things, and the invisible, but only too tangible, fluid that radiates from the fingers of the healthy magnetizer, for it is vital electricity, life itself. Called in derision, by the Marquis de Mireville, the nebulous Almighty, it is to this day termed by the theurgists and occultists the living fire, and there is not a Hindu who practices at dawn a certain kind of meditation but knows its effects. It is the spirit of light and Magnus. As truly expressed by an opponent, Magus and Magnus are two branches growing from the same trunk and shooting forth the same resultants. And in this appellation of living fire, we may also discover the meaning of the puzzling sentence in the Zendavesta: there is a fire that gives knowledge of the future, science and amiable speech. That is to say, which develops an extraordinary eloquence in the Sibyl, the sensitive, and even some orators. Writing upon this subject, in Isis Unveiled, we said: the chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Atashpuram of the Parsi, the Hermes fire, the Elms fire of the ancient Germans, the lightning of Cybele. The burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the inextinguishable fire in the temple on the Acropolis, and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm. The brilliant sparks on the caps of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon's head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Tare, the Grecian Zeus Catabates, the descending, of Pausanias, the Pentecostal fire tongues. The burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fire of Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abram, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracular vapors, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasha of the Hindu adepts. The astral light of Eliphaz Levi, the nerve aura and the fluid of the magnetists, the OD of Reichenbach, the psychod and actinic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox, and the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalists, galvanism. And finally, electricity. All these are but various names for many different manifestations or effects of the same mysterious, all-pervading cause, the Greek archeus. We now add, it is all this and much more. This fire is spoken of in all the Hindu sacred books, as also in the Kabbalistic works. The Zohar explains it as the white hidden fire, in the Risha Havura, the white head, whose will causes the fiery fluid to flow in 370 currents in every direction of the universe. It is identical with the serpent that runs with 370 leaps of the Seifert Seniautha, the serpent, which, when the perfect man, the Metatron, is raised, that is to say, when the divine man indwells in the animal man, becomes three spirits. Or Atmabuddhimanas, in our theosophical phraseology. Spirit, then, or cosmic ideation, and cosmic substance, one of whose principles is ether, are one, and include the elements, in the sense St. Paul attaches to them. These elements are the veiled synthesis standing for Dayan Chohans, Devas, Sephiroth, Amshaspens, archangels, etc. The ether of science, the elos of Berosus, or the protyle of chemistry, constitutes, so to speak, the rude material, relatively, out of which the above-named builders, following the plan traced out for them eternally in the divine thought, fashion the systems in the cosmos. They are myths, we are told. No more so than ether and the atoms, we answer. The two latter are absolute necessities of physical science, and the builders are as absolute a necessity of metaphysics. We are twigged with the objection, you never saw them. And we ask the materialists, have you ever seen ether, or your atoms, or, again, your force? Moreover, one of the greatest Western evolutionists of our modern day, co-discoverer, with Darwin, Mr. R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection alone accounting for the physical form of man, admits the guiding action of higher intelligences as a necessary part of the great laws which govern the material universe. 497. These higher intelligences are the Dayan Chohans of the occultists. Indeed, there are few myths in any religious system worthy of the name, but have a historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, justly observes Pocock, are now proved to be fables, just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths, in proportion as they were once understood. The most distinct and the one prevailing idea, found in all ancient teaching, with reference to cosmic evolution and the first creation of our globe with all its products, organic and inorganic, strange word for an occultist to use, is that the whole cosmos has sprung from the divine thought. This thought impregnates matter, which is co-eternal with the one reality. And all that lives and breathes evolves from the emanations of the one immutable, Parabrahmamula Prakriti, the eternal one root. The former of these, in its aspect of the central point turned inward, so to say, into regions quite inaccessible to human intellect, is absolute abstraction. Whereas, in its aspect as Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of all, it gives one at least some hazy comprehension of the mystery of being. Therefore, it was taught in the inner temples that this visible universe of spirit and matter is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction. It was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not the one who built the concrete form of the idea, but the first begotten. And, as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron, for 98 the first begotten, was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. The latter number is expressed in the Tyrrhenian cosmogony for 99, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 years, 500 and with the Hebrew computation. But it is the exoteric form of it. The secret computation explains that the 12,000 and the 6,000 years are years of Brahmâ, one day of Brahmâ being equal to 4,320,000,000 years. Sankhyanayathan, in his Cosmogony 501 declares that when the wind, spirit, became enamored of its own principles, chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, pi omicron theta omicron, and from this sprang the seed of all. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated mote, or the elos, mud. 502 From this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. 503. Zeus Sen, ether, and Thonia, chaotic earth, and Metis, water, his wives, Osiris, also representing ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Ammonius, the primeval source of light, and Isis Latona, the goddess earth and water again. Mithras, 50 For the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mitra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle. Regarded as light and heat, in conjunction with earth and water, or matter, the female, or passive, element of cosmical generation, Mithras who is the son of Borj, the Persian mundane mountain, 505 from which he flashed out as a radiant ray of light. Brahma, the fire god, and his prolific consort, and the Hindu Agni, the refulgent deity from whose body issue 1,000 streams of glory and 7 tongues of flame, and in whose honor certain Brahmins to this day maintain a perpetual fire. Shiva, personated by Meru, the mundane mountain of the Hindus, the terrific fire god, who is said in the legend to have descended from heaven, like the Jewish Jehovah, in a pillar of fire. And a dozen other archaic double-sex deities, all loudly proclaim their hidden meaning. And what could be the dual meaning of these myths but the psychochemical principle of primordial creation? The first evolution, in its triple manifestation of spirit, force, and matter. The divine correlation, at its starting point, allegorized as the marriage of fire and water. The products of electrifying spirit, the union of the male active principle with the female passive element, which become the parents of their Tellurian child, cosmic matter, the prima materia, whose soul is ether. And whose shadow is the astral light. 506. But the fragments of the cosmogonical systems that have reached us are now rejected as absurd fables. Nevertheless, occult science, which has survived even the great flood that submerged the antediluvian giants and with them their very memory, save the record preserved in the Secret Doctrine. The Bible and other scriptures, still holds the key to all the world problems. Let us, then, apply this key to the rare fragments of long-forgotten cosmogonies, and by means of their scattered portions endeavor to re-establish the once universal cosmogony of the Secret Doctrine. The key fits them all. No one can seriously study ancient philosophies without perceiving that the striking similitude of conception in all of them, in their exoteric form very frequently, and in their hidden spirit invariably, is the result of no mere coincidence, but of a concurrent design. And that, during the youth of mankind, there was but one language, one knowledge, one universal religion, when there were no churches, no creeds or sects, but when every man was a priest unto himself. And, if it is shown that already in those early ages which are shut out from our sight by the exuberant growth of tradition, human religious thought developed in uniform sympathy in every portion of the globe, then, it becomes evident that that thought, born under whatever latitude, in the cold north or the burning south, in the east or west, was inspired by the same revelations. And that man was nurtured under the protecting shadow of the same tree of knowledge. Section 4. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. These three are the containment of space, or, as a learned Kabbalist has defined it, space, the all-containing uncontained, is the primary embodiment of simple unity, boundless extension. 507. But, he asks again, boundless extension of what? And makes the correct reply, the unknown container of all, the unknown first cause. This is a most correct definition and answer, most esoteric and true, from every aspect of occult teaching. Space, which, in their ignorance and with their iconoclastic tendency to destroy every philosophic idea of old, the modern wiseacres have proclaimed an abstract idea, and a void, is, in reality, the container and the body of the universe in its 7 principles. It is a body of limitless extent, whose principles, in occult phraseology, each being in its turn a septenary, manifest in our phenomenal world only the grossest fabric of their subdivisions. No one has ever seen the elements in their fullness, the doctrine teaches. We have to search for our wisdom in the original expressions and synonyms of the primeval peoples. Even the Jews, the latest of these, show the same idea, in their Kabbalistic teachings, when they speak of the 7-headed serpent of space, called the Great Sea. In the beginning, the Alam created the heavens and the earth. The 6, Sephiroth. They created 6, and on these all things are based. And these, 6, depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the dignity of all dignities. 508. Now wind, air and spirit have ever been synonymous in every nation. Pneuma, spirit, and animos, wind, with the Greeks, spiritus and ventus, with the Latins, were convertible terms, even if dissociated from the original idea of the breath of life. In the forces of science we see but the material effect of the spiritual effect of one or other of the 4 primordial elements, transmitted to us by the 4th race, just as we shall transmit ether, or rather its gross subdivision, in its fullness to the 6th root race. Chaos was called senseless by the ancients, because, chaos and space being synonymous, it represented and contained in itself all the elements in their rudimentary, undifferentiated state. They made ether, the 5th element, the synthesis of the other 4. For the ether of the Greek philosophers was not its dregs, although indeed they knew more than science does now of these dregs, ether, which are rightly enough supposed to act as an agent for many forces that manifest on earth. Their ether was the Akasha of the Hindus. The ether accepted in physics is but one of its subdivisions. On our plane, the astral light of the Kabbalists with all its evil as well as its good effects. Seeing that the essence of ether, or the unseen space, was considered divine, as being the supposed veil of deity, it was regarded as the medium between this life and the next. The ancients considered that when the directing active intelligences, the gods, retired from any portion of ether in our space, or the 4 realms which they superintend, then that particular region was left in the possession of evil, so called by reason of the absence from it of good. The existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. But the Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saying that in ether, the elements represent only matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, while spirit represents the intelligence which directs them. The Arian, Hermetic, Orphic, and Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchuniathon and Berosus, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, viz. that ether and chaos, or, in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the two primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, while chaos was a shapeless liquid principle, without form or sense. From the union of which two sprang into existence the universe, or rather the universal world, the first androgynous deity, chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether its soul. According to the phraseology of a fragment of Hermias, chaos, from this union with spirit, obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced protogonos the firstborn, light. 509 This is the universal trinity, based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients, who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. 510. Nature abhors vacuum, said the Peripatetics, who though materialists in their way, comprehended perhaps why Democritus, with his instructor Leucippus, taught that the first principles of all things contained in the universe were atoms and a vacuum. The latter means simply latent force or deity, which, before its first manifestation, when it became will, communicating the first impulse to these atoms, was the great nothingness, Ein Sof, or no thing. And, therefore, to every sense, a void, or chaos. This chaos, however, became the soul of the world, according to Plato and the Pythagoreans. According to Hindu teaching, deity, in the shape of ether or akasha, pervades all things. It was called, therefore, by the theurgists the living fire, the spirit of light, and sometimes Magnus. According to Plato, the highest deity itself built the universe in the geometrical form of the dodecahedron, and its first begotten was born of chaos and primordial light, the central sun. This firstborn, however, was only the aggregate of the host of the builders, the first constructive forces, who are called in ancient cosmogonies, the ancients, born of the deep or chaos, and the first point. He is the tetragrammaton, so called, at the head of the seven lower Sephiroth. This was also the belief of the Chaldeans. Philo, the Jew, speaking very flippantly of the first instructors of his ancestors, writes as follows. These Chaldeans were of opinion that the cosmos, among the things that exist, is a single point, either being itself God, Theos, or that in it is God, comprehending the soul of all things. 511. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos are but the three symbols of their synthesis, space. One can never hope to solve the mystery of this tetractys, by holding to the dead letter even of the old philosophies as now extant. But even in these, chaos, Theos, Cosmos and space are identified in all eternity, as the one unknown space, the last word on which will never, perhaps, be known, before our seventh round. Nevertheless, the allegories and metaphysical symbols about the primeval and perfect cube, are remarkable, even in the exoteric Puranas. There, also, Brahmâ is Theos, evolving out of chaos, or the great deep, the waters, over which spirit or space, the spirit moving over the face of the future boundless cosmos, is silently hovering, in the first hour of reawakening. It is also Vishnu, sleeping on Anantashisha, the great serpent of eternity, of which Western theology, ignorant of the Kabbalah, the only key that opens the secrets of the Bible, has made, the devil. It is the first triangle or the Pythagorean triad, the god of the three aspects, before it is transformed, through the perfect quadrature of the infinite circle, into the four-faced, Brahma. Of him who is and yet is not, from non-being, the eternal cause, is born the being, Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. In the Egyptian mythology, Neph, the eternal unrevealed god, is represented by a snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath. In this case, the serpent is the Agathodaimon, the good spirit; in its opposite aspect, it is the Coccodaimon, the evil spirit. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the honey-dew, the fruit of the gods, and of the creative busy Yggdrasil bees, falls during the hours of night, when the atmosphere is impregnated with humidity. And in the northern mythologies, as the passive principle of creation, it typifies the creation of the universe out of water. This dew is the astral light in one of its combinations, and possesses creative as well as destructive properties. In the Chaldean legend of Berosus, Oannes or Dagon, the man-fish, instructing the people, shows the infant world created out of water, and all beings originating from this prima materia. Moses teaches that only earth and water can bring into existence a living soul, and we read in the scriptures that herbs could not grow until the Eternal caused it to rain upon earth. In the Mexican Popol Vuh, man is created out of mud or clay, terra glaze, taken from under the water. Brahmâ creates the great Muni, or first man, seated on his lotus, only after having called spirits into being, who thus enjoyed over mortals a priority of existence, and he creates him out of water, air and earth. Alchemists claim that the primordial or pre-Adamic earth, when reduced to its first substance, is in its second stage of transformation like clear water, the first being the alkest proper. This primordial substance is said to contain within itself the essence of all that goes to make up man. It contains not only all the elements of his physical being, but even the breath of life, in a latent state, ready to be awakened. This it derives from the incubation of the Spirit of God upon the face of the waters, chaos. In fact, this substance is chaos itself. From this it was that Paracelsus claimed to be able to make his homunculi. And this is why Thales, the great natural philosopher, maintained that water was the principle of all things in nature. 512. Job says that dead things are formed from under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof. 513 in the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead rephaim, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. 514. In the primordial state of the creation, says Polier's Mythology de Indus, the rudimental universe, submerged in water, reposed in the bosom of Vishnu. Sprung from this chaos and darkness, Brahmâ, the architect of the world, poised on a lotus leaf, floated, moved, upon the waters, unable to discern anything but water and darkness. Perceiving such a dismal state of things, Brahmâ soliloquizes in consternation, "Who am I? Whence came I?" Then he hears a voice, 515, "Direct your thoughts to Bhagavath." Brahmâ, rising from his natatory position, seats himself upon the lotus, in an attitude of contemplation, and reflects upon the Eternal, who, pleased with this evidence of piety, disperses the primeval darkness and opens his understanding. After this Brahmâ issues from the universal egg, infinite chaos, as light, for his understanding is now opened, and he sets himself to work. He moves on the eternal waters, with the Spirit of God within himself. And in his capacity of mover of the waters he is Vishnu, or Narayana. This is, of course, exoteric. Yet, in its main idea, it is as identical as possible with the Egyptian cosmogony, which, in its opening sentences, shows after 516 or Mother Night, representing illimitable darkness, as the primeval element which covered the infinite abyss. Animated by water and the universal spirit of the Eternal, dwelling alone in chaos. Similarly in the Jewish scriptures, the history of the creation opens with the Spirit of God and his creative emanation, another deity. 517. The Zohar teaches that it is the primordial elements, the trinity of fire, air and water, the four cardinal points, and all the forces of nature, which form collectively the voice of the will, memrab, or the word. The logos of the absolute silent all. The indivisible point, limitless and unknowable, spreads itself over space, and thus forms a veil, the Mulaprakriti of Parabrahman, which conceals this absolute point. In the cosmogonies of all the nations it is the architects, synthesized by the demiurge, in the Bible the Elohim, or Alim, who fashion cosmos out of chaos, and who are the collective Theos, male-female, spirit and matter. By a series, Yam, of foundations, Hazoth, the Alim caused earth and heaven to be. 518 in Genesis, it is first Alim, then Java Alim, and finally Jehovah, after the separation of the sexes in the 4th chapter. It is noticeable that nowhere, except in the later, or rather the last, cosmogonies of our fifth race does the ineffable and unutterable name 519, the symbol of the unknown deity, which was used only in the mysteries, occur in connection with the creation of the universe. It is the movers, the runners, the theoi, from theta epsilon iota nu to run, who do the work of formation, the messengers of the manvantaric law, who have now become in Christianity simply the messengers, malachim. This seems to be also the case in Hinduism or early Brahmanism. For in the Rig Veda, it is not Brahma who creates, but the Prajapatis, the lords of being, who are also the rishis. The term rishi, according to Professor Mahadio Kunte, being connected with the word to move, to lead on, applied to them in their terrestrial character, when, as patriarchs, they lead their hosts on the seven rivers. Moreover, the very word God, in the singular, embracing all the gods, or theoi, came to the superior, civilized nations from a strange source, one as entirely and preeminently phallic as the sincere outspokenness of the Indian lingam. The attempt to derive God from the Anglo-Saxon synonym good is an abandoned idea, for in no other language, from the Persian coda down to the Latin Deus, has an instance been found of the name for God being derived from the attribute of goodness. To the Latin races it comes from the Aryan Diaush, the day, to the Slavonian, from the Greek Bacchus, Bog, and to the Saxon races directly from the Hebrew Yod, or Jod. The latter is the number letter 10, male and female, and Yod is the phallic hook. Hence the Saxon God, the Germanic Gott, and the English God. This symbolic term may be said to represent the creator of physical humanity, on the terrestrial plane. But surely it had nothing to do with the formation, or creation, of either spirit, gods, or cosmos. Chaos Theos Cosmos, the triple deity, is all in all. Therefore, it is said to be male and female, good and evil, positive and negative. The whole series of contrasted qualities. When latent, in pralaya, it is incognizable and becomes the unknowable deity. It can be known only in its active functions. Hence as matter force and living spirit, the correlations and outcome, or the expression, on the visible plane, of the ultimate and ever-to-be unknown unity. In its turn this triple unit is the producer of the four primary elements 520 which are known, in our visible terrestrial nature, as the seven, so far the 5, elements, each divisible into 49, 7 times 7, sub-elements. With about 70 of which chemistry is acquainted. Every cosmical element, such as fire, air, water, earth, partaking of the qualities and defects of its primaries, is in its nature good and evil, force or spirit, and matter, etc. And each, therefore, is at one and the same time life and death, health and disease, action and reaction. They are ever forming matter, under the never-ceasing impulse of the one element, the incognizable, represented in the world of phenomena by ether. They are the immortal gods who give birth and life to all. In the philosophical writings of Solomon ben Yehuda ibn Jebarol, in treating of the structure of the universe, it is said, Yehuda began, it is written, Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Come, see. At the time that the Holy created the world, he created 7 heavens above. He created 7 earths below, 7 seas, 7 days, 7 rivers, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 times, and 7,000 years that the world has been. The Holy is in the 7th of all. 521. This, besides showing a strange identity with the cosmogony of the Puranas, 522 corroborates all our teachings with regard to number 7, as briefly given in esoteric Buddhism. The Hindus have an endless series of allegories to express this idea. In the primordial chaos, before it became developed into the Sapta Samudra, or 7 oceans, emblematical of the 7 gunas, or conditioned qualities, composed of 3 gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, lie latent both amrita, or immortality, and visha, or poison, death, evil. This is to be found in the allegorical churning of the ocean by the gods. Amrita is beyond any guna, for it is unconditioned, per se. But when once fallen into phenomenal creation, it became mixed with evil, chaos, with latent Theos in it, before Cosmos was evolved. Hence we find Vishnu, the personification of eternal law, periodically calling forth Cosmos into activity, or, in allegorical phraseology, churning out of the primitive ocean, or boundless chaos, the Amrita of eternity. Reserved only for the gods and devas. And in the task he has to employ Nagas and Asuras, or demons in exoteric Hinduism. The whole allegory is highly philosophical, and indeed we find it repeated in every ancient system of philosophy. Thus we find it in Plato, who having fully embraced the ideas which Pythagoras had brought from India, compiled and published them in a form more intelligible than the original mysterious numerals of the Samian sage. Thus the cosmos is the sun, with Plato, having for his father and mother divine thought and matter. 523. The Egyptians, says Dunlap, distinguish between an older and younger Horus. The former the brother of Osiris, the latter the son of Osiris and Isis. 524. The first is the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus is this idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter, and assuming an actual existence. 525. The Chaldean oracles speak of the mundane God, eternal, boundless, young and old, of winding form. 526. This winding form is a figure to express the vibratory motion of the astral light, with which the ancient priests were perfectly well acquainted, though the name astral light was invented by the Martionists. Cosmology has the finger of scorn pointed at its superstitions by modern science. Science, however, before laughing at it, ought, as advised by a French savant, to entirely remodel its own system of cosmoneumatological education. Satis eloquentia, sapientiae parum. Cosmology, like pantheism, in its ultimate expression, may be made to express itself in the same words in which the Purana describes Vishnu. He is only the ideal cause of the potencies to be created in the work of creation. And from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they have become the real cause. Save that one ideal cause, there is no other to which the world can be referred. Through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its proper nature. 527. Section 5. On the hidden deity, its symbols and glyphs. The Logos, or creative deity, the Word made flesh, of every religion, has to be traced to its ultimate source and essence. In India, it is a produce of 1008 divine names and aspects in each of its personal transformations, from Brahma Purusha, through the 7 divine rishis and 10 semi-divine prajapatis, also rishis, down to the divine human avatars. The same puzzling problem of the one in many, and the multitude in one, is found in other pantheons. In the Egyptian, the Greek and the Chaldeo-Judaic, the latter having made confusion still more confused by presenting its gods as euhemerizations, in the shapes of patriarchs. And these patriarchs are now accepted by those who reject Romulus as a myth, and are represented as living and historical entities. Verbum satis sapienti. In the Zohar, Ein Sof is also the One, the infinite unity. This was known to the very few learned fathers of the Church, who were aware that Jehovah was no highest God, but a third-rate potency. But while complaining bitterly of the Gnostics, and saying, "Our heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son." 528, who is Brahmâ, that is to the mind, Nous, Irenaeus failed to mention that the Jews did the same in their real secret books. Valentinus, the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, held that there was a perfect Ion who existed before Bythos, the first father of unfathomable nature, which is the second Logos, called Propator. It is this Ion who springs as a ray from Ein Sof, which does not create, an Ion who creates, or through whom, rather, everything is created, or evolves. For, as the Basilidians taught, there was a supreme God, Abrasax, by whom was created mind, Mahat, in Sanskrit, Nous, in Greek. From mind proceeded the word, Logos, from the word, providence, divine light, rather. Then from it virtue and wisdom in principalities, powers, angels, etc. By these angels the 365 eons were created. Amongst the lowest, indeed, and those who made this world, he, Basilides, sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God, and very rightly, affirming he is one of the angels. Here, then, we find the same system as in the Puranas, wherein the incomprehensible drops a seed, which becomes the golden egg, from which Brahmâ is produced. Brahmâ produces Mahat, etc. True esoteric philosophy, however, speaks neither of creation, nor of evolution, in the sense in which the exoteric religions do. All these personified powers are not evolutions from one another, but so many aspects of the one and sole manifestation of the Absolute All. The same system as that of the Gnostic emanations prevails in the Sephirothic aspects of Ein Sof, and, as these aspects are in space and time, a certain order is maintained in their successive appearances. Therefore, it becomes impossible not to take notice of the great changes that the Zohar has undergone under the handling of generations of Christian mystics. For, even in the metaphysics of the Talmud, the lower face or lesser countenance, or microprosopis, could never be placed on the same plane of abstract ideals as the higher, or greater countenance, macroprosopis. The latter is, in the Chaldean Kabbalah, a pure abstraction, the word or logos, or daber in Hebrew. Which word, though it becomes in fact a plural number, or words, D, A, B, A, R, I, M, when it reflects itself, or falls into the aspect of a host of angels, or Sephiroth, that number, is still collectively one, and on the ideal plane a not, circle. Nothing. It is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. 529. And even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God, when he speaks of the second God, who is his, the highest gods. Wisdom 530. Deity is not God. It is no thing, and darkness. It is nameless, and therefore called Ein Sof, the word Ayin meaning nothing. 531. The highest God, the unmanifested Logos, is its Son. Nor are most of the Gnostic systems which have come down to us, mutilated as they are by the Church Fathers, anything better than the distorted shells of the original speculations. Nor were they, moreover, ever open to the public or general reader. For had their hidden meaning or esotericism been revealed, it would have been no more an esoteric teaching, and this could never have been. Marcus, the chief of the Marcosians, who flourished in the middle of the 2nd century, and taught that deity had to be viewed under the symbol of 4 syllables, gave out more of the esoteric truths than any other Gnostic. But even he was never well understood. For it is only on the surface or dead letter of his revelation that it appears that God is a quaternary, to wit, the ineffable, the silence, the Father, and truth, since in reality it is quite erroneous, and divulges only one more esoteric riddle. This teaching of Marcus was that of the early Kabbalists and is ours. For he makes of deity the number 30, in 4 syllables, which, translated esoterically, means a triad or triangle, and a quaternary or a square, in all 7, which, on the lower plane, made the 7 divine or secret letters of which the God name is composed. This requires demonstration. In his revelation, speaking of divine mysteries expressed by means of letters and numbers, Marcus narrates how the supreme tetrad came down unto him from the region which cannot be seen nor named, in a female form. Because the world would have been unable to bear her appearing in a male figure, and revealed to him, the generation of the universe, untold before to either gods or men. The first sentence already contains a double meaning. Why should the apparition of a female figure be more easily borne, or listened to, by the world than a male figure? On the face of it, this appears nonsensical. But to one who is acquainted with the mystery language, it is quite clear and simple. Esoteric philosophy, or the secret wisdom, was symbolized by a female form, while a male figure stood for the unveiled mystery. Hence, the world, not being ready to receive it, could not bear it, and the revelation of Marcus had to be given allegorically. Thus he writes. When first its father, sc of the tetrad, the inconceivable, the beingless, sexless, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, desired that its ineffable, the first logos, or aeon, should be born, and its invisible should be clothed with form, its mouth opened and uttered the word like unto itself. This word, logos, standing near showed it what it was, manifesting itself in the form of the invisible one. Now the uttering of the ineffable name, through the word, came to pass in this manner. It, the supreme logos, uttered the first word of its name, which was a combination, syllable, of 4 elements, letters. Then the second combination was added, also of 4 elements. Then the third, composed of 10 elements. And after this the fourth was uttered, which contained 12 elements. The utterance of the whole name consisted thus of 30 elements and of 4 combinations. Each element has its own letters and peculiar character, and pronunciation, and groupings and similitudes. But none of them perceives the form of that of which it is the element, nor understands the utterance of its neighbor, but, what each sounds forth itself, as sounding forth all, it can, that it thinks good to call the whole. And these sounds are they which manifest in form the beingless and ingenerable aeon, and these are the forms which are called angels, perpetually beholding the face of the Father. 532 The Logos, the second God. Who stands next God the inconceivable, according to Philo. 533. This is as plain as ancient esoteric secrecy could make it. It is as Kabbalistic though less veiled than the Zohar, in which the mystic names, or attributes, are also 4-syllabled, 12, 42, and even 72-syllabled words. The tetrad shows to Marcus the truth in the shape of a naked woman, and letters every limb of that figure, calling her head Alpha Omega, her neck Beta Psi, shoulders and hands Gamma Chi, etc. In this, Sapphira is easily recognized. The head, or crown, Kether, being numbered 1, the brain, or Chakma, 2, the heart, or intelligence, Bina, 3, and the other 7 Sephiroth representing the limbs of the body. The Sephirothic tree is the universe, and Adam Kadmon personifies it in the West, as Brahmâ represents it in India. Throughout, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as divided into the 3 higher, or the spiritual triad, and the lower septenary. The true esoteric meaning of the sacred number 7, though cleverly veiled, in the Zohar, is betrayed by the double way of writing the term, in the beginning, or Birashith, and Birashith, the latter the higher, or upper wisdom. As shown by S. L. McGregor Mathers 534 and Isaac Meyer 535, both of these Kabbalists being supported by the best ancient authorities, these words have a dual and secret meaning. Breshith bara Elohim means, that the 6, over which stands the 7th Sapphira, belong to the lower material class, or, as the author says, 7 are applied to the lower creation, and 3 to the spiritual man, the heavenly prototypic or first Adam. When the Theosophists and occultists say that God is no being, for it is nothing, no thing, they are more reverential and religiously respectful to the deity than those who call God he, and thus make of him a gigantic male. He who studies the Kabbalah will soon find the same idea in the ultimate thought of its authors, the earlier and great Hebrew initiates, who got this secret wisdom in Babylonia from the Chaldean hierophants, just as Moses got his in Egypt. The Zoharic system cannot very well be judged by its translations into Latin and other tongues, when all its ideas were softened and made to fit in with the views and policy of its Christian arrangers. For its original ideas are identical with those of all other religious systems. The various cosmogonies show that the universal soul was considered by every archaic nation as the mind of the demiurgic creator. And that it was called the mother, Sophia, or the female wisdom, with the Gnostics, the Sapphira, with the Jews, Sarasvati or Vak, with the Hindus, the Holy Ghost also being a female principle. Hence, the Kurios, or Logos, born from it, was, with the Greeks, the god, mind, nous. Now Koros, Kurios, signifies the pure and unmixed nature of intellect, wisdom, says Plato, in Cratylus. 536 and Kurios is Mercury, Mercurius, Markurios, the divine wisdom, and Mercury is soul, the sun, 537 from whom thought Hermes received this divine wisdom. While, then, the logoi of all countries and religions are correlative, in their sexual aspects, with the female soul of the world or the great deep, the deity, from which these two in one have their being, is ever concealed and called the hidden one, and is connected only indirectly with creation, 538, as it can act only through the dual force emanating from the eternal essence. Even Aesculapius, called the savior of all, is identical, according to ancient classical writers, with the Egyptian Ta, the creative intellect or divine wisdom, and with Apollo, Baal, Adonis and Hercules, 539, and Ta, in one of its aspects, is the anima mundi. The universal soul of Plato, the divine spirit of the Egyptians, the Holy Ghost of the early Christians and Gnostics, and the Akasha of the Hindus, and even, in its lower aspect, the astral light. For Ta was originally the god of the dead, he into whose bosom they were received, hence the limbus of the Greek Christians, or the astral light. It was far later that Ta was classed with the sun gods, his name signifying, he who opens, as he is shown to be the first to unveil the face of the dead mummy, to call the soul to life in his bosom. Neph, the eternal unrevealed, is represented by the snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath, another form of the one original idea of darkness. With its ray moving on the waters, etc. As the Logos soul, this permutation is called Ta. As the Logos creator, he becomes Imhotep, his son, the god of the handsome face. In their primitive characters, these two were the first cosmic duad, Nut, space or sky, and Nun, the primordial waters, the androgyne unity, above whom was the concealed breath of Neph. And all of them had the aquatic animals and plants sacred to them, the ibis, the swan, the goose, the crocodile, and the lotus. Returning to the Kabbalistic deity, this concealed unity is then Ein Sof, Tau Pi Nu, Tau Pi Epsilon Iota Rho Omicron Nu, endless, boundless, non-existent, so long as the Absolute is within Olam 540, the boundless and termless time. As such, Ein Sof cannot be the creator or even the modeler of the universe, nor can it be or light. Therefore Ein Sof is also darkness. The immutably infinite, and the absolutely boundless, can neither will, think, nor act. To do this, it has to become finite, and it does so by its ray penetrating into the mundane egg, or infinite space, and emanating from it as a finite God. All this is left to the ray latent in the One. When the period arrives, the Absolute will expand naturally the force within it, according to the law of which it is the inner and ultimate essence. The Hebrews did not adopt the egg as a symbol, but they substituted for it the duplex heavens, for, translated correctly, the sentence, God made the heavens and the earth, would read, in and out of his own essence, as a womb, the mundane egg. God created the two heavens. The Christians, however, have chosen the dove, the bird and not the egg, as the symbol of their Holy Ghost. Whoever acquaints himself with Hud, the Merkabah and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Lagash is nearly identical in meaning with Vak, the hidden power of the mantras. When the active period has arrived, from within the eternal essence of Ein Sof, comes forth Sapphira, the active power, called the primordial point in the crown, Kether. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could give a concrete form to the abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle, by which the ineffable essence and its manifested body, the universe, are symbolized, the right side and the base, are composed of unbroken lines, the third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sapphira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation the triple triad is formed. From the invisible dew falling from the higher uni-triad, the head, thus leaving 7 Sephiroth only, Sapphira creates primeval waters, or in other words, chaos takes shape. It is the first stage towards the solidification of spirit which, through various modifications, will produce earth. It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. It requires the image of an aquatic bird to connect it with water, the female element of procreation, with the egg and the bird that fecundates it. When Sapphira emerges as an active power from within the latent deity, she is female. When she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male, hence, she is androgyne. She is the father and mother, Aditi, of the Hindu cosmogony and of the Secret Doctrine. If the oldest Hebrew scrolls had been preserved, the modern Jehovah worshipper would have found that many and uncomely were the symbols of the creative God. The frog in the moon, typical of his generative character, was the most frequent. All the birds and animals now called unclean in the Bible have been the symbols of this deity, in days of old. A mask of uncleanness was placed over them, in order to preserve them from destruction, because they were so sacred. The brazen serpent is not a bit more poetical than the goose or swan, if symbols are to be accepted à la lettre. In the words of the Zohar, the indivisible point, which has no limit and cannot be comprehended because of its purity and brightness, expanded from without, forming a brightness that served the indivisible point as a veil. Yet the latter also, could not be viewed in consequence of its immeasurable light. It too expanded from without, and this expansion was its garment. Thus through a constant upheaving, motion, finally the world originated. 541. The spiritual substance sent forth by the infinite light is the first Sapphira or Shekinah. Sapphira, exoterically, contains all the other 9 Sephiroth in her, esoterically, she contains but 2, Chokmah or wisdom, a masculine, active potency whose divine name is Jah, and Bina, or intelligence, a feminine passive potency. Represented by the divine name Jehovah. Which 2 potencies form, with Sapphira the third, the Jewish Trinity or the crown, Kether. These 2 Sephiroth, called Abba, Father, and Amona, Mother, are the Duad, or the double-sexed logos, from which issued the other 7 Sephiroth. Thus, the first Jewish triad, Sapphira, Chokmah and Bina, is the Hindu Trimurti. 542. However, veiled even in the Zohar, and still more in the exoteric pantheon of India, every particular connected with one is reproduced in the other. The Prajapatis are the Sephiroth. 10 with Brahmâ, they dwindle to 7 when the Trimurti, or the Kabbalistic triad, are separated from the rest. The 7 builders, or creators, become the 7 Prajapati, or the 7 rishis, in the same order as the Sephiroth become the creators, then the patriarchs, etc. In both secret systems, the one universal essence is incomprehensible and inactive, in its absoluteness, and can be connected with the building of the universe only in an indirect way. In both, the primeval male-female, or androgynous, principle and its 10 and 7 emanations, Brahma Viraj and Aditivak on the one hand, and the Elohim Jehovah, or Adam Adami, Adam Kadmon, and Sapphira Eve, on the other. With their Prajapatis and Sephiroth, in their totality, represent primarily the archetypal man, the protologos, and it is only in their secondary aspect that they become cosmic powers, and astronomical or sidereal bodies. If Aditi is the mother of the gods, Devamatri, Eve is the mother of all living, both are the Shakti, or generative power, in their female aspect, of the heavenly man, and they are both compound creators. Says a Gupta Vidya Sutra. In the beginning, Array, issuing from Paramarthika, the one and only true existence, became manifested in Vyavaharika, conventional existence, which was used as a vahana to descend within to the universal mother. And to cause her to expand, swell, bri. And in the Zohar it is stated. The infinite unity, formless and without similitude, after the form of the heavenly man was created, used it. The unknown light 543, darkness, used the heavenly form, Adam Oila, as a chariot, Merkaba, through which to descend, and wished to be called by this form, which is the sacred name Jehovah. As the Zohar again says. In the beginning was the will of the king, prior to any other existence. It, the will, sketched the forms of all things that had been concealed but now came into view. And there went forth as a sealed secret, from the head of Ein Sof, a nebulous spark of matter, without shape or form. Life is drawn from below, and from above the source renews itself, the sea is always full and spreads its waters everywhere. Thus the deity is compared to a shoreless sea, to water which is, the fountain of life. 544, the seventh palace, the fountain of life, is the first in the order from above. 545 Hence the Kabbalistic tenet on the lips of the very Kabbalistic Solomon, who says in Proverbs, Wisdom hath builded her house, it hath hewn out its 7 pillars. 546. Whence, then, all this identity of ideas, if there were no primeval universal revelation? The few points so far brought out are like a few straws in a stack, in comparison to that which will be disclosed as the work proceeds. If we turn to the Chinese cosmogony, the most hazy of all, even there the same idea is found. Tsi Tsai, the self-existent, is the unknown darkness, the root of the Wuliang Shu, boundless age, Amitba, and Tien, heaven, come later on. The great extreme of Confucius gives the same idea, his straws notwithstanding. The latter are a source of great amusement to the missionaries, who laugh at every heathen religion, despise and hate that of their brother Christians of other denominations, and yet one and all accept their own Genesis, literally. If we turn to the Chaldean we find in it Anu, the concealed deity, the one, whose name, moreover, shows it to be of Sanskrit origin. For Anu in Sanskrit means atom, Aniamsamaniyasam, smallest of the small, being a name of Parabrahman, in the Vedantic philosophy, in which Parabrahman is described as smaller than the smallest atom, and greater than the greatest sphere or universe, Anagranias and Mahatoravat. In the first verses of the Akkadian Genesis, as found in the cuneiform texts on the Babylonian tiles or later skoctals, and as translated by George Smith, we find Anu, the passive deity, or Ein Sof. Bel, the creator, the spirit of God, or Sapphira, moving on the face of the waters, hence water itself, and he, the universal soul, or wisdom of the three combined. The first 8 verses read as follows. 1. When above were not raised the heavens. 2. And below on the earth a plant had not grown up. 3. The abyss had not broken open their boundaries. 4. The chaos, or water, Tiamat, the sea, was the producing mother of the whole of them. This is the cosmical Aditi and Sapphira. 5. Those waters at the beginning were ordained, but 6. A tree had not grown, a flower had not unfolded. 7. When the gods had not sprung up, any one of them. 8. A plant had not grown, and order did not exist. 547. This was the chaotic or antigenetic period, the double swan, and the dark swan which becomes white, when light is created. 548. The symbol chosen for the majestic ideal of the universal principle may perhaps seem little calculated to answer its sacred character. A goose, or even a swan, will, no doubt, be thought an unfit symbol to represent the grandeur of the spirit. Nevertheless, it must have had some deep occult meaning, since it figures not only in every cosmogony in world religion, but was also chosen by the Crusaders, among the medieval Christians, as the vehicle of the Holy Ghost, which was supposed to be leading the army to Palestine, to wrench the tomb of the Savior from the hands of the Saracen. If we are to credit Professor Draper's statement, in his intellectual development of Europe, the Crusaders, under Peter the Hermit, were preceded, at the head of the army, by the Holy Ghost, under the shape of a white gander in the company of a goat. Seb, the Egyptian god of time, carries a goose on his head, Jupiter assumes the form of a swan, and so also does Brahmâ, and the root of all this is that mystery of mysteries, the mundane egg. One should learn the reason of a symbol before depreciating it. The dual element of air and water is that of the ibis, swan, goose and pelican, of crocodiles and frogs, lotus flowers and water lilies, etc. And the result is the choice of the most unseemly symbols by the modern as much as by the ancient mystics. Pan, the great god of nature, was generally figured in company with aquatic birds, geese especially, and so were other gods. If later on, with the gradual degeneration of religion, the gods to whom geese were sacred, became priapic deities, it does not, therefore, follow that waterfowls were made sacred to Pan and other phallic deities. As some scoffers even of antiquity would have it, 549, but that the abstract and divine power of procreative nature had become grossly anthropomorphized. Nor does the Swan of Leda show priapic doings and her enjoyment thereof, as Mr. Hargrave Jennings chastely expresses it, for the myth is but another version of the same philosophical idea of cosmogony. Swans are frequently found associated with Apollo, as they are the emblems of water and fire, and also of the sunlight, before the separation of the elements. Our modern symbologists might profit by some remarks made by a well-known writer, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child, who says, "From time immemorial an emblem has been worshipped in Hindustan as the type of creation, or the origin of life. Shiva, or the Mahadeva, being not only the reproducer of human forms, but also the fructifying principle, the generative power that pervades the universe. The maternal emblem is likewise a religious type. This reverence for the production of life introduced into the worship of Osiris the sexual emblems. Is it strange that they regarded with reverence the great mystery of human birth? Were they impure thus to regard it? Or are we impure that we do not so regard it? But no clean and thoughtful mind could so regard them. We have traveled far, and unclean have been the paths, since those old anchorites first spoke of God and the soul in the solemn depths of their first sanctuaries. Let us not smile at their mode of tracing the infinite and the incomprehensible cause throughout all the mysteries of nature, lest by so doing we cast the shadow of our own grossness on their patriarchal simplicity. 550. Section 6. The Mundane Egg. Whence this universal symbol? The egg was incorporated as a sacred sign in the cosmogony of every people on the earth, and was revered both on account of its form and of its inner mystery. From the earliest mental conceptions of man, it has been known as that which represented most successfully the origin and secret of being. The gradual development of the imperceptible germ within the closed shell. The inward working, without any apparent outward interference of force, which from a latent nothing produced an active something, needing naught save heat. And which, having gradually evolved into a concrete, living creature, broke its shell, appearing to the outward senses of all as a self-generated and self-created being. All this must have been a standing miracle from the beginning. The secret teaching explains the reason for this reverence by the symbolism of the prehistoric races. In the beginnings, the first cause had no name. Later it was pictured in the fancy of the thinkers as an ever-invisible, mysterious bird that dropped an egg into chaos, which egg became the universe. Hence Brahmâ was called Kalahansa, the swan in space and time. Becoming the swan of eternity, Brahmâ, at the beginning of each Mahamanvantara, lays a golden egg, which typifies the great circle, or circle, itself a symbol for the universe and its spherical bodies. A second reason for the egg having been chosen as the symbolical representation of the universe, and of our earth, was its form. It was a circle and a sphere. And the oviform shape of our globe must have been known from the beginning of symbology, since it was so universally adopted. The first manifestation of the cosmos in the form of an egg was the most widely diffused belief of antiquity. As Bryan shows, 551, it was a symbol adopted among the Greeks, the Syrians, Persians, and Egyptians. In the Egyptian ritual, Phœbe, the god of time and of the earth, is spoken of as having laid an egg, or the universe, an egg conceived at the hour of the great one of the dual force. 552. Ra is shown like Brahma gestating in the egg of the universe. The deceased is resplendent in the egg of the land of mysteries. 553-4. This is the egg to which is given life among the gods. 554. It is the egg of the great clucking hen, the egg of Phœbe, who issues from it like a hawk. 555. Among the Greeks the Orphic egg is described by Aristophanes, and was part of the Dionysiac and other mysteries, during which the mundane egg was consecrated and its significance explained. Porphyry also shows it to be a representation of the world, Rho mu eta nu epsilon epsilon iota delta tau nu kappa sigma mu omicron nu. Faber and Bryant have tried to show that the egg typified the Ark of Noah, a wild belief, unless the latter is accepted as purely allegorical and symbolical. It can only have typified the Ark as a synonym of the moon, the Urga which carries the universal seed of life, but had surely nothing to do with the Ark of the Bible. Anyhow, the belief that the universe existed in the beginning in the shape of an egg was general. And as Wilson says, a similar account of the first aggregation of the elements in the form of an egg is given in all the Puranas, with the usual epithet Haima or Hiranya, golden, as it occurs in Manu, I. 9. 556. Hiranya, however, means resplendent, shining, rather than golden, as is proven by the great Indian scholar, the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, in his unpublished polemics with Professor Max Muller. As said in the Vishnu Purana, intellect, Mahat, the unmanifested, gross elements inclusive, formed an egg, and the Lord of the universe himself abided in it, in the character of Brahmâ. In that egg, O Brahmana, were the continents, and seas, and mountains, the planets and divisions of the planets, the gods, the demons, and mankind. 557. Both in Greece and in India the first visible male being, who united in himself the nature of either sex, abode in the egg and issued from it. This, firstborn of the world, was Dionysus, with some Greeks. The god who sprang from the mundane egg, and from whom the mortals and immortals were derived. The god Ra is shown, in the Book of the Dead, beaming in his egg, the sun, and the stars off as soon as the god Shu, the solar energy, awakens and gives him the impulse. 558 He is in the solar egg, the egg to which is given life among the gods. 559 The solar god exclaims, I am the creative soul of the celestial abyss. None sees my nest, none can break my egg, I am the Lord. 560. In view of this circular form, the vertical bar, issuing from the circle, or the egg, or the male from the female in the androgyne, it is strange to find a scholar saying, on the ground that the most ancient Indian MSS show no trace of it, that the ancient Aryans were ignorant of the decimal notation. The 10, being the sacred number of the universe, was secret and esoteric, both as regards the unit and cipher, or zero, the circle. Moreover, Professor Max Muller tells that the two words cipher and zero, which are but one, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. 561 Cipher is the Arabic cifran, and means, empty, a translation of the Sanskrit sunyen, or, not, says the professor. 562 The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius' treatise, De Arithmetica, composed in the 6th century, to find among the Pythagorean numerals the 1 and the 0, as the first and final figures. 563 In Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Moderatus 564 says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things, or the origin of the universe. Now, if, on the one hand, the most ancient Indian missas show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, and Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals. On the other hand, we have records as ancient, to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India. And we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as to allow that the Neo-Pythagoreans were the first teachers of ciphering, among the Greeks and Romans. That they, at Alexandria, or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus. This cautious admission implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with only 9 figures. Thus we might reasonably answer that, although we possess no certain proof, exoterically, that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived at the very close of the Archaic Ages. 565 Yet we have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. 566 This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. 567 This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. But we know more than this. We know that the decimal system must have been used by the mankind of the earliest Archaic Ages, since the whole astronomical and geometrical portion of the secret sacerdotal language was built upon the number 10. Or the combination of the male and female principles, and since the pyramid of Cheops, so-called, is built upon measures of this decimal notation, or rather upon the digits and their combinations with the naught. Of this, however, sufficient has been said in Isis Unveiled, and it is useless to repeat it. The symbolism of the lunar and solar deities is so inextricably mixed up, that it is next to impossible to separate from each other such glyphs as the egg, the lotus, and the sacred animals. The ibis, for instance, was held in the greatest veneration in Egypt. It was sacred to Isis, who is often represented with the head of that bird, and also sacred to Mercury or Thoth, who is said to have assumed its form while escaping from Typhon. There were two kinds of ibises in Egypt, Herodotus 568 tells us, one quite black, the other black and white. The former is credited with fighting and exterminating the winged serpents which came every spring from Arabia, and infested the country. The other was sacred to the moon, because the latter planet is white and brilliant on her external side, dark and black on that side which she never turns to the earth. Moreover, the ibis kills land serpents, and makes the most terrible havoc amongst the eggs of the crocodile, and thus saves Egypt from having the Nile over-infested by those horrible saurians. The bird is credited with doing this in the moonlight, and thus being helped by Isis, whose sidereal symbol is the moon. But the more correct esoteric truth underlying these popular myths is, that Hermes, as shown by Abinephius 569, watched over the Egyptians under the form of that bird, and taught them the occult arts and sciences. This simply means that the ibis religiosa had, and has, magical properties in common with many other birds, the albatross preeminently, and the mythical white swan, the swan of eternity or time, the calahansa. Were it otherwise, indeed, why should all the ancient peoples, who were no more fools than we are, have had such a superstitious dread of killing certain birds? In Egypt, he who killed an ibis, or the golden hawk, the symbol of the sun and Osiris, risked death, and could hardly escape it. The veneration of some nations for birds was such that Zoroaster, in his precepts, forbids their slaughter as a heinous crime. In our age, we laugh at every kind of divination. Yet why should so many generations have believed in divination by birds, and even in omancy, which is said by Suidas to have been imparted by Orpheus, who taught how, under certain conditions, to perceive in the yolk and white of an egg that which the bird born from it would have seen around it during its short life? This occult art, which, 3,000 years ago, demanded the greatest learning in the most abstruse mathematical calculations, has now fallen into the depths of degradation. And today it is the old cooks and fortune-tellers who read the future for servant girls in search of husbands, from the white of an egg in a glass. Nevertheless, even Christians have to this day their sacred birds. For instance, the dove, the symbol of the Holy Ghost. Nor have they neglected the sacred animals. And the evangelical zoolatry, with its bull, eagle, Dion, and angel, in reality the cherub, or seraph, the fiery-winged serpent, is as much pagan as that of the Egyptians or the Chaldeans. These four animals are, in reality, the symbols of the four elements, and of the four lower principles in man. Nevertheless, they correspond physically and materially to the four constellations that form, so to speak, the suite or cortege of the solar god, and which, during the winter solstice, occupy the four cardinal points of the zodiacal circle. These four animals may be seen in many of the Roman Catholic New Testaments in which the portraits of the evangelists are given. They are the animals of Ezekiel's Merkabah. As truly stated by Ragan. The ancient hierophants have combined so cleverly the dogmas and symbols of their religious philosophies, that these symbols can be fully explained only by the combination and knowledge of all the keys. They can be only approximately interpreted, even if one discovers 3 out of these 7 systems, viz., the anthropological, the psychic and the astronomical. The 2 chief interpretations, the highest and the lowest, the spiritual and the physiological, were preserved in the greatest secrecy, until the latter fell into the dominion of the profane. Thus far, with regard only to the prehistoric hierophants, with whom that which has now become purely, or impurely, phallic, was a science as profound and as mysterious as biology and physiology are now. This was their exclusive property, the fruit of their studies and discoveries. The other 2 were those which dealt with the creative gods, or theogony, and with creative man, that is to say, with the ideal and the practical mysteries. These interpretations were so cleverly veiled and combined, that many were those who, while arriving at the discovery of one meaning, were baffled in understanding the significance of the others, and could never unriddle them sufficiently to commit dangerous indiscretions. The highest, the first and the fourth, theogony in relation to anthropogony, were almost impossible to fathom. We find the proofs of this in the Jewish Holy Writ. It is owing to the serpent being oviparous, that it became a symbol of wisdom and an emblem of the logoi, or the self-born. In the temple of Phœbe, in Upper Egypt, an egg was artificially prepared of clay mixed with various incenses. This was hatched by a peculiar process, and a cerastes or horned viper was produced. The same was done in the Indian temples, in antiquity, in the case of the cobra. The creative god emerges from the egg that issues from the mouth of Neph, as a winged serpent, for the serpent is the symbol of the all-wisdom. With the Hebrews the same deity is glyphed by the flying or fiery serpents of Moses in the wilderness. And with the Alexandrian mystic she becomes the Orpheokristos, the logos of the Gnostics. The Protestants try to show that the allegory of the brazen serpent and of the fiery serpents has a direct reference to the mystery of the Christ and the crucifixion, whereas, in truth, it has a far nearer relation to the mystery of generation. When dissociated from the egg with the central germ, or the circle with its central point. Protestant theologians would have us believe their interpretation only because the brazen serpent was lifted on a pole, whereas it had rather a reference to the Egyptian egg standing upright supported by the sacred Tau. Since the egg and the serpent are inseparable in the old worship and symbology of Egypt, and since both the brazen and fiery serpents were seraphs, the burning, fiery, messengers, or the serpent gods, the Nagas of India. Without the egg it was a purely phallic symbol, but when associated therewith, it related to cosmic creation. The brazen serpent had no such holy meaning as the Protestants would ascribe to it. Nor was it, in fact, glorified above the fiery serpents, for the bite of which it was only a natural remedy, the symbological meaning of the word brazen being the feminine principle, and that of fiery, or gold, the masculine principle. Brass was a metal symbolizing the nether world, that of the womb where life should be given. The word for serpent in Hebrew was nachash, but this is also the term for brass. It is said in Numbers that the Jews complained of the wilderness where there was no water, 570, after which the Lord sent fiery serpents to bite them, and then, to oblige Moses, he gave him as a remedy the brazen serpent on a pole for them to look at. After which any man when he beheld the serpent of brass, lived. After that the Lord, gathering the people together at the well of Beer, gave them water, and grateful Israel sang this song, Spring up, O well. When, after studying symbology, the Christian reader comes to understand the innermost meaning of these three symbols, water, brazen, and serpent, and a few more, in the sense given to them in the Holy Bible, he will hardly like to connect the sacred name of his Savior with the brazen serpent incident. The seraphim, or fiery winged serpents, are no doubt connected with, and inseparable from, the idea of the serpent of eternity, God. As explained in Keneally's Apocalypse, but the word cherub also meant serpent, in one sense, though its direct meaning is different, for the cherubim and the Persian winged griffins, Gameropyepsilon, the guardians of the Golden Mountain, are the same. And the compound name of the former shows their character, as it is formed of kr, a circle, and ob or ob, a serpent, and therefore means a serpent in a circle. And this settles the phallic character of the brazen serpent, and justifies Hezekiah for breaking it. 571 Verbum satis sapienti. In the Book of the Dead, as just shown, 572 reference is often made to the egg. Ra, the Mighty One, remains in his egg, during the struggle between the children of the rebellion and Shu, the solar energy and the dragon of darkness. The deceased is resplendent in his egg when he crosses to the land of mystery. He is the egg of Seb. The egg was the symbol of life in immortality and eternity, and also the glyph of the generative matrix. Whereas the Tau, which was associated with it, was only the symbol of life and birth in generation. The mundane egg was placed in Qum, the water of space, or the feminine abstract principle. Cum becoming, with the fall of mankind into generation and phallicism, Ammon the creative god. When Ta, the fiery god, carries the mundane egg in his hand, then the symbolism becomes quite terrestrial and concrete in its significance. In conjunction with the hawk, the symbol of Osiris' son, the symbol is dual, and relates to both lives, the mortal and the immortal. The engraving of a papyrus in Kircher's Oedipus Aegyptiacus 573 shows an egg floating above the mummy. This is the symbol of hope and the promise of a second birth for the Osirified dead. His soul, after due purification in the Amenti, will gestate in this egg of immortality, to be reborn therefrom into a new life on earth. For this egg, in the esoteric doctrine, is Devachan, the abode of bliss, the winged scarabaeus also being another symbol of it. The winged globe is but another form of the egg, and has the same significance as the scarabaeus, the kopero, from the root kopro, to become, to be reborn, which relates to the rebirth of man, as well as to his spiritual regeneration. In the theogony of Mochus, we find ether first, and then air, the two principles from which Ulam, the intelligible, nu omicron edatau, deity, the visible universe of matter, is born, out of the mundane egg. 574. In the Orphic hymns, Eros-Phans evolves from the divine egg, which the ethereal winds impregnate, wind being the spirit of God, or rather the spirit of the unknown darkness, the divine idea of Plato, which is said to move in ether. 575 In the Hindu Kathopanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, from whose union springs the great soul of the world, Mahatma, Brahmâ, the spirit of life, 576 etc. The latter appellations being all identical with anima mundi, or the universal soul, the astral light of the Kabbalist and the occultist, or the egg of darkness. Besides this there are many charming allegories on this subject, scattered through the sacred books of the Brahmins. In one place, it is the female creator who is first a germ, then a drop of heavenly dew, a pearl, and then an egg. In such cases, of which there are too many to enumerate separately, the egg gives birth to the four elements within the fifth, ether, and is covered with 7 coverings, which become later on the 7 upper and the 7 lower worlds. Breaking in two, the shell becomes the heaven, and the contents the earth, the white forming the terrestrial waters. Then, again, it is Vishnu who emerges from within the egg, with a lotus in his hand. Vinata, a daughter of Daksha and wife of Kashyapa, the self-born, sprung from time, one of the 7 creators of our world, brought forth an egg from which was born Garuda, the vehicle of Vishnu. The latter allegory having a relation to our earth, as Garuda is the great cycle. The egg was sacred to Isis, and therefore the priests of Egypt never ate eggs. Isis is almost always represented holding a lotus in one hand, and in the other a circle and a cross, crux ansata. Diodorus Siculus states that Osiris was born from an egg, like Brahma. From Leda's egg, Apollo and Latona were born, and also Castor and Pollux, the bright Gemini. And though the Buddhists do not attribute the same origin to their founder, yet, no more than the ancient Egyptians or the modern Brahmins, do they eat eggs, lest they should destroy the germ of life latent in them, and thereby commit sin. The Chinese believe that their first man was born from an egg, which Tien dropped down from heaven to earth into the waters. 577 This egg symbol is still regarded by some as representing the idea of the origin of life, which is a scientific truth, though the human ovum is invisible to the naked eye. Therefore we see respect shown to it from the remotest antiquity, by the Greeks, Phoenicians, Romans, the Japanese, and the Siamese, the North and South American tribes, and even the savages of the remotest islands. With the Egyptians, the concealed god was Ammon or Mon, the hidden, the supreme spirit. All their gods were dual, the scientific reality for the sanctuary, its double, the fabulous and mythical entity, for the masses. For instance, as observed in the section, Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, the elder Horus was the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus was the same idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. 578 Horus, the elder, or Haroiri, is an ancient aspect of the solar god, contemporary with our Ain Shu. Haroiri is often mistaken for Horsusi, son of Osiris and Isis. The Egyptians very often represented the rising sun under the form of Hor, the elder, rising from a full-blown lotus, the universe, when the solar disk is always found on the hawk head of that god. Haroiri is Num. The same with Num and Ammon, both are represented as ram-headed, and both are often confused, though their functions are different. Num is the modeler of men, fashioning men and things out of the mundane egg, on a potter's wheel. Ammon-Ra, the generator, is the secondary aspect of the concealed deity. Num was adored at Elephanta and Philae 579 Ammon at Thebes. But it is Amepht, the one, supreme planetary principle, who blows the egg out of his mouth, and who is, therefore, Brahma. The shadow of the deity, cosmic and universal, of that which broods over and permeates the egg with its vivifying spirit, until the germ contained in it is ripe, was the mystery god whose name was unpronounceable. It is Ta, however, he who opens, the opener of life and death, 580 who proceeds from the egg of the world to begin his dual work. 581. According to the Greeks, the phantom form of the chemis, Chemi, ancient Egypt, which floats on the ethereal waves of the Empyrean sphere, was called into being by Horus Apollo, the sun god, who caused it to evolve out of the mundane egg. The Brahmanda Purana contains fully the mystery about Brahma's golden egg. And this is why, perhaps, it is inaccessible to the Orientalists, who say that this Purana, like the Skanda, is no longer procurable in a collective body, but is represented by a variety of Khandas and Mahatmyas professing to be derived from it. The Brahmanda Purana is described as that which has declared in 12,200 verses the magnificence of the egg of Brahma, and in which an account of the future kalpas is contained, as revealed by Brahma 582 quite so, and much more, perchance. In the Scandinavian cosmogony, placed by Professor Max Muller, in point of time, as far anterior to the Vedas, in the poem of Waluspa, the Song of the Prophetess, the mundane egg is again discovered in the phantom germ of the universe, which is represented as lying in the Janunga gap, the cup of illusion, Maya, the boundless and void abyss. In this world's matrix, formerly a region of night and desolation, Niflheim, the mist place, the nebular, as it is called now, in the astral light, dropped a ray of cold light which overflowed this cup and froze in it. Then the invisible blew a scorching wind which dissolved the frozen waters and cleared the mist. These waters, chaos, called the streams of Aliwagar, distilling in vivifying drops, fell down and created the earth and the giant Emer, who had only the semblance of man, the heavenly man, and the cow, Adumla, the mother. Astral light or cosmic soul, from whose udder flowed 4 streams of milk, the 4 cardinal points. The 4 heads of the 4 rivers of Eden, etc., which, 4, are symbolized by the cube in all its various and mystical meanings. The Christians, especially the Greek and Latin churches, have fully adopted the symbol, and see in it a commemoration of life eternal, of salvation and of resurrection. This is found in, and corroborated by, the time-honored custom of exchanging Easter eggs. From the Anguinum, the egg of the pagan Druid, whose name alone made Rome tremble with fear, to the red Easter egg of the Slavonian peasant, a cycle has passed. And yet, whether in civilized Europe, or among the abject savages of Central America, we find the same archaic, primitive thought, if we will only search for it. And do not, in the haughtiness of our fancied mental and physical superiority, disfigure the original idea of the symbol. Section 7. The Days and Nights of Brahma. This is the name given to the periods called manvantara, manvantara, or between the Manus, and pralaya, or dissolution, one referring to the active periods of the universe. The other to its times of relative and complete rest, whether they occur at the end of a day or an age, or life, of Brahma. These periods, which follow each other in regular succession, are also called small and great kalpas, the minor and the maha kalpas. Though, Properly speaking, the Maha Kalpa is never a day, but a whole life or age of Brahma, for it is said in the Brahma Vaivarta, chronologers compute a kalpa by the life of Brahma. Minor kalpas, as Samvarta and the rest, are numerous. In sober truth they are infinite, for they have never had a commencement, or, in other words, there never was a first kalpa, nor will there ever be a last, in eternity. One pararda, or half of the existence of Brahma, in the ordinary acceptation of this measure of time, has already expired in the present Maha Kalpa. The last kalpa was the Padma, or that of the Golden Lotus. The present one is the Varha 583, the Boar incarnation, or Avatara. One thing is to be especially noted by the scholar who studies the Hindu religion from the Puranas. He must never take the statements found therein literally, and in one sense only, and those especially, which concern the manvantaras, or kalpas, have to be understood in their several references. Thus these ages relate, in the same language, to both the great and the small periods, to Maha Kalpas and to minor cycles. The Matsya, or fish avatara, happened before the Varha or boar avatara. The allegories, therefore, must relate to both the Padma and the present manvantara, and also to the minor cycles which have occurred since the reappearance of our chain of worlds and the earth. And as the Matsya Avatara of Vishnu and Vivasvata's deluge are correctly connected with an event that happened on our earth during this round, it is evident that, while it may relate to pre-cosmic events, pre-cosmic in the sense of our cosmos or solar system, it has reference, in our case, to a distant geological period. Not even esoteric philosophy can claim to know, except by analogical inference, that which took place before the reappearance of our solar system, and previous to the last Mahapralaya. But it teaches distinctly, that after the first geological disturbance of the Earth's axis, which ended in the sweeping down to the bottom of the seas of the whole second continent, with its primeval races, of which successive continents, or Earths, Atlantis was the fourth, there came another disturbance owing to the axis again resuming its previous degree of inclination as rapidly as it had changed it, when the earth was indeed once more raised out of the waters, as above, so below. And vice versa. There were gods on earth in those days, gods, and not men, as we know them now, says the tradition. As will be shown in Volume 2, the computation of periods, in exoteric Hinduism, refers to both the great cosmic and the small terrestrial events and cataclysms, and the same may be demonstrated in respect to names. For instance, the name Yudhishthira, the first king of the Sakai or Shakas, who opens the Kali Yuga era, which has to last 432,000 years, an actual king who lived 3,102 years BC. Applies also to the Great Deluge, at the time of the first sinking of Atlantis. He is the Yudhishthira 584 born on the mountain of the 100 peaks, at the extremity of the world, beyond which nobody can go, and, immediately after the flood. 585 we know of no flood, 3,102 years BC, not even that of Noah, for, agreeably with Judeo-Christian chronology, it took place 2,349 years BC. This relates to an esoteric division of time and a mystery explained elsewhere, and may therefore be left aside for the present. Suffice it to remark, at this juncture, that all the efforts of imagination of the Wilfords, Bentleys, and other would-be Oedipuses of esoteric Hindu chronology, have sadly failed. No computation of either the four ages, or the manvantaras, has ever yet been unriddled by our very learned Orientalists, who have therefore cut the Gordian knot by proclaiming the whole a figment of the Brahmanical brain. So be it, and may the great scholars rest in peace. This figment is given at the end of the commentaries on stanza 2 of the Anthropogenesis, in Volume 2, with esoteric additions. Let us see, however, what were the three kinds of pralayas, and what is the popular belief about them. For once it agrees with esotericism. Of the pralaya, before which 14 manvantaras elapse, having over them as many presiding manas, and at whose close occurs the incidental, or Brahma's dissolution, it is said in Vishnu Purana. In condensed paraphrase. At the end of 1,000 periods of 4 ages, which complete a day of Brahma, the earth is almost exhausted. The eternal, Avyay, Vishnu then assumes the character of Rudra, the destroyer, Shiva, and reunites all his creatures to himself. He enters the 7 rays of the sun and drinks up all the waters of the globe. He causes the moisture to evaporate, thus drying up the whole earth. Oceans and rivers, torrents and small streams, are all exhaled. Thus fed with abundant moisture the 7 solar rays become 7 suns, by dilation, and they finally set the world on fire. Hari, the destroyer of all things, who is the flame of time, Kalagni, finally consumes the earth. Then Rudra, becoming Janardana, breathes clouds and rain. 586. There are many kinds of pralaya, but 3 chief periods are specially mentioned in old Hindu books. The first of these, as Wilson shows, is called Nimitika 587, occasional, or incidental, caused by the intervals of Brahmâ's days. It is the destruction of creatures, of all that lives and has a form, but not of the substance, which remains in statu quo till the new dawn after that night. The second is called Prakritika, and occurs at the end of the age or life of Brahmâ, when everything that exists is resolved into the primal element, to be remodeled at the end of that longer night. The third, Adyantika, does not concern the worlds, or the universe, but only the individualities of some people. It is thus the individual pralaya, or nirvana, after having reached which, there is no more future existence possible, no rebirth till after the Maha-pralaya. The latter night, lasting as it does 311,040,000,000,000 years, with the possibility also of being almost doubled in the case of the lucky Jivan Mukta who reaches nirvana at an early period of a manvantara, is long enough to be regarded as eternal, if not endless. The Bhagavata Purana 588 speaks of a 4th kind of pralaya, the nitya, or constant dissolution, and explains it as the change which takes place imperceptibly in everything in this universe from the globe down to the atom, without cessation. It is growth and decay, life and death. When the Mahapralaya arrives, the inhabitants of Svarloka, the upper sphere, disturbed by the conflagration, seek refuge with the Pitris, their progenitors, the Manas, the 7 rishis, the various orders of celestial spirits and the gods. In Maharloka, when the latter is reached also, the whole of the above enumerated beings migrate in their turn from Maharloka, and repair to Janaloka, in their subtle forms, destined to become re-embodied, in similar capacities as their former. When the world is renewed at the beginning of the succeeding Kalpa. 589. Clouds, mighty in size, and loud in thunder, fill up all space, Nabhastala. Showering down torrents of water, these clouds quench the dreadful fires. And then they rain uninterruptedly for 100, divine, years, and deluge the whole world, solar system. Pouring down, in drops as large as dice, these rains overspread the earth, and fill the middle region, Bhuvaloka, and inundate heaven. The world is now enveloped in darkness, and all things, animate or inanimate, having perished, the clouds continue to pour down their waters, and the night of Brahma reigns supreme over the scene of desolation. 590. This is what we call in the esoteric doctrine a solar pralaya. When the waters have reached the region of the 7 rishis, and the world, our solar system, is one ocean, they stop. The breath of Vishnu becomes a strong wind, which blows for another 100 divine years until all clouds are dispersed. The wind is then reabsorbed, and that of which all things are made, the Lord by whom all things exist, he who is inconceivable, without beginning, the beginning of the universe, reposes. Sleeping upon Shisha, the serpent of infinity, in the midst of the deep. The Creator, Adikrit, Hari, sleeps upon the ocean, of space, in the form of Brahma, glorified by Sanaka 591 and the saints, Siddhas, of Janaloka, and contemplated by the holy denizens of Brahmaloka, anxious for final liberation, involved in mystic slumber. The celestial personification of his own illusions. This is the dissolution. Pratasankara, termed incidental because Hari is its incidental, ideal, cause. 592 When the universal spirit wakes, the world revives, when he closes his eyes, all things fall upon the bed of mystic slumber. In like manner, As 1,000 great ages constitute a day of Brahma, in the original it is Padmayoni, the same as Abjayoni, lotus-born, not Brahma, so his night consists of the same period. Awaking at the end of his night, the unborn creates the universe anew. 593. This is incidental, pralaya. What is the elemental, prakritika, dissolution? Parashara describes it to Maitreya as follows. When, by dearth and fire all the worlds and patalas, hells, are withered up. 594. The progress of elemental dissolution is begun. Then, first, the waters swallow up the property of earth, which is the rudiment of smell, and earth deprived of this property proceeds to destruction, and becomes one with water. When the universe is, thus, pervaded by the waves of the watery element, its rudimentary flavor is licked up by the element of fire, and the waters themselves are destroyed, and become one with fire. And the universe is, therefore, entirely filled with ethereal flame, which gradually overspreads the whole world. While space is one flame. The element of wind seizes upon the rudimental property, or form, which is the cause of light, and that being withdrawn, pralina, all becomes of the nature of air. The rudiment of form being destroyed, and fire. Vibhavasu, deprived of its rudiment, air extinguishes fire and spreads, over space, which is deprived of light, when fire merges into air. Air, then, accompanied by sound, which is the source of ether, extends everywhere throughout the 10 regions, until ether seizes upon contact. Sparsh, cohesion, touch. Its rudimental property, by the loss of which, air is destroyed, and ether. Ka, remains unmodified, devoid of form, flavor, touch, sparsh, and smell, it exists, embodied, murtamat, and vast, and pervades the whole of space. Ether, akasha, whose characteristic property and rudiment is sound, the word, exists alone, occupying all the vacuity of space, or rather, occupying the whole containment of space. Then the origin, noumenon, of the elements, bhatati, devours sound, the collective demiurgos, and the hosts of Dayan Chohans, and all the existing elements. 595 are, at once, merged into their original. This primary element is consciousness, combined with the property of darkness, tamasa, spiritual darkness rather, and is, itself, swallowed up, disintegrated, by Mahat, the universal intellect, whose characteristic property is intelligence, buddhi, and earth and Mahat are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe. In this manner, as, in the beginning, were the 7 forms of nature, prakriti, reckoned from Mahat to earth, so, these 7 successively re-enter into each other. 596. The egg of Brahma, Sarvamandala, is dissolved in the waters that surround it, with its 7 zones, dvipas, 7 oceans, 7 regions, and their mountains. The investure of water is drunk by fire. The stratum of fire is absorbed by that of air, air blends itself with ether, akasha. The primary element, bhatati, the origin, or rather the cause, of the primary element, devours the ether, and is, itself, destroyed by intellect, Mahat, the great, the universal mind, which, along with all these, is seized upon by nature, prakriti, and disappears. This prakriti is, essentially, the same, whether discrete or indiscrete, only that which is discrete is, finally, lost or absorbed in the indiscrete. Spirit, pums, also, which is one, pure, imperishable, eternal, all-pervading, is a portion of that supreme spirit which is all things. That spirit, sarvesha, which is other than, embodied, spirit, and in which there are no attributes of name, species, naman and jati, or rupa, hence body rather than species, or the like, remains, as the soul, existence, satta. Nature, prakriti, and spirit, purusha, both resolve, finally, into supreme spirit. 597. This is the final pralaya. 598, the death of Cosmos, after which its spirit rests in nirvana, or in that for which there is neither day nor night. All the other pralayas are periodical, and follow the manvantaras in regular succession, as the night follows the day of every human creature, animal, and plant. The cycle of creation of the lives of Cosmos is run down. The energy of the manifested Word having its growth, culmination, and decrease, as have all things temporary, however long their duration. The creative force is eternal as noumenal. As a phenomenal manifestation, in its aspects, it has a beginning and must, therefore, have an end. During that interval, it has its periods of activity and its periods of rest. And these are the days and nights of Brahmâ. But Brahman, the noumenon, never rests, as it never changes, but ever is, though it cannot be said to be anywhere. The Jewish Kabbalists felt the necessity of this immutability in an eternal, infinite deity, and therefore applied the same thought to the anthropomorphic God. The idea is poetical, and very appropriate in its application. In the Zohar we read as follows. As Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai, in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him, and suddenly asked, Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord? And the Spirit answered him, I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant. Before my time is very suggestive. It shows the God of Moses to be only a temporary substitute, like Brahma, the male, a substitute and an aspect of that which is immutable, and which, therefore, can take no part in the days, or nights. Nor have any concern whatever with reaction or dissolution. While the Eastern occultists have 7 modes of interpretation, the Jews have only 4, namely, the real mystical, the allegorical, the moral, and the literal or pahat. The latter is the key of the exoteric churches and not worth discussion. Here are several sentences, which, read in the first, or mystical key, show the identity of the foundations of construction in every scripture. They are given in Isaac Meyer's excellent book on the Kabbalistic works, which he seems to have well studied. I quote verbatim. Breshith bara Elohim ath hashama, yem vath haaretz, i.e. In the beginning the gods created the heavens and the earth, the meaning of which is winky-faced the 6, Sephiroth of construction, 599 over which Breshith stands, all belong below. It created 6, and, on these stand, exist, all things. And those depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the dignity of all dignities. And the second earth does not come into calculation, therefore it has been said, and from it, that earth, which underwent the curse, came it forth. It, the earth, was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the abyss, and the spirit of Elohim, was breathing, mirachafeth, i.e., hovering, brooding over, moving, over the waters. 13 depend on 13 forms of the most worthy dignity. 6,000 years hang, are referred to, in the first 6 words. The 7th, 1000, the millennium, above it, the cursed earth, is that which is strong by itself. And it was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, 1 day. In the 13th, it, the deity, shall restore them, and everything shall be renewed as before, and all those 6 shall continue. 600. The Sephiroth of construction are the 6 Dayan Chohans, or Manus, or Prajapatis, synthesized by the 7th, Breshith, the first emanation, or Logos, and who are called, therefore, the builders of the lower or physical universe. All belonging below. These 6, 6-pointed star with middle, whose essence is of the 7th, are the Eupity, the base or fundamental stone, on which the objective universe is built, the noumenoi of all things. Hence they are, at the same time, the forces of nature. The 7 angels of the presence, the 6th and 7th principles in man, the spirito-psychophysical spheres of the septenary chain, the root races, etc. They all depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the highest. The second earth does not come into calculation, because it is no earth, but the chaos, or abyss of space, in which rested the paradigmatic, or model universe, in the ideation of the Oversoul, brooding over it. The term curse is here very misleading, for it means simply doom or destiny, or that fatality which sent it forth into the objective state. This is shown by that earth, under the curse, being described as without form and void, in whose abysmal depths the breath of the Elohim, or collective logoi, produced, or so to say photographed the first divine ideation of the things to be. This process is repeated after every pralaya before the beginnings of a new manvantara, or period of sentient individual being. 13 depend on 13 forms, refers to the 13 periods, personified by the 13 manas, with Sveam Huva, the 14th, 13, instead of 14, being an additional veil, those 14 manas who reign within the term of a Maha Yuga. A day of Brahmâ. These 1314 of the objective universe depend on the 1314 paradigmatic, ideal forms. The meaning of the 6,000 years, which hang in the first 6 words, has again to be sought in the Indian wisdom. They refer to the primordial 6, 7, kings of Edom, who typify the worlds, or spheres, of our chain, during the first round, as well as the primordial men of this round. They are the septenary pre-Adamic first root race, or they who existed before the third, separated race. As they were shadows, and senseless, for they had not yet eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they could not see the Parzaphim, or face could not see face, that is to say, primeval men were unconscious. Therefore, the primordial, 7, kings died, i.e., were destroyed. 601 Now, who are these kings? They are the kings who are the 7 rishis, certain, secondary, divinities, Indra, Shakra, Manu, and the kings his sons, who are created and perish at one period, as Vishnu Purana tells us. 602 For the 7th thousand, which is not the millennium of exoteric Christianity, but that of anthropogenesis, represents both the 7th period of creation, that of physical man, according to Vishnu Purana, and the 7th principle. Both macrocosmic and microcosmic, and also the pralaya after the 7th period, the night, which has the same duration as the day, of Brahmâ. It was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours. It is in the 13th, twice 6 and the synthesis, that everything shall be restored, and the 6 shall continue. Thus, the author of the Kabbalah remarks quite truly that long before his, Ibn Jebaral's, time, many centuries before the Christian era, there was in Central Asia a wisdom religion, fragments of which subsequently existed among the learned men of the archaic Egyptians, the ancient Chinese, Hindus, etc. And that, the Kabbalah most likely originally came from Aryan sources, through Central Asia, Persia, India and Mesopotamia, for from Ur and Haran came Abraham and many others, into Palestine. 603. Such was also the firm conviction of C.W. King, the author of the Gnostics and their remains. Vamadeva Modliar describes the coming night most poetically. Though it is given in Isis unveiled, it is worthy of repetition. Strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahmâ. Dusk rises at the horizon, and the sun passes away behind the 13th degree of Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Mina, the zodiacal sign Pisces, or the fish. The gurus of the pagodas, appointed to watch the Rashachakram, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabited spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force, planets can hardly gravitate in space, they are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chakra, servant, neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out, matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Deus, the unrevealed God, and, his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is past, night sets in, and continues until the future dawn. And now again re-enter into the golden egg of his thought the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings, endowed with the principles of action, cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose, till the day when it resumes its form, and awakes again from its primitive darkness. 604. As the Satya Yuga is always the first in the series of the 4 ages or Yugas, so the Kali ever comes the last. The Kali Yuga now reigns supreme in India, and it seems to coincide with that of the Western Age. Anyhow, it is curious to see how prophetic in almost all things was the writer of Vishnu Purana, when foretelling to Maitreya some of the dark influences and sins of this Kali Yuga. For after saying that the barbarians will be masters of the banks of the Indus, of Chandrabhaga and Kashmira, he adds, there will be contemporary monarchs, reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows, they will seize upon the property of their subjects, or, according to another reading, be intent upon the wives of others, they will be of limited power. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example. And, the barbarians being powerful, in India, in the patronage of the princes, whilst pure tribes are neglected, the people will perish, or, as the commentator has it, the Mlechchas will be in the center, and the Aryas in the end. 605. Wealth and piety will decrease day by day, until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank, wealth will be the only source of devotion, passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. Dishonesty, ennaya, will be the universal means of subsistence, weakness the cause of dependence, menace and presumption will be substituted for learning, liberality will be devotion, a man if rich will be reputed pure. Mutual assent will be marriage, fine clothes will be dignity. He who is the strongest will reign, the people, unable to bear the heavy burthens, Karabara, load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kali age, will decay constantly proceed, until the human race approaches its annihilation, pralaya. When the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being which exists, of its own spiritual nature, Kalki Avatara, shall descend upon earth, endowed with the 8 superhuman faculties. He will re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of Kali Yuga shall be awakened, and shall be as pellucid as crystal. The men who are, thus, changed, shall be as the seeds of human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age, or age of purity. As it is said, when the sun and moon and, the lunar asterism, Tisha, and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita, or Satya, age shall return. 606. 2 persons, Devapi, of the race of Kuru, and Maru, Moru, of the family of Ikshvaku, continue alive throughout the 4 ages, residing at Kalapa. 607. They will return hither, in the beginning of the Krita age. 608. Maru, Moru, 609. The son of Shigra, through the power of devotion, yoga, is still living, and will be the restorer of the Kshatriya race of the solar dynasty. 610. Whether right or wrong with regard to the latter prophecy, the blessings of Kali Yuga are well described, and fit in admirably even with that which one sees and hears in Europe and other civilized and Christian lands in the full XXTH. And at the dawn of the XXTH century of our great era of enlightenment. Section 8. The Lotus, as a universal symbol. There are no ancient symbols without a deep and philosophical meaning attached to them, their importance and significance increasing with their antiquity. Such is the lotus. It is the flower sacred to nature and her gods, and represents the abstract and the concrete universes, standing as the emblem of the productive powers of both spiritual and physical nature. It was held as sacred from the remotest antiquity by the Aryan Hindus, the Egyptians, and by the Buddhists after them. It was revered in China and Japan, and adopted as a Christian emblem by the Greek and Latin churches, who made of it a messenger, as do now the Christians, who have replaced it with the water lily. In the Christian religion, in every picture of the Annunciation, Gabriel, the archangel, appears to the Virgin Mary, holding in his hand a spray of water lilies. This spray, typifying fire and water, or the idea of creation and generation, symbolizes precisely the same idea as the lotus, in the hand of the Bodhisattva who announces to Mahamaya, Gautama's mother, the birth of Buddha, the world savior. Thus also, were Osiris and Horus constantly represented by the Egyptians in association with the lotus flower, both being sun gods or gods of fire, just as the Holy Ghost is still typified by tongues of fire, in the Acts. It had, and still has, its mystic meaning, which is identical in every nation on earth. We refer the reader to Sir William Jones. 611. With the Hindus, the lotus is the emblem of the productive power of nature, through the agency of fire and water, or spirit and matter. O thou eternal! I see Brahmâ, the Creator, enthroned in thee above the lotus. Says a verse in the Bhagavad Gita. And Sir W. Jones shows, as already noted in the stanzas, that the seeds of the lotus, even before they germinate, contain perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shapes of what they will become one day, as perfected plants. The lotus, in India, is the symbol of prolific earth and, what is more, of Mount Meru. The four angels or genii of the four quarters of heaven, the Maharajas of the stanzas, stand each on a lotus. The lotus is the twofold type of the divine and human hermaphrodite, being so to say, of dual sex. With the Hindus, the spirit of fire or heat, which stirs up, fructifies, and develops into concrete form, from its ideal prototype, everything which is born of water, or primordial earth, evolved Brahma. The lotus flower, represented as growing out of Vishnu's navel, the god who rests in the waters of space on the serpent of infinity, is the most graphic symbol ever yet made. It is the universe evolving from the central sun, the point, the ever-concealed germ. Lakshmi, who is the female aspect of Vishnu, and who is also called Padma, the lotus, in the Ramayana, is likewise shown floating on a lotus flower, at the creation, and during the churning of the ocean, of space. As also springing from the sea of milk, like Venus Aphrodite from the foam of the ocean. Then, seated on a lotus, beauty's bright goddess, peerless Shri, arose. Out of the waves, sings an English Orientalist and poet, Sir Monier Williams. The underlying idea, in this symbol, is very beautiful, and, furthermore, shows an identical parentage in all the religious systems. Whether as the lotus or water lily, it signifies one and the same philosophical idea. Namely, the emanation of the objective from the subjective, divine ideation passing from the abstract into the concrete, or visible form. For, as soon as darkness, or rather that which is darkness for ignorance, has disappeared in its own realm of eternal light, leaving behind itself only its divine manifested ideation, the creative logoi have their understanding opened. And they see in the ideal world, hitherto concealed in the divine thought, the archetypal forms of all, and proceed to copy and build, or fashion, upon these models, forms evanescent and transcendent. At this stage of action, the demiurge is not yet the architect. Born in the twilight of action, he has yet to first perceive the plan, to realize the ideal forms, which lie buried in the bosom of eternal ideation, just as the future lotus leaves, the immaculate petals, are concealed within the seed of that plant. In esoteric philosophy the demiurge, or logos, regarded as the creator, is simply an abstract term, an idea, like the word army. As the latter is the all-embracing term for a body of active forces, or working units, soldiers, so is the demiurge the qualitative compound of a multitude of creators or builders. Burnouf, the great Orientalist, sees the idea perfectly, when he said that Brahma does not create the earth any more than the rest of the universe. Having evolved himself from the soul of the world, once separated from the first cause, he evaporates with, and emanates, all nature out of himself. He does not stand above it, but is mixed up with it. Brahma and the universe form one being, each particle of which is in its essence Brahma himself, who proceeded out of himself. In a chapter of the Book of the Dead, called Transformation into the Lotus, the god, figured as a head emerging from this flower, exclaims, "I am the pure lotus, emerging from the luminous ones. I carry the messages of Horus. I am the pure lotus which comes from the solar fields." 612. The lotus idea may be traced even in the Elohistic first chapter of Genesis, as stated in Isis Unveiled. It is to this idea that we must look for the origin and explanation of the verse in the Jewish cosmogony which reads, "And God said, Let the earth bring forth, the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself." 6:13 In all the primitive religions, the creative God is the Son of the Father, that is to say, his thought made visible. And before the Christian era, from the Trimordi of the Hindus down to the three Kabbalistic heads of the scriptures, as explained by the Jews, the triune Godhead of each nation was fully defined and substantiated, in its allegories. Such is the cosmic and ideal significance of this great symbol with the Eastern peoples. But when applied to practical and exoteric worship, which had also its esoteric symbology, the lotus, in time, became the carrier and container of a more terrestrial idea. No dogmatic religion has ever escaped having the sexual element in it. And to this day it soils the moral beauty of the root idea of symbology. The following is quoted from the same Kabbalistic MS, which we have already cited on several occasions. Pointing to like signification was the lotus growing in the waters of the Nile. Its mode of growth peculiarly fitted it as a symbol of the generative activities. The flower of the lotus, which is the bearer of the seed for reproduction, as the result of its maturing, is connected by its placenta-like attachment to Mother Earth, or the womb of Isis, through the water of the womb, that is, the river Nile. By the long cord-like stalk, the umbilicus. Nothing can be plainer than the symbol, and to make it perfect in its intended signification, a child is sometimes represented as seated in or issuing from the flower. 6:14 Thus Osiris and Isis, the children of Cronus, or time without end, in the development of their nature forces, in this picture become the parents of man under the name Horus. We cannot lay too great stress upon the use of this generative function as a basis for a symbolical language, and a scientific art speech. Thought upon the idea leads at once to reflection upon the subject of creative cause. In its workings nature is observed to have fashioned a wonderful piece of living mechanism, governed by an added living soul. The life development and history of which soul, as to its whence, its present, and its whither, surpass all efforts of the human intellect. 6:15 The newborn is an ever-recurring miracle, an evidence that within the workshop of the womb an intelligent creative power has intervened to fasten a living soul to a physical machine. The amazing wonderfulness of the fact attaches a holy sacredness to all connected with the organs of reproduction, as the dwelling and place of evident constructive intervention of Deity. This is a correct rendering of the underlying ideas of old, of the purely pantheistic conceptions, impersonal and reverential, of the archaic philosophers of the prehistoric ages. It is not so, however, when applied to sinful humanity, to the gross ideas attached to personality. Therefore, no pantheistic philosopher would fail to find the remarks that follow the above, and which represent the anthropomorphism of Judean symbology, other than dangerous for the sacredness of true religion. And fitting only for our materialistic age, which is the direct outcome and result of that anthropomorphic character. For this is the keynote to the entire spirit and essence of the Old Testament, as the MS states, treating of the symbolism of the art speech of the Bible. Therefore the locality of the womb is to be taken as the most holy place, the sanctum sanctorum, and the veritable temple of the living God. 6:16 With man, the possession of the woman has always been considered as an essential part of himself, to make one out of two, and jealously guarded as sacred. Even the part of the ordinary house or home consecrated to the dwelling of the wife was called the penetralia, the secret or sacred, and hence the metaphor of the Holy of Holies. Of sacred constructions taken from the idea of the sacredness of the organs of generation. Carried to the extreme of description 6:17 by metaphor, this part of the house is described in the sacred books as the between the thighs of the house. And sometimes the idea is carried out constructively in the great door opening of churches placed inward between flanking buttresses. No such thought, carried to the extreme, ever existed among the old primitive Aryans. This is proven by the fact that, in the Vedic period, their women were not placed apart from men in penetralia, or zananas. This seclusion began when the Mohammedans, the next heirs to Hebrew symbolism, after Christian ecclesiasticism, had conquered the land and gradually enforced their ways and customs upon the Hindus. The pre- and post-Vedic woman was as free as man. And no impure terrestrial thought was ever mixed with the religious symbology of the early Aryans. The idea and application are purely Semitic. This is corroborated by the writer of the said intensely learned and Kabbalistic revelation, when he closes the above-quoted passages by adding, "If to these organs as symbols of creative cosmic agencies the idea of the origin of measures as well as of time periods can be attached, then indeed, in the constructions of the temples as dwellings of Deity, or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies, or the Most Holy Place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name, and no idea, and no symbol of a first cause. Most decidedly not. Rather never give a thought to it and leave it forever nameless, as the early pantheists did, than degrade the sacredness of that ideal of ideals, by dragging down its symbols into such anthropomorphic forms." Here again one perceives the immense chasm between Aryan and Semitic religious thought, the two opposite poles, sincerity and concealment. With the Brahmins, who have never invested the natural procreative functions of mankind with an original sin element, it is a religious duty to have a son. A Brahmin, in days of old, having accomplished his mission of human creator, retired to the jungle, and passed the rest of his days in religious meditation. He had accomplished his duty to nature, as mortal man and its co-worker, and henceforth gave all his thoughts to the spiritual and immortal portion of himself, regarding the terrestrial as a mere illusion, an evanescent dream, which, indeed it is. With the Semite, it was different. He invented a temptation of flesh in a Garden of Eden, and showed his God, esoterically, the tempter and the ruler of nature, cursing forever an act, which was in the logical program of that nature. 618 All this exoterically, as in the cloak and dead letter of Genesis and the rest. At the same time, esoterically, he regarded the supposed sin and fall as an act so sacred, as to choose the organ, the perpetrator of the original sin, as the fittest and most sacred symbol to represent that God, who is shown as branding its entering into function as disobedience and everlasting sin. Who can ever fathom the paradoxical depths of the Semitic mind? And this paradoxical element, minus its innermost significance, has now passed entirely into Christian theology and dogma. Whether the early fathers of the Church knew the esoteric meaning of the Hebrew Testament, or whether only a few of them were aware of it, while the others remained ignorant of the secret, is for posterity to decide. One thing, at any rate, is certain. As the esotericism of the New Testament agrees perfectly with that of the Hebrew Mosaic books. And since, at the same time, a number of purely Egyptian symbols and pagan dogmas in general, the Trinity, for example, have been copied by, and incorporated into, the Synoptics and St. John, it becomes evident that the identity of those symbols was known to the writers of the New Testament, whoever they may have been. They must have been also aware of the priority of the Egyptian esotericism, since they have adopted several symbols which typify purely Egyptian conceptions and beliefs, in their outward and inward meaning, and which are not to be found in the Jewish canon. One of these is the water lily in the hands of the archangel, in the early representations of his appearance to the Virgin Mary, and these symbolical images are preserved to this day in the iconography of the Greek and Roman churches. Thus water, fire and the cross, as well as the dove, the lamb and other sacred animals, with all their combinations, esoterically yield an identical meaning, and must have been accepted as an improvement upon Judaism pure and simple. For the lotus and water are among the oldest symbols, and in their origin are purely Aryan, though they became common property during the branching off of the fifth race. To give an example, letters, as well as numbers, were all mystic, whether in combination, or taken separately. The most sacred of all is the letter M. It is both feminine and masculine, or androgyne, and is made to symbolize water in its origin, the great deep. It is a mystic letter in all languages, Eastern and Western, and stands as a glyph for the waves, thus, 3 triangles. In the Aryan esotericism, as in the Semitic, this letter has always stood for the waters. In Sanskrit, for instance, Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac, means a crocodile, or rather an aquatic monster associated always with water. The letter Ma is equivalent to, and corresponds with, the number 5, which is composed of a binary, the symbol of the 2 sexes separated, and of the ternary, the symbol of the 3rd life, the progeny of the binary. This, again, is often symbolized by a pentagon, the latter being a sacred sign, a divine monogram. Maitreya is the secret name of the 5th Buddha, and the Kalki avatara of the Brahmins, the last Messiah who will come at the culmination of the great cycle. It is also the initial letter of the Greek metis, or divine wisdom. Of Mimra, the word, or logos, and of Mithras, the mir, the monad mystery. All these are born in, and from, the great deep, and are the sons of Maya, the mother, in Egypt, Mut, in Greece, Minerva, divine wisdom, of Mary, or Miriam, Mira, etc. The mother of the Christian Logos, and of Maya, the mother of Buddha. Madhava and Madhavi are the titles of the most important gods and goddesses of the Hindu pantheon. Finally, mandala is, in Sanskrit, circle, or an orb, also the 10 divisions of the Rig Veda. The most sacred names in India generally begin with this letter, from Mahat, the first manifested intellect, and Mandara, the great mountain used by the gods to churn the ocean, down to Mandakini, the heavenly Ganga, or Ganges, Manu, etc., etc. Will this be called a coincidence? A strange one is it then, indeed, when we see even Moses, found in the water of the Nile, with the symbolical consonant in his name. And Pharaoh's daughter, called his name Moses. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. 6:19. Besides which, the Hebrew sacred name of God, applied to this letter M, is Mebarak, the holy, or the blessed, and the name for the water of the flood is Mbul. A reminder of the 3 Marys, at the crucifixion, and their connection with Mer, the sea, or water, may close these examples. This is why, in Judaism and Christianity, the Messiah is always connected with water, baptism. And also with the fishes, the sign of the zodiac called Meenam in Sanskrit, and even with the Matsya, fish, avatara, and the lotus, the symbol of the womb, or with the water lily, which has the same signification. In the relics of ancient Egypt, the greater the antiquity of the votive symbols and emblems of the objects exhumed, the oftener are lotus flowers and water found in connection with the solar gods. The god Num, the moist power, or water, as Theos taught, being the principle of all things, sits on a throne enshrined in a lotus. The god Bes stands on a lotus, ready to devour his progeny. Thought, the god of mystery and wisdom, the sacred scribe of Amenti, wearing the solar disk as headgear, sits with a bull's head, the sacred bull of Mendes being a form of thought, and a human body, on a full-blown lotus. Finally, it is the goddess Hecate, under her shape of a frog, who rests on the lotus, thus showing her connection with water. And it is from the unpoetical shape of this frog symbol, undeniably the glyph of the most ancient of the Egyptian deities, that the Egyptologists have been vainly trying to unravel the mystery and functions of the goddess. Its adoption in the Church, by the early Christians, shows that they knew it better than our modern Orientalists. The frog or toad goddess was one of the chief cosmic deities connected with creation, on account of this animal's amphibious nature, and chiefly because of its apparent resurrection, after long ages of solitary life, enshrined in old walls, in rocks, etc. She not only participated in the organization of the world, together with Num, but was also connected with the dogma of resurrection. 620 There must have been some very profound and sacred meaning attached to this symbol, since, notwithstanding the risk of being charged with a disgusting form of zoolatry, the early Egyptian Christians adopted it in their churches. A frog or toad, enshrined in a lotus flower, or simply without the latter emblem, was the form chosen for the church lamps, on which were engraved the words, Gamma Epsilon Mu Iota Nu Alpha Sigma Tau Sigma Iota, I am the resurrection. 621 These frog goddesses are also found on all the mummies. Section 9. The moon, Deus Lunus, Phœbe. This archaic symbol is the most poetical of all symbols, as also the most philosophical. The ancient Greeks brought it into prominence, and the modern poets have worn it threadbare. The Queen of Night, riding in the majesty of her peerless light in heaven, throwing all, even Hesperus, into darkness, and spreading her silver mantle over the whole sidereal world, has ever been a favorite theme with all the poets of Christendom. From Milton and Shakespeare down to the latest versifier. But the refulgent lamp of night, with her suite of stars unnumbered, spoke only to the imagination of the profane. Until lately, religion and science had naught to do with the beautiful mythos. Yet, the cold chaste moon, she, who, in the words of Shelley, makes all beautiful on which she smiles. That wandering shrine of soft, yet icy flame, which ever is transformed, yet still the same, and warms not, but illumes, stands in closer relations to earth than any other sidereal orb. The sun is the giver of life to the whole planetary system, the moon is the giver of life to our globe, and the early races understood and knew it, even in their infancy. She is the queen, and she is the king. She was King Soma before she became transformed into Phœbe and the chaste Diana. She is preeminently the deity of the Christians, through the Mosaic and Kabbalistic Jews, though the civilized world may have remained ignorant of the fact for long ages. In fact, ever since the last initiated father of the Church died, carrying with him into his grave the secrets of the pagan temples. For such fathers as Origen or Clemens Alexandrinus, the moon was Jehovah's living symbol. The giver of life and the giver of death, the disposer of being, in our world. For, if Artemis was Luna in heaven, and, with the Greeks, Diana on earth, who presided over childbirth and life. With the Egyptians, she was Hecate, in hell, the goddess of death, who ruled over magic and enchantments. More than this, as the personified moon, whose phenomena are triadic, Diana Hecate Luna is the three-in-one. For she is Diva Triformis, Trigemina, triceps, 3 heads on 1 neck 622 like Brahma Vishnu Shiva. Hence she is the prototype of our Trinity, which has not always been entirely male. The number 7, so prominent in the Bible, so sacred in the seventh day, or Sabbath, came to the Jews from antiquity, deriving its origin from the fourfold number 7 contained in the 28 days of the lunar month. Each septenary portion thereof being typified by 1/4 of the moon. It is worth the trouble of presenting, in this work, a bird's-eye view of the origin and development of the lunar myth and worship, in historical antiquity, on our side of the globe. Its earlier origin is untraceable by exact science, which rejects all tradition. While for theology, which, under the guidance of the crafty popes, has put a brand on every fragment of literature that does not bear the imprimatur of the Church of Rome, its archaic history is a sealed book. Whether the Egyptian or the Aryan Hindu religious philosophy is the more ancient, the Secret Doctrine says it is the latter, does not much matter, in this instance, as the lunar and solar worship are the most ancient in the world. Both have survived, and prevail to this day throughout the whole world, with some openly, with others, as, for instance, in Christian symbology, secretly. The cat, a lunar symbol, was sacred to Isis, who was the moon in one sense, just as Osiris was the sun, and is often seen on the top of the sistrum in the hand of the goddess. This animal was held in great veneration in the city of Bubastis, which went into deep mourning on the death of the sacred cats, because Isis, as the moon, was particularly worshipped in that city of mysteries. The astronomical symbolism connected with it has already been given in Section 1, and no one has better described it than Mr. Gerald Massey, in his lectures and in the Natural Genesis. The eye of the cat, it is said, seems to follow the lunar phases in their growth and decline, and its orbs shine like 2 stars in the darkness of night. Hence the mythological allegory which shows Diana hiding in the moon, under the shape of a cat, when she was seeking, in company with other deities, to escape the pursuit of Typhon, as related in the Metamorphoses of Ovid. The moon, in Egypt, was both the eye of horns and the eye of Osiris, the sun. The same with the cynocephaly. The dog-headed ape was a glyph to symbolize the sun and moon, in turn, though the cynocephaly is really more a hermetic than a religious symbol. For it is the hieroglyph of Mercury, the planet, and of the Mercury of the alchemical philosophers, who say that Mercury has to be ever near Isis, as her minister. For without Mercury neither Isis nor Osiris can accomplish anything in the great work. The cynocephaly, whenever represented with the caduceus, the crescent, or the lotus, is a glyph of the philosophical Mercury. But when seen with a reed, or a roll of parchment, he stands for Hermes, the secretary and advisor of Isis, as Hanumana filled the same office with Rama. Though the regular sun worshippers, the Parsi, are few, yet not only is the bulk of the Hindu mythology and history based upon, and interblended with, these two worships, but so is even the Christian religion itself. From their origin down to our modern day, it has colored the theologies of both the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches. Indeed, the difference between the Aryan Hindu and the Aryan European faiths is very small, if only the fundamental ideas of both are taken into consideration. Hindus are proud of calling themselves Suryavanshas and Chandravanshas, of the solar and lunar dynasties. The Christians pretend to regard this as idolatry, and yet they adhere to a religion entirely based upon solar and lunar worship. It is vain and useless for the Protestants to exclaim against the Roman Catholics for their Mariolatry, based on the ancient cult of lunar goddesses, when they themselves worship Jehovah, preeminently a lunar god. And when both churches have accepted in their theologies the Sun Christ and the lunar trinity. What is known of Chaldean moon worship, of the Babylonian god, Sin, called by the Greeks Deus Lunus, is very little. And that little is apt to mislead the profane student, who fails to grasp the esoteric significance of the symbols. As popularly known to the ancient profane philosophers and writers, for those who were initiated were pledged to silence, the Chaldeans were the worshippers of the moon under her and his various names, just as were the Jews, who came after them. In the unpublished MS on the art speech, already mentioned, giving a key to the formation of the ancient symbolical language, a logical raison d'être is brought forward for this double worship. It is written by a wonderfully well-informed and acute scholar and mystic, who gives it in the comprehensive form of a hypothesis. The latter, however, forcibly becomes a proven fact in the history of religious evolution in human thought, to anyone who has ever had a glimpse into the secret of ancient symbology. Thus, he says, one of the first occupations among men, connected with those of actual necessity, would be the perception of time periods 623 marked on the vaulted arch of the heavens, sprung and rising over the level floor of the horizon, or the plain of still water. These would come to be marked as those of day and night, of the phases of the moon, of its stellar or synodic revolutions, and of the period of the solar year with recurrence of the seasons. And with the application to such periods of the natural measure of day or night, or of the day divided into the light and the dark. It would also be discovered that there was a longest and shortest solar day, and 2 solar days of equal day and night, within the period of the solar year. And the points in the year of these could be marked with the greatest precision in the starry groups of the heavens or the constellations, subject to that retrograde movement thereof, which in time would require a correction by intercalation. As was the case in the description of the flood, where correction of 150 days was made for a period of 600 years, during which confusion of landmarks had increased. This would naturally come to pass with all races in all time, and such knowledge must be taken to have been inherent in the human race, prior to what we call the historic period as during the same. On this basis, the author seeks for some natural physical function, possessed in common by the human race, and connected with the periodical manifestations, such that the connection between the two kinds of phenomena became fixed in common or popular usage. He finds it in a. The feminine physiological phenomena every lunar month of 28 days, or 4 weeks of 7 days each, so that 13 occurrences of the period should happen in 364 days, which is the solar week year of 52 weeks of 7 days each. b. The quickening of the fetus is marked by a period of 126 days, or 18 weeks of 7 days each. c. That period which is called the period of viability, is one of 210 days, or 30 weeks of 7 days each. d. The period of parturition is accomplished in 280 days, or a period of 40 weeks of 7 days each, or 10 lunar months of 28 days each, or of 9 calendar months of 31 days each. Counting on the royal arch of heavens for the measure of the period of traverse from the darkness of the womb to the light and glory of conscious existence, that continuing inscrutable mystery and miracle. Thus the observed periods of time marking the workings of the birth function would naturally become a basis of astronomical calculation. We may almost affirm that this was the mode of reckoning among all nations, either independently, or intermediately and indirectly by tuition. It was the mode with the Hebrews, for even today they calculate the calendar by means of the 354 and 355 of the lunar year, and we possess a special evidence that it was the mode with the ancient Egyptians. As to which this is the proof. The basic idea underlying the religious philosophy of the Hebrews was that God contained all things within himself 6:24 and that man was his image, man including woman. The place of the man and woman with the Hebrews was among the Egyptians occupied by the bull and the cow, sacred to Osiris and Isis 6:25 who were represented, respectively, by a man having a bull's head, and a woman having the head of a cow. Which symbols were worshipped. Notoriously Osiris was the sun and the river Nile, the tropical year of 365 days, which number is the value of the word Nilus, and the bull, as he was also the principle of fire and of life-giving force. While Isis was the moon, the bed of the river Nile, or the Mother Earth, for the prurient energies of which water was a necessity, the lunar year of 354 to 364 days, the time-maker of the periods of gestation, and the cow marked by, or with, the crescent new moon. But the use of the cow of the Egyptians for the woman of the Hebrews was not intended as of any radical difference of signification, but a concurrence in the teaching, intended, and merely as the substitution of a symbol of common import. Which was this, viz. The period of parturition with the cow and the woman was held to be the same, or 280 days, or 10 lunar months of 4 weeks each. And in this period consisted the essential value of this animal symbol, whose mark was that of the crescent moon. 626. These parturient and natural periods are found to have been subjects of symbolism all over the world. They were thus used by the Hindus, and are found to be most plainly set forth by the ancient Americans, in the Richardson and Jest tablets, in the Palenque cross and elsewhere. And manifestly lay at the base of the formation of the calendar forms of the Mayas of Yucatan, the Hindus, the Assyrians, and the ancient Babylonians, as well as the Egyptians and Old Hebrews. The natural symbols would be either the phallus or the phallus and yoni, male and female. Indeed, the words translated by the generalizing terms male and female, in the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis are Sakra and Enkava, or, literally, phallus and yoni. 627 While the representation of the phallic emblems would barely indicate the genital members of the human body, when their functions and the development of the seed vesicles emanating from them were considered. There would come into indication a mode of measures of lunar time, and through lunar, of solar time. This is the physiological or anthropological key to the moon symbol. The key that opens the mystery of theogony, or the evolution of the manvantaric gods, is more complicated, and has nothing phallic in it. There, all is mystical and divine. But the Jews, beyond connecting Jehovah directly with the moon as a generative god, preferred to ignore the higher hierarchies, and have made their patriarchs of some of these zodiacal constellations and planetary gods. Thus euhemerizing the purely theosophical idea and dragging it down to the level of sinful humanity. The MS, from which the above is extracted, explains very clearly to what hierarchy of gods Jehovah belonged, and who this Jewish god was. For it shows, in clear language, that which the writer has always insisted upon, namely, that the god with which the Christians have burdened themselves, was no better than the lunar symbol of the reproductive or generative faculty in nature. They have ever ignored even the Hebrew secret god of the Kabbalists, Ein Sof, a conception as grand as Parabrahman in the earliest Kabbalistic and mystical ideas. But it is not the Kabbalah of Rosenroth that can ever give the true original teachings of Shimeon ben Yochai, which were as metaphysical and philosophical as any could be. And how many are there among the students of the Kabbalah who know anything of them except in their distorted Latin translations? Let us glance at the idea which led the ancient Jews to adopt a substitute for the ever unknowable, and which has misled the Christians into mistaking the substitute for the reality. If to these organs, phallus and yoni, as symbols of creative cosmic agencies, the idea of time periods can be attached, then, indeed, in the construction of temples as dwellings of Deity, or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies, or the Most Holy Place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name, and no idea, and no symbol, of a first cause. 628 With the Hebrews, the indirect conception of such was couched in a term of negation of comprehension, viz., Ein Sof, or the without bounds. But the symbol of its first comprehensible manifestation was the conception of a circle with its diameter line, to at once carry a geometric, phallic, and astronomic idea. For the one takes its birth from the zero, or the circle, without which it could not be, and from the one, or primal one, spring the 9 digits, and, geometrically, all plane shapes. So in Kabbalah this circle, with its diameter line, is the picture of the 10 Sephiroth, or emanations, composing the Adam Kadmon, or the archetypal man, the creative origin of all things. This idea of connecting the picture of the circle and its diameter line, that is, the number 10, with the signification of the reproductive organs, and the most holy place, was carried out constructively in the king's chamber, or Holy of Holies, of the Great Pyramid, in the Tabernacle of Moses, and in the Holy of Holies of the Temple of Solomon. It is the picture of a double womb, for in Hebrew the letter H is at the same time the number 5, and the symbol of the womb, and twice 5 is 10, or the phallic number. This double womb also shows the duality of the idea carried from the highest or spiritual down to the lowest or terrestrial plane, and limited by the Jews to the latter. With them, therefore, the number 7 has acquired the most prominent place in their exoteric religion, a cult of external forms and empty rituals. Take, for instance, their Sabbath, the 7th day sacred to their deity, the moon, symbolical of the generative Jehovah. But, with other nations, the number 7 was typical of theogonic evolution, of cycles, cosmic planes, and the 7 forces and occult powers in Cosmos, as a boundless whole, whose first upper triangle was unreachable to the finite intellect of man. While other nations, therefore, busied themselves, in their forcible limitation of Cosmos in space and time, only with its septenary manifested plane, the Jews centered this number solely in the moon, and based all their sacred calculations thereupon. Hence we find the thoughtful author of the MS just quoted, remarking, in reference to the metrology of the Jews, that if 20,612 be multiplied by April 3, the product will afford a base for the ascertainment of the mean revolution of the moon. And if this product be again multiplied by 4/3, this continued product will afford a base for finding the exact period of the mean solar year, this form, becoming, for the finding of astronomical periods of time, of very great service. This double number, male and female, is symbolized also in some well-known idols, for instance, Ardhanarishvara, the Isis of the Hindus, Eridanus, or Arden, or the Hebrew Jordan, or source of descent. She is standing on a lotus leaf floating on the water. But the signification is, that it is androgyne or hermaphrodite, that is phallus and yoni combined, the number 10, the Hebrew letter Yod, the containment of Jehovah. She, or rather he, gives the minutes of the same circle of 360 degrees. Jehovah, in its best aspect is Bina, the upper mediating mother, the great sea or Holy Spirit, and therefore rather a synonym of Mary, the mother of Jesus, than of his father. That, mother, being the Latin mare, the sea, is here, also, Venus, the Stella del Mare, or, Star of the Sea. The ancestors of the mysterious Akkadians, the Chandravanshas or Indivanshas, the lunar kings, whom tradition shows reigning at Prayaga, Allahabad, ages before our era, had come from India, and brought with them the worship of their forefathers. Of Soma, and his son Buddha, which afterwards became that of the Chaldeans. Yet such adoration, apart from popular astrology and heliolatry, was in no sense idolatry. No more, at any rate, than the modern Roman Catholic symbolism which connects the Virgin Mary, the Magna Mater of the Syrians and Greeks, with the moon. Of this worship, the most pious Roman Catholics feel quite proud, and loudly confess to it. In a memoir to the French Academy, the Marquis de Mireville says, "It is only natural that, as an unconscious prophecy, Amonare should be his mother's husband. Since the Magna Mater of the Christians is precisely the spouse of that son she conceives. We, Christians, can understand now why Neith throws radiance on the sun, while remaining the moon, since the Virgin, who is the Queen of Heaven, as was Neith, clothes the Christ Son, as does Neith, and is clothed by him. Tu vestis solum et te sol vestit, as is sung by the Roman Catholics during their service. We, Christians, understand also how it is that the famous inscription at Sais should have stated that none has ever lifted my veil, peplum, considering that this sentence, literally translated, is the summary of what is sung in the church on the day of the Immaculate Conception. 629. Surely nothing could be more sincere than this. It justifies entirely what Mr. Gerald Massey has said in his lecture on Luniolatry, Ancient and Modern. The man in the moon, Osiris Sut, Jehovah Satan, Christ Judas, and other lunar twins, is often charged with bad conduct. In the lunar phenomena the moon was one, as the moon, which was twofold in sex, and threefold in character, as mother, child, and adult male. Thus the child of the moon became the consort of his own mother. It could not be helped if there was to be any reproduction. He was compelled to be his own father. These relationships were repudiated by later sociology, and the primitive man in the moon got tabooed. Yet in its latest, most inexplicable phase, this has become the central doctrine of the grossest superstition the world has seen, for these lunar phenomena and their humanly represented relationships, the incestuous included, are the very foundations of the Christian Trinity in unity. Through ignorance of the symbolism, the simple representation of early time has become the most profound religious mystery in modern luniolatry. The Roman Church, without being in any wise ashamed of the proof, portrays the Virgin Mary arrayed with the sun, and the horned moon at her feet, holding the lunar infant in her arms, as child and consort of the mother moon. The mother, child, and adult male, are fundamental. In this way it can be proved that our Christology is mummified mythology, and legendary lore, which have been palmed off upon us in the Old Testament and the New, as divine revelation uttered by the very voice of God. 630. A charming allegory is found in the Zohar, one which unveils better than anything else ever did the true character of Jehovah, or Yhvh, in the primitive conception of the Hebrew Kabbalists. It is now found in the philosophy of Ibn Jebral's Kabbalah, translated by Isaac Meyer. In the introduction written by R. Hizkiah, which is very old, and forms part of our Brody edition of the Zohar, 1, 5b. Square, is an account of a journey taken by R. Eleazar, son of R. Shimon b. Yohai, and R. Abba. They met a man bearing a heavy burden. They conversed together. And the explanations of the Torah, by the man with the burden, were so wonderful, that they asked him for his name. He replied, "Do not ask me who I am, but we will all proceed with the explanation of the Torah, law." They asked, "Who caused thee thus to walk and carry such a heavy load?" He answered, "The letter, Yod, which equals 10, and is the symbolical letter of Kether and the essence and germ of the holy name, Yhvh, made war, etc." They said to him, "If thou wilt tell us the name of thy father, we will kiss the dust of thy feet." He replied, "As to my father, he had his dwelling in the great sea. And was a fish therein, like Vishnu and Dagon or Oans, which, first, destroyed the great sea, and he was great and mighty and ancient of days. Until he swallowed all the other fishes in the great sea. Eleazar listened to his words and said to him, Thou art the son of the holy flame. Thou art the son of Rabhamnana Sabah, the old, the fish in Aramaic or Chaldee is Nun, noon, thou art the son of the light of the Thora, Dharma, etc. 631. Then the author explains that the feminine Sapphira, Bina, is termed by the Kabbalists the Great Sea, therefore Bina, whose divine names are Jehovah, Yah, and Elohim, is simply the Chaldean Tiamat, the female power, the Thalath of Berosus, who presides over the chaos, and was made out later by Christian theology to be the serpent and the devil. She, Yehovah, is the supernal Ha, and Eve. This Yehovah then, or Jehovah, is identical with our chaos, Father, Mother, Son, on the material plane, and in the purely physical world, Deus and Demon, at one and the same time. The sun and moon, good and evil, God and demon. Lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and destroys it, psychically as well as physically. And if, astronomically, the moon is one of the 7 planets of the ancient world, in theogony she is one of the regents thereof, with Christians now as much as with pagans, the former referring to her under the name of one of their archangels, and the latter under that of one of their gods. Therefore the meaning of the fairy tale, translated by Chulson from the Arabic translation of an old Chaldean MS, of Chutami being instructed by the idol of the moon, is easily understood. Celdenus tells us the secret, as well as Maimonides in his Guide to the Perplexed. 632 The worshippers of the teraphim, or the Jewish oracles, carved images, and claim that the light of the principal stars, planets, permeating these through and through. The angelic virtues, or the regents of the stars and planets, conversed with them, teaching them many most useful things and arts. And Celdenus explains that the teraphim were built and composed after the position of certain planets, those which the Greeks called sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon alpha, and according to figures that were located in the sky, and called lambda epsilon zeta tau rho iota omicron iota, or the tutelary gods. Those who traced out the sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon alpha were called sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon iota omega mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron, or diviners by the sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon alpha. 633. It is such sentences, however, in the Nabatean agriculture, which have frightened the men of science, and made them proclaim the work either an apocryphon, or a fairy tale, unworthy of the notice of an academician. At the same time, as shown, zealous Roman Catholics and Protestants metaphorically tore it to pieces, the former because it described the worship of demons, the latter because it was ungodly. Once more, all are wrong. It is not a fairy tale. And, as far as the pious churchmen are concerned, the same worship may be shown in their scriptures, however disfigured by translation. Solar and lunar worship and also the worship of the stars and elements can be traced, and figure in Christian theology. These are defended by papists, and can be stoutly denied by the Protestants only at their own risk and peril. 2 instances may be given. Ammianus Marcellinus teaches that ancient divinations were always accomplished with the help of the spirits of the elements, spiritus elementarum, and in Greek pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau nu sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon omega nu. 634. But it is found now that the planets, the elements, and the zodiac, were figured not only at Heliopolis by the 12 stones called mysteries of the elements, elementarum arcana, but also in Solomon's temple, and, as pointed out by various writers, in several old Italian churches and even at Notre Dame de Paris, where they can be seen to this day. No symbol, even including the sun, was more complex in its manifold meanings than the lunar symbol. The sex was, of course, dual. With some it was male, as, for instance, the Hindu, King Soma, and the Chaldean Sin. With other nations it was female, the beauteous goddesses Diana Luna, Ilithia, Lucina. With the Tauri, human victims were sacrificed to Artemis, a form of the lunar goddess. The Cretans called her Dictina, and the Medes and Persians Anitis, as shown by an inscription of Kolo, rho tau mu iota delta iota nu epsilon iota tau iota. But, we are now concerned chiefly with the most chaste and pure of the virgin goddesses, Luna Artemis, to whom Pamphos was the first to give the surname of Kappa Alpha Lambda Lambda Sigma Tau Eta, and of whom Hippolytus wrote, Kappa Alpha Lambda Lambda Sigma Tau Alpha Pi Omicron Lambda Pi Alpha Rho Theta Nu Omega Nu. 635 This Artemis Lochia, the goddess that presided at conception and childbirth, is, in her functions and as the triple Hecate, the Orphic deity, the predecessor of the god of the rabbins and pre-Christian Kabbalists, and his lunar type. The goddess Tau Rho Mu Omicron Rho Phi Omicron was the personified symbol of the various and successive aspects represented by the moon in each of her three phases. And this interpretation was already that of the Stoics, 636, while the Orpheans explained the epithet Tau Rho Mu Omicron Rho Phi Omicron by the three kingdoms of nature over which she reigned. Jealous, bloodthirsty, revengeful and exacting, Hecate Luna is a worthy counterpart of the jealous god of the Hebrew prophets. The whole riddle of the solar and lunar worship, as now traced in the churches, hangs indeed on this world-old mystery of lunar phenomena. The correlative forces in the Queen of Night, that lie latent for modern science, but are fully active to the knowledge of Eastern adepts, explain well the 1001 images under which the moon was represented by the ancients. It also shows how much more profoundly learned in the Caelnic mysteries were the ancients than are now our modern astronomers. The whole pantheon of the lunar gods and goddesses, Nephthys or Neith, Proserpina, Melita, Cybele, Isis, Astarte, Venus, and Hecate, on the one hand, and Apollo, Dionysus, Adonis, Bacchus, Osiris, Hades, Tammuz, etc. on the other, all show on the face of their names and titles, those of sons and husbands of their mothers, their identity with the Christian Trinity. In every religious system, the gods were made to merge their functions, as father, son, and husband, into one, and the goddesses were identified as wife, mother, and sister of the male god. The former synthesizing the human attributes as the Son, the giver of life, the latter merging all the other titles in the grand synthesis known as Maya, Maria, etc., a generic name. Maya, in its forced derivation, has come to mean with the Greeks, mother, from the root ma, nurse, and even gave its name to the month of May, which was sacred to all these goddesses before it became consecrated to Mary. 637 Its primitive meaning, however, was Maya, Durga, translated by the Orientalists as inaccessible, but meaning in truth the unreachable, in the sense of illusion and unreality, as being the source and cause of spells. The personification of illusion. In religious rites, the moon served a dual purpose. Personified as a female goddess for exoteric purposes, or as a male god in allegory and symbol, in occult philosophy our satellite was regarded as a sexless potency to be well studied, because it was to be dreaded. With the initiated Aryans, Chaldeans, Greeks and Romans, Soma, Sin, Artemis Sotyra, the hermaphrodite Apollo, whose attribute is the lyre, and the bearded Diana of the bow and arrow, Deus Lunus, and especially Osiris Lunus and Thot Lunus. 638 were the occult potencies of the moon. But whether male or female, whether Thot or Minerva, Soma or Astoreth, the moon is the occult mystery of mysteries, and more a symbol of evil than of good. Her 7 phases, in the original esoteric division, are divided into 3 astronomical phenomena and 4 purely psychic phases. That the moon was not always reverenced is shown in the mysteries, in which the death of the moon god, the 3 phases of gradual waning and final disappearance, was allegorized by the moon standing for the genius of evil that, for the time, triumphs over the light and life-giving God, the sun. And all the skill and learning of the ancient hierophants in magic were required to turn this triumph into a defeat. It was the most ancient worship of all, that of the third race of our round, the hermaphrodites, in which the male moon became sacred, when, after the so-called fall, the sexes had become separated. Deus Lunus then became an androgyne, male and female in turn, to finally serve, for purposes of sorcery, as a dual power for the 4th root race, the Atlanteans. With the 5th, our own race, the lunar solar worship divided the nations into 2 distinct, antagonistic camps. It led to events described eons later in the Mahabharatan War, which to the Europeans is the fabulous, to the Hindus and occultists the historical, strife between the Suryavanshas and the Indivanshas. Originating in the dual aspect of the moon, the worship of the female and the male principles respectively, it ended in distinct solar and lunar cults. Among the Semitic races, the sun was for a very long time feminine and the moon masculine. The latter notion being adopted by them from the Atlantean traditions. The moon was called the Lord of the Sun, Bel Shemesh, before the Shemesh worship. The ignorance of the incipient reasons for such a distinction, and of occult principles, led the nations into anthropomorphic idol worship. During that period which is absent from the Mosaic books, viz. From the exile from Eden to the allegorical flood, the Jews, with the rest of the Semites, worshipped Dionysi, the ruler of men, the judge, or the sun. Though the Jewish canon and Christianism have made the sun to become the Lord God, and Jehovah, in the Bible, yet the same Bible is full of indiscreet traces of the androgyne deity, which was Jehovah, the sun, and Ashtoreth. The moon in its female aspect, and quite free from the present metaphorical element given to it. God is a consuming fire, appears in, and is encompassed by fire. It was not only in vision that Ezekiel saw the Jews worshipping the sun. 639 The Baal of the Israelites, the Shemesh of the Moabites and the Moloch of the Ammonites, was the identical Sun Jehovah, and he is till now the King of the host of heaven, the sun, as much as Ashtoreth was the Queen of heaven, or the moon. The Sun of Righteousness has only now become a metaphorical expression. But the religion of every ancient nation had been primarily based upon the occult manifestations of a purely abstract force or principle now called God. The very establishment of such worship shows, in its details and rites, that the philosophers who evolved such systems of nature, subjective and objective, possessed profound knowledge, and were acquainted with many facts of a scientific nature. For besides being purely occult, the rites of lunar worship were based, as just shown, upon a knowledge of physiology, quite a modern science with us, psychology, sacred mathematics, geometry, and metrology. In their right applications to symbols and figures, which are but glyphs recording observed natural and scientific facts. In short, upon a most minute and profound knowledge of nature. As we have just said, lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and destroys it. And Soma embodies the triple power of the Trimurti, though it remains unrecognized by the profane to this day. The allegory that makes Soma, the moon, produced by the churning of the ocean of life, space, by the gods in another manvantara, that is, in the pregenetic day of our planetary system, and the myth, which represents the rishis milking the earth, whose calf was Soma, the moon, have a deep cosmographical meaning. For it is neither our earth which is milked, nor was the moon which we know the calf. 640 Had our wise men of science known as much of the mysteries of nature as the ancient Aryans did, they would surely never have imagined that the moon was projected from the earth. Once more, the oldest of permutations in theogony, the sun becoming his own father and the mother generated by the sun, has to be remembered and taken into consideration if the symbolical language of the ancients is to be understood by us. Otherwise mythology will be ever haunting the Orientalists as simply the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. As Renouf gravely observes, the ancients taught the autogeneration, so to speak, of the gods, the one divine essence, unmanifested, perpetually begetting a second self, manifested, which second self, androgynous in its nature, gives birth, in an immaculate way, to everything macrocosmical and microcosmical in this universe. This was shown in the circle and the diameter, or the sacred 10, a few pages back. But our Orientalists, notwithstanding their extreme desire to discover one homogeneous element in nature, will not see it. Cramped in their researches by such ignorance, the Aryanists and Egyptologists are constantly led astray from truth in their speculations. Thus, de Rouge is unable to understand, in the text which he translates, the meaning of Amun-Ra saying to King Amenophes, who is supposed to be Memnon, "Thou art my son, I have begotten thee." And, finding the same idea in many a text and under various forms, this very Christian Orientalist is finally compelled to exclaim. For this idea to have entered the mind of a hierogrammatist, there must have been in their religion a more or less defined doctrine, indicating as a possible fact that might come to pass, a divine and immaculate incarnation under a human form. Precisely. But why throw the explanation on to an impossible prophecy, when the whole secret is explained by the later religion copying the earlier? This doctrine was universal, nor was it the mind of any one hierogrammatist that evolved it. For the Indian avatars are a proof to the contrary. After which, having come to realize more clearly 641 what the Divine Father and Son were with the Egyptians, de Rouge still fails to account for, and to perceive what were the functions attributed to the feminine principle in that primordial generation. He does not find it in the goddess Neith, of Sais. Yet he quotes the sentence of the commander to Cambyses, when introducing that king into the Saitic temple, I made known to his majesty the dignity of Sais, which is the abode of Neith, the great, female, producer, genitrix of the sun. Who is the firstborn, and who is not begotten, but only brought forth, and hence is the fruit of an immaculate mother. How much more grandiose, philosophical and poetical, for whoever is able to understand and appreciate it, is the real distinction made between the Immaculate Virgin of the ancient pagans and the modern papal conception. With the former, the ever-youthful Mother Nature, the antitype of her prototypes, the sun and moon, generates and brings forth her mind-born Son, the universe. The sun and moon, as male-female deities, fructify the earth, the microcosmical mother, and the latter conceives and brings forth, in her turn. With the Christians, the firstborn, primogenitus, is indeed generated, i.e. begotten, genitus, non-factus, and positively conceived and brought forth, Virgo periet, explains the Latin Church. Thus does that Church drag down the noble spiritual ideal of the Virgin Mary to the earth, and, making her, of the earth earthy, degrades the ideal she portrays to the lowest of the anthropomorphic goddesses of the rabble. Truly, Neith, Isis, Diana, etc., by whatever name she was called, was a demiurgical goddess, at once visible and invisible, having her place in heaven, and helping on the generation of species, the moon, in short. Her occult aspects and powers are numberless, and, in one of them, the moon becomes with the Egyptians Hathor, another aspect of Isis 642, and both of these goddesses are shown suckling Horus. Behold in the Egyptian hall of the British Museum, Hathor worshipped by Pharaoh Thotmes, who stands between her and the Lord of Heavens. The monolith was taken from Karnak. The same goddess has the following legend inscribed on her throne, the Divine Mother and Lady, or Queen of Heaven, also the Morning Star, and the Light of the Sea, Stella Matutina and Lux Maris. All the lunar goddesses had a dual aspect. One divine, the other infernal. All were the virgin mothers of an immaculately born son, the sun. Raoul Rochette shows the moon goddess of the Athenians, Pallas, or Cybele, Minerva, or again Diana, holding her child son on her lap, invoked in her festivals as mu omicron nu omicron gamma epsilon nu theta epsilon omicron, the one mother of God, sitting on a lion, and surrounded by 12 personages, in whom the occultist recognizes the 12 great gods, and the pious Christian Orientalist the apostles, or rather the Grecian pagan prophecy thereof. They are both right, for the Immaculate Goddess of the Latin Church is a faithful copy of the older pagan goddesses. The number of the apostles is that of the 12 tribes, and the latter are a personification of the 12 great gods, and of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Almost every detail in the Christian dogma is borrowed from the heathens. Semele, the wife of Jupiter and mother of Bacchus, the sun, is, according to Nonnus, also carried, or made to ascend to heaven after her death, where she presides between Mars and Venus, under the name of the Queen of the World, or the Universe. Pi alpha nu beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota alpha. At the name of which, as at the names of Hathor, Hecate, and other infernal goddesses, all the demons tremble. 643. Sigma epsilon mu lambda eta nu tau rho mu omicron upsilon sigma iota delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon. This Greek inscription on a small temple, reproduced on a stone that was found by Beger, and copied by Montfaucon, as de Mireville tells us, informs us of the stupendous fact that the Magna Mater of the Old World was an impudent plagiarism of the Immaculate Virgin Mother of his Church, perpetrated by the demon. Whether so, or vice versa, is of no importance. That which is interesting to note is the perfect identity between the archaic copy and the modern original. Did space permit, we might show the inconceivable coolness and unconcern exhibited by certain followers of the Roman Catholic Church, when they are made to face the revelations of the past. To Maury's remark that, the Virgin took possession of all the sanctuaries of Ceres and Venus, and that the pagan rites, proclaimed and practiced in honor of those goddesses, were in a great measure transferred to the Mother of Christ. 644 The Advocate of Rome answers, that such is the fact, and that it is just as it should be, and quite natural. As the dogma, the liturgy, and the rites professed by the Roman Apostolical Church in 1862 are found engraved on monuments, inscribed on papyri, and cylinders hardly posterior to the deluge. It does seem impossible to deny the existence of a first anti-historical, Roman, Catholicism of which our own is but the faithful continuation. But while the former was the culmination, the summum of the impudence of demons and goetic necromancy, the latter is divine. If in our Christian revelation, Apocalypse, Mary, clothed with the sun and having the moon under her feet, has no longer anything in common with the humble servant, servanti, of Nazareth, it is because she has now become the greatest of theological and cosmological powers in our universe. 645. Verily so, since Pindar thus sings of her assumption, she sits at the right hand of her father, Jupiter, and is more powerful than all the other angels or gods. 646, a hymn likewise applied to the Virgin. St. Bernard also, quoted by Cornelius a Lapide, is made to address the Virgin Mary in this wise: the Son Christ lives in thee and thou livest in him. 647. Again the Virgin is admitted to be the moon by the same unsophisticated holy man. Being the Lucina of the Church, in childbirth the verse of Virgil, Casta fove Lucina, tus jam regnat Apollo, is applied to her. Like the moon, the Virgin is the Queen of Heaven, adds the innocent saint. 648. This settles the question. According to such writers as de Mireville, the more similarity there exists between the pagan conceptions and the Christian dogmas, the more divine appears the Christian religion, and the more is it seen to be the only truly inspired one. Especially in its Roman Catholic form. The unbelieving scientists and academicians who think they see in the Latin Church quite the opposite of divine inspiration, and who will not believe in the satanic tricks of plagiarism by anticipation, are severely taken to task. But then, they believe in nothing and reject even the Nabatean agriculture as a romance and a pack of superstitious nonsense, complains the memorialist. In their perverted opinion Chutami's idol of the moon and the statue of the Madonna are one. A noble marquis, 25 years ago, wrote 6 huge volumes, or, as he calls them, memoirs to the French Academy, with the sole object of proving Roman Catholicism to be an inspired and revealed faith. As a proof thereof, he furnishes numberless facts, all tending to show that the entire ancient world, ever since the deluge, had, with the help of the devil, been systematically plagiarizing the rites, ceremonies, and dogmas of the future Holy Church, which was to be born ages later. What would that faithful son of Rome have said had he heard his co-religionist, M. Renouf, the distinguished Egyptologist of the British Museum, declaring in one of his learned lectures, that neither Hebrews nor Greeks borrowed any of their ideas from Egypt? But perhaps M. Renouf intended to say that it was the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Aryans, who borrowed their ideas from the Latin Church. And if so, why, in the name of logic, do the papists reject the additional information which the occultists may give them on moon worship? Since it all tends to show that the worship of the Roman Catholic Church is as old as the world, of Sabianism and astrology. The reason of early Christian and later Roman Catholic astrology, or the symbolical worship of sun and moon, a worship identical with that of the Gnostics, though less philosophical and pure than the sun worship of the Zoroastrians. is a natural consequence of its birth and origin. The adoption by the Latin Church of such symbols as water, fire, sun, moon and stars, and many others, is simply a continuation by the early Christians of the old worship of pagan nations. Thus, Odin got his wisdom, power, and knowledge by sitting at the feet of Mimir, the thrice-wise Jotun, who passed his life by the fountain of primeval wisdom, the crystalline waters of which increased his knowledge daily. Mimir drew the highest knowledge from the fountain, because the world was born of water, hence primeval wisdom was to be found in that mysterious element. The eye which Odin had to pledge to acquire that knowledge may be the sun, which enlightens and penetrates all things, his other eye being the moon, whose reflection gazes out of the deep, and which at last, when setting, sinks into the ocean. 649 But it is something more than this. Loki, the fire god, is said to have hidden in the water, as well as in the moon, the light giver, whose reflection he found therein. This belief that the fire finds refuge in the water was not limited to the old Scandinavians. It was shared by all nations and was finally adopted by the early Christians, who symbolized the Holy Ghost under the shape of fire, cloven tongues like as of fire, the breath of the Father-Son. This fire descends also into the water, or the sea, mare, Mary. The dove was the symbol of the soul with several nations. It was sacred to Venus, the goddess born from the sea foam, and it became later the symbol of the Christian anima mundi, or Holy Spirit. One of the most occult chapters in the Book of the Dead is that entitled, The Transformation into the God-giving Light to the Path of Darkness, wherein, woman-light of the shadow, serves Thought in his retreat in the moon. Thought Hermes is said to hide therein, because he is the representative of the secret wisdom. He is the manifested logos of its light side, the concealed deity or dark wisdom when he is supposed to retire to the opposite hemisphere. Speaking of her power, the moon calls herself repeatedly, the light which shineth in darkness, the woman light. Hence it became the accepted symbol of all the Virgin Mother goddesses. As the wicked, evil, spirits warred against the moon in days of yore, so they are supposed to war now, without, however, being able to prevail against the actual Queen of Heaven, Mary, the moon. Hence, also, the moon was intimately connected in all the pagan theogonies with the dragon, her eternal enemy. The Virgin, or Madonna, stands on the mythical Satan thus symbolized, who lies crushed and powerless, under her feet. This, because the head and tail of the dragon, which, to this day in Eastern astronomy, represent the ascending and descending nodes of the moon, were also symbolized in ancient Greece by the two serpents. Hercules kills them on the day of his birth, and so does the babe in his Virgin Mother's arms. As Mr. Gerald Massey aptly observes in this connection, all such symbols figured their own facts from the first, and did not prefigure others of a totally different order. The iconography, and dogmas, too, had survived in Rome from a period remotely pre-Christian. There was neither forgery nor interpolation of types, nothing but a continuity of imagery with a perversion of its meaning. Section X, Tree, Serpent, and Crocodile Worship. Object of horror or of adoration, men have for the serpent an implacable hatred, or prostrate themselves before its genius. Lie calls it, prudence claims it, envy carries it in its heart, and eloquence on its caduceus. In hell it arms the whip of the Furies, in heaven eternity makes of it its symbol. De Chateaubriand. The Ophites asserted that there were several kinds of genii, from God to man, that the relative superiority of these was decided by the degree of light that was accorded to each. And they maintained that the serpent had to be constantly called upon and to be thanked for the signal service it had rendered humanity. For it taught Adam that if he ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he would raise his being immensely by the learning and wisdom he would thus acquire. Such was the exoteric reason given. It is easy to see whence is the primal idea of the dual, Janus-like character of the serpent, the good and the bad. This symbol is one of the most ancient, because the reptile preceded the bird, and the bird the mammal. Hence the belief, or rather the superstition, of the savage tribes who think that the souls of their ancestors live under this form, and the general association of the serpent with the tree. The legends about the various meanings it represents are numberless, but, as most of them are allegorical, they have now passed into the class of fables based on ignorance and dark superstition. For instance, when Philostratus narrates that the natives of India and Arabia fed on the heart and liver of serpents in order to learn the language of all the animals, the serpent being credited with that faculty, he certainly never meant his words to be accepted literally. 650. As will be found more than once as we proceed, serpent and dragon were names given to the wise ones, the initiated adepts of olden times. It was their wisdom and their learning that were devoured or assimilated by their followers, whence the allegory. When the Scandinavian Sigurd is fabled to have roasted the heart of Fafnir, the dragon, whom he had slain, and thence to have become the wisest of men, the meaning is the same. Sigurd had become learned in the runes and magical charms. He had received the word from an initiate of the name of Fafnir, or from a sorcerer, after which the latter died, as do many, after passing the word. Epiphanius lets out a secret of the Gnostics in trying to expose their heresies. The Gnostic Ophites, he says, had a reason for honoring the serpent, it was because he taught the primeval men the mysteries. 651 Verily so. But they did not have Adam and Eve in the garden in their minds when teaching this dogma, but simply that which is stated above. The Nagas of the Hindu and Tibetan adepts were human Nagas, serpents, not reptiles. Moreover, the serpent has ever been the type of consecutive or serial rejuvenation, of immortality and time. The numerous and extremely interesting readings, the interpretations and facts about serpent worship, given in Mr. Gerald Massey's Natural Genesis, are very ingenious and scientifically correct. But they are far from covering the whole of the meanings implied. They divulge only the astronomical and physiological mysteries, with the addition of some cosmic phenomena. On the lowest plane of materiality, the serpent was, no doubt, the great emblem of mystery in the mysteries, and was, very likely, adopted as a type of feminine pubescence, on account of its sloughing in self-renewal. It was so, however, only with regard to mysteries concerning terrestrial animal life, for as the symbol of reclothing and rebirth in the universal mysteries, its final phase, 652, or shall we rather say its incipient and culminating phases, was not of this plane. These phases were generated in the pure realm of ideal light, and having accomplished the round of the whole cycle of adaptations and symbolism, the mysteries returned from whence they had come, into the essence of immaterial causality. They belonged to the highest gnosis. And surely this could have never obtained its name and fame solely on account of its penetration into physiological and especially feminine functions. As a symbol, the serpent had as many aspects and occult meanings as the tree itself, the tree of life, with which it was emblematically and almost indissolubly connected. Whether viewed as a metaphysical or a physical symbol, the tree and serpent, jointly, or separately, have never been so degraded by antiquity as they are now, in this our age of the breaking of idols, not for truth's sake, but to glorify the most gross matter. The revelations and interpretations in general for Long's rivers of life would have astounded the worshippers of the tree and serpent in the days of archaic Chaldean and Egyptian wisdom. And even the early Shaivas would have recoiled in horror at the theories and suggestions of the author of the said work. The notion of pain, night and Inman that the cross or tau is simply a copy of the male organs in a triadic form is radically false, writes Mr. G. Massey, who proves what he says. But this is a statement that could be as justly applied to almost all the modern interpretations of ancient symbols. The Natural Genesis, a monumental work of research and thought, the most complete on that subject that has ever been published, covering as it does a wider field, and explaining much more than all the symbologists who have hitherto written, does not yet go beyond the psychotheistic stage of ancient thought. Nor were pain, night and Inman altogether wrong. Except in entirely failing to see that their interpretations of the tree of life, as the cross and phallus, fitted the symbol only in the lowest and latest stage of the evolutionary development of the idea of the giver of life. It was the last and the grossest physical transformation of nature, in animal, insect, bird and even plant. For by creative magnetism, in the form of the attraction of contraries, or sexual polarization, acts in the constitution of reptile and bird as it does in that of man. Moreover, the modern symbologists and Orientalists, from first to last, being ignorant of the real mysteries revealed by occultism, can necessarily see but this last stage. If told that this mode of procreation, which the whole world of being has now in common on this earth, is but a passing phase, a physical means of furnishing the conditions to and producing the phenomena of life, and that it will alter with this and disappear with the next root race, they would laugh at such a superstitious and unscientific idea. But the most learned occultists assert this because they know it. The universe of living beings, of all those which procreate their species, is the living witness to the various modes of procreation in the evolution of animal and human species and races. And the naturalist ought to sense this truth intuition ally, even though he is yet unable to demonstrate it. How could he, indeed, with the present modes of thought? The landmarks of the archaic history of the past are few and scarce, and those that men of science come across are mistaken for fingerposts of our little era. Even so-called universal history embraces but a tiny field in the almost boundless space of the unexplored regions of our latest, fifth root race. Hence, every fresh signpost, every new glyph of the hoary past that is discovered, is added to the old stock of information, to be interpreted on the same lines of pre-existing conceptions, and without any reference to the special cycle of thought which that particular glyph may belong to. How can truth ever come to light if this method is never changed? Thus, in the beginning of their joint existence as a glyph of immortal being, the tree and serpent were divine imagery, truly. The tree was reversed, and its roots were generated in heaven and grew out of the rootless root of all being. Its trunk grew and developed. Crossing the planes of the pleroma, it shot out crossways its luxuriant branches, first on the plane of hardly differentiated matter, and then downward till they touched the terrestrial plane. Thus, the Ashvatha tree of life and being, whose destruction alone leads to immortality, is said in the Bhagavad Gita to grow with its roots above and its branches below. 653 The roots represent the Supreme Being, or First Cause, the Logos. But one has to go beyond those roots to unite oneself with Krishna, who, says Arjuna, is greater than Brahman, and First Cause, the indestructible, that which is not, and what is beyond them. 654 Its boughs are Hiranyagarbha, Brahma or Brahman in its highest manifestations, say Sridhara Svamin and Madhusudana, the highest Dayan Chauhans or Devas. The Vedas are its leaves. He only who goes beyond the roots shall never return. That is to say, shall reincarnate no more during this age of Brahma. It is only when its pure boughs had touched the terrestrial mud of the Garden of Eden, of our Adamic race, that this tree became soiled by the contact and lost its pristine purity. And that the serpent of eternity, the heaven-born Logos, was finally degraded. In days of old, of the divine dynasties on earth, the now dreaded reptile was regarded as the first beam of light that radiated from the abyss of divine mystery. Various were the forms which it was made to assume, and numerous the natural symbols adapted to it, as it crossed the eons of time, as from infinite time, Kala, itself it fell into the space and time evolved out of human speculation. These forms were cosmic and astronomical, theistic and pantheistic, abstract and concrete. They became in turn the polar dragon and the southern cross, the Alpha Draconis of the pyramid, and the Hindu-Buddhist dragon, which ever threatens, yet never swallows the sun during its eclipses. Till then, the tree remained ever green, for it was sprinkled by the waters of life. The great dragon remained ever divine, so long as it was kept within the precincts of the sidereal fields. But the tree grew and its lower boughs at last touched the infernal regions, our earth. Then the great serpent Nidhogg, he who devours the corpses of the evildoers in the hall of misery, human life, so soon as they are plunged into Hurgelmer, the roaring cauldron, of human passions, gnawed the reversed world tree. The worms of materiality covered the once healthy and mighty roots, and are now ascending higher and higher along the trunk. While the Midgard snake coiled at the bottom of the seas, encircles the earth, and, through its venomous breath, makes her powerless to defend herself. The dragons and serpents of antiquity are all 7-headed, one head for each race, and every head with 7 hairs on it, as the allegory has it. I, From Ananta, the Serpent of Eternity, which carries Vishnu through the manvantara. From the original primordial Shisha, whose 7 heads become 1,000 heads, in the Puranic fancy, down to the 7-headed Akkadian serpent. This typifies the 7 principles throughout nature and in man. The highest or middle head being the 7th. It is not of the Mosaic, Jewish Sabbath that Philo speaks, in his creation of the world, when saying that the world was completed according to the perfect nature of number 6. 4. When that reason, nous, which is wholly in accordance with the number 7, has entered the soul, the living body rather, the number 6 is thus arrested and all the mortal things which that number makes. And again. Number 7 is the festival day of all the earth, the birthday of the world. I know not whether anyone would be able to celebrate the number 7 in adequate terms. 655. The author of the Natural Genesis thinks that the septenary of stars seen in the Great Bear, the Septarches, and 7-headed dragon furnished a visible origin for the symbolic 7 of time above. The goddess of the 7 stars was the mother of time, as Kep, whence Kepti and Seti for the 2 times and number 7. So this is the star of the 7 by name. Sevek, Cronus, the son of the goddess, has the name of the 7 or 7th. So has Sifek Abu who builds the house on high, as wisdom, Sophia, built hers with 7 pillars. The primary chronotypes were 7, and thus the beginning of time in heaven is based on the number and the name of 7, on account of the starry demonstrators. The 7 stars as they turned round annually kept pointing, as it were, with the forefinger of the right hand, and describing a circle in the upper and lower heaven. 656 The number 7 naturally suggested a measure by 7, that led to what may be termed sevening, and to the marking and mapping out of the circle in 7 corresponding divisions which were assigned to the 7 great constellations. And thus was formed the celestial heptanymus of Egypt in the heavens. When the stellar heptanymus was broken up and divided into 4 quarters, it was multiplied by 4, and the 28 signs took the place of the primary 7 constellations. The lunar zodiac of 28 signs being the registered result of reckoning 28 days to the moon, or a lunar month. 657 In the Chinese arrangement, the 4 sevens are given to 4 genii that preside over the 4 cardinal points. 658 Or rather the 7 northern constellations make up the Black Warrior. The 7 eastern, Chinese autumn, constitute the White Tiger, the 7 southern are the Vermilion Bird, and the 7 western, called Vernal, are the Azure Dragon. Each of these 4 spirits presides over its heptanymus during 1 lunar week. The genetrix of the first heptanymus, Typhon of the 7 stars, now took a lunar character. In this phase we find the goddess Sifek, whose name signifies number 7, is the feminine word, or logos in place of the mother of time, who was the earlier word, as goddess of the 7 stars. 659. The author shows that it was the goddess of the Great Bear and mother of time who was in Egypt from the earliest times the living word, and that Sevek Cronus, whose type was the crocodile dragon, the preplanetary form of Saturn, was called her son and consort. He was her word logos. 660. The above is quite plain, but it was not the knowledge of astronomy only that led the ancients to the process of sevening. The primal cause goes far deeper and will be explained in its place. The above quotations are no digressions. They are brought forward as showing, a. the reason why a full initiate was called a dragon, a snake, a naga. And, b. that our septenary division was used by the priests of the earliest dynasties in Egypt, for the same reason, and on the same basis, as by us. This needs further elucidation, however. As already stated, what Mr. Gerald Massey calls the 4 genii of the 4 cardinal points, and the Chinese, the Black Warrior, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Azure Dragon, are called in the secret books, the 4 hidden dragons of wisdom and the celestial nagas. Now, the 7-headed or septenary dragon logos is shown to have, in course of time, been split up, so to speak, into 4 heptonymic parts or 28 portions. Each week has a distinct occult character in the lunar month. Each day of the 28 has its special characteristics, for each of the 12 constellations, whether separately or in combination with other signs, has an occult influence either for good or for evil. This represents the sum of knowledge that men can acquire on this earth. Yet few are those who acquire it, and still fewer are the wise men who get to the root of knowledge symbolized by the great root dragon, the spiritual logos of these visible signs. But those who do, receive the name of dragons, and they are the arhats of the 4 truths of the 28 faculties, or attributes, and have always been so called. The Alexandrian Neoplatonists asserted that to become real Chaldees or Magi, one had to master the science or knowledge of the periods of the 7 rectors of the world, in whom is all wisdom. And Jamblichus is credited with another version, which does not, however, alter the meaning, for he says, "The Assyrians have not only preserved the records of 27 myriads of years, as Hipparchus says they have, but likewise of the whole apocatastases and periods of the 7 rulers of the world." 661. The legends of every nation and tribe, whether civilized or savage, point to the once universal belief in the great wisdom and cunning of the serpents. They are charmers. They hypnotize the bird with their eye, and man himself very often does not overcome their fascinating influence, therefore the symbol is a most fitting one. The crocodile is the Egyptian dragon. It was the dual symbol of heaven and earth, of sun and moon, and was made sacred, in consequence of its amphibious nature, to Osiris and Isis. According to Eusebius, the Egyptians represented the sun in a ship as its pilot, this ship being carried along by a crocodile, to show the motion of the sun in the moist space. 662. The crocodile was, moreover, the symbol of Lower Egypt herself, the lower being the more swampy of the 2 countries. The alchemists claim another interpretation. They say that the symbol of the sun in the ship on the ether of space meant that the hermetic matter is the principle, or basis, of gold, or again the philosophical sun. The water, within which the crocodile is swimming, is that water, or matter, made liquid. The ship herself, finally, representing the vessel of nature, in which the sun, or the sulfuric, igneous principle, acts as a pilot, because it is the sun which conducts the work by his action upon the moist or mercury. The above is only for the alchemists. The serpent became the type and symbol of evil, and of the devil, only during the Middle Ages. The early Christians as well as the Ophite Gnostics, had their dual logos, the good and the bad serpent, the agathidemon and the cacodemon. This is demonstrated by the writings of Marcus, Valentinus, and many others, and especially in Pistis Sophia, certainly a document of the earliest centuries of Christianity. On the marble sarcophagus of a tomb, discovered in 1852 near the Porta Pia, one sees the scene of the adoration of the Magi, or else, remarks the late C.W. King, in the Gnostics and their remains, the prototype of that scene, the birth of the new sun. The mosaic floor exhibited a curious design which might have represented either Isis suckling the babe Harpocrates, or the Madonna nursing the infant Jesus. In the smaller sarcophagi that surrounded the larger one, many leaden plates rolled like scrolls were found, 11 of which can still be deciphered. The contents of these ought to be regarded as final proof of a much vexed question, for they show that either the early Christians, up to the 9th century, were bona fide pagans, or that dogmatic Christianity was borrowed wholesale and passed in full into the Christian church, sun, tree, serpent, crocodile and all. On the first is seen Anubis, holding out a scroll, at his feet are 2 female busts, below all are 2 serpents entwined about, a corpse swathed up like a mummy. In the second scroll, is Anubis, holding out a cross, the sign of life. Under his feet lies the corpse encircled in the numerous folds of a huge serpent, the agathidemon, guardian of the deceased. In the third scroll, the same Anubis bears on his arm an oblong object, held so as to convert the outline of the figure into a complete Latin cross. At the god's foot is a rhomboid, the Egyptian egg of the world, towards which crawls a serpent coiled into a circle. Under the busts is the letter Omega, repeated 7 times in a line, reminding one of the names. Very remarkable also is the line of characters, apparently palmyrene, upon the legs of the first Anubis. As for the figure of the serpent, supposing these talismans to emanate not from the Isiac but the newer Ophite creed, it may well stand for that true and perfect serpent, who leads forth the souls of all that put their trust in him out of the Egypt of the body, and through the Red Sea of death into the land of promise, saving them on their way from the serpents of the wilderness, that is, from the rulers of the stars. 663. And this true and perfect serpent is the seven-lettered God who is now credited with being Jehovah, and Jesus one with him. To this seven-voweled God the candidate for initiation is sent by the first mystery, in the Pistis Sophia, a work earlier than St. John's Revelation, and evidently of the same school. The serpent of the seven thunders uttered these seven vowels, but seal up those things which the seven thunders uttered, and write them not, says Revelation. Do ye seek after these mysteries? Inquires Jesus in Pistis Sophia. No mystery is more excellent than they, the seven vowels, for they shall bring your souls unto the light of lights, i.e., true wisdom. Nothing, therefore, is more excellent than the mysteries which ye seek after, saving only the mystery of the seven vowels and their 49 powers, and the numbers thereof. In India, it was the mystery of the seven fires and their 49 fires or aspects, or the numbers thereof. These seven vowels are represented by the svastika signs on the crowns of the seven heads of the serpent of eternity, in India, among esoteric Buddhists, in Egypt, in Chaldea, etc., and among the initiates of every other country. They are the seven zones of post-mortem ascent, in the Hermetic writings, in each of which the immortal leaves one of his souls, or principles. Until arrived on the plane above all zones, he remains as the great formless serpent of absolute wisdom, or the deity itself. The seven-headed serpent has more than one signification in the arcane teachings. It is the seven-headed Draco, each of whose heads is a star of the lesser bear. But it was also, and preeminently, the serpent of darkness, inconceivable and incomprehensible, whose seven heads were the seven logoi, the reflections of the one and first manifested light, the universal logos. Section 11. Demon est Deus Inversus. This symbolical sentence, in its many-sided forms, is certainly most dangerous and iconoclastic in the face of all the dualistic later religions, or rather theologies, and especially so in the light of Christianity. Yet it is neither just nor correct to say that it is Christianity which has conceived and brought forth Satan. As an adversary, the opposing power required by the equilibrium and harmony of things in nature, as shadow is required to make still brighter the 8, as night to bring into greater relief the day, and as cold to make one appreciate the more the comfort of heat, so has Satan ever existed. Homogeneity is one and indivisible. But if the homogeneous one and absolute is no mere figure of speech, and if heterogeneity, in its dualistic aspect, is its offspring, its bifurcous shadow or reflection, then even that divine homogeneity must contain in itself the essence of both good and evil. If God is absolute, infinite, and the universal root of all and everything in nature and its universe, whence comes evil or devil if not from the same golden womb of the absolute? Thus we are forced either to accept the emanation of good and evil, of agathademon and cacodemon, as offshoots from the same trunk of the tree of being, or to resign ourselves to the absurdity of believing in two eternal absolutes. Having to trace the origin of the idea to the very beginnings of the human mind, it is but just, meanwhile, to give his due even to the proverbial devil. Antiquity knew of no isolated, thoroughly and absolutely bad, god of evil. Pagan thought represented good and evil as twin brothers, born from the same mother, nature. So soon as that thought ceased to be archaic, wisdom passed into philosophy. In the beginning the symbols of good and evil were mere abstractions, light and darkness. Later their types were chosen among the most natural and ever-recurrent periodical cosmic phenomena, the day and night, or the sun and moon. Then the hosts of the solar and lunar deities were made to represent them, and the dragon of darkness was contrasted with the dragon of light. The host of Satan is a son of God, no less than the host of the Bean Alim, the children of God who came to present themselves before the Lord, their Father. 664, the sons of God become the fallen angels only after perceiving that the daughters of men were fair. 665 In the Indian philosophy, the Suras are among the earliest and the brightest gods, and become Asuras only when dethroned by Brahmanical fancy. Satan never assumed an anthropomorphic, individualized shape, until the creation by man of a one living personal God had been accomplished. And then merely as a matter of prime necessity. A screen was needed, a scapegoat to explain the cruelty, blunders, and but too evident injustice, perpetrated by him for whom absolute perfection, mercy and goodness were claimed. This was the first karmic effect of abandoning a philosophical and logical pantheism, to build, as a prop for lazy man, a merciful Father in heaven, whose daily and hourly actions, as natura naturans, the comely mother but stone cold, belie the assumption. This led to the primal twins, Osiris Typhon, Ormuz Dharaman, and finally Cain Abel and the tutti quanti of contraries. Having commenced by being synonymous with nature, God, the Creator, ended by being made its author. Pascal settles the difficulty very cunningly by saying, nature has perfections, in order to show that she is the image of God, and defects, in order to show that she is only his image. The further back one recedes into the darkness of the prehistoric ages, the more philosophical does the prototypic figure of the later Satan appear. The first adversary, in individual human form, that one meets with in old Puranic literature, is one of her greatest rishis and yogis, Narada, surnamed the Strife-maker. And he is a Brahmaputra, a son of Brahma, the male. But of him later on. Who the great deceiver really is, one can ascertain by searching for him, with open eyes and an unprejudiced mind, in every old cosmogony in Scripture. It is the anthropomorphized demiurge, the creator of heaven and earth, when separated from the collective hosts of his fellow creators, whom, so to speak, he represents and synthesizes. It is now the god of theologies. The wish is father to the thought. Once upon a time, a philosophical symbol left to perverse human fancy, afterwards, fashioned into a fiendish, deceiving, cunning, and jealous god. As the dragons and other fallen angels are described in other parts of this work, a few words upon the much slandered Satan will be sufficient. The student will do well to remember that, with every people, except the Christian nations, the devil is to this day no worse an entity than the opposite aspect, in the dual nature of the so-called creator. This is only natural. One cannot claim God as the synthesis of the whole universe, as omnipresent and omniscient and infinite, and then divorce him from evil. As there is far more evil than good in the world, it follows on logical grounds that either God must include evil, or stand as the direct cause of it, or else surrender his claims to absoluteness. The ancients understood this so well that their philosophers, now followed by the Kabbalists, defined evil as the lining of God or good, demon est Deus inversus, being a very old adage. Indeed, evil is but an antagonizing blind force in nature. It is reaction, opposition, and contrast, evil for some, good for others. There is no malum in se, only the shadow of light, without which light could have no existence, even in our perceptions. If evil disappeared, good would disappear along with it from earth. The bold dragon was pure spirit before he became matter, passive before he became active. In the Syro-Chaldean magic both Ophis and Ophiomorphos are joined in the zodiac in the sign of the androgyne Virgo Scorpio. Before its fall on earth the serpent was Ophis Christos, and after its fall it became Ophiomorphos Krestos. Everywhere the speculations of the Kabbalists treat of evil as a force, which is antagonistic, but at the same time essential, to good, as giving it vitality and existence, which it could never have otherwise. There would be no life possible, in the Myavic sense, without death, no regeneration and reconstruction without destruction. Plants would perish in eternal sunlight, and so would man, who would become an automaton without the exercise of his free will, and his aspiring towards that sunlight, which would lose its being and value for him had he nothing but light. Good is infinite and eternal only in the eternally concealed from us, and this is why we imagine it eternal. On the manifested planes, one equilibrates the other. Few are those theists, believers in a personal God, who do not make of Satan the shadow of God. Or who, confounding both, do not believe they have a right to pray to their idol, asking its help and protection for the exercise of and immunity for their evil and cruel deeds. Lead us not into temptation, is addressed daily to our Father, in heaven, and not to the devil, by millions of Christian hearts. This they do, repeating the very words put into the mouth of their Savior, and yet do not give one thought to the fact that their meaning is contradicted point blank by James, the brother of the Lord. Let do man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. 666. Why, then, say that it is the devil who tempts us, when the Church teaches us, on the authority of Christ, that it is God who does so? Open any pious volume in which the word temptation is defined in its theological sense, and forthwith you find two definitions. 1. Those afflictions and troubles whereby God tries his people. 2. Those means and enticements which the devil makes use of to ensnare and allure mankind. 667. Accepted literally, the teachings of Christ and James contradict each other, and what dogma can reconcile the two if the occult meaning is rejected? Between the alternative allurements, wise will be that philosopher who will be able to decide where God disappears to make room for the devil. Therefore, when we read that, the devil is a liar and the father of it, that is an incarnate lie, and are also told in the same breath that Satan, the devil, was a son of God and the most beautiful of his archangels. Rather than believe that Father and Son are a gigantic, personified and eternal lie, we prefer to turn to pantheism and to pagan philosophy for information. Once that the key to Genesis is in our hands, the scientific and symbolical Kabbalah unveils the secret. The great serpent of the Garden of Eden and the Lord God are identical, and so are Jehovah and Cain, that Cain who is referred to in theology as the murderer and the liar to God. Jehovah tempts the king of Israel to number the people, and Satan tempts him to do the same in another place. Jehovah turns into the fiery serpents to bite those he is displeased with, and Jehovah informs the brazen serpent that heals them. These short and seemingly contradictory statements in the Old Testament, contradictory because the two powers are separated instead of being regarded as the two faces of one and the same thing, are the echoes, distorted out of recognition by exotericism and theology, of the universal and philosophical dogmas in nature, so well understood by the primitive sages. We find the same groundwork in several personifications in the Puranas, only far more ample and philosophically suggestive. Thus Pulasatya, a son of God, one of the first progeny, is made the progenitor of demons, the Rakshasas, the tempters, and the devourers of men. Pishacha, a female demon, is a daughter of Daksha, a son of God, too, and a god, and the mother of all the Pishachas. 668 The demons, so called in the Puranas, are very extraordinary devils when judged from the standpoint of European and Orthodox views, since all of them, Danavas, Daityas, Pishachas, and Rakshasas, are represented as extremely pious, following the precepts of the Vedas, some of them even being great yogins. But they oppose the clergy and ritualism, sacrifices and forms, just as the head yogins do to this day in India, and are no less respected for it, though they are permitted to follow neither caste nor ritual. Hence all those Puranic giants and titans are called devils. The missionaries, ever on the watch to show, if they can, that the Hindu traditions are nothing better than a reflection of the Jewish Bible, have evolved a whole romance on the alleged identity of Pulasatya with Cain, and of the Rakshasas with the Cainites, the accursed, the cause of the Noachian deluge. See the work of Abbe Garizio, who etymologizes Pulasatya's name as meaning the rejected, hence Cain, if you please. Pulasatya dwells in Kedara, he says, which means a dug-up place, a mine, and Cain is shown, in tradition in the Bible, as the first worker in metals and a miner thereof. While it is very probable that the Gibborim, or giants, of the Bible are the Rakshasas of the Hindus, it is still more certain that both are Atlanteans, and belong to the submerged races. However it may be, no Satan could be more persistent in slandering his enemy, or more spiteful in his hatred, than the Christian theologians are in cursing him as the father of every evil. Compare their vituperation and their opinions about the devil with the philosophical views of the Puranic sages and their Christ-like mansuetude. When Parashara, whose father was devoured by a Rakshasa, was preparing himself to destroy, by magic arts, the whole race, his grandsire, Vasishtha, after showing the irate sage, on his own confession, that there is evil and karma. But no, evil spirits, speaks the following suggestive words. Let thy wrath be appeased, the Rakshasas are not culpable. Thy father's death was the work of destiny, karma. Anger is the passion of fools, it becometh not a wise man. By whom, it may be asked, is any one killed? Every man reaps the consequences of his own acts. Anger, my son, is the destruction of all that man obtains, and prevents the attainment of emancipation. The sages shun wrath, be not thou, my child, subject to its influence. Let no more of those unoffending spirits of darkness be consumed, let this thy sacrifice cease. Mercy is the might of the righteous. 669. Thus, every such sacrifice or prayer to God for help is no better than an act of black magic. That which Parashara prayed for, was the destruction of the spirits of darkness, for his personal revenge. He is called a pagan, and the Christians have doomed him, as such, to eternal hell. Yet, in what respect is the prayer of sovereigns and generals, who pray before every battle for the destruction of their enemy, any better? Such a prayer is in every case black magic of the worst kind, concealed like a demon, Mr. Hyde under a sanctimonious Dr. Jekyll. In human nature, evil denotes only the polarity of matter and spirit, a struggle for life, between the two manifested principles in space and time, which principles are one per se, inasmuch as they are rooted in the absolute. In Cosmos, the equilibrium must be preserved. The operations of the two contraries produce harmony, like the centripetal and centrifugal forces, which, being mutually interdependent, are necessary to each other, in order that both should live. If one should be arrested, the action of the other would become immediately self-destructive. Since the personification called Satan has been amply analyzed from its triple aspect, in the Old Testament, Christian theology, and the ancient Gentile attitude of thought. Those who would learn more of the subject are referred to Isis Unveiled 670 and the second part of Volume 2 of the present work. The subject is here touched upon, and fresh explanations are attempted, for a very good reason. Before we can approach the evolution of physical and divine man, we have first to master the idea of cyclic evolution, to acquaint ourselves with the philosophies and beliefs of the four races which preceded our present race. And to learn what were the ideas of those titans and giants, verily, mentally, as well as physically. The whole of antiquity was imbued with that philosophy which teaches the involution of spirit into matter, the progressive, downward cyclic descent, or active, self-conscious evolution. The Alexandrian Gnostics have sufficiently divulged the secrets of initiations, and their records are full of the falling down of the eons, in their double qualification of angelic beings and periods, the one the natural evolution of the other. On the other hand, Oriental traditions on both sides of the black water, the oceans that separate the two easts, are equally full of allegories about the downfall of the Pleroma, or that of the gods and devas. One and all, they allegorized and explained the fall as the desire to learn and acquire knowledge, the desire to know. This is the natural sequence of mental evolution, the spiritual becoming transmuted into the material or physical. The same law of descent into materiality and of reascent into spirituality asserted itself during the Christian era, the reaction having only stopped just now, in our own special subrace. That which was allegorized in Pomander, perhaps 10 millenniums ago, for a triune mode of interpretation, and intended for a record of an astronomical, anthropological, and even alchemical fact, namely, the allegory of the 7 rectors breaking through the 7 circles of fire, was dwarfed into one material and anthropomorphic interpretation, the rebellion and fall of the angels. The multivocal, profoundly philosophical narrative, under its poetical form of the marriage of heaven with earth, the love of nature for divine form, and the heavenly man enraptured with his own beauty mirrored in nature, that is to say, spirit attracted into matter, has now become, under theological handling, the seven rectors disobeying Jehovah, self-admiration generating satanic pride, followed by their fall, Jehovah permitting no worship to be lost save upon himself. In short, the beautiful planet angels, the glorious cyclic eons of the ancients, have become synthesized in their most orthodox shape in Samuel, the chief of the demons in the Talmud. That great serpent with 12 wings that draws down after himself, in his fall, the solar system, or the Titans. But Schemo, the alter ego and the Sabaean type of Samuel, in his philosophical and esoteric aspect, meant the year, in its astrological evil aspect, with its 12 months or wings, of unavoidable evils, in nature. In esoteric theogony both Schemo and Samuel represented a particular divinity. 671 With the Kabbalists they are the spirit of the earth, the personal God that governs it, and therefore de facto identical with Jehovah. For the Talmudists themselves admit that Samuel is a god name of one of the seven Elohim. The Kabbalists, moreover, show the two, Schemo and Samuel, as a symbolical form of Saturn, Cronus. The 12 wings standing for the 12 months, and the symbol in its collectivity representing a racial cycle. Jehovah and Saturn are also glyphically identical. This leads, in its turn, to a very curious deduction from a Roman Catholic dogma. Many renowned writers belonging to the Latin Church admit that a difference exists, and should be made, between the Uranian Titans, the antediluvian giants, who were also Titans, and those post-diluvian giants, in whom the Roman Catholics persist in seeing the descendants of the mythical Ham. In clearer words, there is a difference to be made between the cosmic, primordial opposing forces, guided by cyclic law, the Atlantean human giants, and the post-diluvian great adepts, whether of the right or the left hand. At the same time they show that Michael, the generalissimo of the fighting celestial host, the bodyguard of Jehovah, as it would seem, according to de Mireville, is also a Titan, only with the adjective of divine before the cognomen. Thus those Uranides, who are called everywhere divine Titans, and who, having rebelled against Cronus, or Saturn, are therefore also shown to be the enemies of Samuel, also one of the Elohim, and synonymous with Jehovah in his collectivity, are identical with Michael and his host. In short, the roles are reversed, all the combatants are confused, and no student is able to distinguish clearly which is which. Esoteric explanation may, however, bring some order into this confusion, in which Jehovah becomes Saturn, and Michael and his army, Satan and the rebellious angels. Owing to the indiscreet endeavors of the two faithful zealots to see a devil in every pagan god. The true meaning is far more philosophical, and the legend of the first fall of the angels assumes a scientific coloring when correctly understood. Cronus stands for endless, and hence immovable duration, without beginning, without end, beyond divided time and beyond space. Those angels, genii, or devas, who were born to act in space and time, that is, to break through the seven circles of the superspiritual planes into the phenomenal, or circumscribed, superterrestrial regions, are said allegorically to have rebelled against Cronus, and fought the lion who was then the one living and highest god. When Cronus, in his turn, is represented as mutilating Uranus, his father, the meaning of the allegory is very simple. Absolute time is made to become the finite and conditioned. A portion is robbed from the whole, thus showing that Saturn, the father of the gods, has been transformed from eternal duration into a limited period. Cronus with his scythe cuts down even the longest and, to us, seemingly endless cycles, which, for all that, are limited in eternity, and with the same scythe destroys the mightiest rebels. Not one will escape the scythe of time. Praise the god or gods, or flout one or both, that scythe will not tremble 1/1,000,000th of a second in its ascending or descending course. The Titans of Hesiod's theogony were copied in Greece from the Suras and Asuras of India. These Hesiodic Titans, the Uranides, which were once upon a time numbered as only 6, have been recently discovered, in an old fragment relating to the Greek myth, to be 7, the seventh being called Phœbe. Thus their identity with the 7 rectors is fully demonstrated. The origin of the war in heaven and the fall has, in our mind, to be traced unavoidably to India, and perhaps far earlier than the Puranic accounts thereof. For the Tarakamaya was in a later age, and there are accounts of 3 distinct wars to be traced in almost every cosmogony. The first war happened in the night of time, between the gods and Suras, and lasted for the period of 1 divine year. 672 On this occasion the deities were defeated by the Daityas, under the leadership of Hrada. But afterwards, owing to a device of Vishnu, to whom the conquered gods applied for help, the latter defeated the Asuras. In the Vishnu Purana no interval is found between the 2 wars. In the esoteric doctrine, however, one war takes place before the building of the solar system, another, on earth, at the creation of man. And a third war is mentioned as taking place at the close of the 4th race, between its adepts and those of the 5th race, that is, between the initiates of the Sacred Island and the sorcerers of Atlantis. We shall notice the first contest, as recounted by Parashara, and endeavor to separate the 2 accounts, which are purposely blended together. It is there stated that as the Daityas and Asuras were engaged in the duties of their respective orders, Varnas, and followed the paths prescribed by Holy Writ, practicing also religious penance, a queer employment for demons if they are identical with our devils, as it is claimed, it was impossible for the gods to destroy them. The prayers addressed by the gods to Vishnu are curious, as showing the ideas involved in an anthropomorphic deity. Having, after their defeat, fled to the northern shore of the Milky Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, 673 the discomfited gods address many supplications to the first of beings, the divine Vishnu, and among others the following. Glory to thee, who art one with the saints, whose perfect nature is ever blessed, and traverses, unobstructed, all permeable elements. Glory to thee, who art one with the serpent race, double-tongued, impetuous, cruel, insatiate of enjoyment and abounding with wealth. Glory to thee, O Lord, who hast neither color nor extension, nor bulk, gana, nor any predicable qualities, and whose essence, rupa, purest of the pure, is appreciable only by holy paramarshis, the greatest of sages or rishis. We bow to thee, in the nature of Brahma, uncreated, undecaying, avyai, who art in our bodies, and in all other bodies, and in all living creatures, and beside whom nothing exists. We glorify that Vasudeva, the Lord, of all, who is without soil, the seed of all things, exempt from dissolution, unborn, eternal. Being, in essence, Paramapadatmavit, beyond the condition of spirit, and, in substance, Rupa, the whole of this universe. 674. The above is quoted as an illustration of the vast field offered by the Puranas to adverse and erroneous criticism, by every European bigot who forms an estimate of an alien religion on mere external evidence. Any man accustomed to subject what he reads to thoughtful analysis, will see at a glance the incongruity of addressing the accepted unknowable, the formless and attributeless absolute, such as the Vedantins define Brahman, as being one with the serpent race, double-tongued, cruel and insatiable, thus associating the abstract with the concrete and bestowing adjectives on that which is free from any limitations, and conditionless. Even Professor Wilson, who, after living surrounded by Brahmins and pundits in India for so many years, ought to have known better, even that scholar lost no opportunity of criticizing the Hindu scriptures on this account. Thus, he exclaims, "The Puranas constantly teach incompatible doctrines. According to this passage 675 the Supreme Being is not the inert cause of creation only, but exercises the functions of an active providence." The commentator quotes a text of the Veda in support of this view, universal soul entering into men, governs their conduct. Incongruities, however, are as frequent in the Vedas as in the Puranas. Less frequent, in sober truth, than in the Mosaic Bible. But prejudice is great in the hearts of our Orientalists, especially in those of reverend scholars. Universal soul is not the inert cause of creation or para, Brahman, but simply that which we call the sixth principle of intellectual cosmos, on the manifested plane of being. It is Mahat, or Mahabuddhi, the great soul, the vehicle of spirit, the first primeval reflection of the formless cause, and that which is even beyond spirit. So much for Professor Wilson's uncalled-for fling at the Puranas. As for the apparently incongruous appeal to Vishnu by the defeated gods, the explanation is there, in the text of Vishnu Purana, if Orientalists would only notice it. There is Vishnu as Brahmâ, and Vishnu in his two aspects, philosophy teaches. There is but one Brahman, essentially Prakriti and spirit. This ignorance is truly and beautifully expressed in the praise of the yogins to Brahma, the upholder of the earth, when they say, "Those who have not practiced devotion conceive erroneously of the nature of the world. The ignorant, who do not perceive that this universe is of the nature of wisdom, and judge of it as an object of perception only, are lost in the ocean of spiritual ignorance. But they who know true wisdom, and whose minds are pure, behold this whole world as one with divine knowledge, as one with thee, O God. Be favorable, O Universal Spirit." 676. Therefore, it is not Vishnu, the inert cause of creation, which exercised the functions of an active providence, but the universal soul, that which, in its material aspect, Eliphas Levi calls astral light. And this soul is, in its dual aspect of spirit and matter, the true anthropomorphic God of the theists. For this God is a personification of that universal creative agent, both pure and impure, owing to its manifested condition and differentiation in this myavic world, God and devil, truly. But Professor Wilson failed to see how Vishnu, in this character, closely resembles the Lord God of Israel, especially in his policy of deception, temptation, and cunning. In the Vishnu Purana this is made as plain as can be. For it is said there, that at the conclusion of their prayers, stotra, the gods beheld the sovereign deity Hari, Vishnu, armed with the shell, the discus, and the mace, riding on Garuda. Now Garuda is the manvantaric cycle, as will be shown in its place. Vishnu, therefore, is the deity in space and time, the peculiar god of the Vaishnavas. Such gods are called in esoteric philosophy tribal or racial. That is to say, one of the many dhyanis or gods, or Elohim, one of whom was generally chosen for some special reason by a nation or a tribe, and thus became gradually a god above all gods, 677 the highest god, as Jehovah, Osiris, Bel, or any other of the seven regions. The tree is known by its fruit, the nature of a god by his actions. We must either judge these actions by the dead-letter narratives, or must accept them allegorically. If we compare the two, Vishnu, as the defender and champion of the defeated gods, and Jehovah, the defender and champion of the chosen people, so called by antiphrasis, no doubt, as it is the Jews who had chosen that jealous God, we shall find that both use deceit and cunning. They do so on the principle of the end justifying the means, in order to have the best of their respective opponents and foes, the demons. Thus while, according to the Kabbalists, Jehovah assumes the shape of the tempting serpent in the Garden of Eden, sends Satan with a special mission to tempt Job, harasses and wearies Pharaoh with Sarai, Abraham's wife, and hardens another Pharaoh's heart against Moses, lest there should be no opportunity for plaguing his victims, with great plagues, Vishnu is made in his Purana to resort to a trick no less unworthy of any respectable god. The defeated gods addressed Vishnu as follows. Have compassion upon us, O Lord, and protect us, who have come to thee for succor from the Daityas, demons. They have seized upon the three worlds, and appropriated the offerings which are our portion, taking care not to transgress the precepts of the Veda. Although we, as well as they, are parts of the 678, engaged, as they are, in the paths prescribed by the Holy Writ, it is impossible for us to destroy them. Do thou, whose wisdom is immeasurable, a Mahatman, instruct us in some device by which we may be able to exterminate the enemies of the gods. When the mighty Vishnu heard their request, he emitted from his body an illusory form, Mayamoha, the deluder by illusion, which he gave to the gods and thus spake, this Mayamoha shall wholly beguile the Daityas, so that, being led astray from the path of the Vedas, they may be put to death. Go then and fear not. Let this delusive vision precede you. It shall this day be of great service unto you, O gods. After this, the great delusion, Mayamoha, having proceeded, to earth, beheld the Daityas, engaged in ascetic penances, and approaching them, in the semblance of a Digambara, naked mendicant, with his head shaven. He thus addressed them, in gentle accents, Ho, lords of the Daitya race, wherefore is it that you practice these acts of penances, etc. 679. Finally the Daityas were seduced by the wily talk of Mayamoha, as Eve was seduced by the advice of the serpent. They became apostates to the Vedas. As Dar. Muir translates the passage. The great deceiver, practicing illusion, next beguiled other Daityas, by means of many other sorts of heresy. In a very short time, these Asuras, Daityas, deluded by the deceiver, who was Vishnu, abandoned the entire system founded on the ordinances of the triple Veda. Some reviled the Vedas, others, the ceremonial of sacrifice, and others, the Brahmins. This, they exclaimed, is a doctrine which will not bear discussion. The slaughter, of animals, in sacrifice, is not conducive to religious merit. To say, that, oblations of butter consumed in the fire produce any future reward, is the assertion of a child. If it be a fact that a beast slain in sacrifice is exalted to heaven, why does not the worshipper slaughter his own father? Infallible utterances do not, great Asuras, fall from the skies, it is only assertions founded on reasoning that are accepted by me and by other, intelligent, persons like yourselves. Thus by numerous methods the Daityas were unsettled by the great deceiver, reason. When the Daityas had entered on the path of error, the deities mustered all their energies and approached to battle. Then followed a combat between the gods and the Asuras, and the latter, who had abandoned the right road, were smitten by the former. In previous times they had been defended by the armor of righteousness which they bore. But, when that had been destroyed, they, also, perished. 680. Whatever may be thought of the Hindus, no enemy of theirs can regard them as fools. A people, whose holy men and sages have left to the world the greatest and most sublime philosophies that ever emanated from the minds of men, must have known the difference between right and wrong. Even a savage can discern white from black, good from bad, and deceit from sincerity and truthfulness. Those who had narrated this event in the biography of their god, must have seen that in this case it was that god who was the arch-deceiver, and the Daityas, who never transgressed the precepts of the Vedas. Who had the sunny side in the transaction, and who were the true gods. Thence there must have been, and there is a secret meaning hidden under this allegory. In no class of society, in no nation, are deceit and craft considered as divine virtues, except perhaps in the clerical classes of theologians and modern Jesuitism. The Vishnu Purana 681, like all other works of this kind, passed at a later period into the hands of the temple Brahmins, and the old Mizas have, no doubt, been further tampered with by sectarians. But there was a time when the Puranas were esoteric works, and so they are still for the initiates who can read them with the key that is in their possession. Whether the Brahmin initiates will ever give out the full meaning of these allegories, is a question with which the writer is not concerned. The present object is to show that, while honoring the creative powers in their multiple forms, no philosopher could have, or ever has, accepted the allegory for its true spirit, except, perhaps, some philosophers belonging to the present, superior and civilized, Christian races. For, as shown, Jehovah is not one with the superior of Vishnu on the plane of ethics. This is why the occultists, and even some Kabbalists, whether or not they regard those creative forces as living and conscious entities, and one does not see why they should not be so accepted, will never confuse the cause with the effect. And accept the spirit of the earth for Parabrahman, or Ein Sof. At all events they know well the true nature of what was called by the Greeks Father Ether, Jupiter Titan, etc. They know that the soul of the astral light is divine, and its body, the light waves on the lower planes, infernal. This light is symbolized by the magic head in the Zohar, the double face on the double pyramid, the black pyramid rising against a pure white ground, with a white head and face within its black triangle. The white pyramid, inverted, the reflection of the first in the dark waters, showing the black reflection of the white face. This is the astral light, or demon est Deus Inversus.